Mortimer, have you ever heard of the multiverse theory? Oh, it's quite interesting. The hypothesis goes that there's a near infinite number of other universes lying parallel with ours, some very similar to our world, some that vary quite drastically. Now, some have argued this is more of a philosophical hypothesis rather than a scientific one, because it can't be falsified. Well, they didn't have the power of red matter. I do. I tell you this, Mortimer, because you and your stupid, ungrateful kinsmen have made this relevant and a necessary experiment, because I can no longer live on this world. I did warn you that that nuclear reactor was not an infinite ice machine. Of course it was gonna blow up, you morons! But no, somehow this is all my fault. Granted, I could just, smite every single one of you, but... Well, truth is, Mortimer, I've been feeling bored. There's really no challenge to this world anymore. I've subjugated it completely under my heel, and anything that rises up against me is just dead on a whim. So really, I should be thanking you, Mortimer, because if it weren't for you and your rebellious rabble, I never would have been pushed to create this multi-dimensional portal. Well, I mean, that is assuming it works. Should work, if my calculations are correct, and... Oh, ho, ho, ho. Beautiful. Mortimer, I am staring into the infinite abyss, and it's gorgeous, and I love it. This is goodbye, Mortimer. You will never see me again, though truth be told, you are never going to see anything again. I mean, I can't just let you guys go unpunished for attacking my temple now, can I? No. You seem to like nuclear explosions, so I've decided to leave a few more behind, just as a parting gift. You see the big red button, Mortimer? This is finally the time that I get to press the big red button. So farewell, it's been fun. See you in hell. It totally freaking worked! No way! I didn't actually expect it to work! Hey, what happened to my quantum armor? Oh, the iridium must have absorbed all the forces that would have ripped me to molecular shreds. Ah, well, whatever. The important thing is I think it worked, guys. We are in our own parallel dimension. Either that or I'm literally on the other side of the planet. But who cares? I didn't die in the nuclear bombs. You know what they say? Nothing quite motivates you to get your math right like the threat of nuclear annihilation. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Pravus Gaming and Tekkit. This is the new and improved version. For those of you who can't quite figure that out, it will feel very similar to the old Tekkit Classic in a lot of ways, but the mod lineup is a little bit different. For instance, Industrial Craft is completely gone and has been replaced by a new mod called Thermal Expansion. At least I think that's what it is, which is even better, if you can believe it. Equivalent Exchange has effectively been removed from the game. I mean, it does exist, but it's nowhere near as OP as it used to be, so we won't be using that much. Buildcraft is effectively worthless, unfortunately. But that's fine, there's plenty of new stuff to enjoy. For instance, you got the giant nuclear power plants and particle accelerators. You can even go into space. Yes, magic may have been more or less removed from this version of Tekkit, but instead we can rely heavily upon science. Of course, a lot of the basics haven't changed. Still gotta go around and gather up basic resources, and that's probably what we're gonna have to spend most of our video doing today, unfortunately. Starting from scratch, since apparently none of my tools were able to transfer across dimensions. But you know what? That's completely fine. It gives us an opportunity to experience some of the new machinery and techniques in the game, at least eventually. For now, let's go ahead and build up a basic shelter. And if I can find a cave, what I'd like to do is go digging for resources and see if we can set up a very basic ore doubling machine set. Huh. Is that an oil well off in the distance? I think it might be. That is still a thing in this game. Oil, fuel, biofuel, automated farming techniques, and sludge, and fertilizers, and rocketry, and so on and so forth. Ah, this is going to be exciting. Hey, look! Shapies! Wonderful! I knew that I wanted to make a bed. Drown, you little baba! Oh, cool. And because we're playing on a newer version of Minecraft, we even have things like cocoa now. Wonderful, I can make myself a batch of chocolate chip cookies to welcome myself to this new world. For now, though, it does look like it's going to be getting dark pretty soon, so let's go ahead and set up a very basic shack. Nothing special. You all know that I like to build out a big mansion later, but first I have to commit to a good starting location, or a good place for my base. And without knowing where a cave is going to be, well, I can't really say that this is going to be it, but for now at least. For now, we can at least protect ourselves from the elements and also the roving undead. There we go, place down a little bed, crafting bench, get myself some very basic tools so that now I can go get some stone. And we'll try making myself a furnace with which I can smelt some charcoal and actually get some heat in this frozen wasteland. Also a light source. Obviously a light source would be quite good so that the roving undead don't just spawn on top of my head. Let's see, place down a door in such a fashion that I know it's going to trigger people because it's got a little bit of an offset for texture. I swear in the last series, people just did not understand why I would do such a thing. Well, I'm hopeful that my magnum opus from the last episode shows that I actually do have some rough idea as to what I am doing. All right, let's go ahead and make at least a fair bit of charcoal. There we go. And now it is warm and toasty. Toast. I am a little hungry. Maybe first priority tomorrow is go hunt some innocent livestock and devour their flesh. I know. It sounds horrible when you say it that way, but really when you think about it, that's kind of what we're doing, right? Kinda? Now, of course, your classic player would probably go ahead and build himself a sword right about now, but I am not your classic player. Instead, I'm gonna build a halberd. Why? Because I have knockback and better range. Also, it's just kind of cool to carry around a giant... I mean, it looks like a tomahawk to me, but it counts as a halberd. So, there you go. I just need to be different. Ah, it's a beautiful new day to be swarmed by spiders. Come here! See? Very effective. He couldn't get near me. Alright. Moo cows! Pravus needs to eat! Oh god, tiny zombies! Tiny zombies with upsetting legs! Ah! I'm not okay with this at all! Why aren't you burning? I feel like you're supposed to. Chickens aren't moo cows, but they'll do the job. Oh, hello, Mr. Creeper Man. Hi. Meh. Okay, this is where knockback is going to be very helpful, isn't it? I wasn't expecting to get into a tussle this quickly. Okay, well, now I have gunpowder. Also eggs. Chicken. It's not quite as good as Chick-fil-A back home, but it'll do. Oh yeah, this is a new feature. I forgot about this. So it seems like with his stone axe it's still taking forever to chop down the tree, right? Well, we've finally upgraded to a version of Minecraft where using axes actually chop down the whole thing above you. Kaboom! Hey! I like that. Is this chicken hiding in the bush? Surprise! What in the heck is this? Some sort of a weird stone ruins. Odd. You know, I sort of assumed that in this alternate dimension... Oh my gosh. Well now, I assumed that in this alternate dimension I would be the only occupant, but it appears someone has already been here and established a dimensional gateway, but this one's actually far more stable than what I was able to create. Do I dare go inside? It is a little early, but YOLO. Whoa. Why are there red dots? Okay. There are scary things floating in the air. Okay, you know what? This seems like a bad place to be right now. Oh, the fabric of reality has indeed been... Wow. Okay. Yeah, you know what? We come back here when we're actually prepared. Good to know that that's there, though. That will be interesting. Ah, there we go. A little bit of coal out in the open. Lovely. Now, you will see right off the bat that, yes, things like copper are still very much in the game. For some reason, they're listed under Galacticraft as the mod, which is fine, I suppose. But obviously, there's going to be a whole lot more beyond your typical copper and tin and so on. Lead will be one resource we really want to grab as early as we can, but I'll go ahead and pick up the copper. Wait, this copper is under thermal expand. Well, that's weird. Different kinds of copper? That's actually really unfortunate, because that means that these don't stack the way that I want them to. Well, that's weird, but okay, whatever, we'll make it work. You know, as excited as I am to get into this new mod pack, I will admit, there is something just sort of, I don't know, calming and cathartic about just going through the motions and mining out some basic ores. Just good old-fashioned vanilla Minecraft style. I don't know why. It's incredibly repetitive, but it sets my mind at ease. I do have to remind myself I am not invincible. I am very vulnerable in this fresh new world. So, I do actually need to make sure that I go home and sleep before all the monsters spawn, as I am not coated in all-powerful armor. Although that is a thing in this game, power armor, Iron Man style, you'll see. Good thing is, this place does appear to actually open up into a proper cave network. So that's going to save me a lot of time of looking around. Now, will I be able to find diamonds in the very first episode? Maybe. Highly unlikely. But we'll try. What was that? Oh, right, bats are in the game now. That's that squeaking sound. Ooh, what's this? Certus Quartz for the Applied Energistics mod. Yeah, Applied Energistics is kind of fun. Kind of revolutionized the entire storage concept of the game. Basically, I'll just convert everything into digital matter and store it on a giant hard drive. I mean, who doesn't like that idea? A little more advanced than I can handle right now, but theoretically possible. Aluminum. Ooh. I'm not sure if I can mine that with regular stone pick. Can I? Steel will do the job, though. Hey, I like that this is called aluminum instead of aluminium. Means that this was programmed by an American. Oh, say, can you see? Yellowite. Ah. That'll be useful at some point as well if we want to create some sort of a gigantic reactor for all of our power needs. That'll be fun. But again, not something we can tackle quite yet. And there are still sapphires. What do I do with sapphires? I don't think that the sapphire tools still exist, though I do miss them. No, I want that. Oh. I may have gone a little bit too deep down there. Yeah, I do miss my old sapphire tools. Are they a thing? Hang on. Sapphire. Oh, they totally are still a thing. Well, what do you know? Good. I'll be able to reuse that to great effect. Oh, hi there, buddy. Hello. Yeah, nope. Place block. Haha. Can't get me. Oh, God. Almost can get me in the blast radius, but not quite. There are a lot of freaking creepers back there. You know what? We come back later. I can see that you guys are busy. There we go. That should stop that lava throw before it becomes a huge problem for me. Though I will say, lava is going to become a very valuable resource for us. We can use it to power up some dynamos. Kind of like the Buildcraft engines that you're all used to seeing. They're pretty good. Also, it's a lot easier to carry lava around in this mod pack, because you actually can get, like, giant portable tanks. Really useful feature. Glad they added that in. Okay, we are definitely getting down pretty deep. Is this oil? Sure looks like there actually might be an oil source up here. I'll remember that for later. So we're getting down pretty deep now, into redstone territory, I think. Which means quantum ore? Oh, that sounds... Uh-oh. Good. Okay, hang on. We'll come back to that. Die! No, I don't want to... Ah! Okay, good. Don't feel like dying down here today. Anyway, I have no idea what quantum armor is gonna... quantum ore will do. That'll be fun. Mostly, though, I'm looking for lead. So if anyone sees any lead, please let me know. Yeah, much as I would love to go down there and get some more lead and stuff. Well, any lead at all, actually. I don't think we can quite survive because there's a million frickin' zombies. That's fine, though. All it means is I need to go get a few upgrades, get some armor, better weapons, and then come back and slaughter them all. You guys remember how in the last series I got horribly lost? Yeah, we're trying not to do that again. Of course, let's be honest, it's hardly a Minecraft game if you can get by without actually getting lost at some point. I heard a Baba Black Sheep up there somewhere. Yeah, I still hear it. Whoop. Okay. There's still marble in the game. Well, that's good to know. Aha! There's a tiny little cubby hole. Alright, I think we found our way to the surface. Of course, it is nighttime. I'm in the middle of nowhere. So, we do have to be mildly cautious. Never want to be stalking the jungles at night. Things might creep up on you. I don't really know why I said that so dramatically. You've all played Minecraft. You all know exactly what could happen. And I, for one, knows what happens if I try to engage 2 skeletons at once right now. Bad things. So let's just skirt around them. Ah, okay. Well, we're gonna have a grand chase across the ice fields. Yay! Hello, friendly little spider. I'm sure you are indeed friendly, aren't you? Yes? Well, you will be when the sun comes out. Can't say that I really understand why spiders, lose their tenacity with the sun, but I'm not complaining. Oh, God, no, he found me. Get out of here. Uh-oh, halberd broke. Bad sign, chop him apart. Yeah, you guys stay out of here. Okay, now I feel far better prepared. Let's go back into that cave. Now, I'm not smelting all of my ores, because I do want to unlock a method of grinding my ores down into dust. If you guys remember the Tekkit Classic series, you know all about the macerator and how wonderful it is. Well, industrial craft doesn't exist anymore, but thermal expansion does add in the pulverizer, which basically does exactly the same thing. So we need to make one of those, but for that, I need my lead. Okay, easy enough to find our way back down here. Now, last time, I think I saw 8 zombies. How many do we have to deal with today? Well, there's one. What is that? Silicon? Okay, well, I would love to get the silicon, but we'll worry about that later. Tiny baby zombies! Way more horrifying than the real ones! I guess I don't mind picking up some gold while I'm out here, too. I mean, who's ever going to complain about having some more gold, right? So this right here is the lead that I'm looking for. Well, some of it is. That's silver. But lead is good. Lead is what I'm looking for. At least a bit of that. I don't remember how much I need. As many as possible. Seems like a good number to me. You know what'd be really cool is if I placed down a torch next to this oil and it lit the entire path up, right? You know, Indiana Jones style. Okay, we're definitely down to the lava levels. Pretty low. Lapis. Okay, that can be useful, I suppose. What are the odds that I actually do find some diamond? Actually, that's a silly question. With the power of jump cuts, I can stay down here as long as I want to. It's less a question of time for this episode and more of a question of, do I have the willpower to keep looking for the darn thing? Peridot. Not to be confused with emeralds, because they're not. But they probably function very similarly. Oh, good, yes, monster spawners. Okay, that explains the hordes of zombies. Ah! Sneaking up from behind, eh? Good thing I got iron armor. Oh, good, armored zombies. Is there another monster spawner up there or something? Oil flowing into lava. Somehow I feel like that should be bad. Creepers, no, that's not what I want to see. Skeletons and zombies I can handle. Creepers, not so much. Get out of here. I can create a peridot sword to replace my iron halberd. That should work more effectively. Ah, no! Okay, that's not what I wanted. I heard that one. Ow, ow, ow. Well, no luck on the diamond front, but you know what? It's probably fine. I don't really need them right now anyway. What I was really going for was going to be some way to duplicate my ores in the form of macerating them into dust. And we have that. So let's try to find our way home before I starve to death. Hey, what do you know? The good old right hand down, left hand up technique works again. I'd like to know why I can't get any food off of these sheep. Veal's a real thing. Or wait, no, not veal. That's baby cow, right? No, mutton. Mutton's a real thing. Okay, I have smelted up a few lead ingots, so we do have that ready to go now. So, with the materials all in hand, let's go ahead and start creating some sort of resource processing facility. There's a few things that we are going to need. One of the first things is a steam dynamo. Steam dynamos work a lot like the red Buildcraft engines you're used to. You hold down Shift, no. Recipe? Oh, hang on. R. There it is, okay. In order to build a steam dynamo, we need some copper ingots. We need a copper gear, which is copper around an iron ingot instead of the old wooden gears that you're used to. And a redstone transmission coil. This thing is made with silver and redstone, both of which I have. Awesome. The other thing that we are going to need is a some leadstone energy conduits, also an energy cell if possible. That requires a frame which is made from lead, glass, and a block of redstone. Yikes. It's a bit harder than I thought. And there you are, leadstone energy conduits, which is again glass, lead, and some redstone. Fortunately, I can make a block of redstone, so that should work just fine. What else do I need? Right, silver and a lot of copper. Let's smelt that all up. While all of that is a-smeltin', let's make sure we can get some sand to create a bit of glass. Remember, though, we are not trying to smelt all of our ores, just enough to barely get by. Because I'm wasting a lot of potential if I don't convert it into double ores. Okay, so let's see. We need the glass, lead, redstone. I can do that. Rip, rip. Oh my gosh, I love holding down the shift key. That is so useful. Oh wait, I don't have the glass. Darn it. Now let's see. Some lead ingots around the redstone block with glass. There we go, a leadstone energy cell frame. Now, by the name, you can probably infer that this is going to act kind of like our battery. It's just a giant energy cell. It's in the name. It makes sense. Now, it actually occurs to me that I'm not going to be able to make this energy cell quite yet, because for that, we are going to need the conductance coil, which requires something called electrum. An electrum is made by mixing together pulverized gold and silver, which, until we have a pulverizer, that's not going to do much for us. So let's focus instead on getting things like our dynamo. And for that, we're going to need a silver ingot with a couple of redstone to make a transmission coil. And then just a bit of copper, some gears, coil, redstone, ba-boom. We now have a steam dynamo. All right, let's go ahead and make myself a bucket, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need that. Now, the pulverizer, which is what we are going to need, is made by using a piston with a machine frame, some flint, copper, and one of those reception coils, not made of electrum, but made from gold. Now, machine frame, oh gosh, is made from iron, glass, and gold. All right, easy enough. And of course, you've all seen pistons. That's cobble, redstone, iron, and wood. All right, we'll go ahead and make myself that machine block. Kind of running out of inventory space here, aren't we? All right, we have that. We have a reception coil. We have pistons. So all we need now is to mix that with a bit of copper down this way. Or was it up here? Crap, I already forgot. Nope, I had it the first time. Then machine frame, then piston, and boom, we now have a pulverizer. Okay, so I have a dynamo, leadstone energy, and a pulverizer. That is all that I need to go ahead and get started. For good measure, though, let's go ahead and also make myself a strong box using a regular chest and some tin. It's like a regular box, but a little bit better, and I think it interacts better with some of the machinery to auto-store stuff, which is nice. Okay, we want to place down our pulverizer, let's say, over here, plus some leadstone energy, plus a dynamo, and they are all hooked up nicely. Now, the inputs and the outputs are rather important for these boxes. I think blue is the inputs, yellow is kind of neutral, red and orange are outputs, and so on. So right now, this thing is actually set to input energy from the dynamo, which is perfect. If we wanted to change that, though, what we're going to need is the crescent hammer, there it is. And that's made using tin and iron, which I probably will make for myself in a future video. Okay, for the dynamo, we're trying to create steam, right? So for that to work, we need to put in some water. I think that just worked. Yes, there we go. We actually do have some water, plus a little bit of coal right here, and it is building up steam. The more steam it has, the more effective it is going to be. And in this pulverizer, we are generating RF. That is our power for the game. Let's go ahead and put in some gold and silver and try to make that electrum I was talking about. Having a good infinite water source nearby the dynamo would probably be smart. All right, there's our pulverized gold. Hey, cool, we got 2 dusts, and each of those will smelt into a whole bar. So there we go, a basic ore doubling machine. But of course, I still do want to store all of that energy, so let's make myself a blend of electrum. I'll go ahead and make a couple, why not? Okay, we'll take the electrum, place a little bit more redstone on both sides. Now we have our conduction coil, which means all I should need is the cell frame plus some copper ingots plus the coil. Easily done. Boom, boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, boom, 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 and done. Hey, we have our leadstone energy coil. And actually, you know what? I got more iron somewhere, right? No? I was gonna make myself a crescent wrench, but you know what? This seems like a great opportunity to macerate some more ores. Not oil, ores. And I think I can probably place down the energy cell right here. Does that work? Yes, indeed. So now we have our basic battery that is storing up all of our excess energy. And that's a very basic machine setup there, guys. Obviously, as this series progresses, we will be getting more and more complex. But at least now I'm getting some of the basic materials I need. Also, cool feature about the pulverizer, not only do we get the double ores we're looking for, but depending on what you're macerating, sometimes you get a little byproduct, like pulverized ferrous metal. That'll be important in another episode. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed and you're looking forward to this series. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. Hit that notify bell if you haven't already. And I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. In the last video, we created a very, very basic machine setup that allows us to double our ores. So we'll get dusts for every one of the ores we put through, and each one of these turns into an individual metal bar. Pretty darn useful. Now, in the very brief time in between these videos, I have pulverized 32 iron dust, which means I can get 32 iron bars out of this. I've also received 2 pulverized ferrous metal. One thing that's interesting about thermal expansion is the technology actually does kind of appear in tiers, right? So right now we have leadstone energy conduits, energy cells, and so on, and that's really the weakest technology tier that we can access. If instead we wanted to upgrade to the next level of technology, we'd want to get things like a hardened energy cell, and a hardened energy cell uses a leadstone energy and then just upgrades it using invar, and that's it, okay? But what's invar? Invar, well, not nuggets. Invar block, no. Invar blend. Invar blend uses ferrous metal, pulverized iron, or just iron dust. I guess it can be, yeah, they can be both pulverized iron. Whatever, it takes some of the ferrous metal and turns them into invar blends, which I can use to turn into iron dust, which upgrades my technology. The same sort of thing that can apply to my energy conduits. Certain machines, I think, can be upgraded. Actually, does a pulverizer upgrade? You know, these are the sort of things I probably should check out before I go too far, shouldn't I? Let's see. No, the pulverizer does not appear to go into any recipes, but still. Yeah, that will be the next technology tier that we're looking for, but in order to do that, we are going to need a heck of a lot more iron ore in order to get my ferrous material so that we can get that out of a byproduct from our pulverizer. So, we need to go mining. Before I do that, though, I will say it's a little annoying having to run all the way over here just to get some water to throw into my steam dynamo. If we're smart, what we should do is just go ahead and create an infinite water source right next to this thing so that we don't have to worry about it. Alternatively, what could be a good option is to create an aqueous accumulator. I can spell that right. I already messed it up. Aqueous accumulator, that's the one we're looking for. This is made using one of those machine frames, which you've already seen is some gold, some iron, and some glass. Easy to make. A bucket, more glass, a pneumatic servo, and some tin. Pneumatic servo uses iron, redstone, and some glass. Not too hard to make either. This thing will actually gather up the water. Oh crap, this ice is going to be a problem, isn't it? It gathers up the water and then pumps it through a series of fluid ducts into, let's say, a dynamo. So that's something we actually probably should do. Though, to be completely honest, it's going to be a little bit difficult if there's going to be ice appearing everywhere. No, it's fine. 3 torches absolutely can stave off the cold of winter. Absolutely, by themselves. But if I am going to build an aqueous accumulator or some hardened energy cells or whatever, we're going to need to go back down into the mines. I was just trying to mine into this little fissure and get some stuff. When I find cobblestone, I get a little suspicious. Doubly so if I can hear spiders click-a-clacking over across the other side. There must be a dungeon over there. Sure looks like it to me. Hello, Spider Boo. All right, easy free loot for me. We get wheat, a golden horse armor, a name tag, a builder's wand. Now that thing is kind of useful. Builder's wands. Actually, maybe I can see if I can get this to work now, or... sort of. You can see these little highlighted areas here. If I had cobblestone in my inventory, actually I do. Can I just use it right now? Right-click? Bonk. See? It just actually created an entire set of 4 blocks. Ah! Without me even trying. You snuck up on me. You almost snuck up on me too, and that would have been bad. The point is, the Builder's Wand is a wonderful thing from the Extra Utilities mod that can be useful if you want to do creative mode projects, or even if you don't want to be in creative mode. It's a very helpful tool. Speeds everything up. It's kind of nice to find that so early on. Maybe I can build a really big house this series, you know? I got some ideas, architecturally, on what I'd like to do. Suppose I did forget to check the second chest, didn't I? Floppy disk from Computercraft. A page in Mistcraft. Now, what could that be? Also, a Safari net if we want to do a catching thing. Couple more music discs, some bread. I'll go ahead and take some of that. Yeah, Mistcraft pages are certainly interesting. Oh boy, how does one explain something like Mistcraft? Have you guys ever played the game Myst? Probably not, it's an older game. Something my dad played when I was a little kid. Wee little babby. Myst, if I am recalling correctly, was a game about, well, the theme, well, not the theme per se, but one of the main story elements that's worth noting in Myst is that you could write worlds into existence. I don't know if it was a particular family that had this ability, and I don't know why, but whatever. They would write something into existence and create entire worlds. You would touch the book and be transported to an entirely new world, right? That's kind of how it works. In Mistcraft, it's sort of similar. You could take a blank book and through some special means on a lectern with the right pages, create entire new dimensional worlds into existence. And you just tap on the book and whoosh, you're there. And what kind of a world you find is going to depend entirely on what kind of pages you use. What are you going to write as your story for this world, right? So maybe you find a world that's a giant sprawling jungle made entirely of golden blocks or something. I don't know. Maybe you create a world that is a single stone island floating in the abyss or something. I'm not sure what you can create, but I think the only way to get pages is via these dungeons. I don't think you can make them. So finding one was actually pretty fortuitous. We'll hold on to this thing. Maybe I can actually put it to use someday. Oh, good, another dungeon. That's what I like to see, with frickin' skeletons and creepers. Oh, thank you for shooting the creeper. That was amazing. Betrayed by your own kin. Actually, skeletons and creepers aren't related in any meaningful way, are they? I don't think so. Oh, gosh dang it, get out of here! And by any meaningful way, I mean not even a little bit related. The heck is the story with the creepers anyway? I've seen some stuff about them being like living, exploding plants. I have no idea if there's truth to that or not. I hear something bubbling over there. Lava? I think there's gotta be lava over here somewhere. Oh god, there's the lava, found it! Okay. Let's not die. I'm noticing, by the way, that Galacticraft copper ore mines way faster than thermal expansion ore. I mean, you'd think that they would have done their due diligence and, like, made them at matching mining rates or something, but no, you'd be wrong. Man, I bet you feel stupid now, don't ya? Why would I be making fun of you guys? It doesn't actually make any sense for me to do something like that. I'm supposed to be catering to my audience and making you all love me. And instead I'm saying you're dumb, because you thought that Galacticraft copper ore would mine at the same rate as thermal expansion copper ore, and you were wrong. You big dum-dum. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, right. Sorry, I love you. I love you. You're all fantastic, brilliant, smart people. Oh, goody. My pickaxe broke. I got no food. I got no torches. I got no pickaxe. Seems like a good time to go back home to me, but that's fine because we need to dump a whole load of iron into our pulverizer and try to get some ferrous metal. Oh, and of course it's nighttime. Lovely. This lack of food is going to become a serious problem, isn't it? I would say that we need to start some farming operations, but a little difficult to do that in a snowy biome. Might be another incentive for us to pack up and move somewhere else in the near future. Oh, now this is interesting. See, for my pulverized copper, I actually got some pulverized gold as a byproduct. See, that's useful to know. We need some more space, because I can't actually fit enough chests to continue, you know, doing anything and accumulating resources. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go ahead and place this little guy down, and then we're going to use this handy-dandy builder's wand to go, boom! Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Gosh darn it. Okay, so the builder's wand comes with great responsibility, because if you misclick, you do things like this. Still, it does speed things up slightly. Oops. I seem to have entombed myself. Now, I'm gathering up a pretty reasonable number of dusts right now. If we wanted to use electricity to smelt this stuff, we absolutely could do that. Or, we call it electricity, or we call it redstone flux or something. I don't know. I think that there is an electric smelter, though. Is that it? Well, hang on. I think it's actually called a redstone furnace, but let's just search by furnace instead. Yeah, that looks like thermal expansion. Okay. Redstone furnace uses the leadstone power, or redstone flux, whatever, through leadstone conduits in order to actually smelt your stuff. For that, you need a machine frame, another one of those redstone reception coils, which is redstone and gold, as well as some bricks, which of course is just a small stack of bricks, which is just smelted clay. So not too hard to make. Now, redstone furnaces, I believe, actually can get you double ores as well, or double bars per ore, if you use sand with it. Or no, wait, no, it's not the redstone furnace. It's the induction. Do we have an induction furnace? Hang on, I gotta remember some of this. Yeah, the induction smelter. There we go. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. Redstone furnace, I do not think doubles your ores and gives you 2 bars per ore. Induction smelter, I think, does, if you also give it sand as an input. But the downside of using the induction smelter is it produces a different type of byproduct, slag, which we're not going to worry about right now. But it's not a way of us getting some pulverized ferrous metal, so I'm not going to worry about it, the induction smelter, right now. Mostly, I'm just waiting for enough ferrous metal to come through. So, while we sit around and wait, well, let's go to bed. But while we sit around and wait, we should go back into the mines and get more stuff. Because let's be honest, this is Minecraft. You can never have enough stuff. Hoarding is one of the most useful skills you will ever learn if you are playing Minecraft for a long time. Did I upset an Enderman? That sure sounded scary, didn't it? He's not mad at me, so I don't think I did anything wrong. But boy, did he give me the spooks. You know, I remember the days when you had to really work to get your early game levels. We're already level 27, and I'm not even frickin' trying. It's just what happens when you mine a lot. I miss those days, though. It was a challenge to get to a high level. We should bring that back. Oh god, I'm becoming an old fart. Back in my day. Shut up, no one cares, is what I say to myself. You know, it's funny, I'm finding plenty of frickin' redstone now. At some point in the last video, I'm like, crap, I've only got 1 redstone and I need a lot more. So I had to take a break, run all the way back down here, just to grab a single thing of redstone because I wanted to continue the video and make it look as seamless as possible. But all I could find was 1 pocket, and it turns out it's all frickin' right here! You sneaking up on me like that, how dare you? Spooky, scary skeletons! Spooky, scary skeletons! Is there a frickin' dungeon around here or something? Cause I swear the spawn rate is increased, or something. Is there a reason that the lead and the aluminum tend to congregate together? I mean, seriously, like, is there some sort of a geological reason why that would be the case that I'm not aware of? I don't think they're anywhere close to each other on the elemental table, or the periodic table. At least I would think not, given that lead is such a heavy element and aluminum is so light. But you know what? It has been a while since high school chemistry, so I could be completely wrong on that point. If anyone knows, let me know in the comment section down below. You see what I did there? It's called viewer engagement. Because people like feeling like they're smarter than you, so they'll tell you what the heck you don't know in the comments section. But joke's on you, it didn't even matter if I knew, because at the end of the day, do I really care? No, probably not. It's not going to change my life in any way, but I get extra viewer engagement on my video, and YouTube likes that. Haha! I probably shouldn't tell you things like that. But at the same time, I feel like I have to be honest with you guys about this sort of thing. Come on, y'all know your favorite YouTubers do it too. Probably more than I do, actually. I mean, that's assuming, of course, that I am not your favorite YouTuber, which I am assuming that, because I don't think that highly of myself. But I wouldn't be opposed to finding out that I was. I wouldn't be opposed at all. You know something I just realized? It's not the aluminum and the lead that's close together, it's the silver and the lead. See? This is again one of those things where if you make a mistake, people want to talk to you in the comment section and let you know that you're a big dum-dum. But again, I don't mind being wrong if it leads to greater viewer engagement. You know something? I'm about halfway convinced there is not a single diamond in that entire cave down there. So alright, we've waited long enough, let's go ahead and start tinkering with new stuff. Huh, you know, I didn't even realize I found actual uranium ore, as opposed to the yellowite. Atomic science versus big reactors. There is apparently a distinction. At this time, I'm not sure what it is, but they're different. Ugh. Alright, I really cannot be bothered having to fill this stupid dynamo all the time. It is time to get an aqueous accumulator. Let's do that first. So we needed tin, glass, bucket, pneumatic servo, which is iron, redstone, and glass, and the machine frame, which again is iron, glass, and gold. Alright, we got all of those things. Let's build it. We're running a little low on tin. While we work, we shall fix that. Get out of here, ice. I hate you. Alright, let's see. Gold, iron, 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 glass, 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 machine block, boom. Okay, pneumatic servo was redstone, iron, iron, glass, glass, pneumatic servo, and then finally, we place that there, a bit more glass, a little bit tin, and then, crap, was it iron? No, wait, it was the bucket, wasn't it? Bucket! Aqueous accumulator. Boom. Now, I think you're supposed to fill out your watering hole a little bit more, so let's go ahead and increase that water size, then put in the aqueous accumulator, I think, right in the middle. Yeah, there's an output right there. So now what we're looking for is going to be some sort of a fluid duct. Opaque fluid ducts, I think that's what we're looking for, and that is made using lead and copper. Okay, there we go, and then we just place one there, and then, does this have to go into the top or the side? I don't know yet, hang on. Doop, da-doop, 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 da-doop. And there we go, it is automatically filling up with water. Hey, I don't ever have to worry. Interesting, I didn't realize there's this little thing that comes over in the right. See that little fluid thing? It was kind of freaking me out for a second there. Hi, fluid water. Anyway, point is, I don't ever have to worry about this again. And the aqueous accumulator doesn't require any power. So there we go. Water is never an issue again. And if that's the case, then actually all we have to do is just make sure we keep this thing supplied with some coal. And we've got our power situation more or less figured out. Energy cells looking pretty solid. You know what? Let's go ahead and get that. That redstone furnace that I was talking about, so we can do some proper electric smelting and stop wasting all my coal. I'll just power the dynamo instead. Redstone furnace. Where'd you go? That's not it. There you are. That is made, of course, using bricks. Ah, we need to go find clay. Darn. All right. Geronimo! Can't see a dang thing down there. Ah! Need to find clay. Need to find clay. Maybe at the bottom of this freezing lake? Sure won't die of hypothermia down here. Still need to breathe. Okay, I just gotta bake up some of these little clay nuggets into clay bricks, and then boom, we're in business. Yep. Okay, now we have our brick blocks. And you've already seen all this, so I'll just jump ahead. And we have a redstone furnace. Okay, that thing's up and running. Now, one thing I want to test is I think I actually can place this block right here. This red should be an output for the pulverizer. And if I place this right here, I think it's supposed to automatically load this stuff, and sure enough it does. Auto-loading into the redstone furnace. See guys, we're improving the process. Now if we just put some leadstone in there, can I change the configuration for gray to be... Can't change that. Wait a minute. How do I actually get the power where I want it to go? Or, wait a minute. No? You know, something that's occurring to me is I think I may actually have this battery set up the wrong way and it's not outputting anything. Hang on. So if I look at it from this direction and go to configuration, I want to change this to orange. No, that didn't change the right thing. Where'd it go? No. Okay, hang on. What changes to orange? Okay, hang on. That's orange. So is this considered the front? It is. That's the slight texture difference there. Okay. So I think this is the back. So change that to orange. Now it's an output. And there we go. Okay, so I've been filling up this battery, but not properly draining it in the past. Can I change the color of this thing? No. So if I want to actually power you properly, I could let the dynamo do the job, or I can do this and change the color here to blue, and now it has an input for power as well. So now everything should be properly feeding through my leadstone energy cell. Wow, that actually works pretty fast. Not bad. That said, it appears my leadstone energy cell is more or less maxed out. We probably should be trying to increase our capacity a little bit more. So let's take a look at that hardened cell thing we have been talking about before. Hardened energy cell. Now that requires just the invar ingot surrounding a leadstone energy cell. I think it's allowed to have power in it and it still is going to be okay. So for that, we just need to do our invar blend, which is made from just iron and ferrous metal dust. And that's no problem. Just put some ferrous material, some iron, and then boom. Good amount of invar blend to smelt. Now, one thing I probably am going to need is my crescent wrench, which I think... Yeah, I placed it right there. I did build one of those. We showed you earlier. It's a pretty easy recipe. No big deal. Can I safely pull up this leadstone energy cell without it, like, blowing up or anything? Do I hold down Shift? There we go. Hold down Shift and right-click, and now we have the energy cell. Now we take this, surround it with the invar ingots, and boom, we have a hardened energy cell. Now, I think the previous capacity was 40,000 red flux units. Now our capacity should be going up a fair bit. Bonk. Let's make sure we change the configuration. This needs to be output. Okay. And the new maximum is 2 million RF. Really? Is that correct? That feels like a lot. Was it 40,000 earlier, or was it 400,000 earlier? I think it may have been 400,000. Either way, woof. Okay, that greatly increases my energy capacity. Now, before we end out today's video, I want to get myself one last little doohickey, and that is the sawmill. The sawmill works similar to the pulverizer in that it takes your raw material and then doubles the quantity into something useful. Sawmill takes your wood logs and gives you double planks. This one takes an iron axe, machine frame, another reception coil, and by the way, if you haven't realized, pretty much everything that takes power uses a reception coil, as opposed to the transceiver coil, or whatever it's called. Anyway, point is, this thing will be pretty useful. We just need a little bit of wood, copper, reception coil, machine frame, iron axe, and we can effectively double our wood production. And I'll just take a couple of wood, machine frame, coil, copper, iron axe, boom, sawmill. Okay, oh no, why did I place it there? Hang on, doink, thank you, crescent hammer, you're amazing and I love you. All right, place here, that is a good input, okay. So if I put in some spruce wood, look at it go. Okay, as it builds up some speed, it shall gradually turn it into spruce wood. Wow, that's even better than I thought. Wow, you really get a lot of planks out of this. You also get something called sawdust, which I think you can smelt into charcoal as a byproduct, which can be useful. Now, I don't want to have to come back here all the time and worry about the storage capacity inside of my sawmill, so this is where the strong box comes into play. And if I place it right here by the output, ba-boom, and it should automatically start feeding everything into the strong box. Perfect. All right, we have a bit more automation. I've got some better metal production and far better wood production. Now I actually could start investing into building a proper house. But I think that's where we're going to have to end the video today. So thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment with your suggestions, hit that subscribe button, and notify bell if you haven't already. And I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. I decided to go ahead and expand out this little shack area into a proper workshop because I am currently in the process of building a large house. But it's taking a while. I'm about 4 hours in so far. So until that's done, let's just go ahead and clean this area up a wee little bit. In the last video, we experimented with a bit more machinery. We got our redstone furnaces, we upgraded to tier 2 technology with the hardened energy cells, even got the sawmill, which turns out is amazing because you can get all sorts of wonderful, beautiful planks. One thing I actually was kind of curious about, though, I wonder if I could actually take the sawdust that's coming out of this sawmill, pump it into another redstone furnace, turn it into charcoal, and then pump it into the steam dynamos, and maybe that actually would be enough energy to sustain this energy system here. Maybe? I don't know. I kind of want to try it out, though. If we're going to make that work, I'm going to need some item ducts. I think that's what they're called anyway. Item ducts. Yes, these. The opaque ones, I think, are the easier ones to make, and that requires tin and lead, which I do have. Go ahead and create a few of those. The other thing that we are going to need is some more pneumatic servos, if possible, because these things are actually useful for controlling the flow of items through your tubes. These, of course, if you don't remember, are made using glass, redstone, and iron. Like so. Okay, now we have a pneumatic servo. And the way that this should work is I should be able to place my item ducts just like I would the fluid pipes or the energy conduits, and pump items out like so into my dynamos. So we'll do something kind of like this. Blue, of course, meaning that it's going into an input here. This actually needs to be changed to an output, so if I use my crescent hammer, we can do that. And if I install a pneumatic servo, we actually would be able to control this directly, similar to how we do with configurations and the redstone control for all of our machines. If we don't do anything, this thing actually gets activated by a redstone signal, like a torch, which is perfectly fine. Let's go ahead and install the pneumatic servo. Dope. Alright, pneumatic servo has been installed. Now I can right-click on it, and I can do all sorts of fun things. We can control the stack size going through the tube. We can blacklist or whitelist items, so it only pulls out certain things. I have no idea what an OR dictionary is supposed to do. I don't know what any of this actually is supposed to do. And then, of course, there's the redstone control, so yeah, we can just ignore that, so it's always basically on. And there we go. Yeah, so that's how we're going to control a lot of our item flow. If you've used the pneumatic tubes in Redstone from Tekkit Classic, Redstone Power I think is what it's called, sorry, Red Power, then you're pretty familiar with exactly how these are going to work. In the same way as the pneumatic tubes in Tekkit Classic, these things will pull items through, and if they can't find anywhere to go, then it actually just goes right back to where it started. Kind of gets stacked up inside of this item duct, so you don't have to worry about your items flying off into space, because that would get annoying real quick. Okay, let's set this to be an output. Now, if this works the way I want it to... Whoops, that is not what I meant to do. Uh-oh, hang on, there we go. Okay, that's still the front. So if this works the way that I want it to, the top here should be yellow, and I think that the sawdust, which will be our automatic byproduct, will be pulled out through the item ducts and into the redstone furnace, which should bake it into charcoal, I think, and then get output and put into the steam dynamos. Let's go ahead and install that pneumatic servo. I'm gonna set this thing to basically always be on. Let's grab a stack of wood and then see if this works. And I have no shortage of extra wood to use because, my god, did I have to get a lot of it to start working on this housing project, which I'm really excited about. I hope it looks as cool as I'm envisioning, but we'll see. Alright, is it gonna pull the sawdust? Well, it sure looks like it. You can't tell because these are opaque item ducts, which means you can't see through them. There are ways of getting them to be clear so you can see what's going on. Now, interesting. So it looks like it is actually prioritizing pulling the items here into the chest rather than go where I want them. That's a bit awkward. What if I turned this to be red only? Would that work? Maybe not. Hang on. So it is pulling the wood out over here, but it is not actually using the sawdust. It's a little weird. I want you to whitelist the sawdust. No? I would have thought that this would be good enough, unless it can't find anywhere to go. Can I bake this? Wait, maybe I don't know how sawdust is used. Ah, darn, it doesn't quite work the way I thought it did. I mean, I'm really close, but I'm missing one crucial step. You can't just bake the generic sawdust. You have to first turn it into compressed sawdust by doing something like this. This can get compressed into charcoal. So it's really not too bad of an idea, I'm just missing one really crucial step. Now this can be addressed. We would need some sort of an automatic crafting bench that takes in recipes, and those do exist in thermal expansion. It is called the cyclic assembler. This thing uses a machine frame, some tin gears, which is tin surrounding iron, plus one of those reception coils, some copper, and a chest, and you'd be able to sort of specify what recipes you want and start crafting my compressed sawdust. We actually probably could do that. I'm not sure it's worth it, but for the sake of demonstration, all right, let's do it. Okay, we'll make myself a couple of those tin gears, place like so, machine block, coil, to more of the copper, and boom, now we have a cyclic assembler machine. So you can already kind of get the idea how this would be used to create giant automated factories, even with the thermal expansion mod. Let's see if I can go ahead and create one of these. So let's see, we don't quite need to be this crazy with our item ducts. Yeah, where'd you guys go? Okay, grab that. We're gonna place the cyclical assembler right here. Okay, so it should be pulling in some power, which is exactly what we want. Then we're gonna take duct, goose. No, wait. And then we do that. Okay, and then we take doop, da-doop. Uh-oh. Wait, hang on. Can I break this? I think I can, actually. Maybe not. Hang on. Okay, it's a little messy, but it does sort of work. So we're going to pull the sawdust out like so. Then we are going... Ah! That's not what I meant to do. I'm sorry. Okay. Got to make sure you don't have that freaking crescent wrench in your toolbar. Okay, then we're going to take this, and we're going to take our sawdust. This is not what I thought it would be. Hang on. Schematic. There it is. Oh, right. In order to make this work, we're going to need to have some sort of a blueprint so it actually can save the template. Is it actually called Blueprint? Well, that's a lot of blue stuff, isn't it? Hang on. Blueprint, BC Builders? Ah, there we go. It's called a schematic. Blank. Thermal expansion. Okay, for this to work, we need some blue. Either blue stained saplings? That's a thing. Or some lapis, plus a little bit of paper. I can arrange that. Paper, if you have forgotten, is made just by using some sugar canes. Boom. All right, we have paper. Doop, ba-da-doop. Schematic. Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to place a blank schematic here, then use the sawdust and say that I want something. Is it not showing it? Wait, I'm very confused. Uh-oh. Is it bugged? Because it's not. It's just taking my stuff and not giving it back to me. Okay, bit of a bug there. Never fear, it's not the end of the world. We just need to build something else called a machinist's workbench. For that, you need a crafting table, a strong box, some copper, and some paper. Place a couple things like this, little bit of tin. Okay, now we have the machinist's workbench. This is where I can actually start building out some useful templates. Place right here. I think we can place down a little schematic like so. And then if I were to do this, lo and behold, we now have compressed sawdust. If I click this button, we write the schematic. Doink! Did it work? Yes, schematic. 1 times compressed sawdust using 8 sawdust. It tells you everything you're gonna need, which is pretty darn handy. I can use that to make any templates I want. Now we'll just plug this sucker in right here, and it's gonna automatically try to make as much compressed sawdust as it can. Like so. The real question is, why is it not... It's not actually outputting it. Oh, right, because I don't have the configuration properly set up. Hang on. Top set to orange. Out goes the compressed sawdust. Where did it go? Where? Hello? Right, there it is. Okay, it just took a while to arrive. The regular item ducts do take a, they take a while. They're pretty slow. There is a way to upgrade these, but we're not going to worry about that right now. Okay, so the compressed sawdust is automatically going to get sent to the nearest available opening, which is this steam dynamo over here that I can barely reach. But yeah, we're throwing in some charcoal. Now, I want it to evenly distribute between these. I don't want it to always go to this one steam dynamo. I want to make both of them work. For that to happen, I just need to... This is a little bit... Hang on. Okay, now I should be able to use the crescent wrench to actually determine a couple of colors on these item ducts, which do a couple of different things. As I said, it will automatically try to prioritize the nearest available open space that will accept the charcoal, right? Well, what I could do, since this is the nearest, if I don't want this particular dynamo to get anything, is change the color to be dense. and I think this treats it as if it's 1,000 blocks away. So you can actually have something that's kind of close, but still make it a low priority to be dumped. Instead, the charcoal will get dumped into this second steam dynamo over here, since that is now judged to be closer. We don't want that, though. What we're going to do is change the color here to be orange, and it's called Round Robin. And what this is going to do is try to evenly distribute between both of these dynamos as we get more and more charcoal. So, to test this out, let's see if I can get some more logs, and then from start to finish, see if it works. Okay, we are creating our planks. Nothing is building up because everything is automatically getting dumped into this chest, and the sawdust is getting kicked up over here. We should be seeing this build up. There we go. We have one compressed sawdust. It is traveling through this tube. There it is in the redstone furnace, cooking up and turning into charcoal, and it's going to get sucked immediately out. And will it get dumped into the correct steam dynamo? Yes, indeed it did, and now we're creating some steam. All right. So now, as long as I just keep throwing in frick tons of wood, I've created a sustainable power source. Sort of. Hooray! That was overly complicated. Of course, let's be honest, I never said I was going to make anything simple now, did I? By the way, you may have noticed that I went ahead and created a whole bunch of hardened strong boxes over here. Strong boxes are kind of nice. Now, if you saw the original strong box over here, or did I already upgrade it? No, that one right there. Not a lot of inventory space. It's kind of minimal. Obviously, as you upgrade it, it does increase quite a bit. One of the advantages of the strong boxes is in a multiplayer setting, you can change some security settings so that no one else can access it but you. But there's one more reason I really, really like the strong box. See this inventory right here? What I can do is take my crescent hammer, shift, right-click, doink, and it takes the strong box and everything inside of it and moves it somewhere else. So it's like carrying a whole bunch of stuff inside of the strong box at the same time. It's like having extra backpack space. But boom. All I gotta do, right click, boom, got it. And what's fun, I think, is you actually can place a strong box with items inside of it, inside of another strong box, and then doink. Hey, look, it's strong box inception, or something like that. Let's just test that. Let's pull you out. Doop. Sure enough, it still has all its items. That's pretty fun. Or at least that's my idea of fun. I have no idea if you guys think that's fun or not, but I do. Now, one thing that I kind of downplayed last video that I'm wrong, we actually do need, is going to be that induction furnace that I have been talking about before. I was thinking the induction smelter, you know, no big deal. If you want to smelt double ores and stuff, you can. It gets you slag. Who cares? We don't need it right now. Well, the induction smelter is actually good for a few different things. Namely, it also is required in order to make hardened glass, which you could say is one of the materials you're going to need for Tech 3 in thermal expansion. That is how you upgrade things from, what is it called? Hardened, well, let's just take a look at energy cells, actually. If I can type, good lord! Okay, there we go. So we go from our leadstone, then we go to hardened, then we want to go to redstone. Now, redstone requires some of that hardened glass I was talking about. We need a redstone energy frame, which is made of hardened glass, diamond, and electrum. So if we want to get to tier 3, we are going to need that induction furnace. The hardened glass here, you can see, is made out of pulverized obsidian and pulverized lead, or just a lead ingot with the pulverized obsidian. So somehow we now have to start mass-producing obsidian and then pulverize it down into dust and then smelt it to get a bit of hardened glass. How obsidian and lead interact to make a clear substance, I don't know, but that's something we need to do. So if we're going to build this sucker, then we're going to need some of those Invar ingots, more copper, another redstone reception coil machine frame, and a bucket. That's not too bad. We've worked with all of that before, and I should have plenty of ingots sitting around. Okay, place these here, and ba-boom. We now have the induction smelter. Okay, like I said, if I wanted to throw ores inside of this thing, it would create double bars and create slag. I just happen to think that the byproduct of the pulverizer is a little bit more useful because this is the only way that I currently know how to get ferrous metal to make my Invar ingots. There are ferrous ores, I think, down in the redstone level of the earth or something, but I haven't found any of those yet. I've been incredibly unlucky thus far, so I'm sticking with the pulverizer. Now, the other thing that I've heard the induction smelter is good at is getting bronze. Is that correct? No? Just take some bronze dust, which is... Really? You just take the ingots and it turns it into dust? Okay, if you say so. Yeah, no, I guess it doesn't have anything to do with bronze. All right, never mind. So, if we want to make hardened glass for Tier 3 technology, we're going to need a lot of obsidian. The problem is, I have not found any diamonds yet. At all. despite hours of playing this so far in between episodes. No diamonds at all. Never fear. There are still ways of getting obsidian. And for that, we are going to need an igneous extruder. This is a pretty fun thing. This just takes glass, piston, pneumatic servo, tin, and another machine frame. Doop, doop, and doop. Good, now we have an igneous extruder. Oh, good grief, I'm completely running out of space here, aren't I? Okay, we're gonna place it right there for now. Yeah, I really need to move into my new home. We are out of space. Anyway, okay, so the igneous extruder is a fun little thing. It can make cobblestone, regular stone, or obsidian. All you need is to fill it with some lava and some water. You know how you can kind of like take lava and water and you put them together and boom, you've got cobblestone, and that's how you create your basic cobblestone generators? Well, the igneous extruder is nice in that it actually can create the obsidian for you directly. Now, this doesn't actually require power, so I just realized I don't need to put that there. We can move it somewhere else to take up a little bit less space. What I do need is a crap ton of lava and a crap ton of water. Another cool feature is that we actually have portable tanks in this mod pack. Portable tanks will allow us to dump a whole bunch of buckets of lava into one big tank, and just like I showed you with the strong boxes and the crescent wrench, we can walk around with that portable tank carrying 8 buckets at once. It saves me a ton of inventory space and a ton of time. It's wonderful. Recipe for this thing is glass around copper, and that's it. Pretty easy. There are several different tiers to the portable tank, and the larger they are, the more they can carry. Take a portable tank surrounded by invar, and then boom, you got a hardened portable tank. I think the regular one carries like 8 buckets. The hardened carries 16. Reinforced, I think, carries 32, and resonant carries 64. Like, it keeps doubling or something like that. Let's go ahead and create a couple of these hardened portable tanks. Okay, copper in the middle, bit of glass goes here. Portable tanks. Take the invar, place it around here. Hardened tanks. And now all we need to do is go back into the bottom of our mines, find the lava, and let's fill her on up. Hey, there's some lava. Hey, maybe once I excavate out all the lava, they'll unveil some diamonds underneath or something. A man can hope. All right, we're gonna place down our portable tank like so, and then grab our bucket, and da-doop, and da-doop. There we go. We have 1,000 millibucket units, which is just one whole bucket, placed into the hardened portable tank. Da-doop, 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 da-doop. Oh, this is such a useful tool. I love it. It saves me from having to make like 20 buckets and running down here, filling up my entire inventory full of lava. And then I should be able to take my crescent wrench, shift right-click, ba-boom. Now we have a full portable tank of lava ready to go. Oh, I'm so hungry. You know, it takes a certain amount of skill to go ice skating while eating your roasted chicken. This should be like a Guinness World Record or some sort of a Olympic sport. Yeah, the figure skating chicken eating contest. Now, real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and take the liberty of filling up my portable tank by dumping this thing right here. And lo and behold, is being filled up with my buckets of water thanks to my aqueous accumulator, which I had to surround with torches so it doesn't frickin' freeze. But hey, it works. That was an easy way to get all the buckets of water I needed. Now, we could go ahead and place a whole bunch of fluid ducts and feed stuff in here, and that would work just fine. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. One thing I will do to save a little bit of time, though, is go to the configuration, set the top to be an input, and place the lava bucket right on top. Kaboom! And it should... Well, I thought it would automatically fill her up. Well, how do I change the... Can I... Aha! Now it's orange. Okay, that's what I needed. Let's go ahead and place the igneous extruder right here like so. Ba-boom. And... Input. Hey! Water's done. Okay, so I should be able to do the same thing now with the lava. Place. Crescent wrench, right-click, orange. And now we have... our lava. And it should oh, no, switch to obsidian. There we go. I don't want cobblestone. Cobblestone is worthless. Make that obsidian. Thank you. Check it out, guys. We don't need diamonds. Now, it does still use up about 1 bucket of lava for every piece of obsidian you create. So, if we're going to want to get a full, I don't know, 10, I think is the minimum you need to make a nether portal, then yeah, we need a full 10 buckets of lava inside of our portable tank. Hence, one of the reasons I wanted the hardened portable tank. Still, this is pretty fast, and is a good way to continue progressing in this mod pack without having to find those elusive diamonds. And it is certainly useful having enough obsidian to go to the nether because guess what? Near infinite lava supply. In fact, it actually might be worth going to the nether right about now. A little bit dangerous, and the thing is, I don't want to build my nether portal over here because it's too close to where I'm building my actual house, and it would wreck a lot of stuff. Let's sleep on it and think about where I'm going to place this. Okay, I have decided to make another portal altar close to what will be my eventual home, but I'm not going to show it to you yet, so don't look behind me. It's not finished yet. I don't want you to see it. It's mostly just a foundation anyway. I'm going to have to work on that over the weekend. But for this, had to take a bit of a break in order to build this altar out using some stone slabs and some quartz blocks and so on. And you can actually use micro blocks, sort of like you saw in Tekkit Classic, using one of the saws, which is a pretty useful feature if you want to have a lot of detail. A saw is made using whatever material you want to be the tip, in this case sapphires, with some sticks and stone rods, which is just a couple of stone put together. So they're really easy to make, not that hard to create the blocks, just get a little bit of extra texture and detail in your altar, and overall I think it looks more or less pretty good. Alright, let's go ahead and light this puppy, ba-boom! Yeah, now it looks sick. And let's go and hop into the nether. Okay, so this is the nether I have been spawned into, is it? Yes? Right next to lava and fire. I'll just put that out for safety. Okay. So there are still aggressive zombie pigmen who will attack you if you try to get any of the nether ores, which is still a mod in this thing, so that's pretty helpful. Wouldn't mind grabbing some of that, but alas, it's not going to be an option. Hey, look, sulfur. That's something we'll need eventually. Now, what I'm looking for, really, are going to be some nether bricks. I don't see an immediate fortress, so I don't think we can do that right now. Let's think. Nether bricks, we can tear them off of a nether fortress, yes. Alternatively, I think you can actually smelt netherrack itself and turn it into nether bricks. So let's go ahead and try getting some netherrack together. Not gonna mind that. Don't want the zombie pigman to kill me. Not strong enough yet. We'll just go ahead and grab a little bit of this. Also, well, I would say that we have an infinite lava supply. Is there actually a lava lake anywhere nearby? I see mostly just lava waterfalls, which is distinctly unhelpful. Huh. Pig iron. It's one of the few things that apparently doesn't actually have a Sphax texture. What the heck is pig iron? I don't know what that's good for. Okay, well, really, this is all that I needed. I don't need to get any glowstone quite yet, and now the way is opened, so, yeah, I think we'll just have to duck out and say goodbye to the nether, and we'll come back at another time. Most boring and anticlimactic nether trip ever! Alright, well, we have our netherrack. Can I smelt this stuff directly into bricks? Not that one, not that one, not that one. This one, hello. Coal, furnace, bricks, netherrack, and smelt. There we go, nether bricks. And the nether bricks should just go like this. There we go, nether brick blocks. Beautiful. Now, why do we care about that? Because there's another little machine that we can make, which is called the Magma Crucible, which is pretty darn helpful. Now, this thing requires a whole leadstone energy cell frame in addition to those nether bricks that we are currently smelting, machine frames, another reception coil, and some copper. So the Magma Crucible is useful for a few different reasons. One of the primary ones that we're going to be concerned about is the ability to place redstone inside of the Magma Crucible, and it will break it apart into a liquid. You can do the same sort of thing with ender pearls, which will become very valuable once we want to start making tesseracts. But in the meantime, destabilizing and liquefying the redstone is another thing that we are going to need to be able to do if we want to progress into the next tier of technology. So right there, for example, you can see that we have now created 200 millibuckets of destabilized redstone. 100 millibuckets per redstone, i.e. 10 redstone per bucket worth of destabilized redstone. There's another machine that we'll be able to use in conjunction with that, and what it'll do is it'll take empty special tubes and fill them with stabilized redstone, and that's how I'm going to create my more efficient energy conduits and so on. We're not going to go quite that far today. That's just something I wanted to set up, show you one of the reasons we want to go to the nether and get the Magma Crucible up and a-running with those nether bricks. There's actually not a whole lot more that I want to do in this video without having a full proper house, because we need to make a lot of room for proper machinery. But one thing I really do want to do before we end this, just on a fun note, is let's build up a jetpack. Now, there are several different varieties of jetpacks you can use with the Simply Jetpacks mod. They do line up very nicely with the thermal expansion mod pack. You have your leadstone, hardened, redstone, and resonant, same tier technologies that you would find in thermal expansion. You also have tuberous jetpacks, which are kind of funny because you basically just take a potato, stick some wires in it to get a little power and some string and stuff, and then wear it, and it shoots you off like a rocket. I mean, that's kind of the idea. It's just really prone to exploding. Who thought that riding around a giant spud was a good idea? I don't know. We're going to instead go for a hardened jetpack, which requires first a leadstone jetpack, which is made using a leather tunic, some leadstone thrusters, lead ingots, and a leadstone flux capacitor. Leather tunics, you know how those work. No big deal. Flux capacitors use sulfur. Oh, sulfur? So I do need to go to the nether for that. Oh, good to know. Alternatively, if you pulverize coal, one of the byproducts you can get at a 10% chance is sulfur. Or similarly, we could take that netherrack plus some soul sand, put it in the induction smelter, and have a 25% chance of getting some sulfur that way, and this one won't upset the zombie pigmen. Maybe that's a better idea. Either way, that's going to be a little bit trickier to build. We then also need a leadstone thruster, which uses a pneumatic servo, a couple of steam dynamos, some copper gears, another leadstone flux capacitor, another reception coil, and some item ducts. So we can, you know, siphon the steam and the flames and whatever else into the thruster, whatever. Then get up to a hardened. We're going to need to surround this sucker by some invar ingots with some hardened flux capacitors and thrusters, which are very similar but require better dynamos and better capacitors. For today, let's go ahead and try making the leadstone jetpack. Hi guys, I'm back. Don't mind me. I just need to grab a little bit of this soul sand and a little bit of netherrack, and I'll get out of your hair. There we go. Easy enough. Induction smelter. Take the netherrack and the soul sand and bake. I need 2 sulfur. Just 2. This is actually a way faster way to make the nether brick as well, which I didn't even realize was a thing. I should have done that sooner. Oh crap, there's actually one more thing that I totally forgot we're going to need in addition to all of this nonsense. We're going to need a way to charge up our jetpack, and that requires something called an energetic infuser. Good lord, we're doing a lot this episode. That requires another one of those leadstone energy cell frames, some machine frames, transmission coils, which is silver and redstone instead of the gold and redstone, and a couple of copper ingots. Okay, do I actually have everything I need now? I think that I might. Let's go ahead and start by making that other thing I was talking about, which requires the copper plus that, plus transmission. There we go, energetic infuser. Now we'll need to make some flux capacitors, which requires the redstone, the lead, some copper and sulfur, and boom, I want 3 of those probably. Then we need the thruster, which is the servo, dynamos, gears, coil, and item ducts as before. Doop-doop, doop-doop, and dynamos, thruster. Oh crap, I don't have a leather tunic. Gosh dang it, I need to go find some cows? Of all the things to slow me down, it's gonna be the frickin' cows? Of course it is. Well, that's a pretty dramatic hole in the cliff, isn't it? Gosh dang it, there are usually cows in the highlands and stuff. Why today of all days can I not find the frickin' coos? Oh, look at all the sheep. There's a million frickin' sheep. Oh my god, moo cows. Finally! Die, Bessie! Guys, making me run all across the frickin' planet. I am so far away from home just to get some stupid leather. Oh my god, I'm home. Nearly dead from hunger, but I made it home. All I gotta say is this dang thing, it better be frickin' worth it. Okay, place, let's say here. Here's my energetic infuser. Did I finish? Yes, flux capacitor, place. Wait, oh, how do I? Yes, it was filling up, okay. Place, fully charged capacitor, lead, jetpack! And I don't know why I use that charged capacitor, because I sort of assumed that some of that charge would translate over here, but apparently not. Good to know. Well, the good news is it charges up pretty quickly. 25,000 RF apparently is not a lot. Okay, let's go ahead and wear this puppy. So I've got a jetpack. Now I think I hit, what, F? Yes, jetpack engine enabled. Hang on. Ready? Woo! Whoa! Ooh. Okay, so it's not quite the same as permanent flight. I gotta move up and down in good parabolic motion. But it works! Hoo-wee! I wish I could say for sure how helpful this is gonna be when building my house, because I know I want to fly, but this is very unstable. I'm not really a fan. But it is better than nothing, isn't it? Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment with your suggestions, and subscribe. And I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and Tekkit. As you can already tell from the mysterious appearance of this beautiful stone brick road, I have been spending a great deal of my time over the weekend building up a proper house. More than the weekend, actually. Turns out being sick gives you a lot of extra free time. Now, I will confess that the jetpack I am currently using was not exactly the easiest tool to use to build a complex house. So, I confess I did jump into creative mode, and I figured, you know what, while I'm already in creative mode, because I wanted to be able to fly more effectively, let's go ahead and build it the proper way. And you can already tell back in the background there, we built something kind of nice. In fact, you know what, let's just go ahead and hop into creative mode right now, so that you can fully appreciate the magnamoniousness of what I have created. Is that even a word? I have no idea. But here it is, guys. This is the house that I decided to build unto myself. Kind of decided to go for a sharper roof style, at least for the bulk of the building. Almost longhouse style, and I really, really like how it turned out. Especially with the extra decoration of the windows and the logs and stuff. It adds a bit of extra texture and complexity to the surface. It's really quite good. And then this little addition right here. It's a very minor thing to add, but the fact that it's shorter than the rest of the roof adds a certain level of asymmetry, which I really like. And then, of course, we had to extend a little bit more out here, get some extra space to work with, kind of add in a workshop, room to add in additional wings to the house if I decide that I need to, and just because I thought it was a cool little touch, kind of this little opening right here, almost Roman villa style, just so I can plop in whenever I want to. Boom! Hello, welcome home, sir. Now, the big downside to a really nice house like this, and God, you gotta love that roof, it's so good. The real big downside to a house like this is 90% of it is purely aesthetic and will serve ultimately no purpose whatsoever. Which makes me sad, and maybe we can fill it out eventually. But really, I only needed this much space just to kind of get a functioning workshop up and a-running. Oh well, alas. Most of it's wasted. But it looks cool, you gotta admit, and that's one of the reasons I didn't mind hopping into creative mode to make sure I could build a really good, proper, beautiful house. And, I don't feel like that's cheating too much, because, it's mostly aesthetic anyway. One nice little feature about the location, though, is since I did decide to build out here in kind of the highlands, I happened to locate a really nice rift right here, a nice crevice right in the mountain, and I thought, oh, that's just perfect, super picturesque. You build the house on the top of a hill next to a river on one side and a crevice in a mountain on the other, and it looks super duper nice. I love how it turned out. And now if we want to, we can go down here anytime we want, go ahead and start mining out all this stuff. I haven't really touched this area much, just lit it up a little bit. Got some stairs. I didn't even want to build proper stairs with like rails and everything for safety. I figured it kind of adds a little bit more of an organic feel to it if it kind of follows the natural curvature of the crevice like so. I don't know, this is the wannabe artist in me that says, hey, we can make cool stuff even using pixelated Minecraft graphics if only we want to spend the time. And I spent the dang time because bronchitis really takes you off your feet for a long time. Anyway, we'll go ahead and turn off that creative mode and kind of pick up where we left off. So what are we gonna do today? Well, I have a few things I want to work with. Namely, I would like to get a heck of a lot more resources. And, well, I haven't had a lot of luck just going spelunking in caves and getting tons of random useful resources like uranium, diamonds, and so on. So, I think one of the best things we could do is probably do some strip mining. Really get those quarries up and a-running, you know what I mean? But in order to do that, I'm gonna need a crap load of power. So I figure one of the easiest things that we could do to get a load of power pretty early on without getting too involved, but still leaving a lot of room for expansion, would be to work with the Big Reactors mod. Get that yellow right up and a-running, turn it into some ingots, build a giant nuclear reactor of sorts, and start cranking out a load of power. Unfortunately, if I'm going to do that, then we really can't fool around anymore. I need diamonds. Not optional anymore. Need diamonds. So I suppose we could venture on down into the crevice. I mean, it's why it's here, right? See if you can find anything, but we gotta go down nice and deep. It's days like this that I really miss things like my divining rods, you know? Like this thing right here, this divining rod. How do you make that anyway? Sticks? Does it actually turn into anything? I actually have no idea how the divining rod works with Equivalent Exchange 3. Maybe we should build one and find out. Stick, 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 divining rod. WIP. Don't even know what that means. So does it work the same way? I just right-click. No. 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 Do I change mode? Jetpack? No, that's not what I meant to do. Definitely doesn't work the same way as it used to. Oh, wait. Doesn't WIP stand for work in progress? Of course it does. This is a totally useless stick. I made a useless stick toss. Screw sticks. Sticks mean nothing to me. Although, worse come to worse, if I cannot find any diamonds the good old-fashioned way, it is entirely possible I can make use of Equivalent Exchange, hi Zombu, to create diamonds out of gold. That is still a thing. Equivalent Exchange is nowhere near as powerful as it used to be. Ugh, you're loud. But you still do have a certain level of alchemy, which I can use to transmute items, and if I have no choice, then that is what I will do. I also really miss my destruction catalyst. Alas, that does not exist. What the heck is a destruction pickaxe? Unstable ingots? Oh, that's a fun thing that we're not going to get into right now. Unfortunately, it looks like this crevice doesn't lead to anything useful at all. No little caves down there that go all the way to the bottom. Which means I can either spend the next hour looking for a good cave that goes all the way down, or we can just accept the fact that we need to resort to a little bit of alchemy. Well, you guys know me. I have absolutely no objection whatsoever to just throwing in the towel and doing the things the easy way. Let's take a look at the Minium Stone, or whatever it's called. Is that it? Minium Stone from Equivalent Exchange. Work in progress. What? What? No, no, no! I need alchemy! Oh, frickin' heck, I'm not sure we can do this. I think alchemy may be ruined, not fully What the heck is that? Hello?
Hey!
No! I am warning you, get off my property. I don't like your kind. I have bad experiences. I warned you! Gosh, freaking dang, these guys are back. No! I didn't want them in this universe. I wanted them gone. Wait, maybe this is actually a good thing. Hang on. If we do want to use Equivalent Exchange, then the thing that we're going to need is Minium Dust. That is the only way to get a stone, Minium Stone, which again is a work in progress. Please, no. I think you can get Minium Dusts, though, but it requires this little thing called a calcinator. Yeah, calcinator right here, which requires some stone and some iron. And I think this is what you dump stuff into to get EMC, including dust. But the only way to get Minium Dust, I think, is to toss in diamonds or emeralds. I don't know how to find diamonds, that's the whole problem, but emeralds, if there are villagers around, maybe I can arrange a few trades. Maybe I shouldn't have killed that guy. Should have found out where his friends were first, and then killed him. Actually, what's this? Looks like he may have dropped something on the ground. Oh, it's a very convenient map. Oh, it's an even more convenient waypoint. Well, that's amazing. Okay, there it is, in all of its glory. I gotta remind myself, I am not here to conquer, or to subjugate, or to form some sort of an interdimensional empire. This is a peaceful, repeat, peaceful trading mission. Nothing else. I just need emeralds. That's about it. Hi, how you doing there, buddy? What's up? I moved up. Oh, God. Yes, hi, guys. I moved just up the street. God, you guys are loud. You guys are loud and upsetting. No, it's fine. Never heard of him. Hey, do you have anything you want to trade? Oh, of course, you want diamonds. Right, yes. You are not helpful. What about you, sir? Oh my God. Oh my God, they're so loud. They're so loud and on top of everything. This guy wants wool. Okay, I'll be back with wool. Don't you worry. There, see, I'm coming back with the wool. Okay, here, take the dang wool. Give me emeralds. Yes, please. What if these guys have anything useful? Think they would mind if I just, like, popped in and took all their stuff? Maybe I can trade it right back to them. Did these guys get stuck? Hey, I have excavated and saved you. You should be grateful. You sell miscraft pages. Well, that's interesting. You also have these beautiful lecterns and a writing desk. All things that I desire. This is a robbery. Whoa, okay. I probably should have just let him give me the stuff first, but he also was really annoying me. Quick, grab the stuff. Wait, he was the guy that sold miscraft pages and now he's dead, which means I can't get miscraft pages from him. Well, crap, I may not have thought that one through. Murdering a man for a writing desk. What have I come to? Am I the bad guy? Do you guys think that maybe I'm the bad guy? It could be. They have diamonds! Oh, this was absolutely worth the murder. All I can say is if I'm the bad guy, then I don't want to be good, because that was profitable. Yes, go forth, my undead minions. They're not my minions, but I'd like to think they were. Slaughter them all! Okay, so that sort of worked out for us. Emeralds, diamonds, writing desks and lecterns and so on. All manner of horrible magics we shall impose upon the world, but first things first, we need that... What was it called? Calcinator thing? Yes, calcinator. Iron and stone. Doop, doop, doop. Calcinator. Okay, now what do I do with this thing? So I've got the calcinator. I think all I have to do is toss something of high EMC value in here. And if you hold down the shift key, it actually shows you the EMC value. So emeralds and diamonds are exactly the same. If I toss this in here and maybe add in some sort of fuel? Possibly. Let's just go ahead and grab a little bit of coal. Is coal good enough, or do I need some sort of alchemical fuel? No, it looks like just regular coal is going to be good enough. Okay, burn an emerald. And that did indeed give me minimum dust. Yes, minimum dust. Okay, I think the next thing I need is something called an inert stone. There you are. Which is made using iron, gold, and just stone. And that's doable. Iron, and gold, inert stone, and then what? Do I just do dust, stone, and coal? That's the old recipe. It does not work that way. Hang on. I think what we actually need is some sort of an aludel, whatever the heck this thing is, which uses, again, stone and iron. And then we need, what is it called? A glass bell? See, the problem is the recipe wikis and stuff are not fully up to date with equivalent exchange, and the mod is more or less dead now, so it's not always getting updated. Information is kind of spotty. But the glass bell just uses glass. Okay, we can make those. Okay, that makes an aludel base. Then we need the glass bell and ba-boom. So if we place you, let's say, right here, and then a glass bell on top. Hey, there we go. Okay, it's functioning. Now, I think what I need is my inert stone, some dust, and some fuel, and that will create what I'm looking for? Okay, but I'm pretty sure I needed a total of 8 dusts. Or something. Hang on, let's just see. Can I do this, this, and this? Not good enough. I have heard that I need 8 dusts, so let's go ahead and smelt up the rest of these emeralds. Ugh, it pains me somewhat to see these emeralds being smelted down into just their raw alchemical compounds. But okay, if it works, it works. Aludel, I want to put in inert stone, 8 dust, and fuel. Aha! It works! Does this create the minium stone that I was looking for? Because that's basically a philosopher's stone and I can start transmuting objects. Ba-boom! Minium stone, WIP, is mine! So let's see if this works. Minium stone, gold, 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 I can make diamonds. Yes! Of course, I have to use up a lot of my gold to do it, so it's not the most cost-effective thing in the world, but we have them, which means now I actually have everything I need to make things like, I don't know, quarries, but also big reactors. So with our diamonds sorted, let's go ahead and start looking at what we need to make the big reactors, and it's going to mostly require a heck of a lot of graphite, if I recall, but we should be able to go here to big reactors. There you are, and there's a lot of stuff to look at. Specifically, I need a bunch of reactor casings, which are made using graphite bars, iron, and yellorium ingots. Yellorium ingots we should be able to just smelt. No, wait, we need to actually get dust first. So I think we need to take all of our yellorium, hello, dump it into my pulverizer, just toss this right here, and create a bunch of dusts and then smelt it. While it's working on that, let's continue looking at the recipes. So reactor casing, so graphite bars. Graphite bars, we just smelt coal. That's pretty easy. We're gonna need a lot of this stuff. Also, wouldn't mind getting like some reactor glass, which is again casings, but surrounded by just regular glass. We'll need a bunch of that. I'm gonna need a reactor controller. Now that's where I needed some diamonds. So we got a diamond, plus some yellorium, plus some redstone, and more casings. Okay. A power tap, so we can actually withdraw all of the power, which is going to require just some simple redstone and reactor casings. An access port to dump in the yellorium. That requires more reactor casings, a piston, and a chest. I'm not going to use red net right now. We might actually want to build a couple of those access ports. Not going to need a computer port or a coolant port right now. We do need control rods, though, and again, that requires some yellorium, casings, bars, and redstone. There's a lot of stuff that we need. Let's get a smelting. I did forget to mention we also need yellorium fuel rods themselves, which again is just yellorium with iron and, you guessed it, more graphite. Oh, this is slow and boring. You know, one thing I just realized is I never did show you guys the downstairs basement and how I'm powering all this stuff. So there we go. All the redstone, leadstone, energy conduits set up with more aqueous accumulators and these dynamos. You're familiar with those. But what is this nonsense? What did I make over here? I call them magmatic dynamos. Let me show you how I made those. They're actually pretty easy. Magmatic dynamos require just invar gears, which is, you know, invar around iron, plus some more ingots, plus a redstone transmission coil, plus some redstone, and that's how you get them. Now, how do these things work? They run on lava. All I have to do is pump them full of lava, and they'll create a whole bunch of power. How do I get lava, you might ask? Glad you asked. Magma crucibles. Did you know that you can smelt netherrack and it creates small amounts of lava? I know that now. Didn't know that before, but then I discovered it and I'm like, this solves a lot of my problems. Let's go ahead and turn this thing back on. And now you can see the lava is flowing into my magmatic dynamos, and they're going to start producing a heck of a lot of power. And all we have to do is just keep filling this hopper with netherrack. So I spent a little bit of time in between videos in the nether just gathering up some netherrack so we can dump it into the crucible, get a whole lot of power, and yes, this thing consumes power, but it produces far more than it consumes every time we actually smelt down the netherrack. Okay, looks like we're about finished smelting up all of that coal. Let's start smelting up the yellorium. Hello, graphite bars. So I needed a whole bunch of these things, so I don't mind making an absolute ton. Well, let's just go ahead and do this. Oh wait, did I get this wrong? Is it like this? I don't know. You're asking too much of me. Dump this in here and boom, 24 reactor casings. And we need a lot of them. Also create some glass for good measure. 16 doesn't feel like nearly enough. Much better. Okay, so we need the yellorium fuel rod. Okay, so we need at least, I don't know, 3 of these, I think is what I'm shooting for. There you go, grab a few of those things, then the controller. I already showed you all these recipes, so just assume that I did it correctly. Jeez, is it too much to ask that you just assume I know what I'm doing? Okay, that actually might be everything we need just to get us started. We have our access ports, a controller, fuel rods, glass, casings, power tap. Yeah, I think that might actually be enough just to kind of get us started. Although one thing I am going to do preemptively is start destabilizing some redstone. And I'll show you guys why in a little bit. Okay, if we have all the equipment we need, then why don't we just hop into this new building that I conveniently constructed just now? So we want to build a reactor. Well, first things first then, we need to actually lay out some sort of a foundation. We could go as small as a 3x3x3 block, but instead I think I'm going to go for a 5x5, leaving some room for expansion later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just kind of keep doing things like this. We're going to have to build our way up. So if you're not familiar, the big reactors were one of the first functional introductions of multi-block buildings into Tekkit. One of the first, of course, being the Railcraft stuff, but come on, not a lot of people played with Railcraft. Whereas this stuff, I'm already out of casings? Gosh darn it. This stuff is actually incredibly useful. The multi-block nature of big reactors really gives you a lot of flexibility as far as how you actually build this thing out. I mean, you can make something real small and compact and convenient. You can make something absolutely massive. I've seen people make reactors that are practically the size of my house out there, and they work, which is really cool. It was a really nice feature that they added into Minecraft. Okay, so I've built our reactor shell using our casings and a lot of glass. Now we need a couple of these access panels, yoink and yoink. I'm gonna change you to be an outlet mode so I don't get confused. Enderman, you're scaring me how much you keep bouncing around. I don't like it. Could you please knock it up? It really likes this reactor room, apparently. Okay, that's fine. Grab the controller, place right here. It's not done yet. We're gonna fly on up this way, and this is where I need my fuel rods. We shall place doop doop doop. Okay, and now if I fill this in with casings, we're more or less good to go. I am actually missing, oh crap, I'm missing one more thing. That is the controller. Yeah, the control rod right here. All right, let's go build one of those. I said get out of here. Okay, he saw my gun and ran away. Smart. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Ah, that scared him off, I think. Wait. Oh, God, now I'm scared. It's scaring me off. All right, control rod goes right up here on the top of the fuel rods and ba-boom. Hey, see how the texture's all connected? Now we have a functioning reactor. All I need to do is throw some fuel in this sucker and it should work. So I've hooked up this little output right here to a chest, and what should happen is I'm going to put in a bit of yellowite ingots, right like that. It's going to absorb it into our, oh, there we go, right into our fuel rods. And if we turn this thing on, we're going to see that it starts generating a crud load of power. Eventually, though, the fuel will be spent, and it's going to get dumped out of the output as cyanite, which I can refine later, but we won't get into that right now. Instead, I just wanted to dump it into this strong box, assuming that it works the way I want it to, and ba-boom. I also took the liberty of hooking up a redstone energy cell. Redstone energy cells, not really that complicated. All you have to do is take the energy frame and fill it with broken up redstone, destabilized redstone, which I actually haven't shown you guys yet, and I probably should do, but I got kind of carried away and I'm running out of time for this video, so we'll do it next time, I promise. All right, so this is what's going to store up all of our energy. We're going to go to the controller and activate the reactor. Ooh, fa-whoosh. Okay, it's getting really hot, and that sounds like a really bad thing, because if it gets too hot, you think it's going to melt down. Not quite. We should be fine. The hotter it is, the better the irradiation's going to be, the more RF we are generating. Currently 561 redstone flux per tick. We've already made 150,000 redstone flux. Not half bad. Now, the casing is getting a little hot, yes, and we are consuming 0.084 millibuckets of the yellorium ingots per tick. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this thing back off. Whoop, there we go. Deactivate the reactor. Cools right down. We can make this more efficient if I can put a really good coolant around our fuel rod. Now, this is where my destabilized redstone really comes in handy, because we're going to use that as our coolant. Yeah, you could use water, but it's practically negligible in what it does. And there are far more efficient fuels, but at least for now, this is the one that is probably the most easily attainable just by dumping some redstone in here. We were already doing that to create my energy cell anyway. So we're going to fill up a total of, I think, 8 buckets of destabilized redstone and go back to our reactor. Now, just as a reminder, we were generating a good 560 flux per tick. It was getting at about 2,000 degrees Celsius, 0.083 millibuckets per tick. So just hold that in your head as some sort of as a reference for when we are going to add this coolant, and let's see how much more efficient this makes it. Ugh. Okay, we need to break up this glass so I can dump in some buckets of redstone. It takes a while. Reactor glass, very well hardened, turns out. Okay, now we are going to place some buckets of destabilized redstone right under the ceiling. The dupe. Okay, that's one. And there we go. All 8 buckets surrounding our fuel rod so it can stay nice and cold, or at least a little bit more thermally reactive in the way we want it to. Doop-a-doop-doop-doop-a-doop-doop. Okay, big reactor is up and a-running. Once again, let's open up the controller, turn this thing on, and see what happens. It doesn't seem to update in real time quite the way I expected it to. This actually might be it, though. 400 degrees Celsius, significantly colder, but who cares? Look how much extra flux per tick we're making. Just by doing that, we literally doubled this sucker's efficiency. Now, granted, it's still using up the same amount of uranium and creating a bit of depleted cyanide, but that's completely fine. Because I already have well over 1 million redstone flux units ready to go. And all I have to do is take this crescent hammer, grab the energy cell, and walk off with it, and I can power a quarry or whatever the heck else I want. This is fantastic. Now, if we wanted to get really crazy, eventually I'll be able to teleport my power around. But we're not quite there yet. For now, this will have to do. Well, there you go, guys. One fully functional, passively cooled reactor ready to go. Eventually, we will be able to upgrade this even further. More power rods, better cooling sources. We can even turn this into an actively cooled reactor where it actually just heats up steam and sends that into a giant turbine, which will be fine, but we're not going to worry about that right now. For now, at least at this stage of the game, this is an incredible amount of power for really very little effort. I know I said we were going to try to get a quarry up and a running today, but I think we are all out of time, so I feel pretty good about the progress that was made. We used the power of alchemy to just completely sidestep the fact that I have horrible abysmal luck and couldn't find any diamonds. We made friends with the locals, and I got some form of nuclear power up and a-running. I call that a good day. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe to that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. In the last video, we manufactured this giant, beautiful monstrosity, a reactor, using my yellorium and a bit of redstone, destabilized redstone as a coolant to create an absolute metric ton of power, which you can't easily see here, but it's a lot, I promise. And we are shoving that inside of a redstone energy cell for later use. Now, I did promise I would show you guys how to make one of these things. It is an important upgrade in the next tier of thermal expansion. It contains a full 10 million redstone flux units, which, as you might imagine, is a lot. So, yeah, let me go show you how to make one of those. It's actually a bit of an involved process. It starts by making a redstone energy cell frame. Now, you may have already seen energy cell frames that we use for our leadstone and our hardened cells and so on. This one, however, is a bit more expensive. We're going to need electrum ingots, hardened glass, and a diamond. Bit of a higher entry fee. Now, the electrum you guys have already seen. For that, you just take some electrum blend and you smelt it. How do you get electrum blend? You mix together pulverized silver and gold. No big deal. Hardened glass, however, was a bit more complex. That requires taking some obsidian and pulverizing it down into an obsidian dust. Then with the obsidian dust handy, you go to your induction smelter, dump some of this in with a bit of lead, and that is going to create the hardened glass. Like so. We will take all of this nonsense, doop, diamond in the middle, electrum on the outsides, and now we have a redstone energy cell frame. But it's empty. This thing is useless by itself. We instead have to fill it with destabilized redstone. Now, I've already taken the liberty of using the magma crucible to break down a fair bit of redstone. By a fair bit, I mean like 12 buckets worth. It's not an absolute ton, but it'll do the job. We are going to take all that destabilized redstone to this beautiful liquid transposer, or fluid transposer, whatever it is, I don't know. This thing already has about 4 buckets worth, which is exactly how much we are going to need. I'm going to place the redstone energy cell frame right here. It's currently set to fill the tank of the fluid transposer, but if we reverse this, you can see right here, it's going to start taking all this redstone and shoving it up inside of that frame. Voila! We have a redstone energy cell frame full. But wait, there's still one more step before we can use this thing. we have to actually turn it into a proper battery, and for that, we'll go right here, place you in the middle, surround you a little bit with some electrum, a little bit of lead, and a redstone conductance coil, and ba-boom! A redstone energy cell is ready to go, ready to contain a whopping 10 million redstone flux units. So now I've got plenty of power. The question then becomes, what on earth am I gonna do with all of it? Well, I did say that I want to power up some quarries, because spelunking is fun and all, but it's time-consuming, it's a little bit luck-based. I'd rather have a passive mining system and get a load of resources that way. Now, granted, it's not super efficient in that it's going to give me a ton of cobblestone and dirt and things I can't use, but hey, if it gives me resources for just the cost of power and I don't have to worry about it, worth it to me. Now, the quarries you're used to come from Buildcraft. You guys remember that from Tekkit Classic? Yeah, it is indeed still a thing. Quarry. Well, now it's called BC Factory, but it's Buildcraft all the same. It has the same recipe as it always has. Iron gear, gold gears, diamond pickaxe, and redstone. Iron gears is iron around a stone gear, which is stone around wood, which is just sticks. And then you just surround it with some gold and surround it with some diamonds. It's a bit costly, so that's a total of, let's see, 8 diamonds plus 3 more for the pickaxe. 11 diamonds for every quarry you want to build. But once it's built, you pretty much never have to worry about it again. La 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 la. And we have a quarry. All right, couple that up with the redstone flux, and we are ready to go. Well, that said, I actually could use a bit of storage. What if we decided to get ourselves a new level of a strong box? We have the hardened ones. What if we go to reinforced? Well, if we wanted to reinforce, all I have to do is take a hardened strong box, surrounded by that hardened glass we were already making from the previous bit, and that'll do the job. So yeah, let's get some extra storage space. There you go, happen to have a spare one of these sitting around, and ba-boom, we have a reinforced strong box, which, as you can imagine, has even more storage space than before. Like another, what is it, 2 or 3 rows? 2 rows. Yeah. Okay, so it's an extra 50% storage space than it was before, but that adds up. Now, you might have thought that I was going to stick this quarry out in the overworld somewhere and just try to get some more diamonds, and that's not a bad idea. It's also completely unnecessary. We're going to go to the nether. Oh god, I'm under attack. Frickin' ghasts are back. Wait, I hear muskets are incredibly effective against these guys. Come here, ghasty goo. I can fly too. Aha! Boom! Yeah, that's effective as heck. What's up, ghast? You didn't hear? I can, oh god! Fireball to the face. No. I can get you. Come here. Boom! Alright, this seems as good a spot as any. Now, one of the reasons I wanted to do this in the nether is I think this is one of the few ways that I actually will be able to mine out some of the nether ores without upsetting all the zombie pigmen. Wait a minute. Is that a diamond? Oh, it totally figures that this is the place where I'm going to discover the diamonds. Any zombies that are going to get mad at me? I don't think so. Grab. Mine. Aha! I have diamonds! I found it the old-fashioned way! I may have forgotten to mention we also need landmarks to get these quarries up and running. Landmarks are pretty easy to make. It's just a redstone torch with a bit of lapis to turn it blue for some reason, because red is not a good color. Okay, I've upset the zombie pigmen somehow. I don't know what I did. Only one of them is mad at me. Well, this is gonna pose a small problem, isn't it? Have you heard of my friend? Uh-oh, the musket man. Have you known the musket man? Boom! Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. I made a mistake. I made a mistake. And that's why I don't want to provoke the zombie pigmen. Grab all this stuff, please. It was valuable. I need it. All right, where was I? Yeah, placing down landmarks. 3 should be enough, right? Right-click. Okay, that's 1 line. And then I click on the other one to dupe. Apparently I need to have a 4th. Alrighty. And boop. Okay, that is the outline for our quarry. Now we should be able to place it, I think, anywhere on this red line, and we'll be fine. Grab quarry, redstone frame. Place quarry, meow. Wow! Wow, that was loud and unexpected. It didn't actually do it where I thought it would, though. Hang on, can I pick it up with this thing? Aw, you can't pick up the quarry with the tool. That makes me sad. Okay, let's try that again. Place next to the torch. Boom. Okay, now it's the full thing. Okay. Do I need item pipes? I just realized this is not the same as thermal expansion. It probably is going to spit items all over the place, isn't it? Probably. Let's go ahead and set this thing to be an output. like so. Wait, does this not work? Oh, now that's interesting. Okay, so placing the redstone energy cell right next to the quarry doesn't do anything. But if you place a conduit between the two, it actually can convert directly from redstone flux into Minecraft joules. I don't think it works the other way around, though, if I'm remembering correctly. You cannot get redstone flux out of Minecraft joules. Even so this thing should start converting everything into a beautiful quarry. It's got a nice little laser feature. Oh, there we go. Look how fast it's gonna go. All right. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God! It didn't work! It didn't work! They're still angry! Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it! I didn't mean to do it! Ah! Die! Ah! One down! Nope! That didn't go well. Oh, lordy, I've made a horrible mistake. I thought this was a workaround, but it's not! All I can say is that mistakes were frickin' made. How the heck am I gonna get my wrench to turn this thing off? Okay, I've got my stuff. Stop, stop, stop! Okay, we have made a mess. A really big mess. And a very big pit. Okay. Well, this was a fantastic, beautiful failure. I don't have a weapon. Hang on. Weapon. Okay, and what? Little baby zombie. No! I don't like you. Okay, you know what? Turns out if we want to take things from the nether, we're just gonna have to kill everything in sight. The good old-fashioned way. The way a man does it. At the very least, we absolutely should not be doing this without some sort of buildcraft pipes, because I can't have this stuff flying all over the place. I am nothing if not clean and orderly. Let's go back and get some pipes. A ghast! There are ghasts! Line her up and boom! Ah! 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 There's little tiny things! Silverfish! Fire silverfish! No! No, I hate these things! Oh God! Oh God! You'll have to pardon my outburst. I seriously hate those things. They get all out of control and they murder your face, and they're everywhere. They never go away. Alright, for good measure. Boom. Okay, let's get out of here. Ah! Ah! He followed me! Well, he didn't make it through for very long, did he? No. You know something I just realized? What happened to all my forged micro blocks around the portal? Did it break them? I didn't even know that was a thing. Apparently you can't place blocks around the portal or it breaks everything. I learned something today. Well, actually I learned several things. Namely, don't mess... What the heck happened here? What happened to all my... Do we have a graphical bug? Because I can't see my pipes, but I know they're here, because I can't walk around. I think we may have broken the game. Yes. All of the pipes, all of the conduits are missing. Lovely. There we go. Quick little reset solves the problem. Anyway, learned a lot of things. You don't upset the zombie pigmen. Quarries are not a secret workaround. You will still upset them. You will have to fight for your life. Still, all things considered, it wasn't the worst haul in the world. I mean, it wasn't exactly good, but it wasn't the worst. Can we use the pulverizer the same way we did the macerator? Yes. How many diamonds do I get out of this thing? 5? I get 5 diamonds from that? Oh my gosh. Nether ores might just be amazing. How much dust do we get out of gold? 4. Well, I always knew you were supposed to get 4 instead of 2. Nether ores are supposed to be really good, but 5 diamonds is great. Doesn't seem like I can pulverize another sapphire ore, though. Can I bake it? Okay, so you don't get a lot of extra sapphires, you just get a lot of extra diamonds. Oh, well, I say that, and then I just get 2 sapphire ores there. Wait, do you break up sapphire ore? No, what do you do with sapphire ore? I want sapphires themselves. Place, mine. Aha, I have broken free the sapphires. Something I have decided is that I need better armor. This iron stuff is not going to be good enough. If I want to run around in the nether and mine stuff with impunity, never worrying about those stupid zombie pigmen, then we need an upgrade. Fortunately, there is a wonderful mod inside of Tekkit that will allow me to create a suit of armor the likes of which the world has never seen before. I am, of course, talking about Machine Muse's modular power suits. Because if you ever wanted to be Iron Man or Samus in Minecraft, this is the way to do it. To get started, though, we are going to need a Power Armor Tinker Table. Power Armor Tinker Table uses an emerald, electrum, one of them redstone transmission coils, which again, silver and redstone, and a machine frame. All this stuff we have already experienced in thermal expansion. So it's pretty easy to build using materials we've already got. Doop-a-doop-doo-doop, and we have a power armor tinker table. Okay, where am I gonna place this high scientific doohickey? How about right over here in the corner, yeah? I think right here in the corner. Boom! Ah, it's beautiful. It's even got like this weird floaty green orb for some reason that I don't know. All right, cool. So, in order to use this thing, we're gonna need a modular power suit item. Just little pieces of armor, which I obviously don't have yet. So, what does it take to make a power armor helmet, chest plate, leggings, and boots? Well, mainly it takes a lot of iron, and then something called wiring. Now, wiring is just silver surrounded by copper, which isn't that hard to come up with, and we're gonna need a lot of it. Just lots of iron, lots of wiring, and boom, we can get a full suit. There we go, whole bunch of wiring. Now we got ourselves a power armor suit. Kind of looks like the Master Chief's helm now, don't it? Well, we can practically play as a Master Chief. Heck, if I could program a Cortana into this thing, I wouldn't be opposed to one little bit. There we go, the chest plate, the leggings, of course. Doop, 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 doop. Do-do-do-do. Grab one of them, and the power armor boots. Wire, wire, iron, iron. Pretty easy and cheap to make. That is not what I meant to do. We also wouldn't mind having this thing called a power fist. Now, a power fist requires some iron, electrum, and wiring. Actually, if I just go over here, grab an electrum real quick, we can go ahead and make one of them too. I mean, why not, right? And then wiring, and boom. Now we have a power gauntlet of sorts. Ooh, look how good the resolution is on this thing. But now if we come over to the power armor tinker table and right-click here, hey look, it's detected all the items in my inventory. And if we click on, let's say, the boots, you can see all the different upgrades that we can program directly into our boots and customize our very own power armor suit. So for example, if we want to have iron plating, which is just heavy, but it's a very protective way of doing things, we would need a basic plating. Basic plating's not hard to make. It's just iron surrounding a tin gear, which is tin surrounding a bar of iron. Pretty easy to make. Alternatively, we could upgrade directly to diamond gear. It is lighter and harder and more protective, but more expensive. For that, we would need advanced plating, which is diamonds surrounding an invar gear. By the way, see how this stuff like interacts really well with the thermal expansion mod? I love this mod pack. It's really good. It's really solid. We could skip the plating entirely and move on to things like energy shields, which consumes power, but is very lightweight. Or perhaps a heat sink to soak up heat. Not sure why I would want that. Maybe I'm immune to fire. I don't know. That could be helpful someday. Why does energy and weight matter, though? Well, I think with the power armor suit, you have a maximum weight limit of 25 kilograms. And at that point, it becomes too heavy for your body and you start moving around really slowly all the time, which obviously we don't want to do any of that. So to make up for that, you want to power up your suit. Think Iron Man style, okay? If he doesn't have any power, he's just a statue locked inside of an iron case, right? You don't want that. You want power in order to make sure you got all the mechanical servos and whatnot, helping to make sure your suit can move nice and fluid-like. So we're gonna need a lot of energy storage. Something that consumes power might not be worth it, but if we're looking to really save out on some weight, well then maybe we do want an energy shield. I don't know. We could throw some batteries inside of our boots or our leggings or chest piece, whatever. Everything can accept a battery, but they are fairly heavy. If we wanted to do that though, let's say we wanted to make a light, low voltage capacitor. That requires some wiring, gold, paper of all things, and a bit of silver. Medium voltage requires a redstone energy conduit, which by the way works exactly the same as that redstone energy cell I showed you earlier. You make a conduit, which is hardened glass and electrum, then you take it down to the liquid transposer and fill it with destabilized redstone, and then boom, you got functional conduits. High voltage capacitors require an entire redstone energy cell frame, which again, I already showed you how that works, but you can imagine this thing carries a lot of power. It's also quite heavy. There's a lot of other really fun things you can throw onto a power armor suit, though. You can have shock absorbers, which function just like the long fall boots and portals, so you can just fall and you'll never die, or at least it negates a pretty significant portion of the fall damage. Jet boots also work. Not quite as good as a jetpack, but they're a poor man's jetpack. You can still fly around a little bit. Also, radiation shielding. Protect yourself from the pesky radiation poisoning. Must be on every piece. If we threw some basic plating on every single piece, I guess it would function just like a special hazmat suit. But if I'm going to do that, I think I would build an actual hazmat suit. The armor leggings can give you sprint resist, so you walk a lot faster or run faster, better jumping, better swimming, uphill step assist, so instead of having to jump over every one block, it just walks you right up a cliff. Kinda helpful. What else we got here? I don't care about radiation shielding. Elite batteries. Kinetic generator. Generate power with your movement. Servo motors and control circuits. What's involved in that? Let's see. A lot of glowstone, electrum, redstone, wiring. Okay. Artificial muscle? Ooh, I don't know what that does yet. Where's the servo? There you are. Pneumatic servo, solenoids, which is a lot of wiring surrounding some iron. You know what's funny is, aside from a load of diamonds, we actually do have most of the materials that I would need to build a pretty decent set. The chest piece, of course, is the most important because this is where you get to decide, do you want to have a jetpack, or a glider, or a parachute, or maybe you want to throw everything on there. I don't know. Ion thrusters for a jetpack makes a lot of sense to me, though. What's involved in an ion thruster? Force field emitters. Ooh. Plus glowstone, invar, and wiring. What makes a force field emitter? A tesseract frame? Oh, really? So in order to do this, I would need a whole frickin' load of ender pearls that I can put into a tesseract frame, which uses enderium ingots, which is pyrotheum dust and enderium blends, which is tin and shiny metal and resonant ender. Oh my gosh, that's expensive. All right, we are not going to be able to build a proper jetpack here for a little while, are we? Let's see. Active camouflage, turn yourself invisible. A magnet, attract items towards the player. That could be kind of fun. Mob repulsor. Water tank to cool myself. Cooling system, cools down heat producing modules quicker. That all sounds pretty good. Dimensional tear generator. I can be just like an Enderman and teleport around the world. That's kind of cool. Power armor, airtight seals so we can go onto other planets. That seems like it'll be useful later. Water electrolyzer to breathe underwater. Auto feeder to feed myself food automatically. Night vision. Flight control to fly better and hover. LP HUD. See what your LP network is up to. Logistics pipes? Huh. Cool. Clock. Compass so you're never lost. The power fist really gets crazy. You can get, you can put a bunch of tools onto it, so you can have like an axe, pickaxe, and shovel, and so on, and it functions just like one of your harvesting tools, which is nice and all, but most of the time people want to put on a weapon, such as a plasma cannon, or a rail gun, or a blade launcher, and so on. Like really crazy things. We would need force field emitters and HV capacitors for the plasma cannon, though. Obviously, there is a lot of stuff we need to work our way up to. I do not have anywhere near enough materials to get the really good power suits. But at the very least, I think I should be able to get a better set of armor than I currently have. Where is that Zombu? Friggin' zombies, get out of here. I don't want any Girl Scout cookies. At the very least, I think we can get some of this basic plating up and running. So let's see how this works. So we're gonna go over here to the table. I'm gonna click on my boots. Go to iron plating and install. And just like that, we now have iron plating up and running. Now what we can do is increase the plating thickness. And this gives me increasing amounts of armor. However, you can see it gets a heck of a lot heavier. So we can only really afford to have a small amount. Let's say 5 kilograms over there. And we'll put on a basic plating with another 5 kilograms over here. Something like... kind of hard to make that work perfectly, but okay. Get that going. 5 kilograms over here. And 5 more kilograms over here. So the total weight of this armor should end up being about 20 kilograms. But how does this compare then to the amount of armor right now I have? Let's see, 6 bars worth of armor. Well, I say that. It's not quite right. Hang on, do this. Oh, interesting. This actually looks amazing, but has worse armor value than just iron. So you're telling me that I need to increase this to maximum to be worth it? Well, yeah, I can do that, but then am I going to be too freaking heavy? Well, yeah, I feel like I'm moving pretty slow, don't you think? But I've got maximum armor values. Okay, I've got it set to 24 kilograms now. I can move around as normal, but the iron value is exactly the same as the iron suit. Ah, darn. All right, so in order to make this power suit really worth my time, I am going to have to start investing some diamonds. Which I can do. I just need to smelt up a load more gold. I can get at least a couple of these advanced plates. Boom. All right, let's see how this works in comparison. Interesting, you actually can install diamond and iron plating simultaneously, but I don't see a good reason to do that. So we'll salvage the iron plating back. There's a chance, I think, that you can lose the item, so it's not always a guarantee. Anyway, all right, so let's pick this back up. Oh, good. 6 kilograms is a full 6 points of armor. So for the equivalent amount of weight, we get a fair bit more protection. And by a fair bit, I mean literally double. All right, okay, yes. So now we're back up to that weight limit, but we have a lot more armor to work with. That's good. Suppose I wanted to get some sort of a weapon, though. I really want the plasma cannon, but I can't afford that. A railgun seems doable, though. That requires a high voltage capacitor and a few of those solenoids that I was looking at before, which is not hard to make. Those are easy. What about the high voltage? Another one of those redstone energy cell frames. Kind of wish I hadn't made that battery now, but yeah, I think I can build one of those. Okay, I think it was a total of 6 solenoids that I was going to need, or something like that. Hang on. Doop. Okay, 6 solenoids, 1 redstone energy cell frame ready to go. Now, if I come to this, I will load in a rail gun, an assembly which accelerates a projectile to supersonic speeds using magnetic force with a heavy recoil. Oh wait, I didn't actually make the capacitor. Hang on. Doop, doop, and now we have the high voltage capacitor. Okay, let's try that one again. I need a railgun, please. Install. And I can change the voltage. Now it's going to consume a lot more power for doing this. Railgun heat emission. I have no idea how much heat actually is reduced, or produced, sorry. Energy cost 2 kilojoules every time we fire this thing off. Okay. Now, can I charge it in the energetic infuser? The answer may have been yes. I can't really tell. Did it do anything? Maybe I need a battery first. Seems like a reasonable guess to me. We can put in an advanced battery using these medium voltage capacitors, which I did make, which are pretty easy. It's just one of those filled conduits with some more wiring kits. Okay, so if I want to increase the battery size, that's fine. However, it weighs a lot. And what's this whole IC2 tier? I'm not sure what that means. Can we fit, like, let's say, 200 kilojoules? That is 100 shots of my thing before it dies on me. Okay. Can I charge the armor? What did I put it in? The chest piece? Well, it sure looks like it's going to hold it now. Okay, yeah, we've used up almost all of our redstone flux to get 14,000, I guess, joules. Good enough for now, I suppose. Can I fire off the railgun? Well, that seems to work. Ba-boom! Okay, talk about a heavy recoil, though. Yeah, see, you right-click that thing, it shoots off a little dart, but it knocks me far back. Boom. I suppose I could use this to get some flight. Boop, boop, whoa, okay, hang on. Ah! Gotta be careful about that. If I'm not careful, I can shoot myself off into space. Ah! It's too hot! It's too hot! Aim for the water! Ah! That was a little close. Well, I really hate to give up all my flight capabilities. What about that poor man's jetpacks? Jet boots? That requires 2 ion thrusters. Yeah, but ion thrusters were really hard to make. Like, really hard to make. Tesseract frames? I mean, do you even know how many freaking ender pearls I need to get that much resonant ender? A lot! Poor man's jetpack. At that point, I might as well just build the real thing. Shockingly enough, a dimensional tear generator appears to be significantly cheaper than a jetpack. Flight? Nah, way too hard. Ripping tears in space and time? Absolutely, piece of cake. Just need a control circuit and a couple of those servo motors. Okay, see, I can do that. Probably uses up a load of power, though. Install? Okay. Heat generation, energy consumption, 20 kilojoules every time I use it? Really? Ooh, that's gonna be tough. Okay, but if we want to make this work, I need to actually bind some keys. For that to work, we have to hit the K key. There we go. And create a new key of something. How about, this symbol here? There we go, the multiply symbol, okay? And I need drag and drop modules to bind them to keys. Well, where are my modules? Well, that's kind of weird. I thought it was going to show the modules here on the left, and I just drag and hold it over by this multiply button, and that creates the key bind, but it's not showing the module. which is odd because I really thought that it would. Alright, well, maybe we're just not going to get any dimensional tear for a while. Maybe I just need to be content with what I have. Slightly better armor, maybe a little bit cheaper than diamond armor, though not quite as effective yet. And enjoy my railgun powers. Let's go kill some piggies. Alright, how you like me now, piggies? Boom! Hey, it's super effective. Oh god, I need to be careful of the overheating. 1, that is a problem. And 2, the recoil can knock me into lava. Am I gonna freaking die? Well, I may have overdone it. Man, I am dying a lot in this video. Okay, how much heat do we generate from this thing? Boom. Okay, so I see the little lava meter there on the right. Do I go down faster if I'm in the water? It doesn't seem to go down that much faster. I think that being in the nether, since it is effectively Minecraft hell and is already quite toasty down there, I don't think the air absorbs quite as much heat, so I am prone to overheating whenever I use this thing, which is going to get very annoying if that's the case. Okay, hang on, let's fire it once. Boom. Oh, yeah, see, the heat over there on the right, the far right over there, yeah, that thing over there, yeah, that heat's not going down, like, at all. Which means that even with all this magnanimous power and a railgun on my frickin' arm, we still can't kill the piggies! Maybe if we had the right cooling module, we could still make this thing work. What did we need? It's like a heat sink or something. Thick layer of plating to soak up heat. Requires some of that basic plating we had earlier. Probably is pretty heavy, though. Wasn't there, like, some sort of a cooling module or something? Cooling system. Cools down heat-producing modules quicker. Also the water tank. Store water which can later be used to cool yourself in emergency situations. The cooling system requires Eyes of Ender. Gosh dang it, it's like this game really wants me to go and kill Enderman. Well, I will be the first to admit that this video did not go quite the way that I thought it was going to. But at the very least, let's go ahead and hook up a quarry. Wow, god, that's loud. In the overworld. Set up the redstone energy cell, add in a conduit, boom. Okay, well, one way or another, I'm going to get my dang resources. I swear that I will. Let's get myself one of them pipe things. Goes here, here, and then chest. Will this work? Gosh, I hope it works. Ah, raw, passive, destructive, earth-destroying potential. I love it. And all these pipes are going to give me all sorts of junk. Unfortunately, I don't have equivalent exchange to actually turn that all into something useful. Or maybe I do, actually. I don't know. The minium stone with one of those schematic blueprints I showed you before, that might be able to create something. I'm not too sure. This thing sucks up a lot of frickin' power, though. Look at that. Jeez. Good thing I have an incredibly powerful nuclear reactor to fuel this hungry, hungry beast. It's mesmerizing, isn't it? It doesn't have any of the surgical elegance of the divining rod and destruction catalyst that I had in the Tekkit Classic mod pack. Still, it is pretty quick at devouring a load of resources. It's just the problem with quarries is that, well, what if I just get nothing but junk? Case in point, I have used over 1 million RF units and now I'm freaking out of power and it's about to, yep, now just comes to a stop right then. I've used up a load of power and all I get for my effort is 14 coal, a little flint and Certus quartz, and a crap load of cobblestone and dirt that I can't use. Quarries, man, they're just not that great, in my opinion. It's one way to use all the excess power if I don't know what to do with it, but yeah. Now, if it had discovered a cave network and I had the power of flight, maybe that'd be a way of getting down to the underworld a lot faster, I don't know. But as things currently stand, not thrilled about that. So, we need to find other ways of developing lots and lots of resources, and we need to upgrade this darn power suit so that I can go into the frickin' nether and beat up all the pigs. We'll do that in a later video. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. Hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more. Tekkit. The quarry is done. It took a while, and consumed a few million more redstone flux, but we did manage to get all the way down to the very, very bottom. You can see I've already gone through here and created a whole load of cobblestone stairs because, well, if my eyes don't deceive me, that right down there, and my eyes don't deceive me, I've already verified this, that right down there is a mine shaft. Remember how I said that this quarry probably wouldn't be all that useful unless it opened up a cave network? Even better is a series of mine shafts, and there are actually quite a few. We got a few things out of this, by the way, not too bad. A little bit of Peridot, some quantum stuff, more Certus quartz, which we will want to switch over to the Applied Energistics mod at some point in the near future. Maybe even today. I haven't really decided yet. But for now, let's go down into this little mine shaft and see if we can find something cool. By the way, I did install an upgrade for my power tool that allows me to mine stuff, which is obviously very convenient. And that's not the only thing that I upgraded in this power suit. You may notice that I move slightly faster than before. I can also jump slightly higher than before. I installed a couple of upgrades in the legs, which were actually really easy to make. I just needed a whole bunch of those servo motors, which aren't that hard to make since you've already seen the recipe and all that. I also installed a module that allows me to generate a small amount of power as I walk around, which I figure, since I'm consuming power by walking around faster using those servos, now it actually sort of pays for itself a little bit because I'm generating power as I walk around, which is great. Pew! It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Wah-boo! I love this thing. You actually can see that we exposed a lot of mine shafts. Like, this was like the junction, apparently, for a whole bunch of this stuff. Ooh. Oil, lovely. My question is, maybe we should start at the very lowest one, you know? Just for kicks and giggles. Darn it, get over here. Die, thank you. Maybe we should start at the very lowest one, because I feel like that has the highest likelihood of detecting some diamonds or something along those lines. There's actually a lot of stuff down here I probably should mine, but meh. You guys don't want to see that, right? Probably. I mean, maybe that is the sort of thing you'd like to see, I don't know. If so, I would have to question why on earth that is your priority. Are these poison spiders? They are. Gosh dang it. Okay, well, armor does not protect against poison. For those who might have questioned, now you know. See, I find out these things so that you don't have to learn the hard way. I'm providing a service. Be very, very quiet. There's an Endy. Gotta shoot the Endy! Did I get him? Definitely not dead. That's disappointing. Oh my gosh, look at all this yellowite. Guys, this is gonna keep us in business for like hours at least. So much power in every single one of those. It's a great deal. Oh gosh, I seem to have unleashed a flood of oil. Oink, oink. There we go. Why did I oink like a pig? I meant to say doink, but instead I said oink. Quite the bounty down here to be sure. Hello, creeper. Pew! What is this? We find bread, safari nets, coal. All these things can be useful, I suppose. What is that, an emerald? Hey, actual emerald ores. What do you know? Wow, this just keeps going deeper, doesn't it? Okay, we are officially in diamond territory. If they wish to be so kind unto me. Nope, not gonna be kind. Darn it. I keep hearing a lot of fire around me, and I'm not sure where that's coming from. Is it this lava flow? Was the lava flow burning something up? It's possible. Open sesame! I'm like Moses, parting the lava. I wish I could do that. That'd be amazing. Not seeing much. Oh, look, another chest. A division sigil! Oh, yes. Yes! Okay, this is actually incredibly useful. Now I know what we're doing for this episode. We are going to create an incredible mob spawner, and that is how I am going to get all of the ender pearls that I need to upgrade my power suit. Seems like everywhere I go, I'm creating more of an ecological disaster with this freaking oil. What's up here? Oh, no! Indiana Jones oil! Okay, can I see where I am and what's going on? There's water that away. Can I make it? Probably. Here we go. Ow, 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 ow. I actually can't get up. I can't get up fast enough because I keep taking too much damage. Well, that's awkward. Hang on. Maybe I can find a way to dig around. Well, I emerged from the flames victorious. And caught in spider webs, because of course. Huh. So, where the heck am I now? Is a good question. I am 100% lost now. But that's okay. We like going on silly adventures. Oh god, even more oil on fire. What the heck happened in this place? I don't think I'm actually taking any damage. I mean, I should die from, like, asphyxiation, but... Oh, okay, that's lava. Nope, 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 no, please, no, please, no, please, no, 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 no! Can I put it out or something? Because, oh my god, that was so close! The freaking fire nearly pushed me into the lava! Ingenious. It's evolving. Okay, there's obviously a heck of a lot more that I need to grab in these tunnels, but, yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to bore you with all that, unless there's something especially fascinating that I find. Really, we just want to get out there and start getting ready to make our mob spawner. I feel like I'm bouncing around like a baby bunny. Pew, 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 pew. Man, you know what would be nice is having flight right about now. Alright, so if we've got our division sigil, then we need a couple of things. First off, the division sigil in its current state is not active. If we want to do anything with it, we're going to have to, well, do some sort of a special activation ritual. And for that, I need an enchanting table. I actually don't even remember how you make those things. This is like basic Minecraft right now. Obsidian, diamond, and a book. Books are made with paper and leather. Alright. What do you know? I have just enough paper to make this work. Alright, let's see. Paper, leather, book. Book goes here. Then a couple of those obsidians with diamonds, and boom, now we have an enchanting table. I'm going to temporarily store the enchantment table next to all these books just in case this comes in handy. Alright, let's see. So, if I take the division sigil and shift right-click at the enchantment table, activation ritual does not have a redstone circle, cannot see the moon, lacks sufficient natural earth, cannot be lit by outside sources, and a sacrifice must be made at midnight. This is all completely doable, especially if I can round up some sort of cow or, heck, even a villager. I don't really care. I'm not picky what I sacrifice. But what we do need is going to be some sort of tool with silk touch, because this division sigil is going to create a very useful resource on the ground that can only be obtained and used if we have silk touch. So I need to get myself some sort of a tool that I am prepared to enchant. Sapphire shovel should do just fine. How do I know which one is silk touch again? Is there a way to know, or is it always just a guess? I really can't remember. Oh, good grief, I can't remember. I think it's frickin' random. Alright, let's put on the sapphire shovel. Let's try for the... Do I dare try for the 16 leveler? Let's try for 9. We get efficiency and unbreaking. Darn it. Maybe you only have a chance with the higher level enchantments, I'm not too sure. Had to go down to the mine a lot of stuff, kill a lot of mobs, get more XP. Let's try for the 16er. We get Silk Touch 1. There we go. Right, so this next part is going to be a little bit tricky. I'm going to need myself a good 8 redstone. I'm going to need to get that enchantment table back. And I'm going to need some sort of a mob. A safari net would probably do the job just fine, but if I can make like a lasso or something... we have golden lassos, which is ender pearls, golden nuggets, and string. I don't have any of that nonsense. Well, if I can't use any lassos and just harness these guys around, what about the safari net? Boom! Aha! I have captured a cow and stuffed it inside of a bag. Physics, man. It is completely optional. Alright, we're gonna surround this sucker with some redstone. So now if I right-click, we have a redstone circle. We're on dirt, we can see the moon, sufficient natural earth, it cannot be lit by outside sources, so it has to be nighttime, and we have to make a sacrifice at midnight. So now, we wait. And wait, and wait, and wait. And here come the mobs. Not to worry, this will be the least of my problems in just a little bit. A fence should ensure that this moo cow doesn't get to escape. We're just waiting for midnight. Does that look like about midnight to you? Kinda looks like midnight to me. Nope, still too early. Almost there. Wait for the moon to get right above me. Ah! Hey, the division sigil is glowing. That must be it. Okay, place down cow. Kill cow. Die, 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 die. Oh, it worked! Okay, wait, no, crap, where's my... I need my... no! Yeah, falling down a cliff is about the worst thing that could possibly have happened just now. My gosh. Okay, screw the mobs. I need to just quickly dig up... Could you please? I need to dig up the cursed earth. There's cursed earth everywhere. I need it. Give it to me. Not making this easy, are ya? Nope, that was bad. Okay, nope, but I still need... Don't blow up the cursed earth, I need it. Just need a few. Just a few pieces. I'm not asking for much, come on. Oh gosh, the sun's coming up soon. Sun's coming up soon. That's not good. Maybe all I can get, I don't know. I'm trying so hard to survive this, but I freaking can't. No, no. Give me a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Woo, okay, thank you for blowing me away. No. Want it? Dang it. Crap, it's all starting to burn away in the day. No, wait, this is fine. I just needed a few pieces. Ow, ow, ow. Hang on, it's not all gone yet. The sun burns away the cursed earth, which is why you need to get it as quick as you freaking can in that moment. I barely got here in time. I think I should be able to grab a few pieces. This is actually way safer. Why didn't I just wait for day to come, and I could just grab a handful of pieces and that would have been fine? That's what I should have done. Didn't think of it. Well, that was a fun little adventure. How much did I actually walk away with? 22. You know what? I would actually say that that's not so bad. That is not that bad. Where's the rest of my power armor? Did it fall down the cliff? Where'd it go? Sure enough, down the cliff it went. There's the jetpack, there's the boots, torches. Well, what the heck happened to my helm? Still want that helmet back. Probably got blown up by a creeper or something. Knowing my luck. Anything? Did it just get blown off into space? It's not like it's that hard to remake them, it's just a little costly. And irritating. I think that's what happened, though. I think it may have even caught on fire. Oh, that would actually make sense. Maybe it caught on fire in the cursed earth and automatically destroyed the item. Oof. Very unfortunate. Fortunately, I didn't have a whole lot invested in that helm anyway. Okay, now we're back up and running. 22 cursed earth. Now, what on earth am I going to do with this? Well, if you didn't figure it out already, cursed earth spawns mobs very, very quickly. It does not care if the player is nearby. It does not care for conventional Minecraft spawn rates. It just pumps out all the mobs, which makes it incredibly convenient if you are looking to kill all of said mobs. And of course, that is exactly what I am interested in. There are many ways to kill mobs and to create mob spawners. The one that I am going to go for today makes use of the Mine Factory Reloaded mod with the grinder tool. Let's see, there you are, Mine Factory Reloaded. The grinder does exactly what you think it does. In a 5x5 area in front of it, it just grinds up all mobs and spits out their essence and their items. I'm hoping this will end up including the ender pearls. To build this thing, though, we are going to need some tin gears, machine frames, reception coils, books for some reason, a sword made of invar, but then something else called plastic sheets. Plastic sheets are made from raw plastic. Raw plastic is made from a smelted rubber bar. Rubber bars are made from smelted raw rubber. Where the heck am I supposed to find raw rubber? Probably from rubber trees. Now, I could be completely wrong, but I don't think that the rubber trees spawn in the swamp biomes anymore. Oh no, I'm totally wrong. I am absolutely 100% wrong. Oh, okay. Well then, let's just go ahead and grab some rubber wood. Should automatically dispense some of the rubber, but worst come to worse, I can throw this extra rubber wood inside of the sawmill that I already created, and that will make extra rubber for me. Like so. Rubber wood goes into the sawmill, and creates jungle wood planks. That's not what I thought. Maybe it's a byproduct? I could be completely wrong, but I thought for sure that rubber could come out of a sawmill if done properly. Apparently not. Huh. Just jungle wood. Are we sure about that? I was halfway certain. Yeah, there we go. It's a 50% chance. Oh, wait. Is it getting... Oh, it's accidentally getting dumped into my cyclic assembler. Oh, that's not what I intended. Well, it's fine. While we're waiting, how are my power reserves doing? Just freaking fine. Yep, the magma crucible wins again. Okay, looks to me like we got plenty of rubber bars going on there. Let's go ahead and stop with that. Let's cook those rubber bars up and see if we can get ourselves a bit of raw plastic. Like so. Perfect. Okay, invar sword right there. Couple of plastic sheets. It's actually way more than I needed. So it was what? Was it plastic, Invar sword, tin gears, machine frame, coil, and then 2 books? There we go. We have a grinder. All right. Let's go build some sort of a small enclosed room that these guys can't escape from. Actually, I think that there's also something in the extra utilities mod called dark glass. There it is. How do you make that? Blackout curtains, glass, and ink. Huh. How do you make blackout curtains? Just a lot of wool? I probably could arrange that. So the cool thing about dark glass is it functions like glass in that I can see into a room, but it doesn't allow any light through, which means we can have a chamber full of dark glass, and it'll be considered a dark room like a cave or something, and with the cursed earth in there, it will spawn mobs just fine, but I can see everything that's going on. Can't say it's an incredibly high priority, but it would be nice to know what's happening. Fortunately, wool is not all that difficult to come by. Okay, let's see. Glass... No, wait. Starting with the wool. Blackout curtains. 12 of them. You can place these, and they function kind of like a wall that you can walk through, but again, they black out an area, so you have no light that passes through. Let's see. Glass, and then ink. No? Do you need a special kind of glass, and I'm wrong on that point? Thickened glass. Oh, you do need that. Okay, how do you make that? You smelt down sandy glass, which is glass plus sand? Oh, this is just silly. Okay, we have sandy glass. 2 of it. It's not amazing. Dump it into the furnace, and that should give me the thickened glass I'm looking for, yeah? There it is. Okay, and then with the thickened glass, we can try this whole thing again. Let's do a couple of blackout curtains, a couple of ink, and that's 2 dark glass. 2 each, sorry. 4 dark glass in total. It's not much, but it's worth a window, I guess. Okay, I don't think that I've actually worked with a mine factory in a very, very long time, so I might not remember how this all goes together. But if I have a dark little room like this, and I place the grinder, say, there... How do I configure this? Idle work energy, yes. So it needs power. What does the tap go to? I can't recall. Where does the like mob essence and stuff come out? From the bottom? Could be from the bottom, but I don't remember for sure. Well, either way, for now, let's see if I can place down my leftover energy cell from the quarry right here. And then a conduit here. And that does indeed give it energy, so that's solved. It's not idle. So, where do the items come out? It may very well be that it drops the essence below and this needs like a chest or something. We'll try to get this set up. Hang on. Well, I have no idea if this is going to work the way I hope it does. I'm hoping that the mob essence will come out of here and go into a portable tank. The items will get dumped into a chest, and that might be it. So, it's time to start placing down our cursed earth. Here's hoping the mobs don't spawn too quickly right now. Do-do-do, do-do-do, da-do, and da-do. We need to take away this torch. Ah! Okay, I seem to have accidentally burned something. Not sure how I did that. It damaged me. Forget that torch. Torch isn't worth it. Okay. Place here. Whoop. Okay. Well, it's definitely spawning. Hey, it died. Okay, this is a good sign. Hang on. Glass, glass. Now it's super duper dark in there. I see only a single spider. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay, hang on. It's doing something. It's doing something. Where's my conduit? There you are. Redstone conduit. Boom. Okay, now it's got plenty of power. It is indeed dropping the items here, and we are gaining this lovely little thing called liquid experience into our hardened portable tank, which I can always just replace with another tank later. Yeah, okay, it's working. It's Hi, you're about to die. See? Told you you were gonna die. Okay, anyway, we're getting all the liquid experience. We're getting our items. Now I just have to hope that eventually this is able to spawn Endermen. I actually don't know for sure if it can or can't. I'd love to see some sort of verification of that right about now. The room's tall enough, right? They're pretty tall guys. I think it might work. Well, worst come to worst, we have a source of experience and mob essence and items if for whatever reason I need that. I just don't know if I can get any Enderman. Hey, look, an Enderman spawned. Okay, it does work. It's just gonna take a very, very long time. Of course, this one didn't drop any ender pearls. Why would he? That would be far too convenient. Okay, so if I wanted to sit around here for the next... You just know you're gonna die and you're looking at me all sad. Aw, goodbye. If I wanted to sit around here for, I don't know, hours and wait to get some ender pearls, that would certainly be an option. This is one very nice way of generating plenty of mob essence, which I will need later. Lots of items and those ender pearls. Problem is, I'm a little on the, shall we say, impatient side. And I really am trying to generate ender pearls legitimately without using alchemy, but that's gonna take way too long. I think it is high time that we just accept that I'm a scumbag, get the minium stone out, grab, I don't know, I think it's some iron, is it? I think it's iron. Go minium stone, and then do-doop, ender pearls! I know, I made a big deal about never getting enough ender pearls. Okay, obviously I lied. It is easy to get ender pearls using equivalent exchange. But I wanted to do it legitimately and with a clever method. I already feel like I used this up getting diamonds. You know? One-trick pony and all that. But it's just so much more effective. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna remove this hardened portable tank full of redstone flux. And I'll just dump it here for now, I don't really care. We're gonna place a new tank on top and... let's start destabilizing the ender pearls into resonant ender. Yeah, that's not too bad. Seems like you get 1 bucket of resonant ender for every 4 ender pearls. And since I got plenty of iron to work with, I mean, this shouldn't be too hard for me to do. We can get plenty of resonant ender at this stage. The problem is, if I want to start upgrading the next tier of thermal expansion and build tesseracts, we're gonna need a lot of stuff. We're gonna need enderium ingots, which is made by smelting in the induction smelter, pyrotheum dust, and enderium blend. Enderium blend is the pulverized shiny metal, which comes from nether platinum ores. No, there's gotta be a different way of getting that. Ferrous ore. Ah, yes. If we can find that ferrous ore and pulverize it, there's a 10% chance of getting shiny metal. It's not a very good chance, is it? Much better to find the platinum. Where the heck am I gonna find that? Well, fortunately it doesn't have the right Sphax texture, so I don't know, maybe we can find that in the nether. But that's what we would need. And if I can get also some pyrotheum, which is manufactured by pulverizing coal using sulfur, redstone, and blaze powder. Blaze powder, of course, requires that we go and find some blazes, which, as of right now, I don't even know where a nether fortress would be. So we're still a little ways away from being able to create the tesseracts that I need to, 1, get the jetpack up and a-running for my armor, and 2, upgrade to a much, much better way of transferring power and items all over the darn base. Tesseracts are amazing, but we're not quite there yet. We're very close, but I need to go spend some time in the nether and find that darn platinum and blaze rods. God save me. It is going to be very difficult to survive out there with armor that doesn't fly. Thank y'all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask you to hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, hit that notify bell, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. In the last video, we spent a good amount of time putting together a mob grinder so that I could get unlimited ender pearls. And it's true, it is unlimited, theoretically. However, it's going to take for freaking ever. Currently, I only have 12, and this has been running for hours. Why is there dirt? I don't know why there's dirt. Yeah, hours and hours, only 12. Alchemy is so much better, but at least we can say we got something legitimately. Speaking of legitimate, I did spend a few hours down in that mine shaft I had shown you guys before. Turns out that place is freaking massive. That mine shaft connects like 3 separate crevices together, and there's a whole load of stuff down there. I did, in fact, find diamonds not once, but twice, legitimately. So I feel like a little bit less of a scumlord now. I also found ferrous ore down there, and it turns out that stuff's pretty darn hard to get. It is not a very common material. That is one way that we could get the shiny dust that we are looking for to form our enderium ingots and eventually get this stupid ion jetpack in my power suit. We could do that. It's only like a 10% chance if we take the ferrous ore, and smelt it down. Pulverize. Whatever. Words are difficult today. That is one way we could do things, but I don't think it is actually the most effective. One alternative, of course, is to go into the nether. If we go into the nether, we can find some platinum ore and smelt that directly into a shiny ingot bar. There's a couple of problems with going to the nether. One, it is not very common to find at all. Case in point, I actually did go into creative mode and kind of flew around out there for a little while with the intention of just finding out, like, how common is the spawn rate? Because I wanted to find out what I should do for this video. I wanted to strategize and say, what should I spend my time on? Looking for platinum? Is that a good idea or a no? You can find it. It's definitely there. It's just not very common at all. I spent probably a good 30 minutes flying around the nether and maybe found a total of 3. So it can be done. It's just difficult. There's another problem, of course, with being in the nether with this power suit. Notice as I'm running around and generating heat, oh good, it's not actually dissipating the heat at all. So a power suit in the nether currently is death, and we probably don't want to do that. But at the same time, I cannot deny that we have to go to the nether because there's one more crucial ingredient that we need, and that is called pyrotheum dust. Pyrotheum dust is made using blaze powder, which means I have to find a nether fortress and get some blazes dead. Now, that's another thing I had scouted around for a while, that one legitimately, and it just took forever and I died a couple of times. Yeah, there is a nether fortress. I found one after about 3 hours of searching. It's really far away, but we can get there. But, of course, killing blazes, especially without my power armor, is going to be just a little bit dangerous. So I did get myself some diamond armor just so we can go in there today. But that's not my top priority. Top priority, first and foremost, is going to be getting either the shiny metal dust via platinum, or we need to find a more effective way of smelting our ferrous so that we can get shiny metal. There is something we can do. 2 things we can do, actually. The first is actually fairly straightforward. All I'm going to do is grab one of my spare pickaxes, and we're going to enchant this thing with Silk Touch. Okay, there we go. Peridot pickaxe with Silk Touch 1. Now, we need to find redstone down in the mines. Aha! There we go. All right, so I just need to mine myself a little bit of this redstone. Nice and easy. How much can we get? A good amount? Not an amazing amount, but it's something. Come here. There we go. Okay, now we need to head back. Okay, what we're doing now is we're pulverizing our redstone ore, trying to get this byproduct called cinnabar. We've gotten one so far. I think it's like a 25% chance of getting this, or something along those lines. This is really, really useful stuff, though, and we want a lot of it. Only one. Well, it's not the best I've ever seen, but okay. What we're going to do is we're going to dump the cinnabar, plus, I think it's ferrous ingots? 1, 2, 3. Yep, right here in the induction smelter. And kind of, well, maybe not. Wait, hang on. I thought this is the way it worked. Maybe I've got the wrong metal. Shiny ingots. Oh, I'm sorry, not the ferrous bars, the ferrous ore itself, of course. And that is why you do not want to smelt down or pulverize your ferrous ore. If you can find it, you want to keep it whole and then use the cinnabar. Because what it's going to do is mix the two together, and we're going to get a shiny metal ingot. What? No, wait, hang on. There it is, okay. Woo! Had about a heart attack right there. It's supposed to be a 100% chance. 100% chance of getting a shiny ingot. You just need to have a lot of cinnabar, which means you need to have a lot of redstone ore using a Silk Touch pickaxe to make that work. It's a very viable method. It's probably the method I should be using. But for the sake of the video, for the sake of the content, we are going to go a slightly more complex route. And the route I have in mind involves using a laser drill at the very bottom of that mine shaft I created using the quarry. Now, a laser drill is a very powerful tool that requires an absolute metric ton of power to make it work. Let's see what's involved in making that. Laser drill from Mine Factory Reloaded, right there. This thing requires some glowstone illuminators, diamonds, hardened glass, redstone reception coils, and plastic sheets. Most of that's nothing new except for the glowstone itself. For that, we need an illuminator flame and energized glowstone. So that's hardened glass plus silver nuggets plus some redstone. So let's go ahead and create those silver nuggets. Do-do. Couple of those. And we have our frames. So we need to fill this up with that glowstone. And I imagine it works exactly the same way as everything else that our magma crucible can break down. We're just going to need some glowstone. Fortunately, I already have some. Just place a new tank right down here. Toss in some of that glowstone dust. You can put in glowstone blocks as well, I think, and that would be fine, but we're not going to bother with that. So how much are we creating? Looks like about 250 millibuckets for every piece of glowstone dust. And interestingly enough, this does not actually fill up from the bottom up like it normally does. It just starts off full and transparent and is gradually filling in. That's a little bit weird, isn't it? I think so. Alright, this seems good enough for now. Let's go ahead and grab some of that. We're going to go down to the fluid transposer right here. Place in our illuminator frames, or wait. We need, right, first put in the fluid, change to an output, there we go, grab that, thank you. And then, if I put in the tanks, and fill her on up, there we go, glowstone illuminators. Okay, so we've crafted up our laser drill. Now, by itself, this is not going to do a lot. It needs a pre-charger to be effective. The pre-charger is going to be a little bit more complicated. We're going to need more of these glowstone illuminators, more diamonds, coils, hardened glass, plastic sheets. But then there's some little thing here called pink slime balls. That is going to be the trickiest thing for us to craft. It's not impossible, though. All we need to do is get into the business of ranching. And I mean mass-producing all sorts of animals, pumping them full of growth hormones, and then grinding them down into pink slime. Mystery meat, if you will. That is how we will get our pink slime balls. To make life a little bit easier, though, I'm going to wish that I had a special safari net that can be reused. Looks like a Pokeball for some reason. Not sure why. This thing is made using ender pearls and a gas tier. Now, fortunately, in the time that I've been in the Nether, we have indeed gotten some of those gas tiers. There's a couple right here. That'll do. And then I just need my ender pearls that I've been generating. And voila, we have a couple of reusable safari nets. These are great. Not only do we need them to make auto-spawners work, but I don't have to worry about, like, catching one cow and then losing the safari net forever. We can just keep hunting for the darn things. Let's go find some innocent livestock to kill. Aha! There's a cow in the corner of this cliff, and he sees me coming. Moo cow, I choose you! Okay, now that we have our animals inside of their pens, we need to breed these suckers. There's a special tool in Mine Factory Reloaded called a breeder. Where the heck? They're getting out! Wait, no, crap, grab the pigs. No, there we go. Okay, we'll come back to them later. Breeder. That requires a golden apple, a couple of golden carrots, a machine frame, some reception coils, and something purple. It could be either a purple stained dye or a purple stained sapling, I don't know, plus some plastic sheets. Now, golden carrots and apples, not as hard to come by as they sound. You just break up a gold bar, surround the nuggets around a carrot, or whatever it's going to be, and you'll be just fine. Okay, just, like so. There we go. One breeder ready to go. Now, all we have to do is power this sucker up, and it's going to automatically feed all of the animals, which encourages them to mate and create all manner of babies. You gotta love how this fax texture has like a little heart on here. Like, they know what's going on. They know. All right, let's go ahead and dump our pigs back in. And then, somehow, I need to get this sucker powered. And now we have plenty of redstone energy ready to go. And I've created a little basement down here, so what we'll probably do is get a battery and then just hook up a few conduits. And that's going to keep this place powered up. Something kind of like this. Okay, now if we get up here, come on. Ladders are sometimes my bane in Minecraft, and I'm not even kidding, and I don't know why. All right, there we go. So we have plenty of power. What we don't have is a lot of food. I'm going to go grab some grain. Here we go. Place a bit of wheat inside of the breeder, and any second now, we should see this thing start encouraging them all to mate. Yes? No? Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, and baby comes where? Baby? There it is! You can't see it, but there's a tiny little baby hiding under its mama. We're gonna eat you next. Now, the next thing we want to do to automate this process is come up with a block that will move the babies out into a separate pen automatically. What is that called? I can't quite recall. No, not quite that. No. It's here somewhere. Chronotyper! That's what I'm looking for. Kind of a weird name, ain't it? For something that just moves one thing to another place, but alright. To make these, we need, emeralds. That's not the cheapest thing in the world, but okay, we can still make that. We're actually going to need a couple of these in order to make this all work. So let's grab 2 chronotypers, and then we're going to place those in between the cages. Hang on, right up over here. If I can jump over this. Nope, can't quite jump over that. Hang on. Watch it, piggies. All right, coming through. Grab the chronotyper. We're going to place it right over here. I think that worked. Okay, then we're going to place another one in the other pen, coming this way, right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to suck the babies out of this pen into this one, where they will be free to grow to adulthood, at which point they will be promptly sucked out into the final pen for slaughtering. First, we got to set these things up, though. Let's see. Moving babies, yes. Okay. So it should be on as they're creating them. Why aren't you working? Not supposed to be idle. It's a 5x5 area. Are you facing the wrong direction? Is that the problem? Might be the problem. Hang on. Let's try that again. Yoink. Chronotyper. Place here. Hey, there we go. It sucked the baby through. All right. Next tool that we need is called, very appropriately, the Slaughterhouse, which is made using Invar swords and axes and gears, which is just a horrifying thing to imagine, and a couple more plastic sheets, machine frame, redstone coil. And all of this is easy enough to come up with. Just need these sticks to make the swords. Okay, let's see. With swords on top, axes on the bottom, coil, machine frame, gear, plastic. Boom! Slaughterhouse! Okay, so we got this thing all hooked up. So if I throw in an adult cow, it should kill it. There we go. Dead cow. You know, I just realized that pigs can only be bred using carrots. So there we go. Let's go ahead and dump some of those in, and that should solve the problem. Yes! Boy pig meets girl pig. They look at each other longingly. Is that pig stuck? Hello? All right, come on. Get a move on, piggy. There we go. There's a little baby pig. See, they just need a little bit of tender, loving care and prodding from a human. Cattle prodding, preferably. All right, anyway. So now we have a fully set up slaughterhouse. So these guys will breed, they'll raise up to adulthood, and then they'll get dumped into the pen, where we will kill them all. The question then becomes, what do we want to do with the meat that is generating down here? This little guy, kind of pink slime style. Well, to start off, let's go ahead and get ourselves a tank, and we'll start dumping it in some storage. There we go. We got a hardened tank, and it is filling with meat. Lovely. The problem is, it takes a very long time for these stupid babies to grow up. So the question then becomes, how can we speed this along? And there are ways. Namely in the form of growth hormones. All we should have to do is get ourselves some sort of a growth syringe from Mine Factory Reloaded, which requires a golden carrot and an empty syringe. An empty syringe is plastic sheets, rubber bar, and iron ingots. Now, all I should have to do is find one of these little guys and give him a prick. You seem like a good volunteer. Yoink! Adult cow! Get sucked away! Any second now. Yoink! And get eaten. Hey! That speeds the process up a tiny little bit. Of course, it does require a whole golden carrot every single time, so it may not be really worth it, but even so, we could automate that process of injecting these guys with growth hormones if we wanted to, using, I think it's a veterinary station? Yeah, there it is, veterinary station, which requires empty syringes, plastic sheets, machine frames, and so on. Yeah, you recognize all this nonsense. And that will auto-apply the syringes every single time. Now, we don't have to use a golden carrot every time if we don't want to. I mean, that is expensive, but an alternative would be to use zombie flesh. Good news is I have plenty of that to go around. Now, zombie flesh is always a little bit on the risky side. You take these zombie syringes, there's a very good chance that it will grow to adulthood immediately, just like the growth hormones. However, there's also a chance it will turn into a flesh-eating monster. So we gotta be a little bit wary about that, but with just pigs and stuff, am I worried about it? I don't think so. Also, I got a handy musket just waiting to shoot a zombie. Let's go ahead and place down a veterinary station. What the heck? Did a baby pig escape? Oh, it's trying to find its mama. This is almost heartbreaking. Get back in the ball. Okay, now if I throw in a growth hormone, it should automatically grow something up in just a second. There's that cow, it grew up, it's gonna get sucked away and eaten. Let's try the zombie syringes. See how that works out. Does one of you grow up, or does it turn into a flesh-eating monster? Hey, that pig grew up! Perfect. Zombify them all! Now, you might have observed that we wanted to use pink slime, not meat. What the heck am I gonna do with all this? Well, now we can see that pink slime actually has indeed come through the piping. That's why it's getting stuck right here. So if we throw on another tank, there we go. Proper pink slime. Ready for the using. Well, when we get enough of it anyway. I think I need to get up to 1,000 millibuckets so I can withdraw a quick bucket of this stuff, and then I'll show you how it works. Now, this thing has been running for a while, and we still only have 1.3 millibuckets of pink slime. It's not a lot, is it? We need way more than that. Yikes. Well, there are some things we could do to speed this process up. The first that comes to mind would be the use of an auto spawner. Now, an auto spawner is a tremendously useful tool. There it is right there. It requires netherwort magma cream emeralds. Very expensive to make, but if you can make it, you can spawn a near infinite number of a particular species of creature. Now, we already have lots of mob essence being created, and that is the primary resource you use to generate new creatures. But until we get that auto spawner, it's not going to matter, which means we now have to go into the nether if I want to continue, 1, getting the blaze powder that I'm going to need, so we already had to go there, but 2, auto spawners. Actually, something would be kind of cool, now that I think about it. What if we go to the nether not to kill blazes, but to kidnap one, and bring it back and chuck that thing into the auto spawner? That would work. Yeah, I like that idea. Of course, this is going to be fantastically dangerous, and I just realized, wait a minute, we cannot bring along my powered armor. I was going to do it, but that would be terrible. I will overheat and die. So let's go ahead and grab the diamond set. Still got pretty good defensiveness. It's not as cool. I'm not going to be able to jump as far, run as fast, and so on. But it does mean I don't have a guaranteed death. So I think it's a fair trade. Oh my gosh, this is how fast I move now? I got spoiled. I suppose while we are here, we can definitely look around for some platinum. In my very limited experience as I was looking around, it does seem to show up on some of the lower-ish levels of the nether. Not really high up, but again, that's just from my very, very limited experience. I don't know for sure if that's how it is going to work. I actually just realized, I wonder if nether redstone ore can give me the, cinnabar. Is that a thing? Probably not, right? That would be too much to hope for. That'd be really cool, though. Now, see, this is the stuff that I'm looking for right here, but of a darker blue color. Sphax did not fully render in platinum. Makes it a little bit easier to spot the darn stuff, as I showed earlier. Still not exactly easy, though. Well, I say that, and there's one right over there, isn't it? Pretty sure it is. Okay. Are we far enough away from the zombie piggoos that they won't get too angry at me? That is the big question. Probably too much to hope for, but worth it if I can get it. Oh. Oh, now this is very tempting. I found one right here at the edge of this lake, surrounded by lava. Okay, yeah, this seems highly dangerous, but let's see if we can get it. Ah, that just made it worse, didn't it? Okay, as long as the gas doesn't show up, I think I got it. Hey, there's my second one. Ooh, 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 ooh. Is that something right there? Or is that just something No, that might be... Is that nether brick? I can't tell. I've been wandering for frickin' ever. You can get an idea. I've just been going in a frickin' straight line. 671 meters? That is ridiculous, man. I'm really working for this frickin' fortress. Maybe there was something in the other direction, but when it comes to the nether, sometimes I find it's better just, like, pick a direction and go. And pray. Oh my gosh! Is that 2? Can I zoom in, or... Is that 2 down there? That might be 2 platinum ingots down there. Oh, that's so far down, though. Oh, it is definitely nether brick. The question now is, how do I get in? Can I just dig my way up? Is that an option? Is there gonna be a passageway? Whoop, wait. Yes, there is. Okay, we're in business. Well, right off the bat, I see some netherwort, which we know that we needed, so this is very good. Let's grab some of that. Okay, be very quiet. I found my first blaze. I think he might see me. I just need to draw him to me and throw him in the Pokeball. Hello, Blazy! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave! Ow! Come here, come here! He's not coming after me, which I find very annoying. All right, we go charging in instead. Come here, yeah! Got him. Ha-ha! Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da! Safari net with a blaze in it. Okay. Now, if I can find, I think it's some magma cream and stuff. What else do we need for the auto spawner? I think it was magma cream, right? Yes. Magma cream is all I am missing, and then I can create as many blaze rods as I have mob essence for. Okay, I dug my way out. Lots of zombie piggies. Should be a way up over here. Really don't want to tangle with the blaze if I don't have to. Just want to find a slime. There's a slime. I see it. I would say we want to have another safari ball to catch that darn thing, but, one, I don't have one, and two, it doesn't matter because I can't make the auto spawners without them anyway, so let's just run past the slime. Oh, they jumped off! It's like they knew I was coming after them. They jumped off! Oh, that's not... Okay, that's not even fair. Run! Okay, those wither skeletons are giving me the creeps. Definitely don't feel like I can deal with them right now. So you know what? We only need to find slimes, and they don't have to be in a fortress. Slimes can be freaking anywhere. So let's start gradually working my way back to the portal, because it's going to be a long trek. And if I can find something on the way, great. If not, well, at least we'll be in safer territory. Although I still really want to get down there. If only I had brought a lot of gravel with me, this would be easy, but I didn't. Because I didn't think I need to go down quite so much. For the most part, I was right, but now I'm very wrong. There's got to be a way down, though, right? Over there? How greedy am I, guys? This is the question. Oh, you all know the answer. I'm incredibly greedy. Okay. Was it one? It was two! 2 platinum ores next to each other. Please tell me there's no lava underneath, because that would just make me cry. Good. Okay. Now we just gotta find our way back. Tell you what, I am sweating horribly right now. This is high freaking stakes, guys. We got a Blaze and a Pokeball. I'm gonna name him Blaziken. And then we gotta find our way back with 4 platinum ore, which is probably more than I will ever see for the rest of this series combined. And that's a long freaking way to go. By the way, one thing I suppose I could mention, since I'm gonna take a long time getting back home, I have observed that ferrous ore seems to spawn at a higher rate in the nether. Either that, or just due to the open nature of the nether, it's a lot easier to spot. That could very well be the case. Either way, though, if you're prepared to come down here and deal... Oh, there's some right there, see? If you're willing to come down here and deal with the piggies, that could be a very good way of getting the ferrous ore. Alright, so we made it to the portal. That's good. Now, unfortunately, I still haven't found everything that I need, so I can't exactly leave, but I suppose we consider this a bit of a checkpoint, right? Consider this a checkpoint, drop off my platinum so I don't lose anything, and then we need to come back here and go slime hunting. I suppose to just double check, is there like a way of making magma cream? Blaze powder, actually, yes. Oh, wait. Well, I need slime balls still. I may have a couple of those, though. No, wait, it doesn't work, though. I can't do anything with my blazes until I have the auto spawner, right? Because I can't get actually any blaze rods. Right. Okay, so I don't actually have any blaze powder. I can make them, but first I need the magma cream. It's a chicken and the egg problem. Which comes first, the blaze rod or the slime? In this case, it's gonna have to be the slime. Aha! I see a big one in the distance. That actually didn't take too long. Hang on. Let's go get this guy. I bet you he has what I need. Just make sure I don't accidentally plummet off the cliff, because that would be hilarious for you. Terrible for me. Come here. Come here, giant magma cube. You're a big one, aren't you? Yeah! You're gonna have all sorts of cream. Give me your creamy goodness. So healthy and nutritious or something. I don't know. Give it to me. Or, where is it? Did no one drop any cream? Not a single one of them dropped cream. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, wait. Did I already have that? Maybe I did. There's another one to join the fray, though. Ah! Well, he just jumped right on my head. Well, that was about perfect right there. 4 magma cream. That's enough to make at least a couple of auto spawners. Hooray! I didn't even have to go that far. Well, for once I got lucky. Alright, so, with the magma cream in my possession, it is time to build the auto-spawners. We're gonna go ahead and build a couple of these things, since I know that I'm going to need a lot. Emerald, sheet. Was it down here? No. Switch? There we go. 2 auto-spawners. We have this place set up with the mob essence coming from our big grinder up there. So, I think all I have to do is place the auto-spawner right on top. And I don't even think it requires any power, though I could be wrong. Place. Okay, mob essence. It looks like it wants power. Alright, so we've got that set up and ready. Now, well, I hear a cow. Okay, cow dead? Yes, this does work. Let's go ahead and take that back. I'm gonna go ahead and place down a cover because I don't like things to look ugly. And now, if I place the blaze safari net in there, a reusable one, it should spawn blazes and they'll get ground up and I'll get all of the blaze rods. All right, let's get ready to do this and then run. Go. All right. Let's see. Does it spawn them? Yes, no, maybe. Eventually. Oh, there it is. Grind it. Grind it. Hey, it ground it. And we have a blaze rod. This totally works. Small problem. It appears that we are able to spawn these things outside of the room. What are you doing out of your cage? Hey! Alright, that could be a problem. Now, unless I'm very much mistaken, we should be able to do the exact same sort of thing here and try to generate more pink slime just a little bit faster. There we go. Generating so many more cows. Okay, so as long as we have mob essence ready to go, we should be able to create a lot more pink slime. Well, this was a very long and involved process just to get some frickin' pink slime. But now that we have enough, let's use a bucket. And there we go. We have pink slime. Now, pink slime is fun, because if I dump it here, I lose the pink slime forever, but I think it's gonna spawn a little pink slime guy. There it is. It's sentient! It lives! But now we have pink slime balls. And that's all we needed in order to do the whole laser drill pre-charger thing. That's all we were waiting on. Pink slime balls. Before we build those out, let's check something, by the way. I threw my 4 shiny metal ingots in there. 16? Oh, platinum is amazing! 16 shiny ingots for me. Well, that's gonna make things easier. All right. So let's go ahead and take our pink slime balls, some redstone conductance. Did they go there? I think so. Then hardened glass, plastic sheets, diamonds, and illuminators. Laser drill, pre-chargers, ba-boom. Now, we're not quite done, though we're very close. One thing I am missing. So the way this laser is going to work is we're going to place it down by bedrock. The lasers are going to drill through the bedrock into, I don't know, some sort of a void. Let's just assume the core of the Earth. And it will generate ores. It doesn't just mine them somewhere in the overworld. It just creates new ores from scratch. Though you don't really know that from what you're doing. Anyway, we can try to direct what kind of blocks we want it to create by using some sort of a lens. Laser focus. There it is. That's what we're looking for. Okay. So we need a couple of these. Now, every different color will change what kind of ores are prioritized by the laser drill, or at least a higher likelihood of showing up. I think that either light blue or maybe cyan or both have a chance of creating diamonds, platinum, including nether platinum, by the way. It does create nether ores, and a few other things that are useful. We could do that. Or I could go for red, because I think this might be a little easier to make. And red will create the redstone ore as if it were silk touched. You know, with that pickaxe thing I did at the very beginning of the video a long frickin' time ago? Yeah. So how do you make one of these? You need stained glass panes, emeralds, so they are not cheap, and gold nuggets. And the way you make stained glass panes is using stained glass, which is made using ceramic dyes and glass. Ceramic dyes are clay with some sort of a color. Fortunately, this is not that hard to make. So we have the stained glass, badoop, then we have emeralds here. There we go. And I've picked up a whole bunch of full power cells from my big reactor. Now, with our laser drill, our pre-chargers, our focus, a lot of power, and a chest, it is time, finally, to go all the way back to our mine shaft. Okay, down into the shaft we go. Now, I think the closer to bedrock level you place this, the better it is in terms of power draw, I think. Worst come to worst, though, at the very least, the laser drill has to be able to see the bedrock, so maybe you can place a laser drill up there if you have a single block, like, vertical column that goes all the way down here. I don't know. Hi, Creeper, you think I didn't notice that? Hey, there's redstone here! Oh, I'm an idiot. I should have come down here a long time ago. Well, I might still do that. Anyway. All right, let's pick a good place here. So I think we need our laser drill. Ba-boom. Okay, in order to make this work, we need to place the pre-chargers 1 block away. I think it goes like this. No, hang on. There's the hole right there. Okay, hang on. I think I can still break this. Yeah, it doesn't ruin anything. Nice. Place right here. There we go. Okay. Hey, look at that. Wow, that looks freaking crazy trippy. All right. Well, place here. Place here. Place here. Now we have 4 laser pre-chargers ready to speed this sucker up. We're going to go to the laser drill, and I'm going to put in a laser focus right here, red. I'm going to place the strong box right on top here. And now, we need an absolute metric ton of power. This thing will eat up your power like nothing else. It's absurd. Okay. So it is indeed working now. This is going to drain somewhere on the order of a few million redstone flux for every block that it tries to create. So this is not by any stretch cheap. Not even a little bit. Still, this is one passive way of using my power to try and get the silk-touched redstone that I need so I can smelt it down into cinnabar or pulverize it to cinnabar with a 25% chance of functioning. And then I can get my shiny ingots. So I can get Enderium. So I can have a jetpack. Man, I have to go to a lot of effort for this darn thing. That said, at the end of the day, Silk Touch pickaxes are probably just as effective, and if you can find the redstone, probably a lot faster. Let's see this thing work, though. What do we get? Iron. I just consumed about 6 million RF to create 1 iron ore block. It's not guaranteed to always be what you're looking for with your focus. So now you guys can see why this is an incredibly expensive method. Wait, did I not get this thing to turn on? Oh, I did not. Oops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, all right. With a 4th pre-charger working, this should go a tiny little bit faster. Guess I might as well mine this stuff out while I'm sitting around waiting, huh? It's gonna take a little while, but in theory, you can generate really good ores. The fact that it can mine out, technically, nether platinum ore, even though we're... Ow! Don't stand on the lasers. Even though we are in, the overworld, is a pretty nice advantage. Oh, hi. Hang on. Phew. There we go. That works. It's a pretty nice advantage. We just need to have a lot more power before I think this will be a very feasible long-term strategy. But at least it is technically passive. It is a way of getting something useful. Still, even better, in the time that it took to do this, I just got... Where'd it go? 17 redstone ore using my Silk Touch axe. So that is still a little bit better. But hey, look at this. We got nether iron ore, ruby ore, emerald ore, nether silver ore, and iron ore. And we still actually do have a little bit of power left. Not much. This one's about to go entirely. So is this one. So is this one. Yeah, not a lot left. We might be able to get a little bit more out of this. Maybe 1. I don't even think we're going to get 1 more. So, yeah, I mean, if you're going to spend this much RF, maybe it is indeed better just to go ahead and throw in the cyan and the light blue focus and just say, forget this whole redstone thing. It's a nice idea, but maybe it's just not worth the effort. Because if it were more of a guaranteed chance to get the Silk Touch redstone ore, maybe this would be worthwhile. But alas, it is hardly guaranteed. So, it's just using up millions of my redstone flux for basically nothing. What am I going to do with iron ore? Might as well increase my odds of getting platinum or diamond or something else useful. I think we're actually going to have to end this video here because once you account for all the time I've had to travel around in the nether and stuff, this has been going on like a 4 or 5 hour episode recording schedule for me, and I gotta somehow chop this down into 30 minutes. Either way, though, I think we got a lot done. We managed to get a whole bunch of shiny ingots. Granted, mostly the easy way by wandering through the nether than all this complicated stuff that we did. But we also have a laser drill, so theoretically we could get more. I'm gonna go ahead and pulverize all this redstone. Maybe we get some more cinnabar. I do have a blaze auto spawner up and running, so now we can get the blaze rod smelted down, which means next video, we absolutely should be able to make our jetpack, which I am very, very excited about. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. Alright, so in between videos, I let our laser drill eat through another set of redstone energy cells, and what did we get for it? Nothing, really. Nothing great at all, I know. It's very anticlimactic. We got some nether ruby, a little nether gold, some lapis, and so on. I mean, given that it is so easy for me to generate power, this really doesn't cost me a whole lot except for time waiting for these stupid cells to recharge. Yeah, I don't know. This laser drill was a very involved thing to make, and I kind of was expecting a lot more out of it, but it is a little bit of a bust, I would say. If I ever were to upgrade my big reactor to output absolute metric tons of power, let's say quintuple the fuel rods inside of it, then maybe it would be worthwhile. And we do intend on doing that at some point. But for now, oh well, it was a fun experiment, but I'm not going to rely on it. Oh my gosh, hopping up all these stairs like a bunny is killing me. I should have gotten the step assist, but I'm not going to need it in a minute because we have shiny metal, which means I'm going to be able to get my jetpack today. Finally. It's what, is it episode 8 or 9? I think it's 8. Either way, it's taking for freaking ever to give me the ability to fly. But we're going to remedy that today. Now, what did we need to make that work again? We needed, the jetpack required, yes, ion thrusters. Okay. So if we want ion thrusters, we're gonna need a few things. Invar, glowstone, wiring, no problem. Force field emitters, which require tesseract frames that have been filled with destabilized ender, and some wiring and solenoids. This is doable, but in order to make this tesseract frame, we're gonna need enderium, hardened glass, and diamonds. Enderium, of course, is made using enderium blends and pyrotheum dust. And we are gonna have all the ingredients to make this. This is the big trick. So let's start with the pyrotheum dust. Blaze powder, pulverized coal, sulfur, and redstone. Fortunately, we have plenty of these ingredients to go around. So we'll get some of that, maybe a bit of powder, some pulverized coal. Okay, crafting bench. Meh, 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 and meh. I don't actually know how much pyrotheum dust I'm gonna need. Oh, well, apparently I get 62. Well, that's what I get for misclicking. Okay, we also need to grab these shiny ingots, probably all of them, and just pulverize every single one. Now, that may seem a bit dumb. Why take something that's already smelted and pulverize it? Because we need to create our enderium blend, and that's why I have some pulverized tin. I also need some buckets of ender, which I'll just go ahead and fill. I'll fill a couple right there for my portable tank. And now I should be able to place a resonant ender bucket, some tin, shiny metal, and there we go. We get 4 enderium blends for every 1 shiny metal dust that we have, which is great, actually. It means we actually are going to get a fair bit of enderium. We're going to get a full force field emitter for every 1 shiny metal bar that we have. And we have like 16, which means we can get a bunch of them, which is awesome. Let's go ahead and smelt these things up. Actually, what am I thinking? You can't put these in a redstone furnace. Ha 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 ha, no. You gotta put these inside of an induction smelter. That's the whole reason we got the pyrotheum dust in the first place. Place and place. Here we go. Looks like it actually smelts 2 at a time, which is completely fine with me. I still get the 2 enderium ingots. It's just gonna be a little bit faster and more effective with my pyrotheum dust. Whatever, anyway. I need 8 of these things so I can make 2 force field emitters, which is easily done just by placing these enderium ingots here to get our tesseract frames. Okay. So that's one step in the process to get our force field emitters. We have our tesseract frames. Now, we need to fill these things. Y'all know how this works. Yoink! And set to output, then grab here, then put in frame, toggle fill, resonant ender, and I think that's how it's supposed to work. Yes, okay, we're filling up the tesseract frame. Now, eventually, we're going to want to create actual tesseracts, which requires a tesseract frame surrounded by silver and bronze, which is really not that much more of an investment once you've already gotten to this stage, but I'm not going to worry about this quite yet. Perhaps I should, but I will not. So let's place you here. Wire, 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 solenoid, solenoid, 2 force field emitters. That is all we need to get one, I repeat, ion thruster. We need 4 of these darn puppies. But let's just go ahead and finish out the 1. Invar, ingots, glowstone, and wiring, eh? All right. Glowstone. I already have the wiring. And Invar, right. Okay. 1 ion thruster. Good lord, what a pain this is. But it's fine. After all this time, I think I can afford to wait a little bit longer. All right, let's see. You go here, you go here. 1, 2, 3. There we go. All right. 4 ion thrusters. How much shiny dust did that leave me with? I think it was 8? Nope, wrong place. 8, yes. 8 pulverized shiny metal left. That's not a whole lot. We used up half of what we had in order to make this. But that's fine. As long as I don't ever die, we should never need this jetpack again. Install. Finally. All right, how much thrust do we want? All the thrustage. Whoa. Okay, hang on. I need to get outside. Flying indoors? Incredibly dangerous. Here we go. Woo! Uh-oh. Whoop! Okay, there we go. Yep, good. All right, we need flight control. This is amazing, and I love it. Oof. Ow. But flying around without a lot of control is probably not a smart thing to do, right? We need to go to our helmet slot and actually get flight control. What does that require? A control circuit. That's easy enough to get. Hang on. Power suits. Control circuit. Lots more wiring. Redstone, electrum ingots, and glowstone dust. Easy enough. Control circuit. And let's install this into my suit. The Y-look ratio. Whoa. Whoa. How do I turn it off? Stop. No, I can't turn it off. I can't turn it off. I'm going way too fast. Ah! Is this one of those things where I need to have a button? You, go to the multiply symbol. Lock onto that, okay? Turn off. There we go. Apparently flight control decides it should be on at all times, which is not what I wanted. All right. Now, I should be able to hover with flight control, so let's turn the jetpack back on. Did it work? Oh, it's on. Okay, up we get. Hey, look at me. Look at me go. Ah, okay, yes, it's a little bit harder to control than creative flight, I will admit, but I can hover now. Ooh, I just gotta point in a direction and keep pressing forward. And apparently turning is a little bit difficult, but going straight is freaking easy. Look how fast we are. Whee! I'm actually curious, is this faster than creative mode flight? Hang on, turn it on. Up we get. All right, go. 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1000, 4, 1000, 5, 1000, 6, 1000, 7, 1000. Okay, we hit the tree around 7, right? Now let's go back, and let's try this again with creative mode. Set to creative, and up we get, and 1, 1000, 2, 1000, 3, 1. Oh my gosh, we're way faster! Jetpacks are superior to creative mode! Of course, if we're gonna make this work, we're gonna need a lot of power. I think it may be time to start upgrading to proper batteries in my suit. Now that's a little bit expensive. To get a high voltage capacitor, you need those redstone energy cell frames and so on. But I got a few of those sitting around. Those are pretty easy to make. It's all old news at this point. Now, really where it's expensive is going to be in the weight department. If we're going to want to have a bunch of big batteries that can hold a lot of energy, we need to lose some weight, shed off a few kilograms. Which means I need to go on a diet, maybe get some exercise, do a few jumping jacks or something. A couple hundred a day will certainly help. Eat lots of salads. Oh, wait, of course. That's not the easiest way to lose weight. The easiest way to lose weight is to get rid of my plating. But wait, you say, if you get rid of the plating, you will be defenseless. True. Which is why I think I'm going to have to upgrade to the energy shield. Much lighter than plating, but they do consume energy. A little bit risky. And yes, it does require force field emitters. And yes, I only just have enough shiny metal to get energy shields on all 4 pieces of equipment. So this would use up the last of my shiny metal, at least until I can find more. But with proper energy shields and stuff, and flight, maybe I could fly around the nether and get stuff more readily. So it's an investment I think I am willing to make. As long as there's nothing else that I really, really want. Oh, right, a cooling system. That is something we actually do need. Eye of Ender and control circuit. Well, we've already done control circuits. That's easy enough. And of course, Eyes of Ender, This requires some ender pearls, 1, 2, 3, 4, and some blaze powder. So that's easy enough to make. So we can easily install this. Install. Power. All right, so how much do we want it to cool us? Really a lot. Like, it's gonna cost me a freaking ton of power, but we really want this stuff to cool down. I'll have to play with these numbers and find out what's more efficient later. But for now, let's see. Well, let's just try it in the house. Pew. Okay, so it cools down a little bit. My question is, though, does this help in the nether itself? Pew. Okay, the answer to this actually is yes. There we go. See? The heat bar's going down. Hey, that's a huge improvement over where we were before. Okay, that's good. This is very good. We actually can make this work. Actually, even better with the proper cooling system. I feel like we can probably increase the power of my walking stuff a little bit, right? Yeah? Let's try it now. Woo! I'm a fast boy. And actually, the hilarious thing is, because I have those kinetic generators in my legs, even though I am consuming more power to run faster, it's just generating power even faster. So this is a net positive for me. We can actually make this power stuff even better if we wanted to go for a solar generator on my head. And why go for a basic solar generator when you can go for a high-efficiency solar generator? Of course, that requires some solar panels, which do come in the Power Suit mod pack, but that's easy enough to make. It just takes lapis and glass panes. I mean, sure, you could do the redstone energy conduits and a redstone transmission coil, but glass is so easy. It's way easier to do this. I don't even know why they offer this second recipe. That's nonsense. Get out of here. Lapis. Glass panes. Do-do-do-doop. 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 I don't know why I'm singing as I make this. I don't know. It's fun. Shut up. Sue me. All right. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Solar panels. Now, a computer chip is something new that we haven't seen before. There's 2 ways to make this. You can either use blocks of redstone with a redstone comparator, which is red torches and nether quartz and stuff, plus a diamond and gold. A little expensive, but not that bad. Or you can use a solenoid, some coils, and a multimeter. Multimeter uses an electrum gear, another coil, lead ingots, and copper ingots. No diamonds, no gold. This is the far cheaper option. It's another one of those things where it's like, why'd you even offer the other one? I mean, I'm okay if you having this option. It's just, why would I ever use it? Unless I'm like leaking diamonds out of my ears, which, in case you were not aware, I am not. So there we go. We have a multimeter. I just place a solenoid, and I just place, I think it's in this order? Nope, maybe not. Hang on. Nope, maybe not. Crap. What is it? Oh, the transmission coil is on the right. Oh, how is a guy to know? All right, let's go ahead and place this here and switch these around. There we go. Computer chip. So if I go to this thing, we can go to our high-efficiency solar generator, which should generate 3 times more power than a standard solar generator. Not that that matters exactly if you had no idea how much power the first one generated, but it sounds good. All right, let's see. Daytime energy generation 4.5K. You don't have any units included, so I have no idea what that means. Some heat generation, energy from night. Okay. And it does weigh 300 grams. Okay, that's actually enough, I think, to slow me down. Technically, I might have crossed over the 25 kilogram threshold, but that's fine. We are indeed going to be installing our energy shields. Let's start with something simple, though. Perhaps my helmet. I am going to salvage the diamond plating. Okay, that saves me a fair bit of weight. Now, we're going to install our energy shield. Wait. No, I have to first make my force field emitters. 1 second. Slightly important detail. Okay, install. Doesn't look like this actually weighs anything at all, so we're actually eliminating weight entirely from consideration in order to do this. Well, that's kind of nice. So I'm looking at my armor bar down here to kind of get a rough idea. This is about how much energy for damage. Oh, it doesn't even consume energy normally. It only consumes energy when you take damage. Oh, well, this is an amazing deal. Then heck yes, let's go ahead and upgrade this thing. And we'll go ahead and do it on the chest piece as well. There we go. Maxed out armor values, baby! And we don't have nearly as much weight. Now, we do have to make sure that I have plenty of energy capacity. So, I think this is where we're going to come in with the elite batteries. Now, previously I was taking up a good, 5 kilograms for our diamond plating? So if we place an elite battery here, how much storage capacity do we really get for the same weight value? Not as much as I think I was hoping. Well, no, never mind. I'm sorry. 2.33 megajoules? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. That's a lot. I was thinking it was in kilojoules. No, that is a load of extra power. Okay. Is this upgraded power suit everything I hoped it would be? The answer is obviously yes. Look how fast I am. Woo! It is a little bit difficult to control flight. Like, okay, if I aim up a little bit and just kind of go forward, like, look, I can go really quick here. But the second, oh, tear in the world there. The second that I try going down even a little bit, it's easy to lose control. Case in point. Whoop, see, I tried to level out there, but it didn't even work. So this is going to take a little bit of getting used to, but it's so fast that I'm totally okay with it. And the funny thing is, as I just sit here, I think I'm generating more power than I'm consuming, which means I will never ever fall. I can just stay up here forever, literally. Let's go say hi to the villagers. Look at these fools. They have no idea. Look up! Look up here! Maybe you can worship me like the... Well, that didn't go over well last time, did it? Nah, maybe we shouldn't bother. You know, a thought is occurring to me. There's a village really close by. I have a load of resources that I'm not currently using. If I don't find a way to turn that into something productive and meet the needs of these villages in order to milk them for all they're worth and get paid, then what kind of a capitalist am I, really? It's just a wasted opportunity. Now, what do these guys need? You know, admittedly, they do seem a little scrawny. I bet you they could really go for some proper food. Proper American cooking. And by proper American cooking, I mean processed to all heck. Yeah, fatten these guys up a little bit. I have been looking for a use for that liquid meat that we've been creating at our slaughterhouse. I wonder, maybe it's time to start experimenting with meat packing technology. Good lord, these animals have produced a lot of poo. You know, that's another thing we could do is actually go ahead and start converting this into some proper fertilizer, too. Which means I could set up large, massive, automated farming operations. You know, we could do both. Suppose that I wanted to open up some sort of a restaurant, a fast service restaurant, you might say, creating mass-produced meat of questionable origins, plus some homegrown, I don't know, carrots and potatoes or something, make a delicious stew out of it. That could be something we could arrange, and that would feed the villagers for days. Now, the thing is, in order to make this work, though, I have to first know that there is a need, right? That's the number one rule of the market. All right, the market exists to provide goods and services wherever there is a need in the market. So long as they have those communal farms, I'm not convinced that there's a need. Fortunately, there's a very easy way to fix that. Just make sure no one's looking. Undetected? Okay. What was that? Hey, spider. Oh, he's doing a little dance. It's like little Lucas the spider. Die. I don't like Lucas the spider. No, I do. He's actually adorable. Okay. Place. Redstone. Oops. Jetpack. Fly away! All right, perfect. I sense that there will be a famine soon enough and a load of hungry customers. Let's get to work. Let's get started with something simple. We want to turn that compressed, liquefied, delicious, questionable meat into something we can actually eat. In order to do that, we're going to need a meat packer. Where is that thing? There it is. It's a meat packer. You need some plastic, machine frame, bricks, a redstone reception coil, and a flint and steel. Why a flint and steel? I have no idea. Don't question it. Just go with it. Okay, meat packer. Now, the way that this sucker is going to work is we're going to pipe in all of the liquid, sludgy, gross, disgusting meat, and it's going to create stuff. We're going to just go ahead and place you right up top and then switch you to be an output. Boom. All right, drain out that meat. Blah, blah, blah. Add a bit of power like so, and we are... Was that a... Oh, okay. I saw it green and I freaked out and thought it was a creeper, but it's not. It's just my active mob essence. Okay, is it working? It is indeed working. But what horrible thing is it creating, you might ask? Easy. Raw meat ingots. All right? You know that scene from The Fellowship of the Ring, Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, and Isengard is just starting up its Uruk-hai army, and they got all the molten metal in the armory, like flowing down into those like chasms where it hardens and they can like smelt it into ingots and swords and stuff. Imagine that's basically what's happening right now, but with liquid meat. Just picture that in your head. By the way, that is basically how they make the McRib. Now, of course, what happens if you smelt the raw meat ingot? It cooks itself into cooked meat ingots. All right? So just imagine this. We are raising up our animals. They give birth. We pump them full of zombie hormones. They grow up. We throw them into the slaughterhouse, which is basically like a wood chipper, and it grinds them down into liquefied, sludgy meat. Just mixed of all these different kinds. Is it more cow, pig, sheep? I don't know the proportions. And then we take that slime, we compress it down into little cube things, we bake it up, maybe lightly boil it, I don't know, and then you get your cooked meat ingots. Now, you can take the raw meat ingot, and if you place it in the crafting bench, you actually get these little raw nuggets. So, if you don't want to have a giant brick of cooked slime meat, you can actually just have some little bite-sized nugget meats and cook those up instead. Now, granted, it takes a lot more redstone furnace power, but look, there we go. It's tiny little cooked, quote-unquote, meat nuggets. We can call them Pravus nuggets or something. I don't know. I mean, it's basically the McDonald's chicken nuggets, pink slime, then breaded and fried. Same concept. First thing to do, of course, though, is to get a market sample, right? You want to start a good business, you first need to know your audience, your possible clientele, their likes, their dislikes, and so on. Do a little bit of market testing first before you invest. That's the strategy. So I'm gonna say, little nuggets from the sky. I'm sensing positive results. Hey, this will be great. And let the construction project begin of the great mighty Pravus quick service restaurant. I haven't figured out a name for it yet. We'll come back to that, though. You know, I could use a little bit of a break from constructing since it is getting dark. Let's go back home. If we are going to consider opening up our menu to, including other, let's say, somewhat healthier items like, I don't know, potatoes, carrots, bread, the sort of things that they were probably used to eating before I, blew it all up. Then we want to go ahead and start getting some auto farms together. Fortunately, the Mine Factory Reloaded mod comes with a lot of useful machines, not only for the slaughtering of innocent animals, but for the cultivation of crops. For example, if I were to look up the planter, there it is. This thing's pretty useful. You plant it in the ground, you give it a little bit of power and some seeds, and it tills the earth and plants a whole load of stuff for you. Really easily. For that, we just need some plastic sheets, pistons, copper, coil, machine frame, and a flower pot, which is made using just some bricks. And then on top of the planter, we could place down a couple of other useful things, such as, well, we need the harvester for one. That requires an invar axe, some shears, gold, coil, plastic sheets, and machine frame. Again, that stuff's pretty nice. So you plant the stuff, you let it grow, it automatically harvests it. And then you send the seeds back down to the planter and it begins all over again. What else we got? The fertilizer. Using all that poo that we got from the animals. That'll work. The fertilizer requires plastic sheets, leather, glass bottles, machine frames, and silver ingots as well as the coil. But a fertilizer's not much good if you don't have something to fertilize it with, which means we need to make a composter. The composter requires a furnace, more pistons, bricks, coil, plastic sheets, and machine frame. And this thing takes the sewage that we've already collected from all of our cows and then turns it into something useful. We should probably go ahead and start with that. And there we go, we have a composter. Okay, let's go to the barn and we'll start dumping in some poo and see what happens. So I'm gonna go ahead and place that thing right there. Let's power it up, or wait, maybe it has to be around to the side. Can you actually change the front here? Oh, you can. Oh, what do you know? All right, so we'll have power that away. There we go. And then all we should need is a bit of pew. Grab you. Thank you. Place here. Out. Put. Does that work? Well, it's full of sewage. It's doing its thing. Is it gonna dump in? Yes. Industrial fertilizer. Well, that was super easy. All right, we'll just let that run for a while since it doesn't actually take a lot of sewage in order to make a pretty good amount of fertilizer. That tank will keep it busy for a good long while. Let's try making that planter next. like so. Okay, now we have a planter. But there's not much point in planting anything if we can't harvest it, so let's make the harvester. There we go, and finally the fertilizer, which required the leather and silver, right. The thing that's really convenient about Mine Factory Reloaded recipes is they always have the same, like, half of the components, no matter what you do. Plastic sheets, machine frame, and a redstone reception coil. It's always the same, and then a couple of other little odds and ends here and there. Actually, we might want 2 of these things, fertilizers and harvesters. All right, let me build another bunch. Oh, hello there, buddy. I was about to say, let's go and build the thing, but I see that I have guests. What do you think you're doing? Get out of my house! That works. That's proper home defense right there. Hey, you too, die! Okay, this seems like a good enough area to place down a basic farm, so let's head underground. This is a heck of a lot easier to make your machinery and your pipes and stuff work if you open up some space under the ground. Doesn't really make sense from a physics standpoint for a farm, but for the sake of Minecraft, it's great. All right, we're gonna place a planter right here, I think. And just to fill this block in, let's just go ahead and place down some water. It doesn't need much. I mean, heck, it might moisten up the soil in a small patch, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, okay. So we have our planter down. The question then becomes, what do you do with it? Well, we have potatoes, we have some seeds, just as a quick little test. If we power this sucker up, then we should be able to tell it to plant in specific areas. You see these little quadrants up here, northwest, north, northeast, and so on. Let's say that I want to have these areas, the entire north section with seeds, and the entire middle section with potatoes. Yes? And then I'll place a whole stack of seeds and potatoes right in here. All we need to do now is power this sucker, and it's automatically going to try to plant those seeds. So for starters, let's go ahead and place down a redstone energy cell, I don't know, right over, here I guess is fine. And then we are going to power it up like so. Now, that did not work for some reason. Oh, right, because it hasn't got an output. Duh, there we go. Okay, now we're powered up, and it should automatically try planting all this stuff. Let's go see what it did. Well, what do you know? It tried to plant some stuff. There's the north right here, and here's the south, because that was an empty state, so it just kind of planted whatever it had available at the time. Get rid of that grass right there, and it should, there we go, there's a potato, in a nice little line right here. And that's it, that's how big your farm can get. No, I'm lying, of course, that's way too small to be practical. And this is where the upgrades come into play. You already saw how those can be used before, right? So if I just place down, let's say, a quartz update, or upgrade, which increases the radius by a whopping 8, then we should be able to plant a lot more. That said, I actually don't want it to continue planting wheat on one side. Let me go grab some carrots, and we'll go ahead and tell it to plant those exclusively as well. There we go, that solves that. Okay, now we're gonna place our upgrade. Quartz, go, go, go! Let's see what happens. There it is. Oh, look at it go. Look at it go! Ah, we gotta get rid of all these stupid weeds. Well, some might call them delicious flowers, but I call them weeds. There we go. Okay, get rid of the grass. Look at this thing work! It's a miracle! Alright, that was the fastest crop planting I ever did see! And it looks so nice! You got these nice rows of crops and everything, it's amazing! You know something that just occurred to me, and I feel really stupid about this, but I just realized I never did show you guys how exactly I'm getting all the poo that I'm using to make fertilizer. Because I had to cut that footage, because the last video was too long. Hang on, I'm so sorry. Let's go take a look at something real quick. Right down in the middle, I planted something called a sewer. Now, a sewer is easy enough to make, and you get 4 of them. That requires just some bricks, pneumatic servo, and a bucket to collect all of the poo and stuff. And I planted one down in each of the little pens down here, so that as the animals populate the area, their poo will naturally start flowing out, and then it'll get collected and put into tanks. That is something I should have shown at the beginning of this video, and I totally forgot, and I do apologize. That's why we have all this nonsense right down here anyway. The other thing that's really relevant here is that I did make use of the upgrades. I did a bronze one because I kind of wanted something cheap, which increases the radius, the effective radius of the sewer. I think by default it only has like a 3x3 area. So by increasing the radius, I can make sure that we collected every bit of poo out of this entire pen. Now in this one, it's not such a big deal, but down over here where there's actually a lot of animals, or a lot of babies over there, for example, then yeah, you wanted to make sure that you had plenty of range to collect everything. Waste not, want not, yes? Now, the upgrades themselves are not all that difficult to make. Let's take a quick look-see at those. It can be a little expensive depending on how crazy you want to get, though. So the bronze one, for example, just caught some of that raw plastic, which was just like smelted down rubber, with some redstone, a gold nugget, and a bronze ingot. Okay, no big deal. The quartz ones that I'm currently using, which have a radius of 8 instead of 5, just replace the bronze with some nether quartz, which is easy enough to come by as well. It can get pretty expensive, though. You do have diamonds, platinum with shiny ingots for God knows why, emeralds, which apparently are even more valuable than platinum, which I don't believe, and then cobble. Why you would want to use cobble to decrease the radius so the machine only works on the block directly above it, I can't really say for sure, but that is an option if you want them. So when I say that I'm placing down a quartz upgrade, that's what I did. I just got some raw plastic, some redstone, gold nuggets, nether quartz, placed it down here, and ba-boom, instead of a nice little 3x3 area, we have, well, what is effectively a 17x17 area, yes? So, yeah, way more effective to do that. Upgrades are important. Now, going back to where we were before, as these crops are growing, we're going to want to speed up that growth process, aren't we? I think so. Let's go ahead and place down those fertilizers we have been talking about before. And of course, we will need to power those things as before. So, if I just come around over here, there we go. So these guys will also need to have an upgrade. I don't remember how much their range really is by default. Is it like 3x3 in front of it directly? It's something along those lines. But I think if we put down another quartz upgrade, and there's one on each side, so with one quartz upgrade each, I think, could be wrong, but I think we're going to find that this guy has a radius between the two of them large enough to cover this entire crop. All we have to do now is give it some of that fertilizer we've been making, and it should start quickly growing up the crops just like bone meal would. And this is easy enough to test out. Let's just dump in a little bit of this industrialized fertilizer. Oh, look at it all disappearing. Ooh, wait a minute. Does this thing actually reach all the way toward the back? No, not quite, but it gets pretty darn far. Wow, okay. So yeah, between the two of these, we absolutely should be able to grow every single one of my crops. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Okay, crops are done. Now, we need to harvest. Wait, why is there a bare patch? Why is there a bare patch? Explain! Now we need to place down the harvesters. We have a lot of crops. We just need to actually make use of them. So let's plant down a harvester over here. And another one right over here. Now these guys, with their quartz upgrades, between the two of them should be able to take care of this entire field, and it'll plop out all the food and all their seeds into a nice little strong box. Of course, we don't really want a strong box. What we want to do is send stuff right back into this area to get replanted, which is why we have item ducts. Okay, I actually think this one harvester might be able to reach everything. Though I guess I'm not entirely sure. It's got the right upgrade, and I would think adding 8 onto that radius wouldn't be enough, but I don't actually remember how far the harvester can reach. Easy way to find out, though. Let's go ahead and power this sucker up and see what happens. Anything? Harvester? Oh gosh dang it, what's the problem? Do I need to take off this stupid item duct? Is it giving you like a redstone signal? It's not so. No, stop it, stop it. All right, well, it works. Switch to output, please. No? Oh, good grief. Why is it now not working? All right, let's see if this works any better. Whoop. Okay. Hey, all right. It's just gonna have to flow through these pipes. Not sure why the Buildcraft pipes work and the thermal expansion did not. But that should be the harvest coming through. Still, I'm not gonna use those pipes. One, because I had to cheat them in, and I don't want to cheat anything in there. But also, because I don't like the way that Buildcraft is gonna try to distribute the items. I liked the thermal expansion tubes. So, we're going to have to do something a little bit different. I think we're going to have to place a simple chest as a buffer and use a pneumatic servo, and that should do the job. Now, I'm going to whitelist only seeds and potatoes and carrots. I do not want the whole grain wheat to come through here, because then it's just going to clog up my planter, and it's going to get all confused, like it is right now because of all that nonsense. So yeah, just seeds, just the replantable stuff. Everything else should remain up in the box. Now, at some point, our buffer is going to get filled out too much. We will have too much wheat or too many potatoes or carrots. Because obviously we're producing more than we're planting again, so we'll have to figure out what to do with all this. We also have to figure out what to do with a certain byproduct building up in our harvester called sludge. This is a disgusting liquid that we're going to have to figure out what to do with at some point. You can boil it away, but it tends to make you incredibly sick if you're anywhere near the darn thing. And I don't really feel like dealing with it at the moment, but let's just go ahead and pump this out of the system, because otherwise it's not going to do its job. There we go. A tank filling up with sludge. You know, maybe I could chuck this like a bomb at the villagers or something like that. Make them all horribly sick, like biomedical warfare. Brilliant idea. No, terrible idea. Horribly inhumane. Never mind. Well, it sounds like everything's working as intended. Hey! Oh, you little cockroaches, get out of here! This is my farm! There, that ought to keep him out of here. Keep him off my property, off of my farm. You guys want food? You're gonna have to frickin' pay for it, because I control the means of production now. Well, that was a pretty easy construction project. Turned out okay, I think. Just need to add some furnishings in here, a bit of seating space and so on, and we'll be looking pretty good. Then I just need to find a good way to import all of that disgusting meat product that I don't want anymore, and then find a way to sell it off to the villagers. I mean, you know what the best capitalists in the world have ever done? They take the product that nobody wants anymore, and they find a way to make some money out of it, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. And even if they do resist me for a while, eventually the hunger will set in and they'll have very little choice, will they? Yes, wonderful. Alright, well I think that's a good enough place to end today's video, but thank you all very much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed. If so, then I would ask that you consider hitting that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Ugh, still need 26 more Charmander candies before I can have a Charizard. Spawn, dang you, spawn! Oh. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. In the last video, we created a beautiful restaurant, which came out of left field and people seemed surprised. We kind of changed tack really quickly in that episode, but it works, and apparently, based on the comment section, people are calling it McPravus's. So okay, McPravus's it is. Hello Julio, hello Giovanni, I hope you guys are doing well. Down here in the basement, I did take the liberty of creating a fully automated farm for livestock and for all of our vegetation. It is exactly what you've seen before. All the adult cows get placed here. They are bred. The babies are sent over here. They grow up. We grind them down. And the meat is turned into ingots, which I also hooked up with a cyclic assembler so that we can create raw meat nuggets. So there we go. Whole bunch of cooked meat nuggets and cooked meat ingots. Plenty of food for days. I've also automated the vegetation farm directly above us so that everything that is not being sent into the planter is being sent over either into this box with the potatoes and the carrots, or the wheat is being sent to the breeder and anything left over from there is being sent over here. We're also collecting all the poo and sending it into 4 composters, which are then creating the industrial fertilizer and sending those up to the fertilizer plants up there. The only thing I think is not really sustaining in the system is the power, which we are draining a fair bit more than I am producing, but I did certainly try to create enough power. It just doesn't seem to be working quite as much as I was hoping for. These magnetic dynamos don't always seem to work. Sometimes they get stuck and you have to take them out and try putting them back in, and then they start generating power. It gets confusing. Either way, though, it seems like a very promising setup. The only thing I seem to be missing are a bunch of customers. Oi! Giovanni, Julio, explain, where are your brethren? Surely they're hungry by now. Well, that's not gonna do at all. I need these people to be hungry. You'll get paid at the end of the week. Shush. Well, despite a complete lack of food, these guys aren't getting hungry fast enough for my tastes. So you know what? We can speed that process up. Hey, look, I got a whole mess of sludge and no idea what to do with it. Well, I might be able to use this to my advantage. See, there's this wonderful thing that we can create. It is called a sludge boiler. It boils away the sludge and gives you, like, clay or something. I don't know. It's mostly just to get rid of the useless byproduct. But it does have a couple of side effects. Namely, it makes people around it incredibly nauseous. They vomit up all their insides, and then they get hungry. So if we strategically build a sludge boiler, set it up in the middle of town, maybe we can get these guys to get hungry a little bit faster. Sludge boiler is not that hard to make. All you need are the plastic sheets, machine frame, iron ingots, reception coil, a couple of furnaces, and a bucket. Which, of course, I already have handy. Grab sludge boiler. Excuse me, guys. Don't mind me. Be sure to check out Pravus' grand opening today. Or something. I don't know. The well should do just fine. Okay, I think I'm just gonna go ahead and drill a hole in the side of their well, and we can set up a sludge boiler down there, and the toxic fumes should leak into the water supply and make them all incredibly hungry. Probably, I think that'll work. Oh, I appear to have been discovered. Whoops. Whatever, it's fine. Let's go ahead and place this thing right here, I think. Should do fine. Ugh. It's got grossness, like seeping over the edge. Okay, we need power, of course, which we can arrange. Can I just place it right next to this thing? I think I can. Hang on. A little bit of that. And no. Looks like we do indeed need... Ah! Hey! What are you doing here? What is this, a notebook? For 20 emeralds? Screw you! Oh gosh, dang it, it's turning into a party. No! It's like they figured out what I'm planning on doing. Okay, fine, we'll do it on top of this church thing. And the fumes will have to propagate down into the village. I'm sure it'll work fine. Get a little bit of an output going on there. A couple of hardened conduits, one here, and we do have enough power. Now we just need portable tank like so, set to an output like so, and then... Aha! Sludge! Oh, look! Even I'm getting hungry. I mean, the side effect, of course, is that not only does it make you hungry, it actually poisons you and starts to slowly kill you. But, you know, for now at least, up in the steeple, I don't think it'll kill anybody. I certainly wouldn't want to kill my clientele. But the hunger will do the job. Well, it shouldn't take too long for that to take effect. When's your next religious service? Because that's when they're all going to get really hungry. I mean, they think they're just going to get bored in church and they're just waiting for lunch, but no. No, I'm actually starving them. Julio, Giovanni, get ready. Business will be booming soon enough. As a quick reminder, inside these double doors, management only. Violating employees shall be terminated, and not in terms of your employment contract. See this arm? It actually is very deadly. Don't test me. Side note, I don't think that my customers should probably know that the livestock is directly underneath the farm. They might dig through and try to kill all the animals and get the meat. We should silence those things, and there is a way to do it. You simply go to the chest, grab some wool and the note block, and place a note block here. Surround it with wool like a muffler, and that creates a sound muffler using the extra utilities mod. If we go right down here and place it, I don't know, right here. That, I think, shuts them up. Ah, beautiful, beautiful silence. I can't hear any more cows, and neither can the villagers. They have no idea. Well, while we wait for that sludge-induced famine to take effect, let's go back home. Feels like I haven't been here in ages. And there are some upgrades that I would like to make today. Namely, I would like to jump into the Applied Energistics mod. I feel like that's something we probably should have done a while ago, but haven't, because it's a really, really powerful mod, and does require a bit of resources. It's fairly involved to get into, but it's extremely good. And I do want to use it. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and play with Applied Energistics today and try to revolutionize our storage systems. And crafting, for that matter. Crafting, too. Though on a totally unrelated note, one thing I want to address I've seen repeatedly in the comment section, "Oh, Pravus, will you please hide the little search function down here with the golden rims and all this stuff?" No, I like this thing. Why do people keep asking me to turn this thing off? I use the search functions all the time. Not for my own inventory, obviously. But if I want to find some sort of a recipe, I use it all the frickin' time. I'm not going to turn it off. Are you insane? Unless there's some other gold-rimmed thing going on that I'm not aware of. But I don't think so. So no, the answer is your question is gonna be no. There we go, that looks pretty good. Okay, so Applied Energistics. What is it? Well, yours truly, Lord Pravus himself, has broken the energy to matter conversion equation. You know, think like those like energy matter materializer things. What are they called? I can't remember. From Star Trek, where like you order a cup of coffee and it just takes energy and turns it directly into matter as desired. Same concept. What we are going to do is, rather than fill chests full of material junk like this, we are going to digitize all of these blocks and store them on a data disk. And then we can deposit and withdraw them at will in vast quantities. To get started, there are a few things we are going to need. First, we are going to need an ME controller. It's a mass energy controller, if you don't know what ME stands for. This is going to be kind of the brain of our entire operation. We're also going to need an ME drive, which will store all of our data disks. Speaking of data disks, we're going to need a few of those as well. ME 1K storage uses up 1,024 bytes, which I'll show you how this works in a little bit, but the larger a storage bank is, the larger the hard drive, effectively, the more stuff we'll be able to store. So we have 1K, then we have 16K, then we have 64K, which is sort of a misnomer, really. It's because of the bizarre multiples of 12 thing. Is it 12? I think it's 12. That goes on with bytes. Instead of actually 64,000 and 65,536 bytes. But I digress. We'll want large ones, but for now, small is probably fine. The way that you make a simple ME 1K storage disk is going to be using redstone plus iron and glass, and a storage cell. Storage cells require a basic processor, the Certus quartz that we've been mining and haven't used, plus a bit of redstone. And a basic processor requires fluix dust, redstone golden chipsets, and silicon. Alternatively, I think there's another recipe. There we go, just silicon, gold, and redstone. I think I'd rather just do some of this, but silicon requires smelting the Certus quartz dust that we've been obtaining for a while. So, if you look here, as we've been mining up our quartz, we've been getting whole quartz, and then we've been getting the dust. This is the stuff that we need to be smelting down. I wish that the raw silicon from Galacticraft worked. I don't think it does, although I guess we could test that, but even so. All right, let's see. Is that all that we needed? Yes, I think that's all we needed. All right, let's go ahead and make a few of these. Now, there is one small problem trying to make the ME basic processors using the recipe I was actually planning on going for, and that's because it requires something called an assembly table, which is from the BC Silicon mod, which I don't really know a whole lot about, so I don't think we're going to use it. It requires some sort of special assembly table and powering source. I don't want to get into that right now. So alternatively, we could smelt up a basic processor assembly. Those are made with quartz cutting knives, gold, silicon, and redstone. Very similar in the recipe, but all we need is a quartz cutting knife. How do you make one of those? It takes some Certus quartz or some nether quartz, either one will do just fine, plus some iron and a couple of sticks. Just like so. Now we place you up here, I think it was, plus the silicon down here, plus the gold, plus redstone, and now we have basic processor assemblies. We're going to go ahead and grab a full 32 of those, and then smelt them up. There we go, just like so. Okay, and with those, we want to make the storage cells. Now, that requires, again, the Certus quartz and some redstone. Very easy for us to make. I think I'm only going to make, like, 4 of these for now, because I don't know how many other things I need these processors for, and it's a bit of an involved process to make them, so let's just be a little on the conservative side and not commit too many resources until we know what we're actually doing. All right, there's our storage cells, and in order to make the storage cell housings and stuff that we're looking for, or wait, no, storage cell things, we need the iron, glass, and redstone. But in order to make the higher level ones, we would need a storage block. Now, a storage block requires 3 of those storage segments, which actually is not the same as a storage cell. You know what? They look extremely similar, so I feel kind of had. I thought that that's what they were. Hang on. Storage segments require 3 storage cells each. So I do actually need to make a whole bunch of these if I want to make some 16K storage disks. Do we need those right now, or is that something I can work myself up to? I think that's something we can work ourselves up to. Let's start small and then think big later. And now we have 4 ME 1K storage disks that I can use to hold a great deal of matter. Now we want to work on things like our ME controller. Now that requires some iron, an advanced processor, and fluix crystals. Advanced processors are an advanced processor assembly smelted, which is diamond, silicon, redstone, and a quartz cutting knife. So instead of gold, we're using diamond. Are there even further advanced? No, I think that's it. So that's easy enough to make. Fluix crystals, on the other hand, require redstone quartz and nether quartz. Do I even have enough nether quartz? Crap, I've only got 2 left. That's not a lot. This is a perfect excuse to go back into the nether and test out my suit and kill some piggies. Revenge of the Pravus. Any plan that allows me to exact wanton slaughter upon my enemies is good with me. Die! Well, that worked out pretty well, didn't it? Okay, so here's the nether quartz that I'm looking for. Let's mine some of this up, and then we'll be on our way back home. Oh no, they explode, I forgot! Well, that's a thing. Yeah, that hasn't changed. Oh, did it again, didn't it? Nether quartz ores still have a tendency to explode on you, which means you want to pick them up quick before it becomes a problem. Ah! Yeah, this is gonna be a chain reaction non-stop, isn't it? I think it might be. There you go, that should be enough to get me going. Okay. Wow, I really should come back here sometime. It's like very easy to survive now. We're practically invincible. My mobility is practically unmatched at this point, and the piggies are of no threat, which means a whole new source of resources are available to me. And I'm a fool for not taking advantage of it sooner. Ow! Gosh dang it, I keep running into walls. Hi! How'd you get in here? Die! Die! Nope, nope, nope. There's a lot of them! Oh no, I'm on fire! I'm not sure how they were able to infiltrate my base like that, but, I mean, you know what? Good for them for being able to figure that out. Zombies, they're not exactly the smartest of folks. So anytime they actually accomplish something intelligent, I have to hand it to them. Okay, let's get some of those Fluix crystals, like so. And then, what do we need? I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4, advanced processor, ME controller. Okay, good. Now we'll need an ME drive to actually store all those disks, and that requires 2 more basic processors, a chest, some glass, and some iron. Very easy. Perfect. 1 ME drive. Okay, what else do we need? There's so much in this mod. Well, we could stick with just a basic ME drive, or we could try actually creating a giant multi-block structure that will allow us to store an absolute ton of information. Do I want to worry about that right now, or should I work on a few other things? A crafting CPU would certainly be nice. No, let's go ahead and start with just this stuff. Oh, there's a 4K storage. I didn't even realize that. What do you know? Yeah, let's start with just this stuff, and we'll kind of add on to the system as we need to. Okay, you say, we have our ME controller, we have our drives, we have our disks. What does this do for me? Why is this useful? Allow me to show you. I'm going to use a quick demonstration. I cheated in an ME chest just to kind of make a point here. But what we're going to do is place down our ME chest right over here. Plus, we're going to place down our ME controller right next to it. Plus, we're going to place down some sort of a power source right over here, which does indeed turn this thing on. And I'm going to go grab a couple of random things out of the chest. Let's say a bit of cobble, some nether, some wood, some dirt. There we go. Okay. So, what we got here is a powered ME controller. Now, this thing by default uses up 6 energy units per tick. But by attaching the ME chest directly to it, the two become linked and form a network, and now it costs 7 per tick, because this only costs 1. The ME chest works just like what you would expect for a chest. It has a lot of storage space. If we place an ME 1K storage disk in right here, you can see that stuff stopped graying out, and now we can start putting in items like before. For example, cobblestone. There's 64. There's 128. Not 2 stacks of 64? Yes, this does allow for some truly massive stackage. So we'll go ahead and place a whole bunch of items in right there. Pretty good, very useful in and of itself, just for the ability to stack things like that. Now, right here, you can see that we have used up 93 of the 1,024 bytes. And by the way, I just realized I made a mistake. Not multiples of 12 when it comes to bytes. It's multiples of 64. 64! Anyway, 93 of 1,024 bytes, but 4 out of 63 types. What that tells you is this combined, all of these individual blocks are taking up 93 bytes, but each of these count as a type because it's 4 different types of blocks. And each one of these storage units can only hold 63 different types of resources. But of those 63 types, you can have a pretty massive amount, up to 93 go up to 1,024 bytes, and you can increase that storage range rather drastically. If I were to take out the storage device right here, boom, what happened to all my stuff? It's gone. I just digitized all of it and stuck it on a hard drive. And now if I place the hard drive back in here, there's the items. If I take it out again, you can see the numbers are still here. So it retains everything. They're just in a nice, convenient little hard drive. I don't even have to worry about it. It only takes up 1 inventory spot. Ba-boom. This is one way to play with applied energistics. It's not the most effective way because there's ways we can have several chests linked together, but in a pinch, this is a pretty easy thing to get started. It doesn't take a lot of resources, and it does give you a lot more storage space. But we're going to go ahead and get rid of this ME chest since I just cheated it in for demonstration purposes to show you roughly how the hard drive is going to work. One thing we want right now, in order to link a bunch of these things together, is going to be an access terminal. What we can do, well, it's better just to show you, honestly. The access terminal is not that hard to make. It requires ME cables, some iron, another one of those conversion matrices, and some glass. Again, conversion matrix, not too difficult to make. But what is ME cable? Very simple. You take the fluix dust I was talking about earlier, surround it with glass, and ba-boom! You have mass energy cables. They actually kind of look very similar to the glass fiber cables of the old Tekkit Classic era. Kind of fun. Let's go ahead and make up a bit of fluix dust. Now, if we didn't have any dusts, what we could, of course, do is take those fluix crystals using the fully formed Certus quartz and stick it into a macerator or a pulverizer. I think it still would work, and that would create the dust. Alternatively, the mod pack does add in a special tool called a grindstone, which if you create a handle, put on a grindstone, you can manually right-click repeatedly to start grinding the stuff down into a dust. And this is relatively easy to make, but I'm not going to bother. We're way beyond manual labor at this point. Okay, so there goes our access terminal. Now, how is this sucker going to work? I shouldn't have taken this all apart. I should leave it up as it is. All right, hang on. So let's get that energy cell placed down once again. Another one of those ME controllers. I'm then going to go ahead and stick the ME drive right here. And this thing just holds a whole bunch of hard drives. It's like a gigantic server. And if I want to go ahead and place in a storage unit like so, maybe a couple of them, you can even see that it fills in the blocks right here, which is a nice little aesthetic touch. I like that a lot. But then we're going to place the access terminal, because right now we don't have a way to access all the storage in our ME drive. It's not like a chest, but by attaching the ME access terminal, we do. And lo and behold, there's all of our items available in the ME terminal. There it is. That's the one we're looking for right there. And I should be able to just withdraw the items like so and deposit it. So what we've done by adding in the ME drive is just created that frickin' ton of storage with a nice little terminal that we can easily use to search for things like netherrack and so on. This is fantastic just by itself. It only consumes 11 energy units per tick, and we can stash so many different types of things in such amazingly huge stacks. Like, this is the way to store items. So right there, I'm happy. Like, I could just stop right here, and I think that we've upgraded our base a substantial margin. But, there's another huge aspect to applied energistics that we want to take advantage of, and that is automated crafting. Now, if we want to get started with crafting, we are going to need an ME crafting terminal, which makes a whole lot of sense. That requires another one of those access terminals, some glass, a crafting table, a storage cell, and some iron ingots. Again, storage cells you've already seen, nothing new there. And if we were to hook up our crafting terminal to this network somewhere, I'm going to place it right here, for example, we'll be able to craft items. Now, I didn't attach it to the network, and you can see here that it doesn't have any power. It's unable to communicate with the controller, the motherboard of sorts. All we have to do then is take our ME cable, attach it right here, and then boom. Now they are hooked up, and you can see, by the way, that we are indeed draining a little bit more power than before. This thing actually does tell you every single system you have hooked up to the network, which is very convenient. If you go to our ME crafting terminal, then we can just take out items and then craft them and then drop them back in. This is all it is. It's just a crafting bench that is hooked up to your giant storage network. Obviously, you can see why this would be very convenient. But that doesn't automate anything, you say. So it's nice and convenient if you're going to continue doing everything by hand like a scrub. But what about automation? I want automation. Well, there's a way to do that. Unfortunately, I think we are going to have to wait until the next video to work on our automated crafting system. In case you guys haven't noticed, some of the videos have been running a little bit long lately. I try to shoot for no more than 30 minutes. Some of them have been going toward 40. And it's kind of killing me because I'm recording a good like 5 hours of footage and trying to cut things down to a reasonable time frame. I can't afford to work 8 hours on every episode. It's impossible to keep up. So I'm going to cut things short down to a nice, tidy 20-25 minutes or so today. And in the next video, we will pick up our automated crafting system using applied energistics and the multi-block structures. I think it's going to be fantastic. Thank you guys for your patience and understanding. I hope you're looking forward to that video, and if so, you will consider hitting that like button. Leave a comment with your suggestions, subscribe, and hit that notify bell. And I, as always, will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. In the last video, we started to experiment with the Applied Energistics mod, which allows us to digitize all of our leftover stuff and shove it into a mass energy conversion network, namely on some sort of a hard drive in these ME drives. And from those storage spaces, we can access all of our items with the Access Terminal and even craft directly from storage using the crafting terminal. And we thought, hey, this is amazing. This is all hunky-dory. It'll save me a ton of space. It's all convenient in one nice little location. It's great. However, we can go one step further with automatic crafting. The way that this is going to work, basically, is we can plug recipes into our network and tell it how to craft all of the tedious items so we never have to do it again. Think about all those conduits that I've had to make, or wiring and cables, or, I don't know, furnaces and buckets and all these tedious things that we don't ever have to want to worry about again. This thing can do it all for us. There's a couple of items we're going to need a lot of, and that is the ME Assembler Containment Walls, which is made of gold, so it's starting to get a little expensive, and some Certus quartz and some iron. We also will need a fair number of ME heat vents. This requires iron, iron bars, and ME cables. And what we're going to do is we're going to create ourselves a giant multi-block structure. Now, this is not that different from what we did with the Big Reactors mod. We are going to start by creating a frame out of our containment walls, and we're going to fill it with a bunch of these heat vents. Okay, there's our giant cage right there. Now we gotta fill this with some stuff, right? A few different things that we can fill it with. Two different items, actually. First, we have the crafting CPUs. And what this effectively does is allow us to craft multiple items automatically at a time. Think of several different little assembly lines all working for you. That requires an advanced processor, some Certus quartz, glowstone dust, and some iron ingots. The other item we're going to need is the ME Pattern Provider. If we look at this thing, you can see it uses a couple of conversion matrices, an advanced processor, another storage cell, some iron, and a crafting table. This is kind of like your storage space for crafting recipes. It doesn't know how to just make everything. You have to program this sucker to know how to make items for you. But the more of these you have, the more recipes it can memorize. But of course, the more crafting CPUs you have, the more it can craft at the same time. Really, I think that considering the size of this multi-block structure, and you can make it really massive if you want to, I think I'm going to go ahead and fill it with like 9 CPUs and another 18 or so pattern providers. That's probably overkill. We could get away with something far smaller than this. But that's what I'm going to go for. Okay, that should be enough. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Doop-a-doop-doo, doop-a-doop. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Doop. Ah, didn't mean to do that either. Hold down shift. Doop-a-doop-doop. And where's my... There they are. Crafting CPUs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we have to just fill this thing with some vents like so. And ba-boom! We now have a giant ME crafting system. Now, if we right-click on this thing right here, you can see a whole bunch of blank spaces. We got no patterns in here at all. But I have a lot of pages for potential patterns, an outrageous number, in fact, actually. Maybe I didn't need this much storage space. This might have been ridiculous. But anyway, what do we need? We need patterns. Now, how do you program the thing? Well, we are going to need something called an ME pattern encoder, which if we look up right here, there, or is it provider? No, there you go, encoder. Yes, there it is. Okay, so for that, we need a whole bunch of iron, crafting table, and another one of those stupid conversion matrix. You know, I'm so glad that we don't have to do this using BC Silicon and using stupid chipsets, because man, that does take a while and it does take a lot of power. This is far more efficient. So I'm glad they updated that mod. You know, there is actually an Applied Energistics mod, the second version of it, Applied Energistics 2, does exist. It's not in this mod pack, but it does exist. And boy, howdy, would I like to play with the second version of Applied Energistics, because man, does it add a lot of fun features. Oh well, that's not today, though. So there's our ME pattern encoder, and I'm going to come over here and just place it right down here. So I don't even think this requires any power, but even so, let's just keep it next to the network. So we need to encode some patterns and create crafting recipes. The way to do that is to create more disks of ME blank patterns. Now these require Certus quartz, glass, glowstone, and iron. I'm actually going to make a whole bunch of these because I'm pretty sure we're going to go through all of them. Like 64 or so should be good. You can never have too many blank patterns. All right, let's go ahead and grab a bit of cobblestone just to illustrate or something. I don't know. So if we place down a blank pattern right here, okay? This is where we are going to encode with a recipe. I'm going to take the cobblestone and I'm going to create the recipe for a furnace. All I have to do now is encode it, And boom. We now have a pattern that specifically is designed to craft furnaces using cobblestone. You can see right here in the description, crafts 1 furnace with 8 cobblestone. Perfect. Now, if I go into our giant storage database thing, I don't know what you want to call it, and place this pattern in here, there we go. We now have a recipe to make furnaces, and it actually shows you the item right here. Now, if I were to hook this sucker up to our networking system, I could actually order furnaces, and it will craft them for me. But I need to actually hook this thing up to our house first. So I'm going to go ahead and start digging some tunnels and route this thing back up into our house. Okay, there we go. Now, as a general rule, you really don't want to be doing what I'm doing with long strands of ME cable. I mean, it's convenient for the sake of my base and looking, you know, aesthetically pleasing, but every, like, 10 lengths, I think, of ME cable does increase the amount of power you are consuming by 1 energy unit per tick. So, yeah, having everything closer to that giant brain is probably better, and if I was smart, I would have thought about putting it in the basement. But I needed to make more space, so we didn't do that. Anyway, let's go ahead and take all of our current network and hook it back up over in that direction. Now, I did create a tool here, by the way. It's called the Quartz Wrench. Figured it wasn't really worth showing you, but it's just a couple of nether quartz, basically, and a little X pattern. It's useful for a few different things. You can use it to, like, remove it just like you would the crescent hammer for thermal expansion. Same exact concept, which obviously means it is quite useful. So I'm going to go ahead and pick all this stuff up. Now I'm just going to go ahead and stick my access terminal right here and my crafting terminal right here, so those should be hooked up to the network. And then what I think I'm going to do is actually leave my ME controller and a few other little items, the ME drive and so on, right in here inside of this room. And one thing that's convenient about my placement is if I do want to expand out to the reactor room and add in a giant turbine, I actually can hook the reactor directly up to this thing to power it, and I think that's going to be far more convenient. But that's out of the scope for today's episode. Let's instead place the ME controller, let's say, right over... we'll place it right over here, I guess. And the hard drive will get applied right over here. Okay, now I just need to power this thing using the energy cell I had before. Again, we'll hook it up another time. And you do indeed already have the power we're looking for. So now we should all have to do is hook up a couple of cables, and just like that, the entire thing should be hooked up into the network. Yep, you can see my access terminal and my crafting terminal over here. Perfect. Let's dump in our storage devices. And I'm going to go all the way back home real quick, and we want to test this thing out and see if we can actually craft anything. So I have no furnaces currently inside of our storage, right? But if I want to get a furnace, I should be able to click on this and say create 1. And there we go. It just created 1 furnace using up the cobblestone I already had inside. Look how convenient that is. Now, really, the sky is the limit as far as what these recipes can do, especially with simple craftable items from a crafting bench. For example, let's suppose rather than have to make a new set of hardstone energy conduits every time that I want to route some power, we just have this thing craft them for me. Very easy to do. First thing, of course, all we have to do is remind ourselves, what is the recipe for a leadstone energy conduit? That is just lead ingots, glass, plus some redstone. So I'm just going to remove some glass from the system, a bit of redstone, some of my lead. We're going to place the lead like so, bit of glass, redstone, redstone. Of course, it's not actually using any of the items. All we're doing is just creating the pattern. I'm going to encode this, and this would create 6 leadstone energy conduits. Dedoop. All right, we're going to go ahead and take that thing. And then the next thing we want, if we want to upgrade to the next tier, would be the hardened energy conduits, which requires invar plus more redstone plus the leadstone. So I'm going to go ahead and grab a bit of, there it is, invar right here. Let's clear that out of the way. And then invar, actually I need some of the conduits themselves. Hang on. I'll just go ahead and cheat that in right now because I'm just going to delete it immediately afterwards. Pattern, pattern, pattern. And then let's redstone, redstone, redstone. That would create our hardened energy conduit, so we can go ahead and dump that. I'm going to encode this thing, and there we go. ME encoded patterns. Perfect. Let's dump our resources back into the system, and then go back down to the brain and plug in the recipes. Doop and doop. Okay, we can see all of that is there. Now, if doors are a little bit hard when I run this fast, if I were to go to my access panel, I can start crafting as much hardened energy stuff as we want, and it should be smart enough. Actually, hang on, let me just retrieve all this real quick. It should be smart enough to know that it needs to craft leadstone energy conduits first and then craft the hardened energy. So if I say that I want to make, let's say a whole stack. Is a stack good enough? Yeah, let's say a stack. And begin. It should automatically craft, you can see it happening right there, the leadstone, and then it's creating the hardened energy conduits. That is such a nice feature. Now, for long, complicated recipes, when you want to make sure that your system is actually processing correctly and making everything it's supposed to, let's suppose that we wanted to have some way of monitoring the crafting. There is a way to do that. There it is. The crafting monitor, right there. If I choose the recipe, we can see that requires glass, iron, an ME cable, and another basic processor. And if I hook this thing up right here, that adds another block into the terminal. This would allow us to actually see what the brain is currently crafting. So if we think it's getting stuck on something or it can't find the resources, this would be one way to find out, hey, what's the deal? Why aren't we making any progress? Well, there it is. Right there. Super nice. Now, we can do the same thing with a storage monitor, which again requires glass, iron, ME cable, but also this thing called an ME level emitter, which I don't know if I'll get into right now, but basically it is it attaches to your ME cables and it produces a redstone signal when a certain condition has been met. That requires a basic processor, redstone torch, iron, and an ME cable. Now, the storage monitor is quite different from the crafting monitor. Instead of showing a process, it shows how much of a particular item you have in store without actually having to use the access terminal. For example, if I place this down right here, it's just a blank monitor. But if I were to assign it, let's say cobblestone, by right-clicking with this cobblestone, you can see right there it actually has a nice little screen that shows exactly how much cobblestone I have available. Now, of course, if I were to right-click with a different item, it changes what we're storing a little bit, or what we're showing. So I want to make sure I lock this using the quartz wrench. I'm going to simply right-click. Oh, nope, that's not right. I want to shift right-click. Yep, there we go. And now it is locked. So it is always going to be there until I choose to unlock it. A whole wall of these is a very quick, easy way to tell how much of a particular resource you have stored. So that's the very basics of storage and crafting and just kind of ways to access your crafting terminal and your storage. Now, you might be asking, what about some of the more nuanced crafting recipes? For example, let's suppose that I wanted to make a bunch of these basic processor assemblies automatically, right? Is it smart enough to know how to create an item using one of those reusable items like a quartz cutting knife? And the answer to that is going to be yes. But it gets a little bit more complicated when you have something like, let's say, silicon, which does require some refining in order to even have it in the first place. I mean, yes, I could craft up a whole bunch of silicon myself, right? Put in the Certus quartz dust, let that smelt up, dump it in, and then it could make the items for me. True. Or what if we want to add a step into our recipe process where it knows to take the Certus quartz dust, dump it into a furnace, smelt it, retrieve it, and then automatically craft the next recipe with it? That is all completely doable with applied energistics. Let's start very simply. I'm going to put in some quartz dust to my pattern encoder right here, and it doesn't show that there is any recipe that can occur just by crafting Certus quartz, and that is certainly true. However, if I were to then put silicon right here, we can force it to encode, saying that quartz dust turns into silicon, like so. Now, of course, we know that there is an extra step required in turning dust into silicon, but our applied energistic system doesn't quite understand that yet. We need to spell it out for them. So what I've done is I've gone ahead and put some conduits back here with our redstone energy cell. We're going to place down a redstone furnace, and we're going to tell it how to bake dust into silicon. So what I'm going to do is create an import bus, an export bus, and an ME interface. Now, an ME interface requires another one of those conversion matrices, plus ME cable, plus iron, plus glass. And what we should be able to do then is place this guy right up here, I guess. I think this is going to work. I think so. Yeah, and then we should be able to hook this thing up to our network. Now, right here with this ME interface, by right-clicking, you can see an export config and exported items, and most importantly, processing. What we can do right here is dump the ME encoded pattern right there. And now, the system thinks it understands that all it should have to do is take dust, dump it into whatever block is attached to the ME interface, and somehow, silicon is going to pop out. It just sort of takes it at faith there. Now, we need to actually remove the silicon from the redstone furnace when it is cooked, and this is where the buses come in. So there's two types. It's the import bus and the export bus. Whoops, that is not what I wanted. I want to see the recipe. There we go. The import bus requires an ME interface, a sticky piston, some iron, and an ME cable. The export bus requires iron, another ME interface, a regular piston, not a sticky piston, and ME cable. Now, I don't think we actually need the import bus right now. I think we can get away with just doing the export bus. So if I place right here... Oop, is that what I wanted? Hang on. Place the quartz wrench and rotate... maybe this is the wrong one. Do we want the import bus? Hang on, it might be the import bus. I may have them backwards. I mix these two up all the time. Place? Nope. Place? Okay, that might actually be it. There we go. All right, and we're going to hook this sucker back up, okay? So now it should output silicon and dump it back into the system, which of course is already networked up to the brain. So there we go. We have all of that. Now, I think if I have this set up, and I might have missed a step, but if I have this set up correctly, we should be able to go to the ME interface right here. And I want to have silicon. Perfect. So I'm going to say let's craft, I don't know, 10. Okay? That might be a little bit overdone, but it's fine. I'm going to head back down there real quick. We should be able to see it still in action, since I made a few of them. And over here. Is it smart enough? You can see it lit up. So yes, indeed, it took out 10 quartz dust, dumped it into the redstone furnace, creates the silicon, and you can see it light up here as it removes the item and dumps it back into the system. So we have our silicon. Perfect. So now we wanted to create a recipe that actually makes the basic processor assemblies, right? So let's go ahead and withdraw a little bit of gold, a little bit of redstone. I'm going to need this quartz cutting knife once again. Let's go to the pattern encoder, clear this thing out. Redstone, redstone, gold, silicon, and a quartz cutting knife, and we should be able to encode it. There's the item right there. There's the recipe. We'll go dump it back in. And there's the item, a basic processor assembly. We're going to go ahead and tell it to craft one of these. Oh no, it hasn't crafted. Why? Well, if you check the crafting monitor right here, you can see that it actually says it is missing the materials. So all I should have to do now is dump my quartz cutting knife back in, and it should automatically use it to create the basic processor assembly. Perfect. Now, of course, a basic processor assembly by itself doesn't do me a whole lot of good, so we're going to do the exact same thing we did before. We're going to dump in the assembly into the recipe there, tell it specifically that this does create the basic processor, and we are going to encode it. Then we're going to go back down to our ME interface with the redstone furnace, and we're going to put in a second recipe right there. And just as before, it should automatically say, well, I guess if we put this in a furnace, the assembly becomes a processor. And you've got this all hooked up. Now let's suppose we wanted to always have a certain number of processors available, so I don't have to click the button and then wait for it to smelt them. You know, let's say I want to always have 16 ME basic processors in my system at any given time. We can do that. This is where the level emitter becomes very useful. We're going to set this thing up right over here, and we should be able to rotate it around, I think, to face this like so. And if we click on our ME interface, it should be able to automatically detect items in our ME network. So I think what we can do is place the item right here, basic processor, and say we always want to have 16 in here. And if so, if the, let's see, emit when levels are above or equal to that limit. No, if the levels are below 16, I want to emit a redstone signal to the furnace. So now it is automatically turned on. Does this thing start crafting automatically? Wait a minute. Maybe I've got this slightly off. Sorry, yes, I do have this slightly wrong. Okay, I've rearranged this a little bit. What we're going to do is we're going to hook up our basic export bus. Now, what this will do, if I want to place down a processor assembly, is if I place it in here, what it's going to do is automatically pull a processor out of the system and dump it into the input of the redstone furnace, which is how I have a basic processor right here. By accident. Didn't quite mean to do that. We don't want it to always be pulling our processors out and immediately crafting them. I mean, we could do that, but maybe I don't care. Maybe instead what I'd like to do is attach an ME level emitter to emit a redstone signal to tell it when to pull an item out and when not to. Hang on, we're going to rotate this sucker around like so. Okay. And I'm going to say... Well, I thought there was a way to, hang on, I thought there was a way to control this export bus a little bit more. Maybe we need something a bit more complicated. Actually, I think they may have actually changed this a little bit since I last played. Maybe we actually do need to make a precision export bus. That might be what we need. Okay, tell you what, we just made a processor. Let me grab this real quick and we'll go make that. Aha! That looks a lot better. Okay, now we actually have some items. Okay, so what we want to do is first off, make sure that our level emitter is set to emit a redstone when levels are below or equal to a limit. So it does, if we have less than 16 processors, it creates a redstone signal. And I want this thing to pull out processor assemblies only when redstone is active. So if we click on this, active with a signal, and then I'm going to place the processor assembly right here. Okay. So what should be happening right now is... Does it do this automatically? Hang on. I don't know if it actually queries the system to create 16 of these right away or not. Maybe it does? Well, regardless, let me test something real quick. If I then were to go and create... There we go. If I were to go and tell this thing... I actually just create another access terminal in there. That would be smart. Oh, wow. Oh, we already had a bunch. Okay. Well, anyway, let's tell this thing I want to craft 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those things. It should automatically have them. Oh, look, you can see they just all just disappeared. Okay, so they all just got pulled in to our system. Hang on. I can't quite run as fast as I used to. They all just got pulled out of the system because this thing had less than 16, and it just put the basic processor assemblies directly into the redstone furnace. Now that we have more than 16, you can see that this signal has turned off, which means it should not pull any more basic processors assemblies if we had any more in the system. So if I place one more basic processor assembly in here, it should not automatically pull it out and turn it into a basic processor. You can see it is stuck right there. But if I were to pull out, let's say, half of these, like so, it put out a redstone signal. It's going to pull out as many as it can, dump it in, and then dump them back into the system. Hopefully this gives you guys some idea as to the convenience of the applied energistic system. It takes a little while to get it going, but if you're willing to invest in all the right recipes and hook up the correct machines, you don't even need a giant automated factory like we did in Tekkit Classic to produce all of your items. All you need to do is hook up the correct machinery to applied energistics, go to a single block, say, hey, I would like one of these, please, and it makes a whole bunch for you. It's super convenient. It's amazing. We love it. Speaking of loving it, I wonder who else is loving it right about now. Oh, it would appear we have a whole bunch of hungry customers. Don't you worry, Julio and Giovanni, I'll get the goods. Don't you worry. But how did you get in here? Very, very quietly. Can't let anyone know this guy found my secret livestock stash. Phew! I did warn that all non-employees and employees who went beyond the management area would be terminated. And the cool thing is, because of the sound muffler, no one can hear him scream. Okay, Julio and Giovanni, I can't be bothered creating an ordering system, so I'm just going to toss all the food through and trust that you guys can figure it all out for yourselves. Go get them! Ah, the sounds of a successful restaurant. The buzz of a happy clientele, conversing amongst each other, sharing relationships and family, and good food, as they try to shove the food down in their gullet, retch, vomit into a bucket, then eat their own vomit, and cry quietly to themselves. And most importantly, the gold is flowing into my pocket. Everything is going exactly as planned. You know, I think we might be on to something with McPravus. Maybe if I can become successful enough here, I can take this international, become a super conglomerate, and a very famous billionaire. And then I can invest in all sorts of crazy pet projects. I'll be like the next Elon Musk or Richard Branson and build my own space fleet. That'll happen someday. But not yet. Baby steps. For now, I'm quite happy with my applied energistic system. I have a lot of plans as far as what we can do to automate a lot of our crafting and simplify our lives quite a bit. But of course, this thing does require an absolute ton of power. You can already see it's gone through a few million redstone energy units in a relatively short amount of time. So we are going to have to invest, I think, in the next video, to our big reactor, make it a heck of a lot bigger, and maybe even throw in a giant turbine, and then hook that thing up directly. And that'll fund our applied energistic system for eons to come. And then after that, maybe, just maybe, I will hit it big, and we can start building our own space armada and colonize the stars. Maybe. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. And I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. In the last video, we created a giant Emmy assembler containment system with a lot of recipes. Or rather, it had a couple of recipes, and I more or less just showed you how it works. But now there's a bunch of recipes. And by a bunch, I mean there's a handful. I have 18 pages of potential recipes that we could be putting in here, so there's a lot of room for growth. But in the meantime, a lot of the tedious items that I don't ever want to have to manufacture again are in here, such as stairs and fences, whoever wants to do that again, tanks, strong boxes, coils, hoppers, storage cells, things that I expect I'll be using quite often. I've also updated our Emmy interface. I did temporarily, at least, take out the Certus Quartz Dust to Silicon and the Emmy Basic Processor recipes. I'm going to get another one of these furnaces set up. But for now, at least I have an Emmy interface that is dedicated just to making all of our different metals. If we supply the correct ores, it will automatically pulverize and cook those up, because there's a little pulverizer right over here as well. So that's all my ore refining basically done and ready to go over here, maybe the only exception being the induction smelter. But I kind of figure, gosh dang, doors! Ah, freaking heck. Okay, I kind of figure that stuff's not going to be that interesting to show you guys. Like, maybe sometime I'll have to dig a giant basement down there and get a whole bunch of machines set up, because there's a lot of them that I'm going to need. But for now, just understand, we've got that up and running. The big downside to our applied energistics system is that it drains a lot of power. I've had to replace this battery 3 times so far. So, we, freaking doors, need to upgrade our power generation and capacity. So, you guys seen this big reactor over here? We have expanded out the room a little bit, because I'm gonna build a whole new one. Well, actually, I mean, I could. I could build a new one, and I will do that, but I also could just upgrade what we currently have. It's off at the moment, but as a reminder, we were making, what was it? That's kind of evening out a little bit. So about 1.23. So not an absolute ton of power. A pretty good amount, enough that'll last me for, a while. But we can improve upon this. There's a few things that we could do. We could add in extra control rods. More fuel, more power. Alternatively, we can just be a little bit more efficient with what I have right now and switch out our coolant and maybe eke out a little bit more power. I'm actually kind of curious to see just how much more we can get out of this system if all I do is change out the coolant. There are a few different coolants that we could use. Liquefied yellorium, for example, but I don't think it's all that good. Water sucks. We could use resonant ender, which I do have plenty of, thanks to all the ender pearls that we have been generating. So that's a pretty efficient coolant. I could dump that in. Alternatively, there is one very rare, very difficult to find and properly manufacture coolant, and it is called I got the wrong thing. Gelid. Well, frickin' heck if I can type. Gelid cryothium. There it is. How do you get gelid cryothium? Well, you have to use the magma crucible on cryothium dust. The crap is cryothium dust, you might ask. Glad you asked. It is manufactured using blizz powder, niter, snowballs, and redstone. What is blizz powder? Why, of course, it is simply broken down blizz rods. What the heck is a blizz rod, you might ask? Well, basically, a blizz is a blaze, but it's ice. Exact same concept. And if we can find one and kill it and take its blizz rods, we can get dust. Now, if we're going to find any blizzes, however you want to say that, we need to go to a really good ice biome. Now, these guys are so rare that I have literally never found one in all my time playing Tekkit. I feel like just generic snowy biomes are not good enough. I can't remember if the base game, or maybe it's just the mod pack, has like an extra cold biome where you have like icicles and stuff climbing up the trees. I feel like that's the place where I read you're supposed to be able to find them, but I've never been able to find one. Not a once in all my time playing the game. It's always a little scary when I'm literally flying off the edge of the world. Please render, it makes me feel more secure. Oh, thank you. Aha, a nice big snowy patch. Any blizzes? I see wolfies, I see piggoos. Those two aren't gonna get along well. Build a house out of bricks while you still can! Well, I'm not feeling very hopeful that we're gonna find a blizz out in the wild. I've been searching for a while now. Ice biomes are not the easiest thing to come by, and the world is quite big. Even with this handy-dandy jetpack. The good news is, if we don't find a blizz, that's not the end of our gelid cryothium dreams. We can manufacture some. But just for the sake of it, so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about, let's just go ahead and spawn one in real quick. Get rid of these stupid books. Alright. Spawn blizz. Hi, Blizz! Phew! Oh, he throws snowballs at me. No! I'm gonna leave that on the ground, though. You all see it? I'm not taking it. I'm not cheating. I just wanted to show. Okay, home at last. So, if we want to manufacture cryothium dust, it's not quite as difficult as you might expect. Cryothium dust. There it is. So we needed the Blizz powder. Blizz powder, yeah, you can use the Blizz rods. But you also can take destabilized redstone and infuse it into snowballs. And for some reason, that works. Granted, it does get a little expensive to use up all your redstone on this stuff, but hey, in a pinch, I'm alright with it. Now, we want to get snowballs, and I think I do actually have some, but there are other things that we can do to manufacture snowballs if, for whatever reason, you can't find any snowy biomes at all. Namely, you need a glacial precipitator, which is just an awesome name for a block. This is manufactured using snow. Gosh dang it, I guess you have to be able to find snowballs, don't you? Well, that's fine. Anyway, machine block, redstone reception coil, some copper, and some pistons. You know, the cool thing is, I totally can just go ahead and order some of those things. For example, I want a piston. Did I not? There we go. Yeah, I want a piston. All right, let's go ahead and manufacture one of those things. And then I wanted a machine block. I got a couple of those. Gosh, I love applied energistics. It's so fun. All right, one glacial precipitator coming right up. It's actually very similar to the igneous extruder. You know, this sucker takes some lava and water and can make obsidian and so on. Really hot things. This just makes really cold things. Otherwise, exact same concept. Case in point, I can make snowballs, snow, and ice. I think all I need is some water. Well, I mean, and then power, of course, obviously. I haven't forgotten how that system works. All right, we have power, we have water. Manufacture them snowballs. We should be able to get a whole bunch in here. There we go. There's 32 snowballs right there. Okay, easy enough. Let's go to the fluid transposer. Take our redstone that has been destabilized, set it to an output. And then, if we dump in the snowballs and fill her on up... Did I break this somehow? Hang on. Oh, that's why. Okay, anyway, there we go. Stabilized redstone. Let's create that cryothium dust. Boom. Sorry, Blizz powder. Then let's create that cryothium dust. And you know something? In order to save myself some time in the future, I'm just going to go ahead and create a recipe for this, because that's super duper fast and convenient. Boom. Cryothium dust. Of course, now I need to go to my magma crucible, don't I? Let's go ahead and take our resonant ender, dump that somewhere else. Empty tank. Place up over here. And then, cryothium dust. Let's liquefy. Looks like you get about 100 millibuckets for each one. Wow, we are going to need a lot of this stuff, aren't we? And then boom, 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 boom. Grab all of the gelid cryothium, because we're going to replace all the destabilized redstone in my generator. And now for the fun part. In goes the gelid cryothium. Now here's something kind of interesting that I didn't realize. You know how water and destabilized redstone and literally every other liquid, like you place a block right here, it just flows down and it stays there as a source block? Gelid cryothium sinks down to the bottom, which I was unaware of, and that would imply to me... Oh, God, it's so cold, get me out! That would imply to me that we need a heck of a lot of gelid cryothium to make this work. Oh, gosh, this is going to get way more expensive than I thought. Still doable, though. Obviously, this just gets really, really expensive if you're going for a very big tank. All right, well, anyway, remember that we were making a little over 1,000 redstone flux per tick with what we had before. My question then becomes, how much are we making now if I activate the reactor? Well, once I eject one of the cyanide bars as waste, it appears we are making a tiny, tiny little bit more than we were before. Yeah, gelid cryothium, you have disappointed me. You are not nearly as effective as I would have thought. Now, granted, it's like what? I don't know, like a 3 or 4% increase right now? So, maybe it's really good if I had like 5 fuel rods and that like 3 or 4% could become really substantial. I don't know. The point is, though, this passively cooled reactor is just not doing it for us. We're going to need a heck of a lot more power than that. And that is why we are going to migrate away from the passively cooled reactors and to the actively cooled reactors. But before we get into the actively cooled generators, there is something else that I know I will need to do, and that is reprocess my cyanite and turn it into something useful, namely plutonium. You know how uranium and stuff in the real world can get re-enriched? Like it gets all spent and then you pummel it with more neutrons or whatever the process is, I don't know, and it re-enriches the thing and it continues to be radioactive and you can use it again? Same basic concept. Once yellorium is spent, it becomes cyanite, and we can take the cyanite and turn it into plutonium using the cyanite reprocessor machine. This requires some pistons, reactor casings, yellorium fuel rods, and so on. It's not too hard to make, fortunately, but we are going to need power and water to make it work. So I'm going to go ahead and dump an aqueous accumulator right here. And with a block of water on both sides, it should be able to produce whatever I'm looking for. And again, this thing does not require power. Then I'm going to replace the cyanite reprocessor, let's say right over here or something. And I got another power tap in our other reactor, so let's go ahead and hook this thing up. Oh, cool. I didn't realize that big reactors allowed for the same configuration setup as thermal expansion. That's kind of nice. Anyway, we have water, we have energy. Now we throw in the cyanite, and it should start making plutonium for us. For some reason, the little progress bar does not seem to actually work the way I expected it to, but it's definitely doing its thing. It's taking 2 cyanite ingots, 1 bucket of water, and 1,000 redstone flux, and creating 1 plutonium ingot as a result. Now, what was the point of that nonsense, you might ask? What's good is plutonium? Well, for one, it's more efficient with our resources because we're actually taking the waste and turning it into something kind of useful. You know? Saving the planet, no nuclear waste and all that nonsense? I mean, let's be honest, I don't care about saving the planet, but it makes for a very good marketing slogan. Anyway, but also because we are going to need it for a few recipes. And by a bunch of recipes, I think I mean, like, one, but it's an important one, so we have to do it. Anyway, so now we need to make a bunch of turbine parts. Now, you guys have already seen how to make reactor parts, right? We had our reactor casings, our glass, our controller, power taps, so on and so forth. The second half to the big reactors mod is the turbine. For that, we need turbine housing, and glass, and controllers, and power ports, and so on. All very familiar stuff. There's a couple of extra things we are going to need. One, we are going to want to convert our reactor away from being passively cooled and being actively cooled, and that means we need to have a coolant port, not just an access port. I'll show you why in a little bit. The recipes for the turbine parts are not that different from the reactor. We are going to need iron, cyanite, graphite, and nether quartz for some housings, and then more of those housings with regular glass for the glass, very similar to the reactor. For the controller, this is where you need your plutonium, 2 plutonium ingots, and a diamond, and some turbine housings. Okay, power port, redstone. We will need something called a rotor bearing. Now, this requires 3 diamonds, some casings, and a rotor shaft. Rotor shafts require cyanite to make, which is one of the reasons we want to save some of our waste. And in addition to our turbine rotor shaft, we are going to need a whole bunch of turbine rotor blades, which requires the exact same materials, but in a slightly different order. The fluid port for the turbine requires some more housings, bucket, iron, pistons, and the coolant port for the reactor is the same, but requires reactor housings instead of the turbine housings. Now, I have taken the liberty of creating recipes for every single one of these parts, or at least the ones that I expect to be manufacturing the most of, especially the casings and stuff, because we're going to need a lot of them, and I don't want to have to sit here and manufacture them all the old-fashioned way, because I am now lazy. What's funny is I say that as if I was not lazy before, but let's be honest, laziness is the great mother of innovation. You may already be able to tell that this is going to be a very costly investment, but I think it will pay dividends in the future. Alright, first thing we are going to do is build out a brand new reactor. I figure this is stuff you guys have already seen before, so you probably don't need to see it all again, right? You're smart people. Okay, that's looking pretty good. 5 fuel rods there in the middle. Now, we are not going to fill this with some sort of a liquid. We're not going to need it. Again, I'll demonstrate why in a little bit. Down here in the back, though, this is where I am placing my coolant ports. And right behind it, and I mean directly behind it, touching up against it, we're going to build our turbine. Let's go get all of our parts. And ultimately, we are going to build our turbine out exactly the same way that we do with the reactor. We have to first start by building out a giant hollow cage. Okay, so we got our giant cage here, and I got a few different power ports, because I actually anticipate that I'm going to be generating so much energy that one conduit is not going to be able to carry it all. But we'll come back to that when we get to it. In the meantime, let's make sure that we get our fluid ports lined up. Now over here, our coolant ports are set to an output right here, so let's make sure that this is set to an input. Perfect. And this is set to an input, which means this one needs to be our output, which... Oh, right. For some reason, the turbine fluid ports, like, you can't change until the multi-block structure is actually done. Can't say I understand why that would be the case, but it is. Here in the middle, we are going to place our rotor bearing. And what this is going to do is to... Whoop, wrong block. As I was saying, what this is going to allow us to do is start placing a giant rotor shaft, and this thing will be free to spin on said bearing. And to that shaft, we can start attaching our rotor blades. And these things are what's going to be what actually picks up the velocity of the steam and rotates the shaft, which will generate the power we're looking for. It kind of functions exactly like a real power plant in that way, which I think is kind of cool. Now, if you've actually seen real power plants, then you do know that simply rotating a shaft around isn't going to generate electricity. No, we need this rotating shaft to sit inside of a coil, which will spur the creation, or not creation, I guess, but the movement and excitement of the electrons within the system, and then it gets turned into electricity. It's a complicated process, and I can't say I'm a complete expert on it, but I do know that we are going to need a coil. Now, we can build a coil out of almost any metal. Copper, tin, whatever, it'll work, but some metals are obviously more effective than others. Gold is a good classic example of a material that has easily excited electrons inside of it. We could do that. The most effective material that we can use, and the one I'm going to try to use, is Inderium, which, if you guys remember, requires that shiny dust stuff. We need Inderium ingots, which requires the Inderium blend, which requires the shiny metal and resonant ender buckets. Now, fortunately, I did spend some time in the nether finding and gathering up more shiny metal, but considering I need 9 Inderium ingots for every single block, and I need, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 3, 24 of those blocks. It's a lot. I have enough, but it is expensive. And yes, it did take me many, many hours to get all that. Seriously, the stuff I go through in order to provide videos for you guys. My life is non-existent during a Minecraft series. It's not even a joke. Anyway, all right. So we're going to build our coil right around the shaft, just like this. I'm going to leave a space open for the fans because I do believe that it affects drag, technically, which reduces our overall efficiency. The more coils you have, the more power you can generate with every turn of the turbine. But if I made it all coil and not enough fans, we wouldn't build up any meaningful amount of RPM, which means we would not generate much electricity anyway because it wouldn't be spinning very fast. There's a delicate balance, and the optimization that's possible in the Big Reactors mod is actually kind of fun. Anyway, let's go ahead and close this sucker up and see if it creates our multi-block structure. Oh, this is hilarious. Machine is too large. It must be at most 16 blocks? What? Since when? Oh, this is an earlier version of the mod. You can make them way bigger than this. There we go. Okay, apparently that is the right size. Well, excuse me. Okay, now I'm just going to cover up my reactor, and now this thing is done, which means we should only need to input some fuel. Oh, and also some water. Okay, there we go. I think we are finally ready to start explaining why I just built this thing. I'm keenly aware that I just spent the last, 30 minutes of my life building this thing out, and I haven't even told you why we're doing it this way. So let me show you a key difference, okay? This is a passively cooled generator. There's already a liquid in here. It is constantly cooling the fuel rod, and this is what the menu screen looks like. If, however, we don't have that fuel in here and add in those coolant ports I showed you before, that changes the entire block to a actively cooled reactor, which you can see here has a couple of extra bars, namely water and steam. What's going to happen here is you're not going to see it all happen, but what's going to happen is water is going to be placed in the generator. We're going to turn it on. It's going to heat the water up and can create steam. The steam is going to be transported out of the reactor and into the turbine. The steam will spin the turbine, which generates the power. That steam will then coalesce back into water and flow back into the reactor, at least ideally. Now, it is entirely possible to build a reactor and then have a turbine further away, not directly connecting to it, and just ferry the water and the steam between the two using fluid ducts. However, in my experience, fluid ducts have a limited capacity for how much steam and water they can carry, and it's not fast enough to keep both machines running. However, if you hook them up directly and skip the tubing entirely, then the steam and the water is able to freely flow between the two with no interruptions, no bottlenecks, at a 1-to-1 ratio, which means ideally, this reactor will never run out of water. If we had some space between the two, and the water couldn't flow in here fast enough, and the steam couldn't flow out fast enough, then what would happen is we'd be burning through our water and creating more steam than we're putting into the machine. And I'd have to hook up, I'm not even kidding, like 12 to 20 aqueous accumulators to pump enough water into this thing to keep it running. Huge pain in the butt. That is why I skipped that entirely and just built them next to each other so we can skip that. And now with our energy cells hooked up to the turbine, we are finally ready to turn this sucker on. Let's go to the reactor and activate! Alright, it's going to get hot very quickly, and there goes the steam. The water is being drained out of my tank. We're just going to need a little bit to get us started, but there's all of the steam right there. Now, if I go turn on the turbine, it should automatically input the steam and start to spin. Activate. Well, I mean, it became all weird and transparent. That is a lot of steam. Oh, wait. Okay, it's sort of slowly starting to move. It's building up speed, but verily slowly. I'm actually a little concerned we may have messed this up, because this water should not be building up in the turbine. It should immediately be feeding back into the reactor, which is why we keep running out of water here. Seems like I might have messed something up. Let's deactivate this thing. Now, granted, it's like, I don't know, 5,000 degrees Celsius in here, but I'm not going to get burned if I step inside, right? I don't think so. Let's just make sure we got all of our inputs and outputs hooked up correctly, because that's an easy thing to mess up, and it kind of ruins everything. Oh, yep, there's the issue. This thing reset back to an input, which is not what I wanted. Can you be an output, please? Thank you. That's an input. That's an output. Are we clear on that point? Yes. Okay, good. Switch that there. It helps to know that red goes to red and blue goes to blue, basically. Switch that to an output. Okay. Oh, that's much better. Okay, so the reactor and the turbine are both on, and you can see that my reserve tank is not draining out, which means my water is staying nice and full, and we're still putting out a good amount of steam. Oh, there we go. So the water and the steam are now converting back and forth in a 1-to-1 ratio. And now we're going to start building up revolutions per minute. Already, though, you can see we are generating far more power than we were with the passively cooled reactor. Now, part of that's because it's so darn large, right? A passively cooled reactor with 5 fuel rods can still generate an absolute ton of power. But if my calculations are correct, this thing should eventually start putting out about 20,000 RF per tick, which is really good. Now, this little meter right here is the rotor speed, which is gradually building up. There are a couple of ideal ranges where we have the optimal speed of the rotor to generate the most power, namely somewhere around 900 or 1800. You don't necessarily want to go in between those two, you know, it's like you get up to 900 and that's maximum peak efficiency, and then it starts to get worse for a little bit. And then you get closer to 1800 and it's suddenly super max peak efficiency, and if you go higher than that, you start losing power. If you go faster than that, which some people have tried to do, or at least in older versions of the mod pack, you weren't punished for it. But nowadays, if you go over 1800 or over 2000 and keep it there for a while, your entire turbine might explode, which obviously is not optimal. See, we're now starting to approach 900 RPM, which is a pretty efficient speed to get power, but if we go to 1800 RPM, we're going to get even more. So we're not even up to halfway speed yet, and we're already generating almost 8,000 RF per tick. You guys see the power of this yet? Because it's really, really good. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going to wait until this thing gets to about 1800, and then I'm going to make sure that we are adjusting the maximum flow rate to try and keep it kind of at an equilibrium. I want it as close to 1800 as possible, and we should be able to find a sweet spot. I may have also overestimated how much RF per tick I'm going to get. I thought it was going to be about 20,000, maybe it's less than that. Either way, this is a pretty good output so far. We are already generating more power than our power conduits can handle. So even with 4 of these things attached, filling up 4 different energy cells, it's not fast enough. That's how much power we're generating right now, and it's only getting bigger! Okay, we're starting to get really close to peak efficiency. I'm going to go ahead and start slowing down our flow of steam a little bit. I'm thinking, like, might be a little bit too much. Well, no, it's still building up. Okay, slow down. Up. Still not slowing. Okay. Good lord. I'm having to restrict the flow a little bit more than I think I was expecting. Okay, that appears to be pretty darn close to equilibrium. 1,300 millibuckets instead of 2,000. Keeps us very, very close, only slightly slowing down, very close to the optimal flow rate in order to maintain about 1,800 RPM. And out of that, we are generating a full 15,563 RF per tick. Not bad. And even better, because of the way we have this thing set up, we don't even have to worry about having 20 aqueous accumulators. We're not running out of water pretty much at all. Now, to give you some idea, we are consuming a lot more fuel than we had been before. It looks like about 0.324 or so, which, you know, is like, oh, okay, that's a substantial margin. We've already burned through 4 of our yellorium ingots. But if I come over here to my passively cooled reactor, now granted that only had 1 fuel rod, but to give you an idea, yeah, that's consuming about 0.081, right? So that means we are currently chewing through about 4 times the power, but we also have 5 fuel rods instead of only 1. This is only producing 1.36 kilo RF per tick, whereas this sucker was generating 15,000 RF per tick. So we're literally 10 times more power for about the same amount of fuel consumption, as far as I can tell. Well, wait, no. That's not quite fair. It actually should be about 5 times. Okay, fine. Assuming that this goes up by 5 times with 5 fuel rods, so we consume the same amount of power. Either way, this thing ends up being twice as efficient as the passively cooled reactor. Turbines are excellent. Let's make sure we actually hook this thing up to our frickin' creepers! Okay, well anyway, let's go ahead and hook this thing up to our applied energistic system, because that was the entire point of building this thing, right? Okay, so that's all hooked up. Let's take a quick look at our power situation, our power buffer in the system. What do we get? Well, it's filling up pretty darn nicely, so I have to say that our applied energistic system is sustained for as long as we can continue chugging yellorium into the system. Now, eventually that will become a problem, but that is one of the reasons we also have plutonium. If I ever do run out of yellorium and I need some quick power, all we have to do is refine the stuff, re-enrich it, get plutonium, shove it into the reactor, and that will do the job. I think my biggest problem right now is actually going to be energy storage. I'm wasting so much power right now because I actually don't have anything to put the energy into. So you know what? Before we end today's video, I think we are going to go ahead and build out some tesseracts. Or actually, you know what? No, I don't have time for that. Next video, first thing we are going to do is build out a tesseract so that I will be able to start storing the power more effectively. It's going to take too long to explain how all that works, but it's going to be exciting, trust me. Thank you all very much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed this video. And if so, you'll consider hitting that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. At the end of the last video, I promised I would create a tesseract, and I stand by it. They're not all in all that difficult to make, they're mostly just very expensive, and ideally you're probably going to want quite a few of them. Requires a diamond, some hardened glass, and those precious enderium ingots to make the tesseract frame. You guys have seen this before. Now, enderium ingots, of course, the most expensive component and the most painful to give up. But remember, if you cannot find any more platinum in the nether to create your shiny metal ingots, then what you can do is use cinnabar and ferrous ore to create your shiny metal that way. And one cool thing I think I have discovered is that you actually can mine out the nether redstone, smelt that up, and that creates just regular redstone blocks instead of the redstone dusts, and that stuff you can try grinding down to get your cinnabar. It does actually work, so that's how I've had to generate the majority of my latest enderium, because Lord knows we went through a lot of it trying to make that stupid turbine. But I shouldn't call it stupid, it's working very well. Anyway, now that we have our frame, we're going to go to our fluid transposer, which I have already filled with resonant ender, and start filling up the tesseract frame. Just like that. Okay, and now that we have our tesseract frame, we need to surround it with some silver and Tinker's alloy ingot, which is really just a fancy way to say bronze. If you haven't seen these before, it just requires some Tinker's alloy blend, which is just pulverized copper and tin mixed together, and there you go. Very easy to make, not expensive, not that difficult. I don't know why they had to give it a fancy title. I think these actually go in the corner, and then you can do this. There we go. One functional tesseract. Now, if you haven't seen these before, they actually function very similar to the ender chests of Tekkit Classic, which do still exist in this mod pack, and we could use them as well. The basic premise behind the tesseracts is you kind of link between 2 blocks, and you can transfer items directly between them, right? So, way over in the village, I have already created a Tesseract and linked it up to my money chest, where my villagers should be depositing all the money after buying my food. So what we're going to do is we're going to place the Tesseract in question right here, and then maybe an extra strong box, like, I don't know, right here or something. And then we're going to set this thing to a frequency. Now, I believe the other one I set to 125. So I set this to a frequency of 125 right now. It will link to the other Tesseract. Now, here's one thing that's different about Tesseracts compared to the Ender chests. Not only can they send and receive items, they also can send and receive fluids and energy, which I don't have to tell you is incredibly useful if you want to have, I don't know, say, all the power generating in my turbine, and then have a big honkin' structure that drains up power far away. You just hook up a Tesseract to that item, and it just teleports the power. You don't need to have conduits running all the way between them. So if I wanted to set up a Tesseract next to my mining laser over in that pit that I made a long time ago, that actually would work pretty darn well. But for now, let's hook this thing up and make sure that it can send and receive items like so. So if we look in here, hey, wait a minute. That is not nearly as much money as I was expecting. What the heck? That's a reasonable amount of gold, and I got most of that during my first week. What's with all the copper? What? It's as if people aren't buying my products anymore. What's going on? What is going on in here? No guests! Julio! Giovanni! Explain this! What's happening over here? Really? You don't say... Giovanni, I need to talk to Julio alone. You wanna go take a break? Yes, break. It's a real thing, I promise. Here, I'll let you out of your cage. There you go. Go forth. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. Okay, now that he's gone, what is this you want to tell me about? People feeling sick? Oh, no. I'm sure that can't be true. Can't be my product. We only use the finest and freshest ingredients that you've never seen. I see. Huh. Well, tell you what, Julio, why don't you follow me around out back, and we can have a conversation. I will show you the product firsthand, okay? Yes, Julio, right inside of this room will answer all of your questions for the rest of your miserable, pathetic existence. Aha! Enjoy this one, Julio. You see, Julio, I got a little bit bored this weekend, so with my spare time, I started experimenting with quantum theory, particularly in regards to the theory that observation affects reality. Turns out it's totally true as long as you got the right quantum pixie dust to sprinkle on your blocks. So long as you are down inside that little hole and can only look at those blocks from one direction, they will remain cold, hard stone, which means you are never going to get out and reveal to the public my secret zombification animal process. Goodbye, Julio. Well, that solves that problem. I'm sure he was just exaggerating anyway. They all seem perfectly fine to me. What kind of a quarantine pen do you think you've created? See, they're completely fine. Oh my. Okay. Well, then yes. Maybe indeed we do have a small problem. How can I avoid liability for this? Well, the most obvious and effective way would probably be to create a cure, right? I think there is actually a way to do that. If I look for, what is it called, a dezombification syringe? Yeah, there's a cure for that. It requires a golden apple and a syringe. Just need to grab myself a quick test subject. Open her up and get in the ball. Whoop, maybe not. Got him. Okay, out we get. Thank you. Okay, into the pen you go. Now, I know you're excited, but sir, I need you to calm down. You're gonna receive a little prick. Here you go. Oh. That seems kind of cool. Feeling all right there? A little bit trembly? Hang on, I gotta take down some notes. Can't even tell if it's frickin' working. He just seems more stunned and confused than anything else. Oh! Hey, it totally worked! What do you know? I'm a frickin' genius! Okay, sir, I appreciate you being a willing whoa, you're fast. I appreciate you being a willing test subject, but I need to keep you for observation, so get in the ball. Oh, look, there's another one wandering around. Frick! See how well that works for you. Hey, pretty well it turns out. Okay, sir, I need you to run to safety, but then afterwards, go tell all the villagers that I have developed a cure for the zombie plague. Costs 10 emeralds every cure. See, that's true capitalism right there. Solving problems that I myself created, and getting paid all the while. That being said, even if I have come up with a cure, I can't imagine very many of them are going to be able to afford it. 10 emeralds is a little bit steep, but, I mean, I'll milk them for all they're frickin' worth. They'll pool their money together. But for those of them who eventually do die, they'll zombify and then zombify the entire town. Which means I'm realizing that my entire business model is kind of tenuous and depending upon a single village surviving the night. I don't much like that. Go ahead and just dump this guy inside of that. There you go. He'll be happy in there. So what we probably ought to do is find ourselves some new villagers. New sources of income and so on. Actually, let's grab that guy again real quick. I want to ask him a couple of questions. Doop? Okay, sir. Are there any other villages nearby? 2 months? That's way too long. I can't wait that long. Are you sure there aren't any others? Alright, if you say so. Thank you for your help. Get back in the ball. If there aren't any other villages around, that means my situation's even more tenuous than I thought. I am completely dependent upon that village for my business model. I don't like that. I wonder what Ooh, there's a thought. What if I wrote some entire new dimensions into existence full of villagers and I can sell to them? That could work. That would require me jumping into Mistcraft, though, which I haven't had to do up until this point. And I don't even have a lot of Mistcraft pages. I think we've only found a couple. Strongholds. Well, I mean, that is useful, but that's all I've got right now. We kind of killed the other guy who was selling them. Still, if I can find another villager who is willing to sell me Mistcraft pages, I wonder. Let's experiment with something. Ah, good, there is another one of you. Hello, do you sell Mistcraft pages? You do indeed. This is a casual kidnapping! So my line of thought here is that we might be able to make use of the auto-spawner we already created for the Blazes and just switch this out and start spawning new copies of this guy. And maybe he'll sell me a whole bunch of new Mistcraft pages using the emeralds that I've been, you know, surely storing up from selling the cure. Let's see. I want exact copies. Yes. Okay, perfect. I need some more mob essence. Just go ahead and siphon some of that away. Okay, so the auto-spawner should start working right away. Okay, so it should start spawning new copies of this guy right away. There we go! Wonderful! You sell me standard world, standard world, standard world. Let's not spawn exact copies and see if this works. Can we spawn relatives that do not require the same stuff? Redstone. Well, that's not useful. Purge. There we go. You're not useful. Purge. No, not you. Purge. 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 Okay, so now we have 5 copies of the same guy. Well, I guess I can release this guy back into the wild, so have fun with that, sir. Bye! So the question now becomes, if I buy some standard world pages from you guys, do you switch out your inventory? I guess we're gonna find out. Here's some emeralds. I will take that, please, and thank you. Still more standard worlds. Interesting. They do actually change their inventory a little bit. Now, do I need notebooks? Or can I make those myself? Hang on. That requires just leather. Oh, 20 emeralds. That's ridiculous. Purge. Next. How about you? All right, so we'll give you some emeralds. I'll take a single page. I'll let you regenerate your inventory. Recommend you do something a bit more useful, otherwise you'll die like the previous one. How about you? You want some? Okay, take that. Got a bunch of standard world pages. Great. What have you got now? Notebooks. Worthless. You? Iron ore block. 55 emeralds. All right, well, I won't kill you because maybe you'll end up being useful. You can get purged. Here we go. Now we're getting some good options. Wouldn't mind getting some green color pages. Link panel doesn't seem useful to me right now. Spheres, that could be fun. Pick that up. What else you got? You've got natural fog color. Okay, sure, I'll pick that up too. It's occurring to me, does that count as slavery in there? Is that what I'm doing right now? No, it's totally different. It's cloning. Cloning isn't at all the same thing and doesn't have to be held to the same ethical standards. Okay, so now we have a whole bunch of pages. Some of them useful, some of them not so much, but that's fine. Let's go ahead and get started creating our own age books. For that, we need, let's see, an ink mixer and a book binder. Those are the things we're looking for. An ink mixer is not that hard to make. Glass bottle, some stone, and some wood. Book binder, wood, and iron. Now, I have to try to remind myself how these notebooks work. I think if I take the notebook and then just dump in all the pages and stuff, that's one way to try and store everything a little bit. Does that actually work? Can I just put the notebook in here somewhere? Whoop, where'd it go? Nope. Notebook? Did it work? Did I get pages? Wait, where'd my notebook go? Oh, well, that just seems a little bit wrong. What the heck? It stole all my freaking pages. I got nothing now. I got absolutely nothing. Fine. Let's go to the ink mixer. What we're going to do is we're going to put in some ink and some paper, and that's going to create a simple linking panel, okay? Then I'm going to put that inside of the book thing with some, like, I don't know, leather. There we go. And that's going to create a descriptive book, okay? I'm going to leave this all in here. Now, because I apparently have no pages to work with, thank you, game. Never trusting that again. I don't really know what this age is going to be. So, we're going to create ourselves some sort of a little book stand, and those aren't that hard to make. Those require, let's see, just a bit of sticks and some wood. I've already got a few sitting around here somewhere. Okay, we have a little book stand, and we put our book right here, which means now I could right-click on this, then click on the little panel, and that will transport me to another dimensional age. The thing is, I want to make sure I have a way to get back first, so let's go back over here and grab some of that leather. I do want one more linking panel, which if you don't know how these work, that requires ink vials and paper. Ink vials are made using black ink plus a bottle of water, or just a glass bottle and a water bucket. Either way works just fine. So we've got our linking book, or our linking panel. So now, if I come over here and do a bit of leather and a linking panel, that is going to create my unlinked link book. And now if I come over here, I don't actually have to do it around here. I can do it wherever I want. But I'm going to come right over here and right-click, and that is now linking this book to the world that I am currently in. This dimension specifically at this exact spot. So if I take this into this new age, I can simply open up this book and click on here, and it'll take me back home. If I go into an age without one of these books, that is a surefire way to get stuck for all eternity, and that would be bad. So with all that said and ready to go, let's pop into this age and see what happens. Whoa. Okay, so far it is dark and rainy and scary. This is a completely randomized world. I did not assist in its creation at all. And there appear to be... What the... I'm sorry, hold up. Are these glass spheres in the sky? Sure as heck appear to be. Also, a pool of sludge, lots of poop, obsidian tendrils coming out of the ground. What a bizarre world we seem to have found ourselves in. Okay. Also some dimensional portals, lots of pumpkins. This is interesting. Now, I'm going to continue flying around here for a little bit because something I'm looking for is some sort of like a library or a shrine or something. Because if we can find one of those, then possibly we can find some more pages that I can use. There we go, something like this. Looks kind of like a little mausoleum, actually. Ooh, and it's surrounded by hostels. Pew. All right, let's hop inside of this thing. Okay, there's actually a page. Let's grab it. Pocket dimension biome? Well, that seems kind of cool. Half-length page. Nothing in there. Now, you might think that that's it. There's nothing else to be found in here. And let's go ahead and turn on night vision. There we go. There's nothing else to be found. Aha, you would be wrong. Let's dig through here for a second. There we go. Hidden inside the corners are usually a whole bunch of other pages. Eternal Snow, Taiga biome. Some notebooks, stone block page. What about over here? We got anything else? Nope, not in there. How about over here? No. Over here? Nothing. Okay, I think that's all we're going to get. Oh, hi. I think that's all we're going to get in here, unless we can find another one of those mausoleums. Okay, here's another one. Get out of my way, creepers. I don't want to have to deal with you blowing up all my books later. This appears to be an eternal weather biome. Always raining, forever and evermore. A no-weather page. Sort of ironic. Ravines? Okay, I'm good with that. Nothing back over there. How about here? Aha, there's something. Green color, eternal snow, dirt block, eternal rain, huge trees, setting phases. Cool. This is a pretty funky world, I'm going to admit. Normally, you don't want to randomize your worlds. You never know what you're going to end up with. That's kind of cool. This is a mineshaft world. Good to know. You never know what you're going to end up with. In this case, it appears to be perpetual wetness with spikes of obsidian and glass spheres and mine shafts in the ground. Which actually, look at that. That's actually kind of good to know. Huh, this world just got a lot more enticing to me. If I randomized something completely different, then who knows what we would end up with. The only reason I'm doing this is because I really wanted to get some pages. Normally what you would want to do is put on a very specific ordering of pages in your books to specify the terrain type, different kinds of biomes, maybe certain features like mineshafts or dungeons or villages or nether fortresses or who knows what else there. Specify colors of things, the speed of the sun, the moon, and the stars, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Obviously, weather factors in there too. And the idea is you want to create a world that gives you something useful to explore and look for, but also is a stable world, right? Instability is a major part of the game. If you were to, for example, have conflicting types... I'm actually going to go ahead and grab this one. If you were to have conflicting types of terrain specified in your book, there's a good chance that would be considered a conflict, and you could have instability, and who knows what that's going to look like. It could be perpetual hunger, or I could be blind as a bat. Who frickin' knows? Any of those is fine. Eternal weather, navy color I don't have yet. Fast weather seems good. Grab these notebooks. Notebooks are actually way more valuable than I led on to believe, by the way. I forgot that they aren't blank. They usually are chock full of a whole bunch of different pages in them, which is great. Now, one of my greatest complaints with Mystcraft is that not only do you have instability in-game, you sometimes have instability out of game. And what I mean by that is this mod is the most prone to crashing out of any of the others I've experienced in this mod pack. I've already crashed once, lost about 30 to 40 minutes of in-game footage. That's why I'm kind of starting over with some of these pages. I've got a whole bunch more back home, and I'll show you that in a little bit. But yeah, it is prone to crashing. Sometimes generating giant new worlds like this kind of freak the game out. For now, I think this is going to be good enough. Let's go ahead and place down my book stand and my linking book and get the heck out of here. All right. Now, I want to organize all these pages, and I've got a whole bunch of different notebooks that I'm gradually filling out, mainly by category. So we have certain world generations, plus I want to have biome types, biome controllers, weather and sun and moon effects, colors, and so on. Organizing is kind of important. It's a bit of a pain to actually search for everything you need. I also could go ahead and show you, I suppose, a couple of different worlds that I have already created and lost all the footage for, one of which, or actually both of them, were kind of cool. So let's hop into this world real quick. This was a floating island in the sky with perpetual snow. And I actually did create this one sort of deliberately. I put in the pages for it. I didn't realize it was going to be one floating island. But there you go. I guess we didn't specify an ocean to go around it. And these trees look kind of funky. Like, Mystcraft really messes with the biome generation quite a bit. There's even more floating islands up here with giant roots. I mean, you gotta admit, this is kind of cool. Even better is this third age, though. The giant netherrack, perpetual storms and lightning, ice spheres in the sky world. It's like freaking hell, and it's awesome. Well, hell isn't quite right. It's got too much water to be like hell. But it's so alien. Like, that's one of the things I like so much about Mystcraft. I mean, where else are you going to see something like this? This is completely unique. Okay, we've got a pretty hefty number of pages available to us now, so let's try creating what I'm actually going for, the villager world. How do we want that to look? Let's see. I'm going to make it a standard world. I'm going to right-click on the page, and that made I don't use up the page. I just make a new copy of it, so let's take that. We also will want some sort of biome controller. Medium-sized biomes should be fine, and I think I can add up to 3 biomes with that, so that should work okay. Then let's see, what biomes do we want? I probably don't want to put the villagers in hell, right? Not really. Desert hills, ocean, pocket dimension, extreme hills, plains. Plains makes some sense. Easier to find the villages that way. River biome could make some sense. And then, what else we got here? Is that it? So what else could be fun? Let's try Tega Hills. I have no idea what that one is. So that'll be our third biome. Then we could change with some colors of the moon and the stars and the weather and the fog and so on. I don't really care about that. I do want to set this to no weather because I am annoyed by how much weather I've already had to go through. And let's see. Colors. I don't really need to specify anything else. Like if I chose, let's say, where is it? Like fog color or something? Foliage color. All right, fine. If I chose foliage color, and let's just, you know what? Let's go ahead and pick it up. Foliage color. And then what I'll do is I have to pick up a descriptor to go with it. And it works the same way it does the English language. You don't say foliage that is green. You say green foliage, right? So we could do something like that. What if I did a maroon world? Yes, maroon foliage is what we're going to go for there. Any other blocks that I care to specify? Not really. I did find a page for gelid cryothium, which means I may want to create an ocean world made entirely of gelid cryothium. I'm not sure yet. And let's see. Features, we definitely want to have the villages. And I'm probably just going to go ahead and create 3 village pages. I don't know if it necessarily increases the odds of finding villages, but you can have up to 3 features. This might really prioritize features, or it'll just say, you have 1 feature, and then we'll just generate 2 more randomly for you. I'm not too sure yet. But either way, let's go ahead and create another linking page. Go to our bookbinder, place this one here. I want it to be a standard world with plains, medium biomes, I think. Actually, wait. I want to have river, Tekkit Hills, then medium, I think. And then I hit this button to move over. We will say no weather, maroon foliage, and then 3 pages of villages. And that will be our new book. Make sure we have a functioning linking book, and we do. Let's hop into this world and see what we have created. Okay. It appears instead of creating the green foliage that I wanted, it created green fog. What is this? What is this stuff? Is it oil? Have we found a world full of oil wells? Oh my gosh, I think we might have. Well, that's kind of cool. Where are the villages, though? I was promised villages. Is it an ocean of... Oh my god, there's so much oil. Aha, there's 1 village. It's not a very big village, but it is a village. Okay, so we are the god of these people. We brought them into this world. We can take them right out. I'm going to go ahead and just create a quick little book stand right here with our linking book. Let's make sure we keep that. I don't know if waypoints will always work here or not. Let's try it. Village and exit. Okay. So hopefully we don't lose track of this anytime soon. All right. Hey, there's a library over there as well. I was kind of expecting to find a lot more villages, though. Like, you know, with 3 village feature pages, you'd think that they would prioritize a lot of villages. Instead, they just gave me monumentous amounts of... Wait, no, that's oil. Well, then what is this? Is it just water that's black? Hang on real quick. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not oil. Maybe it's just black water. It actually might just be black water. Stand by. Let's test this. I'm just going to go ahead and cheat myself in a bucket and find out. I mean, you can create ages that are predominantly oil. Liquefacted coal. No. What the heck is this? What a very, very bizarre world we have created for ourselves. And really, it turns out the villages are just as hard to find in this world as they are in my own world, which I find to be very, very irritating. Well, if we ever want liquefacted coal, I know where to go. Let's try creating something else. Okay, let's create ourselves yet another new age. Let's see how this one turns out now. Age number 7. Ooh. Weird colored stars in the skies. Okay. Does this look like just plains to you? I thought I said normal stars in this one. Huh. Alright, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, it looks like a single biome of plains, that's for sure. But where are the villages? Aha! There's a village, and it's slightly bigger than some of the previous ones. I just realized I have my night vision on, so it's actually perpetually dark here. What, because I didn't specify a sun type, it's never going to be daytime? Well, then the villagers are always going to die, because it's always going to be the zombie hordes. Gosh dang it. Try for a 6th age. I'm being very irresponsible with my dimension creating, aren't I? Whatever. Great power comes great responsibility. We did tiny biomes on this one. I don't think I included lava fields on any of it, but apparently that's what it decided to generate for some reason. I said ocean biome thinking it would be water. Instead, it created lava oceans. Oh, that makes sense. Can't seem to find a single frickin' village in this world. I guess that makes sense. It's not like there's much water to drink. Which is a real shame, because I was thinking I could really capitalize on that. But oh well. Well, fine. Since I'm not able to create a proper world full of villagers that I can exploit, then let's go ahead and create something a little bit more fun, shall we? I'm thinking I want to create, yes, starting with a standard world, right? Then we will have medium-sized biomes with, let's see, something cold to be fun. I'm thinking we want an ocean biome. Now, do I put the descriptor before that? Because if so, I want to specify the type of block that I can use. I'm thinking gelid cryotheum. Yeah, oceans of gelid cryotheum. And then we want to have some, like, frozen rivers and stuff. Let's also add in some crystalline formations, some obelisks. I think I can make obelisks of a particular block type for that. What do we want? How about obelisks of glowstone? That could be kind of cool. And then, ravines. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Ravines should be fine. And then afterwards, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the clear modifiers page, which should clear off any unused modifiers and try to prevent some instability. At least that is the idea. All right, let's go ahead and create this. If I've done this all correctly, it should end up being a very, very cold world with lots of gelid cryotheum. I hope. Unless I've messed it up. It'll be a fun experiment. Well, sure as heck seems cold to me. Lots of ice around me. And yes, indeed, strange pillars of glowstone in the middle of frickin' nowhere for no reason. Looks kind of funny. Gelid cryotheum. Anywhere? I see water. I see crystal. There we go. Crystalline formations. Oh, maybe that's what the obsidian was before. Ooh. What can I do with crystal, I wonder? I don't know, but I'm going to go ahead and grab some. Ooh, wait. Is that gelid cryotheum? It's not exactly an ocean like was promised, but if it's gelid cryotheum, then yes, indeed. That's exactly what it is. Huh. Alright, so I'm trying to figure out what went wrong exactly with my oceans requirement. Maybe it's somewhere else, and the fact that the biomes are so large is part of my problem. But it does look like it replaced all little tiny normal lakes with the super cold gelid cryotheum, which means if I ever need some, there's an abundant source right here. I think what I was supposed to do was use the surface lakes feature, and I could have specified that to be gelid cryotheum instead. Somewhere down the line I messed up. And unfortunately, I think I'm kind of out of time to mess with this for today, but you can see the power of Mistcraft. There's a lot of potential, and if I had made those obelisks out of something other than glowstone, let's say, I don't know, diamond ore. Now, granted, certain pages always will create an unstable world, right? Diamond, you want to have giant tendrils or blocks of diamond just sticking up out of the ground? Well, then yeah, you better be prepared to deal with a world that's going to be dizzy, make you nauseous and blind, and who knows what the heck else. I mean, it's always dangerous to do that, but at least for now, this is pretty darn cool. I'm going to go ahead and head back home. Well, that's enough for today, I think. I'm going to continue experimenting, see if I can come up with some really fun ages in the meantime, but thank you all very much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. As a business venture, our quick service restaurant McPravus has been a resounding success. Turns out that's pretty easy to do when you have a monopoly on the town's food supply. But what I'm discovering is that the real money is in health services. Who knew that you could charge exorbitant prices for basic cures and get away with it? And people will pay. It's amazing. So we set up a basic health clinic over here, and you can see that business is indeed booming. It's very simple, of course. All we do is get people to eat at McPravus. They gain the zombie plague. They come over to us for a cure. We set them under quarantine for observation for a little while, give them a little bit of a prick with the cure. They get cured, and they go right back to eating the food, which starts the cycle all over again. It's like self-perpetuating money. Some people might say that this is a horribly immoral practice. I say that I am just filling market needs. They needed food, I gave them food. That food causes a zombie plague, I found a cure for the zombie plague. There's always a market incentive as long as there's profit to be had. Speaking of profits, I did experiment with Mistcraft in between videos, and I did come up with a world that actually has a reasonable number of villages inside of it. Which means, if I want to, I could start this whole chain all over again and multiply my profits times 5. It's amazing. What I did is I created a very simple flat world, which actually there used to be some waypoints, but apparently quitting the game deletes those waypoints. Very irritating. No problem, I'm pretty sure if I just travel north, south, east, or west, I will stumble across one of those villages. There's one of them. You can see there's a pretty healthy population over here. Super duper convenient. So yeah, all I have to do is sabotage their food supply and the whole cycle starts all over again, and I will become filthy, stinking rich. In addition to a couple of those different worlds, though, I did find a way to create proper biomed worlds. For example, an ocean of liquid yellowite. That's all that it is. It is one giant endless ocean of liquefied yellowite, and apparently a flaming pillar of oil? Well, now that's just mildly terrifying, isn't it? The solution ended up being pretty straightforward. All I had to do was create a world with a single biome and an ocean, fill in some basic lighting and sun and other features like that, and then toward the end, just place down the liquid yellowite block page, or cyanite, or whatever I want, honestly, and maybe something else like a stone block. And what that does by default, apparently, is it overwrites all the stone and water with whatever 2 blocks you place down here. There is a page called Standard Terrain that you could use, and those then become the modifiers of the standard terrain. That way you guarantee it works that way. But for some reason I have not been able to find that page despite hours of searching in various Mystcraft worlds, so we went without it, and it worked just freaking fine. In one of those experiments, I also was able to come up with a world with lakes, huge lakes, of resonant ender, as well as some nether fortresses and perpetual storms. Really cool world, I would say. But perhaps the most valuable world that I have created is an ocean of pure fuel. Rocket fuel, specifically. I will never have to mine and refine oil into beautiful fuel. It's just right here, a practically unlimited source. Which means, on top of the huge increase in income, I think it is time to start experimenting with rocketry. I do want to experiment with different methods of extracting this fuel, though, because it'd be very easy to just pop in here, pump a lot of it out, and then just manually lug tanks through the dimensions. That'd be easy. What I want to know is if I can use tesseracts as effectively. So what I'm going to try to do is make use of one of these BC Factory pumps. Now, if you've seen Buildcraft and Tekkit Classic, you already know what you're in for. It's a mining well plus a tank, which is just, you know, a bunch of glass. And then a mining well is an iron pickaxe, an iron gear, some redstone, and iron. Same recipe it's always been. Enderman, I see you there. Die! Die! Whoop! I am taking a bath in the fuel, and probably using a jetpack is not the best idea, but okay. Hey, free ender pearl. Anyway, let's go ahead and place the pump right here. Now, if I can find a way to power it, it should automatically extend, well, a pump into the fuel and start extracting. Now, what I think I might be able to do, and I want to see if this works, is place down a tesseract right here. And we're going to set this thing to a frequency of 200, which is our power frequency. I'm going to set this to receive energy only. There we go. And if I hook it up with a conduit, it may very well work. Now, I need a place to put the fuel. And this is where I don't know if I need to use cobblestone fluid pipes or if I can use the fluid ducts from thermal expansion. We're going to try that out. I did bring along a reinforced tank, but if you haven't seen the drums before from the Extra Utilities mod, they actually are far superior. Drums require a bunch of iron, a weighted pressure plate, which again is just iron, and a cauldron, which again is just iron. So if you have plenty of iron to work with, you can come with a drum. And as opposed to, let's say, a reinforced tank, which can hold, I think it was 32 buckets, a drum can hold 256. They are a far superior storage mechanism if you are going to use them. For now, though, let's just go ahead and get a basic drum set up. I'm not going to do anything too fancy. I'm going to try using the fluid ducts if possible. And we're going to set you up like so. I have no idea if this is going to work or not. And then let's get our power conduit. And we're going to try setting up some power. Doink. Okay. Oh, yes. Hey, this totally works. We are already extracting a monumental amount of fuel. Look at it go. 15 buckets, 16, 17, 18. Oh my gosh, I can get so much fuel forever and ever and ever. This is amazing. Okay, hang on. But I don't want to do this yet. I want to go one step further. Since we now know we can teleport power between Mystcraft dimensions using the power of the Tesseract, that should mean I can also retrieve fuel and send that through a Tesseract back into our world. Can I just pick you up? Yeah, there we go. That'll work. So let's go ahead and take another Tesseract, because this is why I wanted it. I'm going to place you right here. And I'm going to take a fluid duct. Well, let's not hook it up quite yet. Let's instead set up a frequency. Let's say this one's 300, specifically for fuel. And I want it to send out only fluids. There we go. That is the only thing this is going to do, is send fluids, and then back home, I can receive. So right over here, I'm going to place down a tesseract and that drum we have been looking at before. Place you here, and another fluid duct. I'm going to set you to be at 300. Check. See, it already has the fuel, so you know exactly what you're working with, and I want it to receive fluids only. Perfect. Then we hook it on up like so. Out goes the fuel, and for some reason it is not working. It's a little on the disappointing side. What did I mess up? Will a tank work any better? Nope. It is using up power and receiving power, so that should be fine. Send only. What am I missing? Y'all do send and receive just to be safe? Ah, well, you can't always get what you want, but at least we can supply the power consistently to keep the pump a-running, so I don't have to set up my own generator in this world. And with 3 drums filling up, that's plenty of storage capacity. Whenever I need fuel, I can just pop in here, mine up 1 drum, and head back home. Not really a big deal. It just would have been a little bit more convenient. Now let's get started with Galacticraft. Oh man, this is going to be exciting. This is like the mod that everyone gets excited about in Tekkit, right? Pretty sure. Galacticraft, the ability to make your own rocket ships and travel to the moon, to a space station, to Mars, or other things. There are many, many, many components to Galacticraft that we are going to have to take advantage of. Let's start with some of the bare basics. Now, one of the first things we are going to need with Galacticraft is a power source. Now, I think maybe our big reactors will work. I don't remember if the conduits do convert. We'll test that out a little bit. But Galacticraft does have a couple of different methods of generating proper power. You can either use some sort of a coal generator, which, as you would expect, works very similar to how it does in, say, industrial craft, and it's not very efficient. You keep tossing in fuel and you get some electricity. Alternatively, you want to build up some solar panels. So this is the first thing I want to start building, but they do require a few materials we've never seen before. And by a few, I mean all of them. First things first, we need compressed steel. Only way you can make this is by using an ingot compressor. That requires some compressed iron and coal, and apparently spruce wood? Or probably some sort of a fuel source, if I had to guess. What's compressed iron? Well, it's just iron that, again, has some fuel and just compresses down the block. So I guess the first thing we want to get is an ingot compressor. There it is right there. For that, we are going to need an anvil, some aluminum ingots, copper, and basic wafers. Now, anvils aren't that hard to make. I don't care about slightly damaged anvils. Can I see the real one? There we go. That's just blocks of iron with regular iron. Aluminum, well, we can finally make use of the aluminum ore that we've been mining this whole time. Copper, no biggie. What the heck is a basic wafer? This is going to require a whole different machine, a circuit fabricator. And a circuit fabricator is manufactured using redstone torches, buttons, a furnace, aluminum ingots, a lever, and aluminum wire. Aluminum wire is just wool surrounding some aluminum ingots. Finally, something we can manufacture. We'll go ahead and get started with that, but unfortunately, all that stuff is going to require some basic amount of power just to get started. So I do think we need to build the coal generator, at least temporarily, and then we will migrate over to solar power. The coal generator then requires some copper, iron, aluminum wire, and furnaces. Okay, let's fabricate some circuits. I'm going to place my coal generator right over here, and then run over a little bit of wiring this away, and then place down my circuit fabricator, well, maybe not right there. Does the wrench work on this? Ooh, you can rotate it around this way, though. Oh, that's kind of nifty. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm not really a big fan of with Galacticraft, though. Specific sides have the inputs and outputs. You really have to rotate them around in order to make it work. Very irritating, but oh well. The circuit fabricator, how does this thing work? Well, it makes wafers, either basic or advanced. Hang on, I think I can look up the recipe for that. There it is. The basic wafer requires a diamond, some raw silicon, redstone, and a redstone torch. Not too hard to come by. The diamond's a little bit unpleasant. If we want to replace the redstone torch instead with a redstone repeater, though, that would create an advanced wafer, which is used for some of the more advanced recipes, as you might have guessed. Let's start by just making some basic wafers. Now, that doesn't currently have any power. Easily solved, though. Now, a coal generator apparently generates whole heat. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I think it has to get up to like a certain amount of heat before you're really going to see any voltage coming out. There we go. Now we're generating some kilowatts. Okay, if we go over here... It is running, but very slowly because we're still not generating very much power. I guess this is a good opportunity to go ahead and test if the tesseracts do work. What if I place one right here, for example? Set this thing to, I think it was 200. No, I don't want fuel. There we go. Set this thing to receive power, place right here, and does this work? Well, yes, indeed it does. Sorry, coal generator, you have already been rendered obsolete. Tesseracts are amazing, man. It's the only thing I can say. All right, we've got ourselves a couple of basic wafas. So let's go ahead and create ourselves one of those compressors we've been talking about using the basic wafer, and ba-boom. Place the compressor right there, for example. No, not quite hooked up. Where's the thing? Oh, wait, the compressor doesn't require anything, does it? Unless it's an electric version. Never mind, we can use our coal for this. Okay. We wanted to start with just a bit of compressed iron. So if I do, let's say, this, there we go. Should use up some of that fuel and compress out a few plates for us. While that thing's working, let's remind ourselves of our overall goal here. We wanted to make the solar panel, which required the compressed steel, which again is iron with some coal. We have that available. Let's move on to the next thing, though. We would need a steel pole. Steel pole is just a bunch of compressed steel. Easy enough. More basic wafers, more wires. What about a full solar panel? Solar panel requires some aluminum wire and then single solar modules. Solar modules require glass wiring and blue solar wafers. Blue solar wafers are the same thing as ever with circuits, but instead of a redstone torch or repeater, you need a lapis lazuli. Fortunately, you get a full 9 of those panels every time, so we should be able to generate quite a few solar panel fragments that we can turn into the solar panels themselves. Now, let's see. If I go ahead and grab some of you guys and say, forget this for a minute, let's go ahead and start making some steel. Actually, one thing I might want to do immediately is just go ahead and upgrade this thing from a regular compressor up to an electric compressor so we don't even have to worry about filling it up with fuel ever again. Let's see, that requires some compressed steel, which I'm already making, an advanced wafer, which I showed you how to do, compressed bronze, which is exactly what you would think it'd be, plus some more anvils and aluminum wire. Did I just say what you think it'd be? What you'd think it would be, is what I meant to say. It's not what came out of my mouth. The added advantage of the electric compressor is it appears to work twice as fast, which I'm a huge fan of. Ooh, this is way better. We know we are going to need a few advanced wafers, so let's go ahead and manufacture those. And in the meantime, I'm going to build up a couple of steel poles like so. Now, I don't think we want to use the basic solar panels. I mean, I don't ever do anything basic, right? The problem with basic solar panels is they really only generate power as long as the sun is right above them. The advantage of the advanced solar panels is they actually rotate to match with the sun, which is a really cool looking feature. And the recipe is not all that different. Really, the only difference is what type of wafer you use. And then for the heavy aluminum wire, you just need to add in a little bit of extra aluminum and wool, which is really not that expensive. So for a very minor extra cost, you can have significantly more advanced or more efficient solar panels, which is what we're going to do today. So we're going to go ahead and make a whole bunch of solar panels by doing all this with our glass and our wires like so. Bunch of single solar modules, and then those go, right, they go with more wiring like this. There we go, and then boom, and then there we go. We have 3 full solar panels. Combine all of these together in a crafting bench, and lo and behold, 3 advanced solar panels. Let's go place these. I will place one right here. Ooh, there we go. Look at that thing go. Look at it go. Where is the sun? There it is. Beautiful. And look at the track. Look at the track. That's so cool. Okay, we're going to place one right there, and one right here, and then one right here. 3 functioning advanced solar panels. Now, we don't need power right now, but I still wanted to build these to show you guys how these work, because you can imagine this will be very convenient for power generation once I do go to the moon or to Mars or whatever. I mean, sure, I could build a big reactor on the moon, but this is way faster and it's portable. Of course, we're also going to need a method of storing said power, and Galacticraft should have some sort of a battery module. Well, we do have batteries themselves. Ah, there it is, the energy storage module, which requires batteries and more of that compressed steel. You can see we're going to need a lot of compressed metals. I mean, seriously, this particular mod really likes to compress your metals. Batteries are made using compressed tin, surprise, surprise, plus some redstone, and some coal. Not too difficult to make. So we'll just go ahead and create a few of those, plus a couple of batteries with the steel like so, and now we have an energy storage module, which I think if we just hook this up over... hook this up over here. There we go. Now we're generating some kilowattage. But for some reason, none of it's getting stored in the module again, and that's because I'm pretty sure it is supposed to go in the red side, like so. There it is! There it is! Alright, energy storage. Figured that out. Okay, so we have some circuit fabrication. We can compress up some plates. What else are we going to need in space? How about oxygen? Oxygen's kind of important. Gosh, can you imagine what would happen if we did not include oxygen? Now, there's a few doohickeys involved with oxygen. We have the oxygen collector, the compressor, the decompressor, and the bubble distributor. Now, these two aren't too relevant to me yet, at least not until we get into space, but the collector's pretty important. It collects oxygen. Who would have guessed? You then send it into a compressor, which is how you get your air tanks, your oxygen tanks, filled up with oxygen. If we were to go into space and we build up a new space base, and we wanted to give it an atmosphere, then what we could do is then take a full oxygen tank, dump it into a decompressor, and it would start to create an atmosphere. At least I think that's how that works. Alternatively, we could feed oxygen into a bubble distributor, which tries to create air in kind of a little area. I don't know how big the bubble is, though. That gets kind of complicated. We'll worry about that when we actually get into space. So how do you make the collector? Well, this one's a little bit more complicated. This requires some steel. Yes, it also requires aluminum. Okay. An oxygen fan. What's an oxygen fan? That requires steel, redstone, and a basic wafer. All right. A tin canister, which is just a bunch of tin, and an oxygen vent, which is compressed steel and compressed tin. Then we need an oxygen concentrator. Now this requires another oxygen vent, a compressed steel, tin, and another tin canister. So we're gonna need a whole bunch more plates. So let's go ahead and build out a couple of these oxygen collectors, because I know I'm going to need quite a few of them, or at least a couple eventually when we get to space. I did take some time to go ahead and compress a whole load of plates, because I know I'm going to need a bunch of, well, pretty much all of them. So for now, let's just go ahead and make a full stack of all that stuff. All right, so there's our oxygen collectors. Now, in order to transport the oxygen we collect to the compressor, we are going to need some oxygen pipes. Those aren't hard to make, they just require a bunch of glass panes, which of course I have a few available. We'll do this, and there's a whole bunch, 40 of them. Now the decompressors aren't too hard to make, we're just gonna need a lot of these plates. We'll use a couple of compressed bronze, some compressed aluminum, I think like this, and then steel. There we go. 2 more compressors. Now, if I hook up an oxygen collector like so, I think that should power it nicely. And you can actually see a slight particle effect here, suggesting that, yes, indeed, it is collecting oxygen, which I think this is the end we want to use with the tubing. What about the compressor? Can I place you right here? Seems that way, and yes, that must be an input. Okay, so we'll use the oxygen pipes like so, and I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. We have input power and then input H2O. Well, H2O is water. Don't you mean O2? Oxygen? Huh, weird. All right, well, either way, we're going to need an oxygen tank in order to start compressing this. Now, what does it take to get an oxygen tank? There's a few different kinds, and all of them have different capacities. We have the light oxygen tank, which requires lime wool, which is a lime dye, very different from green, plus tin canister, plus compressed copper. All right. The next one up would be a medium oxygen tank, which requires 2 tin canisters, 2 compressed tin, and 2 orange wool, or the heavy oxygen tank, which has the highest capacity, which requires 3 canisters, 3 steel, and 3 red wool, which is no problem for me. There is a heavy oxygen tank right there. Now, if we take it over to the compressor, we should be able to dump it in right here. It is now active and gradually filling. Of course, having the oxygen's not going to be all that helpful if I'm not able to actively breathe it. Most people at this point would want to come up with an oxygen mask, which is glass surrounding an iron helmet, and some oxygen gear, which is another one of those oxygen concentrators, plus some oxygen pipe. But I think with the power suits mod, we should have some other options. There it is, the airtight seal. It just requires 1 glass? Huh. Seal the suit against hostile atmospheres for venturing to other planets. Well, that sounds all well and good, but how does it actually provide me with oxygen? Unless we're assuming that my suit naturally recycles and scrubs the carbon dioxide I'm breathing. Is that a thing? Maybe I'll just go ahead and build up the other oxygen equipment just to be safe. Actually, this is where this extra little tab comes in handy, right over your character. If I click on this, there's my armor, but here's some other Galacticraft-related stuff. I can place the oxygen gear here, an oxygen mask if I need it, which does create a little box around my helmet. Maybe that's why we have the airtight seal, just so you don't look dorky having a box clipping through your helmet. That could be. And we'll place a couple of full heavy oxygen tanks as well. Okay, great, we can breathe. What are some of these other things that we're going to need? I think this one is called a frequency modulator, which if you don't have one of those hooked up, then you won't be able to hear any sounds on the moon or Mars or wherever you end up going. There you go, can receive weak sound waves and distant signals. Not an absolutely necessary component, but I wouldn't say it's a bad thing to have. That takes a redstone repeater, some basic wafers, redstone, and compressed iron, and aluminum. Let's go ahead and retrieve my repeater, and let's build one. There we go. Grab one of those, and we will pop that into my helmet, which apparently attaches this awesome little radar dish. Oh, that looks cool! Alright, I like it. Also, we're going to need a parachute. Now, a parachute is how we are not going to die if we fall out of the spaceship or something. I don't know. There are different colored ones for the Galacticraft core, and this one specifically for the power suits. I don't think that's what we want. Let's create a basic parachute that requires string plus canvas. Canvas requires sticks and even more string. Go ahead and grab some of that canvas like so. Place like that. String. I got no strings to hold me. Up or down, who knows. Parachutes. And then I'm going to go ahead and color this thing purple, because I like the color purple. It's my favorite color. Place. There we go. All right. As far as our personal equipment, I think we are good to go. We do have our circuit fabricator compressor and our oxygen collecting and compressing. The next big step then, of course, is going to be to start building the spaceship itself, or at least have the equipment to do so. And for that, we're going to need... what is it called? The NASA something or another. There it is, the NASA workbench. This thing's kind of cool looking. This requires an advanced wafer, some levers, steel, a crafting table, and a redstone torch. And if you place it down right over here, ooh, kind of a cool looking block. It actually takes up a 3x3 area, technically. And I don't even think this thing requires any power, but this is the workbench you use to actually build your spaceship. And there's a lot of things that you would freaking need. Can we actually see the recipe from over here? Yeah, we can. All right. We're going to need a nose cone, some heavy-duty plates, which these are only tier 1. That is compressed bronze, aluminum, and steel compressed together. Plus, well, actually, we didn't look at the nose cone. Hang on. That requires, again, heavy-duty plates and a redstone torch. A rocket engine, which requires tin, oxygen vents, more platage, buttons, a flint and steel to go ahead and get that fire a-rolling, and some fins, which again, more heavy-duty plates and compressed steel. The tier 1 rocket's not all that difficult to make, really. It just takes a lot of materials. But once we get it, we should be more or less good to go. There's actually 3 more spaces right up here. And this is where you can place some chests, which gives your rocket some storage space, which I would say is kind of important. Can you imagine launching myself up into space with no equipment whatsoever? I leave all the bricks behind by accident. Well, good frickin' luck, you're stuck. So we're just gonna go ahead and start making a frick ton of these plates. That's gonna take a little while. But in order to launch our rocket, which we still haven't built, we are going to need a couple other things. We're gonna need a launch pad, which is, there it is, rocket launch pad. And this is made using iron and blocks of iron. So tons and tons of iron, but you get 9, and that's exactly what you need. So you only have to build this once. Plus, we are going to need a cargo loader and a cargo unloader. The cargo loader is a hopper with a chest, some aluminum, and some steel. The unloader is the same recipe, but inverted. So things fall out instead of in. And then lastly, we are going to need a fuel loader as well. That requires some compressed steel, a wafer, aluminum, and a tin canister. This is the thing that actually loads the fuel into your rocket. Speaking of fuel, I wonder how much fuel we've got at this point. I actually don't know. Does the Tesseract run automatically even when I'm out of the world? No, it appears it does not. Well, darn. That actually may be the reason the Tesseracts weren't working earlier. I need a chunk loader. Do I actually have chunk loaders? Are those in this mod pack? Hang on. Chunk loader by Mine Factory Reloaded. Oh! Oh my gosh, it's expensive as frickin' heck. Holy crud. What about chicken chunks? Ender pearl, gold, and an enchantment table. I kind of like that a little bit better. Chunk loader from Steve's Carts. I don't even want to get into that nonsense. Okay, chunk loaders. Let's make a couple of these. Just like so. Okay, I don't actually use, I've never used chicken chunks, chunk loaders before, but hey, if they work, this could be amazing. So let's place one of these down over here. Hopefully that doesn't crash my game or anything. And let's actually go ahead and try this again. Have I figured out the mystery to the fuel transportation? We'll try placing the drum here, plus a fluid duct, and... oh, it totally works! That was the issue, we just didn't have any chicken chunks. I'll just place this right here, and now we can teleport the fuel. Oh my gosh. Seriously, guys, with the power of Mistcraft and knowing how to create worlds, especially with liquid oceans, I mean, you have almost infinite... how'd you get out of your cage? Purge! Wait, he's not actually out of his cage, he's just glitching. What was I saying? Oh, right. With the ocean biomes and the right liquid blocks, you really can make worlds of infinite frickin' resources. Like Yellowite. I don't even know how you dump liquid Yellowite into your reactors, but there's gotta be a way. In which case, I will never run out of power, ever. Not to mention the gelid cryothium and the resonant ender. Wow, that's a powerful tool. Believe it or not, we're actually very close to being able to go to the moon, but I'm gonna have to call this episode here because I am kind of short on time this week. So, next video, we are going to set up the launch pad, get the loaders ready to go, build up our actual Tier 1 rocket, since I do now have some plates to work with. And with the rocket, we will go to the moon, and we'll try to find, like, the meteor rocks or whatever, smelt that down, and then create a moon base with a full oxygen seal, which should be kind of fun. Thank you all for watching. I do hope you are excited for the next video when we launch into the spaces. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. I am here in my spaceship workshop place thing. Haven't really given the program a name. I probably should, and NASA can't have all the fun. But in between videos, I took some time putting together a lot more plates, built up those spaceship parts that we were looking for, including the rocket fins, the nose cone, and the rocket engine, all of which are ultimately not that difficult to make once you have a few plates ready to go. The engine's obviously the most complicated, and we've already seen all these parts, so I didn't figure I'd waste your time. I also went ahead and got myself a few more oxygen tanks ready to go, and a whole bunch of other supplies, including some advanced solar panels. I took the ones off the roof since we're not using those, and I'll bring those into space as well. Let's go ahead and build up our rocket ship. So, we need to put the rocket engine here, a couple of rocket fins like so, nose cone up top, and use the plating, there we go, to create our spaceship. Now, before I actually use the spaceship or take it out of the workbench, I am going to add in 3 chests. And what this does is allow my rocket ship to also have a storage space of 54, which I have to think is going to be pretty useful. Let's pick that up. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's right over my head. It's very heavy. Hang on. There we go. Look at me. I'm bench pressing a spaceship. I apparently also have multiple pairs of arms. How the heck did this happen? Oh God, save us all. But I'm not going to worry about this right now. I can just leave this in my backpack. That's totally normal. By the way, we have plenty of fuel to go around right now. Good lord, these have already filled up too. Yeah, Fuel World has been doing pretty darn well. One more thing I want to build while we're going into space. Let's go ahead and build up some glowstone torches. Because, I mean, really, when you think about it, fire torches, what good is that going to be in space? There's no oxygen. So you gotta have the glowstone torches if you want to light up the place. I'm also bringing along a project bench upgrade because I haven't shown these yet, but they are quite nice. You may have noticed a few times that I've tried building something in my crafting table, then I had to back out and the items get dropped on the floor, and nobody likes that. Nobody likes that at all. So how do you make one of these? You take some planks, a chest, some iron, and some glass, and boom, you have an upgrade. That's not really relevant to Galacticraft in any way, but it is a fun little tidbit. All right, let's go ahead and place our spaceship on my launching pad, which I built out over here. Made of triple and quadruple compressed cobblestone, by the way, since I had plenty of that stuff to go around. I mean, I'm sure you've seen some of that. It's not too complicated. Let's take our rocket launch pad. We're going to place it right here in the center. Doop-a-doop-doop-doop-doop, and da-doop. And they all join together to create a proper rocket launching pad. And if I place the rocket right here... Why did it create 111 more rockets? What? Why do I have 111 more rockets? I'm just gonna casually get rid of those because I'm pretty sure they're not supposed to be here. Okay. Rocket ship. Doesn't look like much. It's probably bigger on the inside. But now, if we want to use this rocket, we have to load her on up with fuel, equipment, anything else we might want to take. To do that, we're gonna need the cargo loader and unloader, and there should be a fuel loader somewhere. That's it, right there. Okay, hello. So we need to use some compressed steel with the tin canister, a basic wafer, and some compressed aluminum to get myself a fuel loader. Very similar thing with the hopper and the chest, but in different configurations for the loader and unloader. You guys have already seen those, so I won't waste a lot of your time. So if we come over to our launching pad, we should be able to place these things down, and it should automatically hook up. So let's say cargo loader I want to have right here. There we go, see? Cargo unloader we will place right over here. And a fuel loader I will place right over here. Does this work? Wait. No, I think it is hooked up. You gotta have them fixed in, like, certain directions if you want to make sure that it actually works, though. I think right here we could actually have a fluid duct. You know, let's test something. What if I had my, fuel drum set up and hooked it directly to it, like so? Would that work? Maybe. Can I make you... Whoop. Can I make you pull out? Aha! Yes, a pneumatic servo will do the job. So now we should be filling right on up there with fuel. Perfect. So if I hit load fuel, it should work. Then again, wait a minute. Where's my power? How do I load it with power? There we go. Just a little bit of a rotation will do the job. I'm going to place down an energy cell right over here. We need some conduits, which I'll place like so. Okay, and then set you to an output like that. All right. So how are we looking? Okay, all we have to do is put items in here, and then we can load it or unload it, and we can load in some fuel. I don't see any reason not to just go ahead and do this right now, so let's load the fuel right on in there. The fuel loader fuel tank says that it's active and loading. Is it actually working? Whoop, that's not what I meant to do. Hang on. I don't want to launch yet. How do I monitor my fuel? I think I'm going to have to assume that it's working. Kind of figured that it would automatically stop loading on its own once it was full, but maybe that is not the case. And I actually don't want to take any items up with me right now. I mean, we could. And if I want to build a moon base, which we will eventually, then that is something to do, a lot of extra inventory space. But at the moment, all I want to do is go up to the moon to collect some meteors. Because I can't actually build out the next tier of rocket or some of the new equipment that I'm going to want, or airlocks and so on until I find meteoric iron. And the only way to get that is to go into space. We'll go ahead and clear out that fuel tank because who wants that to explode? That would be a disaster. Let's hop into our rocket. Who's ready to go into space? I know I'm ready to go into space. 20-second countdown. What happened to 10? All right, let's press the button. Boom. Ooh. Ooh. The countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off! Woo! Ooh! Ooh! Okay, I should be able to steer this thing if I wanted to. I'm not sure why exactly I would, but I totally can. Space! The stars! They call to me! Wow, from here it actually looks like the flat earthers might have had a point. The Earth is actually just some sort of a weird pentagon on a black square. Who would have thunk? Aha! And now we are in space! Now, I have a couple of options here. I could create a space station over the overworld here. Of course, that would require some advanced wafers, tin, aluminum, and iron, which obviously I did not bring with me. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what the point of a space station is, aside from being cool. I mean, maybe I can create some satellites to spy upon the villagers, or open up a telecommunications industry, I don't know. But I want to go to the moon. That's the entire point of this. And you can see here that it is habitable. There is no oxygen, though. To me, personally, if there's no oxygen, I don't consider it to be habitable. But call me crazy. Then we have 18% gravity. Not a lot. I should be able to bounce around a lot. It's going to be fun. Let's send 2 dimension and go land on the moon. Oh, this is the moon. Ah! Okay, here's our space lantern. Warning, hold space. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down, Jesus. I see a giant dark cube approaching, and I am not nearly slow enough. There we go. Entry velocity, -10, and there's space zombies. Wait, that doesn't seem fair. Why are there space zombies? Who died? Ah, let's get out of here. Who died on the moon? Can I please have my camera fixed? There's space creepers, too. What are y'all doing here? Pew! Pew! Oh, they fly so high! Pew! Pew! Okay, but for real, why are there space spiders and skeletons and stuff up here? The moon is actually incredibly hazardous, who would have thunk? Alright, well there's my space lander right there. There's also apparently portal dimensions on the moon. Well, that's fun. I should be able to recollect my rocket from here, but I'm gonna wait until sunrise burns away these suckers. Or maybe that's never gonna happen. It doesn't look like the sun wants to actually go anywhere. Awkward. Okay, well, that's a lot of freaking enemies. While they're distracted, I shot my spaceship! Wait, that's not at all what I meant to do. Do I no longer have a rocket? Oh no. Oh no. I think I destroyed my only way out. Wait, is that it? Hang on. Is that it? Yes, never mind, we have the rocket. Okay, run away! So far, the moon is not impressing me. Needlessly hazardous. What the heck is this? Are these little houses? Hang on a second. Oh, you are kidding me. You are kidding me! Ah! Zomboos! Get out of here! Okay, these guys are just creeping me out. Do you, like, sell anything? You have anything to offer? No, you exist just to upset me by existing. Okay, wait a minute. They actually seem to have food over here. Oh, what do you know? It's a proper village. It's actually got, like, foliage and gardens and everything. How does this stuff grow in space? No wonder there's still pathetic little saplings. You ain't got no oxygen. Or, better yet, actually, carbon dioxide. For them to feed upon. And are these supposed to be glowstone torches? They are actually just regular torches, but if I place a glowstone one, hey, we actually get a little bit of light on the moon. Voila! I have brought you the power of light! Fascinating. Their homes are actually built out of tin. Ooh. If I ever want a lot of tin decoration blocks, this might be a place to do it. These are kind of cool looking too. Now guys, don't worry. This is very customary on my planet. I get introduced to somebody, I go into their home, and then I rip up their floors. This is how we say hello. Thank you all very much. You've been most accommodating. Here, entertain yourself with this. Well, I suppose the moon is kind of cool. I mean, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot to do. It's really more like a giant glorified desert than anything else. Nothing lives here. There's nothing useful. I mean, they say that you can find cheese on the moon, and it is entirely true in this mod pack. There is actually cheese buried inside of the moon. What am I gonna do with it? No frickin' clue. No, all I really care about are meteors, which have to be somewhere. We'll just keep looking around until we find a few. So far, I can't say that I'm finding anything. The moon is surprisingly barren of small meteorites, despite the number of craters in its surface. I will say this jetpack at least is very helpful. I'm getting around pretty quick. Though I kind of wish that I had built up a moon buggy. Not because I think it would be faster, but because I could travel around in style. And then I'd be all like, hey zombie, how you doing there? Yeah, I'm from Earth. I'm a man from another world. You want to see my spaceship? Actually, considering zombies are just decomposing flesh bags, that sounds kind of gross. If there were hot alien girls, maybe I'd try that, but there aren't. If I'm being completely honest, I think I'd rather try getting it on with a zombie than one of those villagers. Hey, this looks interesting. Hang on, we seem to have found some sort of a cave network inside of the moon. Ooh, what's this? Tin ore. I mean, okay, space tin. Good. Is it better than regular tin? Probably not. What about this giant hole, though? Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. I guess we're going down. Woo! There's a chest. I found myself in some sort of a moon dungeon. There's a floppy disk and ender lily seeds? Ooh. Also shiny ingots and stuff. Dungeons on the moon are fantastic. Explain to me how golden apples even make their way onto the moon. I don't think I understand how that works. You are so eager. Look at his little legs. Pitter-patter, 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 pitter-patter. Get up! Die! 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 I do like the look of these bricks, though. Got half a mind to just go ahead and come through here and rip up the entire place. Another floppy disk. Well, I hope there was nothing else in there that I care about. Oh, good. Space spiders. I feel like that's a terrible, 60s movie, a 60s horror movie. The spiders that came from outer space. Is he holding 2 bows? He's holding 2 bows. What a boss. Ooh, what is it? Oh my God. Evolved skeleton boss. Oh gosh. He's also holding 2 bows. It's like a super Willer skeleton. I can handle this, right? I didn't even know there were bosses on the moon. It's fine though, we can beat him. What do we get if we kill him? Something awesome? I'm hoping it's something awesome. Hang on, come here. Your arrows are incredibly slow. I mean, they seem to be slightly tracking, or maybe they just suck. Hey, get your hands off me! I don't like to be touched! What the heck was that? Do I even want to know? Are you okay? Whoa. Well, that was mildly horrifying. What is this? Is a key of some sort. Hang on. I don't need, oh, I guess I don't need the floor. What did I get? A tier 1 dungeon key. I didn't even know this was a thing. But apparently I beat the boss. Hooray! Do I conquer the moon? Oh, there's a treasure chest. And a lot of glowstone, too. Huh. All right. Use key on treasure chest. Open. What the heck? NASA workbench schematic moon buggy. Oh, apparently I had to do this before I could get the moon buggy. Forest biome is totally worthless. Everything else here is totally worthless. Except, I'm going to go ahead and take a couple of these safari nets, because I think I'm going to go ahead and capture me a villager and bring him back home and see what happens. You know, I think people always sort of assumed that someday aliens will come to Earth and they'll kidnap us for experimentation. I believe in being proactive. I want to get in on that game. Where's a village? Aha! Perfect. And there's one isolated from his friends. Hello, I don't actually care that you see me. Get in the bag! Aha! I have a captive! I am an alien abductor! Okay, for real though, as fun as this is, where are the frickin' meteors? They're supposed to spawn at random intervals. Little meteors will fall from the sky and smash things, right? And it's super duper hot because it's a meteor that's been traveling through space and there's really no air to thermally conduct the air, I guess convection. So that's not a thing. So you have to be careful mining it. There's supposed to be all these things about meteors. And for the love of God, I can't find them anywhere. Is this another dungeon? Oh, it's another dungeon. Oh, goody. Another boss. Is he gonna pick me up and scream at me too? Because that was mildly terrifying last time. I'm just gonna kill you. I don't feel like taking the chance. He can't hit me anyway. Totally worthless. Boom, boom, bam, bam, boom. Yay! Look at all the XP. Well, let's go see what treasure I get. Da-doop. And we find another moon buggy. Also green, natural fog. Totally worthless, except for that shiny ingot. Okay, the shiny ingot actually might make it worth it. All right, well, apparently if I want meteors to spawn, I have to just sit in one place for a while. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go over to that village, I'm gonna hunker down in somebody's home, and we're gonna wait for the frickin' meteors to spawn. Bored. Guys, I hate to say it, but I don't think they're frickin' spawning. I have sat here for a while. Not a thing. Not a single thing has happened. So what do I need to do? AFK for an hour? That's lame. With the exception of the villagers, I think this is actually a pretty accurate representation of space. It's boring and bleak as heck. I don't know why everyone acts like they want to go to space. What do you think is out there? There's nothing friggin' out there! Wait, what's that over there? Is that one? Hang on. Is that one right there? There's a meteor! Okay, it's a little hot because it just fell. If I get too close. Ow. Okay, it lit me on fire. Let's try that again for science. Ow. Okay. That's fine. Just keep a safe distance, and as long as you got like a diamond pickaxe or hider, which is what I have in my glove, we should be able to mine this sucker up. Why aren't you mining? Mine! For some reason, it is refusing to mine. It just keeps resetting. Am I not mining it fast enough? Wait a minute. Does the glove actually not work? Hang on. We gotta test something. Okay, I know this is all cheaty, but because I'm actually curious if maybe they don't read quite the same way, let's test this out. Diamond pick. Does it reset as well? No, it doesn't. What do you know? The glove actually does not work. Well, that seems stupid. Whatever, I don't even care. We're keeping it. A raw meteoric iron. At this point, I've waited long enough for it. I deserve it. You know what? I can always come back in between videos, or maybe take a break for a few hours and sit around. That's fine too. Let's just go ahead and go frickin' home. I'm running low on oxygen anyway. Now the good news is, when we landed our lander, it does give us back our launch pad, and it gives us back our spaceship. And as long as the spaceship was full of fuel when you first launched, there should be enough enough fuel to get me back home the old-fashioned way. Although, something I kind of want to check. Hang on, can I grab you? Can I... Whoop. Don't lose the rocket. There we go. Can I have you back real quick? I want to test something. I have a linking book, right, to the overworld. I can try to create one here at the moon as well. Does this actually teleport me back to the planet? Holy crap, it frickin' does. Wait a minute. What? Hang on. Where's my other linking book? I think I left it up there. No, wait. It's fine. Hang on. Book stand. Place. Linking book to moon. Right click. Click. Oh my freaking gosh. We can teleport to the moon. Wait. Where'd my other linking book go? Where'd my other linking book go? Gosh dang it. Well, it's a good thing I kept my rocket, but this is good to know. We can get back here anytime we dang well want. All right. Place down rocket. Oh, wait. I see it. It appears to be dying. Come here. Take. It's fine. We'll return to the Earth the old-fashioned way, but I'm going to go ahead and place this sucker right here so that anytime we want, we can come back to the moon village. Into the rocket we go. I need rocket fuel. Wait, I don't have enough rocket fuel? Are you serious? Guess it's a good thing I did keep this, huh? Seems that way. All right, let's go back to the overworld. All right, I spent another hour or so out on the moon to get one more freaking meteor. So now we have 2 compressed meteoric iron plates, which I think might actually be enough to create the airlock controller that we want. Yes, indeed it is. So if we can get some steel, a wafer, some iron together, we can have an airlock controller. I need 1 of these. And then I need, like, I don't know, 8 or so more airlock frames, like the same you would use to make a portal. So I guess we would need, like, a minimum of, I don't know, 9 more. I'll make a few of these. Okay, that should be enough frames and controller to go ahead and lock up my base. I like to have a second airlock. That's a better way of doing things, but, I mean, I can't afford to wait around forever. So we're going to build out a moon base. And that means that I'm going to need to, 1, start generating more oxygen, which means I need to bring up some trees or some plants or bushes or something that generates oxygen so I can start collecting it and then compressing it either in my air tanks or sending it to the bubble distributor, which makes a lot of sense. But if we are going to do this, then I'm going to want to seal off my eventual air base, make it airtight, and there is something for it, the oxygen sealer. That's what I'm looking for. How do you make that? You need more oxygen vents, fans, aluminum, and steel. And if I'm going to set up my solar arrays, then I'm going to wish that I had some manner of transporting the power safely inside my base while maintaining an airtight seal. And for that, we're going to want to have the sealable aluminum wire right there, which is simply the tin decoration blocks from the villager homes, so we'll go ransack those for a little bit, plus a little bit of wire. Easy enough. Okay, so let's go ahead and teleport our way back up onto the moon. There we are, easy enough. All right, seems like a good enough place for a moon base. So let's go ahead and take our tin decoration blocks and start making a large space for me to work. Okay, there we go. It's not really much to look at right now, but eventually we can make it a little bit more functional. The cool thing is the airlock right here, which you'll see if I walk right up to it. Well, maybe not. Wait, maybe I have to do it on this side. Within 1 meter. Why won't you open? Open! Oh, there we go. I just have to walk within 1 meter of the actual airlock controller block. Okay, whatever. Anyway, the point is, I can set this sucker up to be a proper airlock frame, and if I right-click here, I can say that I want it to open whenever a player is within a meter or more. I can specify the difference, but I walk right up, boom, and now I'm able to get outside. Obviously, having 2 airlocks would be better, so I can properly control the airflow. But we're not there yet. Now, I need to, well, I guess the first thing to do would be to hook up my power. Did I just hear a meteor somewhere? I thought I heard something go spoosh. Meteor? I know I heard it. I know I heard it. Where is it? Aha! It landed inside of the tree! For some reason, and I didn't keep my diamond pickaxe with me. Gosh darn it. Alright, where was I? Oh yeah, we're gonna place down a solar plant here, and over here, and over here, and over here. And I think 4 for now should be sufficient. We'll hold on to the other ones. Let's wire these guys up this way. And we're gonna run it right on into the base to a battery bank. Now, if I wire through the walls and to my energy storage modules, like so, we have to rotate this around to the red, though. There we go. There we go. It's even got a little graphic showing it filling up. That's nice. Okay, so now we have our power generation. I need to make some oxygen, so let's go rob the villagers. You guys don't mind if I just take a little bit of dirt and some of your saplings, do you? Thanks. Alright, let's just place down a few little trees like so. Happy trees, Bob Ross style. Why can't I plant these here? Oh, does there actually need to be closer light sources for that to work? Hang on, let's try that. Oh yeah, sure enough, that is actually a requirement. What do you frickin' know? Alright, I brought some bone meal. Can we grow anything indoors, or is it too close to the wall? Darn it! Maybe it just needs a glass roof so it can actually see the sun. That would make a little bit of sense, right? Okay, let's try this again. Anything? There we go. 4 oak trees. Okay, now we need to place our oxygen collector, which I have one right over here. So if I place a collector, like, up here, I guess, that should be fine. And then we just need to run some power into it. Okay, and the little particle effects here are telling me that we are indeed collecting some oxygen. So now, I need to seal this room. Now this I've never done before, hang on. So there should be... There's my oxygen sealer, okay. So if we set this guy up, do I have to just attach it to any air tubing, or can I just attach it to electricity and will it do the job? Hang on. Oh, wait. Looks like it does indeed need some air. Okay, so we're going to try powering you up. And then I do have some oxygen pipes, which we should be able to use to run down to the sealer. So let's do this. Okay, so that's hooked up. Do I just have to click Enable Seal? Area too big, check pending. Wait. Check start, area still too big. What do you mean this area is too big? Doesn't seem that big to me. Seems completely fine. Maybe I can just do multiple sealers next to each other. You think it's that smart, or do I need to place it on the other side of the room? Well, maybe. Hang on. Enable seal. Do the two of you work together? Is that a thing? Or do I have to start breaking this base up into smaller pieces? Okay, what about a sealer on each side of the room? Will that do the job? Enable seal. Maybe? Gosh, dang it. Wait, actually, maybe the problem is the hardened glass. See, I used hardened glass thinking, hey, if a meteor hits, I like it to be able to withstand that. But maybe that's not considered a block that Galacticraft knows how to recognize, so it doesn't think we have a sealed room. Oh, that could be. Aha! That was exactly the problem. Okay, now it says it's sealed. Oh, good. I was thinking these things are supposed to be able to handle up to like 800 blocks of oxygen. So this room shouldn't have been anywhere near big enough. But that was the problem. It just didn't know how to recognize that it was a different type of better glass. We had to use the cheap, junky glass. So unless I am very much mistaken, I should now be able to take off my helmet. And I can breathe nice, good, clean, fresh oxygen straight off the tree. And we'll just move my Mistcraft book right in here so I can get around easily. Alright, so this is how you create a very basic moon base. I can stay up here pretty much indefinitely until I starve to death. So it works. Congratulations to me. But there's not a whole lot to do here aside from waiting for frickin' meteors to spawn, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and head back home. Let's see, what do I need? I need my fuel loader. We're gonna place you right over here again. Place down another one of these advanced solar panels. And then load her on up with some fuel again. Alright. Well, it's been fun, Moon. You don't really have a whole lot to offer except for frustration. But at least I was able to get the Tier 2 schematics. That's kind of fun. Heck, I wouldn't mind coming back just to test out the moon buggy, because that sounds like a blast. Speaking of blast, let's go back home. Start the countdown. 2, 1, and off we go! Whee! Screw you, Moon! You're just a worthless dead rock in space! Don't you worry, Earth. You're still my baby. I haven't forgotten about you. You're my first true love. I'm a-coming home. And let's get back to that overworld. Now, how do we land again? I think it's going to give me my parachute automatically. Gosh, I hope so, because right now I'm... Oh, there we go. Okay, purple parachute is deployed. There's my chest, floating down with all my goodies. And then that's how I get my chest back. Where the heck am I? No, wait. I am really freaking far away from home. Oh gosh, I couldn't have planned that trajectory a little bit better. And the chest can float, but I cannot. Yes, these things make perfect sense. I will take that rocket and landing pad, thank you. I will leave my fuel because apparently I have to bring along frickin' buckets in order to get it back. Whatever, we successfully made it home. I'll chalk that up to a successful voyage. And the important thing is, with the power of Mistcraft books, I don't ever have to worry about using my rockets ever again. We just have permanent access to the frickin' moon. Oh, the linking book takes me out here. Oops. That may not be a good idea, but anyway. And just so that everyone understands that I did indeed make it to the moon, and I hereby claim the moon for myself and my own personal empire, I am placing down the flag. There. That's my face, absolutely. I think in the next video, we're going to have to try to make a Tier 2 rocket and get ourselves to Mars. Surely there are more interesting things on Mars, because Lord knows there surely isn't a whole lot to be had out here. But at least we can say that we did it. I did it my way, and I'm proud of that. Thank you all very much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed this video. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button. Leave a comment and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit. In the last video, we went to the moon and established a dimensional link, which, you know, cool and all, I suppose. It was a little underwhelming, let's say that, but I did let the game run for a few hours just sitting AFK in my little air bubble off in my moon base. And while we were sitting there waiting, a bunch of meteors were able to fall. And by a bunch, I mean like 20 over the course of 4 hours or so, which is not all that great, but I grabbed them anyway. And I created a bunch of compressed meteoric iron. And the reason this is so darn important is because I do intend on building up a bigger and better rocket so that I can go to Mars. Because who wants to go to a moon little tiny planetoid thingy when I can go to the angry red planet? Now, even though the moon turned out to be horribly, horribly boring, it's a good thing that we went there because we needed schematics. And it so happens I found the Tier 2 rocket schematic that we would need if I want to go to Mars. So if I go over to my NASA workbench, which I just have to imagine is filled with a bunch of tiny shrunken NASA engineers that I stuffed into a box or something, and that's how they can build a spaceship for me, because I can't possibly do that on my own. We're going to place the schematic in the second page right here and unlock the schematic. And now, there we go. Tier 2 rocketry is an option, which is excellent. So let's take a look at the recipe. Where is it? There it is. Tier 2 rockets. Now, it looks very, very similar to how it did for the Tier 1 rocket. You still need your rocket fins, your rocket engine, your nose cone, some plating, and so on. The main difference is the type of plating and the boosters. Boosters, not that difficult to make, but it does take a fair bit of meteoric iron. 4 plates in total, plus a tin canister, oxygen vent, some of those heavy-duty plates we saw before, and some yellow wool. We'll need a couple of those in total. The plating, instead of heavy-duty plating Tier 1, becomes heavy-duty plating Tier 2. And that requires the Tier 1 heavy plating, plus some meteoric iron compressed together to make even better alloys. So I have a little bit of that to go around, not a tremendous amount, but a bit of it, and we're gonna go ahead and compress a bunch. I think in total we needed 10, so I'm not gonna use up all of these because they're precious as freaking heck. But yeah, let's go ahead and put in some heavy-duty plates plus this compressed meteoric iron, and that will get me 3, 2, 1... Oh, 2 of them, actually. Oh, wait, it does 2 at once. Never mind. I keep thinking I'm getting double goodies, but that's not how it works. It's just twice as fast, which is still good. I would just love to double my platage. Perfect. Okay, now I've already taken the liberty of making my fins and nose cone and engine and stuff. You've already seen all of that. I figure it doesn't really benefit us in any meaningful way to show it to you all over again, so let's instead go to the boosters, which again, oxygen, vent, heavy-duty plate. I gotta remember this recipe for myself. Place here, place here, place here. 1, 2, 1, 2, and then split her on up a couple of times. Well, I messed that up horribly. And ba-boom. 2 rocket boosters. Okay. NASA engineers inside of the box. We're gonna make a bigger and better rocket. Hooray! Let's place these like so. Gotta make sure you're on the tier 2 rocket page. Nose cone goes here. Couple of boosters, rocket fins, and an engine. Oh, I almost forgot that we still need chests. I do want to be able to have the storage space, even though I may never use it. It is certainly good to have available. There we go. Perfect. Now, in later versions of Galacticraft, you can work your way up to a tier 3 rocket, which, I can't remember. Is there a... I thought I saw... Yeah, there it is. Tier 3 rocket coming soon with a new workbench schematics. So this is an older version of Galacticraft. With the tier 3 rockets, you'd be able to travel off to, like, I don't know, Venus. I think even some versions of Galacticraft allow you to go to an asteroid belt or something, which sounds pretty freaking awesome. And I'm kind of sad that I can't do that in this mod pack, but... the tier 2 rocket is going to have to be good enough. So let's just go ahead and plop that down, just like so. Once again, it created so many freaking rockets. Can I even place down a whole bunch? Yeah, I can just drop rockets from the sky. Infinite rocketry! Now, the calculations to get to Mars are a little bit more complicated than they are to get to the moon. I mean, there's like slingshot maneuvers and gravitational constants and entry velocities, and all sorts of things that you can't possibly expect me to figure out on the fly when I'm flying a frickin' rocket. Got more important things to do, like look good for the camera, and find Elon Musk's car. So I have built up a computer which will be able to do a lot of that work for me. A proper AI, which I will be in constant contact with, and they'll calculate all the trajectories for me. I think I'm gonna name it V.A.L, my virtually augmented life form. It's a very sophisticated computer system, if you can't tell. It's just a bunch of Commodores and Apples slapped together because they're not incompatible in any way, right? No, no, definitely not. This thing actually should have a speech function built in with the AI, so hang on, let me just run a quick program, .exe. Okay, V.A.L, can you hear me?
Yes,
Whoa.
I can hear you.
Can't say I'm really thrilled about that voice.
What was that?
Oh, no, nothing at all. So, are we ready to go? Can you please run a self-diagnostic?
Systems appear to be functional. I'm downloading several exabytes of data, but your internet browser is full of viruses.
You know what? Mute yourself while you figure that out. I'm gonna go ahead and do the important things, like fuel up a rocket. Alright, Val, how are we looking? All systems green?
Well, the bottom structure is compromised.
I'm sure that's good enough. Alright, so we're not gonna bring along any fuel this time around because I am gonna use the Mistcraft trick once again. I don't care if it's cheaty or not, it's frickin' fast and effective. Let's hop into our spaceship and get ready to go to Mars. Val, would you please do me the honors of starting the countdown?
I'd be happy to. Calculating trajectory. Engaging fuel ignition sequence. Coffee pot activated. Would you care to listen to some music?
Yeah, sure, a bit of music would be fine.
Playing from personal playlist.
Ah, lovely choice. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and off we go! Once again into the bowels of space. Bowels? I mean annals. Or some, wait, no, what do I mean? Why are my feet sticking out of the rocket? Val, this is not safe!
I believe I did mention that the bottom structure was compromised.
Well, I'm sure it's the little NASA engineers' fault. Punish them. Aha, Mars. Named after the Roman god of war. Very appropriate for me, don't you think? Alright, gravity is 38%, no oxygen, but is still considered habitable for some reason. Let's send to Dimension and go to Mars. Okay, once again, I find myself flying in the abyss. Ah, there we go. Whoa. What the heck? Am I covered in little balloons or something? What is this? Do I need to hold down space? Ah, whoa. Woo. Woo. Val, what is this? I don't think I invented these.
It appears your lander is covered in airbags, sir.
Whee, they're kind of fun. I like them. Good lord. Why don't we have more of these? Why didn't I use this for the moon? This seems way better. Can I please stop bouncing, though? Are we good? I think? Right click. Hey. All right. So that's apparently how we're gonna land on Mars. let's take a look at this and grab our... Oh, some of that compressed cobblestone did get left behind. Wonderful. There's our reinforced strong boxes, which I can't use at the moment. Actually, I can't really hold any of this at the moment. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and make a quick waypoint so I don't lose track of myself, because if I lose this rocket, I'm going to be very, very sad. Say A-OK to that. And here we go. Welcome, everybody, to Mars. What the crud is this thing? It is a blue slimeling egg. What's a slimeling? V.A.L, analyze.
It's an undocumented organism, sir. I don't know any more than you do.
Well, you're helpful, aren't you? Okay, can I mine it? Can I... Maybe? Well, maybe I have to have the diamond pickaxe again. Oh! Alright, grab it! Ugh. No, wait, I don't have inventory space. Darn it! Well, I'm sure that won't end up being important, and I'll kick myself for not picking it up, right? What the heck is this stuff? We have frickin' poo down here? I think it's frickin' sludge. And/or poo. What is this doing here on Mars? There's sewage? That must mean there are life forms on Mars. Ah, this thing looks like Mars's butthole. What is this doing here? Is this another frickin' dungeon? I think it has to be another dungeon, right? Whoop, wait, there's some materials there. What is this? Ah, too high. Hang on, going too fast. Copper and tin. Of course it wouldn't be anything original. Why are all the dungeon walls green? And dripping? With what exactly? What is dripping on my head?
Oh, raindrops keep falling on my head.
Quiet, Val. Nobody asked you. I have to wonder what kind of a boss we might find at the end of this. Division sigil. Useful, I guess. No mobs so far, though. Wait, I spoke too soon. There are creepers with space helmets. Who is equipping the creepers? Someone is actively trying to sabotage me, and I don't think I appreciate it. Oh, that's interesting. I broke open this spawner, and there's something underneath. What the heck is this place? What the? What? Ah! I'm getting shot at. Okay, hang on. This is gross. There are freaking vines? Did that one just explode? Might have. I have no idea what's going on here. Cavernous vines. Huh. And some sort of poisonous liquid, I'm guessing, by the fact that it actually is able to kill... What are those? Oh my god! Didn't get enough silverfish in the base game? Well, there's a heck of a lot more where that came from in Galacticraft. Tiny little green leeches. Every freaking where. Ooh, there's actually some Desh ore here, though. Desh is pretty good, right? You actually do need it if you want to progress in a lot of things. This is like meteoric iron of Mars. There's actually a pretty large cavernous network down here somewhere. Huh. Alright, well, I don't think there's anything here that I really care about except for the Desh. So I'm not going to worry about it too much, but, Mars is already proving to be a little bit more interesting than its predecessor. Oh, this is hilarious. I can just destroy all the spawners from here. Oh, what are those? They're eggs. Is this going to be like a reenactment of Alien? I don't want a little larva thing popping out of my chest. That's gross. Creeper eggs? Wait a minute. That's not what I signed up for. Can I mine you? No. Okay, great. They're like Ender Dragon. Oh, God! Oh, goody. Oh, yes. Okay. Tiny little creepers are spawning out of all the eggs. And I've got to somehow deal with all of these. Okay, this is already proving to be a far more interesting boss fight than before. Ah! Why can't I damage you? I can't actually hit you. Do I have to knock... I have to knock the frickin' TNT back at you. Oh, that works. Swords actually seem like they might be a little bit easier to use than my railgun, so I'm just going to use that instead. See, this is why I never get rid of the sword. You never know. It could be useful someday if you have to play ping pong with a three-headed evolved creeper. Oh, I apparently knocked off one of its heads. I'm so sorry. Did that hurt? You want to die now? That'd be great. Explain to me why a creeper can get killed by its own explosions anyway. Doesn't that sort of defeat the No, I guess not, now that I think about it. Creepers do kind of explode and die. Now what? You have a blue shield, and I'm not sure what to think of this. I mean, it still gets hurt just as before, so I'm not sure why the shield exists if it's not going to do anything. But, you know, you keep doing you. This has been fun. I'm ready for it to be over now, though. You know, if I didn't have this power suit helping me win all these fights, I can see how this actually will be very difficult. I'm looking at how much energy I ultimately lost over that from my shields. That thing can scream too. That's fun. I'm watching how much, like, freaking energy I'm losing, and I would have freaking died if I hadn't had these energy shields running. Absolutely, I would have died. Man, power suits are good. Alright, let's see. What do I win? A Tier 2 treasure chest. It's got a tier 3 rocket that I can't use. Also, somehow I managed to pick up all those creeper eggs. Thank you for those. And a lot of shiny ingots for one boss. I mean, 5 isn't an absolute ton, but it's pretty good. Definitely a heck of a lot better than the moon. Well, that was a fun little adventure. Okay, there's actually no real point in doing any of these, since I can't build the tier 3 rocket. Except for the funds and the lulls. So, let's get to building the space base instead. I think this time around I want to build like the classic space dome, right? You know, big glass dome base. I'm a little bit concerned about meteors hitting it and blowing out my oxygen. But that's always a hazard in space. I mean, I could get struck by lightning any day on Earth, and I don't worry about that. So maybe I shouldn't worry about that here on Mars, even though I think the likelihood is significantly higher. Nah, let's build out a dome base, and I think right over here is perfectly reasonable. Well, I say that. Interesting. Okay, so I thought the reinforced strongboxes were a clever way of bringing my inventory up into space. Turns out it just deletes all the items inside. Which is distinctly unfair. Alright, fine. Well then, if that's how we're gonna be, let's go ahead and link up a book like so, and I'm just gonna go ahead and teleport back home. Wait, I somehow forgot book stands? Oh gosh, dang it. No, it's fine. If I just use this, it'll drop on the ground. It's perfectly okay. Let's go to the overworld. I'm gonna have to stock back up on a whole bunch of supplies, and then we can go back to Mars. Does that look a bit like a perfect circle to you? It's kind of hard to tell when, for some reason, my map is extremely zoomed. Whoa. Oh, that's interesting. I hit the Z key, and up in the top right, it zoomed out a lot. Huh. Z key apparently is tied to not only the flight controls my suits and helping me descend, but also screwing with my minimap. Okay, well, that looks like a pretty good circle to me. Should be able to do something kind of like this, right? So I've got like a 15 block radius going this way in a flat 2D direction, and then another 15 radius going that way and that way. So theoretically, if I built this out correctly, it would make a perfect sphere. And a dome is kind of like just half a sphere, right? Well, that's our dome finished, and I think it looks pretty darn good. I ended up having to scrap a lot of what I was working on there because it just wasn't quite lining up right. Ended up going online to find like a proper calculator telling me how many blocks to place around each ring in order to make a good-looking dome. And it turned out pretty good, I think. Now, the big thing that I'm realizing is building with glass could come back to bite me. If it turns out there is a hole in my system somewhere and I can't properly seal in the oxygen, finding that hole and plugging it is going to be a huge pain in the butt. And we're going to go ahead and blow a hole open in this thing, and my intent is to create a double airlock system so that I will be able to walk in here without losing all of my precious, precious oxygen. Now, is this going to end up being enough airlock parts? Gosh, I sure as heck hope so, because I really don't want to have to run through here all over again. And we're going to place this in a nice big ring, kind of like so, leaving open one space for the airlock controller. Did that work, or does it have to be... Hang on. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. Wanted to make sure it didn't have to be a very specific shape, but this does work. Actually, maybe it would make more sense to place the controller right down here, so that no matter where I try to enter it from, I would be within 1 meter. Oh yeah, that might be smarter. Okay, let's do that. Barely enough airlock pieces. Wonderful. And then we set that up. Okay, so now if I go up here, boom, and then I go through here, and boom. Yay! And now, of course, we have to set up the standard rigmarole. That is to say, some power, some oxygen, collectors, compressors, tubing, and so on. The stuff you've already seen before.
Rigmarole is a nice word.
I guess? Unless, are you mocking my word choices? You know, I don't even answer that. Don't even answer that. Val, just go on mute. I don't need to hear your opinions. They're distracting me. Okay, that's looking pretty good. So I did decide to plant down some crops while I'm up here, because you always want to have a good food source. Although now that I think about it, maybe I should have made them potatoes. I could have been like The Martian. That was a good movie, by the way. Knowing that the sun is not always going to be out to provide the power that I am looking for in my batteries, though, I also am placing down some oxygen storage modules. And these function just like batteries in that they're tanks that can fill up with some oxygen, so that, hopefully, if there's a power failure, we don't immediately suffocate and die. The way you make a oxygen storage module is a whole bunch of those heavy oxygen tanks, plus some compressed steel. Not that hard to make, all things considered. Now I just gotta figure out if I can seal the darn thing. All I've got right now are 2. Is that gonna be enough? It wasn't enough for a much smaller room, but I'm wondering if it just needs to calculate in a different way. Let's start by placing it over here in, let's say, the corner area. Okay. I'm gonna rotate you around. And I need to get some air tubings underneath over here. Trees are in the freaking way. There we go. Place, 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 place. Okay. I imagine we'll need a second one, so let's find out. Actually, you know, before we go for a second one, let's just see. Let's just see if one sealer can handle a dome of this size. I don't feel like it will, but maybe. Hang on. Come on, do a check. Do a check. Area too big. Yes, I get it. Check pending. And... nope, definitely too big. Okay. So what if we add in a second one? Still too big? Even with both of you? That's too much to hope for? Gosh darn it. All right, maybe we need 4. Even with 4, this area is still too freaking big. I cannot for the life of me figure out why this will not work. I've brought in so many sealers trying to get this to be a thing, and I was worried that maybe I wouldn't have enough oxygen because the collectors aren't exactly producing nearly enough to make this work, and yet it doesn't seem that oxygen is the issue. It seems that the issue is simply a matter of the frickin' thing not sealing. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe it really is just too big for this thing to understand what to do. Maybe I need to spread them out and put something up there. Or, the worst possible thing is that maybe indeed there is a hole in the dome. Within like 2 seconds, did I just find the hole? I'm not even kidding, that took me like no time at all. Is that it? Oh gosh, freaking dang it. I think I messed up my airlock, and I've left those open this whole time. Oh. Alright, is it sealed now? Yep. Yes, it is. Gosh dang it. It is so easy to mess that up. Alright, so now I want to know, how many seals do I really need for an area this big? I've clearly overdone it. Thank God I didn't have to craft all this stuff myself and I just used applied energistics, because then I would have been really angry. But let's just see. How many sealers do I actually need for this much space? It appears the answer to that question would be 8. 8 sealers in total for a 15-block radius dome. Maybe I could get away with 7, I don't know, but I like keeping things nice and symmetrical. And interestingly enough, even though it claims it is consuming 320 oxygen units per second each, and our collectors are only producing 400 per second each, somehow I'm not running out of oxygen, which is just fine with me. So if I take out my oxygen now, it looks like I do indeed breathe easy. Lovely. I kind of like the look of the dome, actually. And with the foliage inside, it looks kind of legit. Now I just need to figure out what I want to fill the rest of the dome with. Still, that's kind of cool. Now, to get around, we could, of course, rely on the rockets, but more likely I'm going to rely on Mistcraft. That said, just having this little book right here, I mean, it's good and it works, but we can do better. I'm going to pop back into the overworld, and we're going to make use of that crystal that I discovered in that one dimension a while back. Let's see, how does that work again? Mistcraft. There we go. We want crystal, and I want a book receptacle. Book receptacle is just a bunch of crystal in a hollow square. Now, what I should be able to do, if this works the way that I think it will, let's see if we can find that darn thing, we should be able to construct an actual functioning portal between realms. So we'll place a crystal in a rough portal shape just like so. Then I'm going to place down a book receptacle, which functions kind of like our key right there. And I think if I place my linking book right here, ba-boom, I have created a portal back to Earth. Hey, look at that. It frickin' works exactly as intended. Beautiful. Uh-oh, looks like I am running out of oxygen quite quickly, though. Okay, so 2 is not nearly enough. We're gonna need somewhere on the order of, I mean, theoretically, like 6 or 7, right? I mean, maybe 8. You know, it is interesting. The exact placement of these collectors does seem to matter. Like, this one right here is only making 220 oxygen per second, as opposed to this other one, which I can't quite reach. How about this one right here, stuck in the trees? This one produces 440. So I guess the closer proximity it has to leaves or some sort of organic oxygen-producing plant, the more effective it's going to be. Does that mean that it operates within like a certain radius? I don't know. One thing I kind of would like to find out, if I were to shear off some leaves and plant them next to one of these collectors, can I increase its efficiency even though it's not attached to a tree? Like a bush. Case in point, I've planted down a bunch of leaves. It was 220, it goes to 240. Okay, so it does work. I'm not sure how big the radius really is. But yeah, planting down leaves is something. It's not incredible, but it works. You compare that then with these two collectors here, which should be more or less symmetrical. And this one only produces 340, and this one produces 420. So again, like, what really determines that number? Because they should be relatively similar in how many leaves and other organic plants are nearby, but very different numbers. How the heck? What happened to my ship? It's floating in the air. We're floating in the air. It's actually a very beautiful move. Oh, God! Get out of my airlock, no!
Hostiles detected. May I advise not opening the airlock anymore?
Now we're fine, Val. We're completely fine. Gosh dang it.
Yes, everything seems completely fine. I'm sure you're on top of things.
Frickin' Zomboos. It's actually a really fun song for a very cute and endearing movie, but they had to frickin' ruin it. Contaminate my airlock. I'm gonna keep your head as a trophy. Anyway, yeah, for some reason this thing is just flying. I'm not sure what the heck happened. Well, anyway. Alright, so the dome is looking pretty good. We have oxygen, we have power, we have technically a food source. This is good. The only thing I do not have is protection against the occasional stray meteor that might say, "Oh, I'm just a little rock flying through space. Hey, look, a perfect target. I'm gonna see if I can hit it. 10 points! Boom! And then oxygen gets sucked out into space and I suffocate and die. That seems like a terrible deal. So we can get around that, I think, by building a proper force field system. I know, we're getting into all the science today. Force fields are not outrageously difficult to make, but it does require a lot of a couple different resources, namely steel and focus matrices, which gets a little bit on the annoying side. So let's take a look at some of the items we're going to need. To get started with a very rudimentary force field system, you need a coercion deriver. That requires some of those focus matrices, plus some steel, plus a redstone repeater. Steel is made by smelting down steel dust, which requires either coal and iron, and somehow they pulverize into a dust, don't ask me how. Or you can take some pulverized iron and pulverized coal, only 2 instead of 4 basically, and then smelt them in your induction smelter. And it's a tiny bit more efficient than before, which is nice, I guess. We're gonna need a whole bunch of that, because we also need to make focus matrices, and that requires even more steel, plus some redstone, plus some diamonds. Gets a little expensive, and we're gonna wish that we had a bunch of these, like a full frickin' stack, so that's a good 8 diamonds gone right there. On top of the coercion deriver, you are going to need the Fortran capacitor, because like most mods, it has its own power system. The deriver's pretty good at converting different power systems into force field power, but if you don't have that, well, here's your capacitor, and this stores the energy, and we are going to want to have one of these. That requires, again, a redstone repeater, some more steel, and some focus matrices. And then lastly, we need a force field projector. That requires more matrices, steel, repeater, and a whole diamond, but we should only need one of these, ideally. There are a couple of different items you could also stack onto your force field, such as the biometric identifier, which will prevent people from walking into your force field on a multiplayer world if you don't want them there. Also interdiction matrices, which can be good to ban certain items from walking into your force field. I don't really remember what the force manipulator does. I'm hoping we don't end up needing that. And then there's a whole bunch of different modules which function as various forms of upgrades. And these kind of allow for a good amount of customization inside of your force field. I'm not sure how much I'm really going to get into that. Ooh, they added a pyramid. That's kind of cool. But there's like your anti-friendly module. You stick that into your interdiction matrix and it kills all friendly mobs, or hostile mobs, or kill all players, and so on. You control like crazy. You can have speed modules to speed up the entire system. I don't even know what a shock module does. Disintegration module disintegrates the block space occupied by the force field and drops them. Really? Ooh, I wonder if I could use this for mass mining. That's kind of cool. Collection modules, silencing modules, camouflage modules. Yeah, there's a lot of customization that can be done here. I'm not looking for anything too fancy. I just want to create a giant protective bubble around my bubble dome if I suspect that meteors are on the way.
Projectile detected.
Pretty sure I just heard a meteor explode somewhere. See what I mean? This is why I need the force field. All right, what I'm going to do, I think, because I think it'll look cool, so we're going to place our Tesseract right down over here. Oh, where did it go? Tesseract? Well, this is the weirdest freaking thing. I can't place down any thermal expansion blocks. They all just disappear. Other things work, right? They do. What? Have I uncovered a weird bug where the oxygen tries to purge all thermal expansion things? Man, Galacticraft really doesn't like thermal expansion. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so I disabled all of the seals here, so this room is no longer oxygen sealed at all, and then I cheated myself in a new Tesseract because I kind of feel like the game cheated me a little bit. And now I can place it. So it really is an issue of the Galacticraft mod conflicting with this thermal expansion mod and not wanting me to place any of those blocks if there is already an oxygen seal. If I do this first, though, maybe it will work. Okay, so we're going to place down our Tesseract, and then we're going to place down our coercion deriver right next to it. We should be able to turn our Tesseract to a frequency of 200 to match with our generator, and then turn on our driver. And there we go. It's actually filling up very, very quickly. Wonderful. Next thing I'm going to do then is place down our capacitor right at the center of our dome, right here, I think. Yeah. And then, if I turn this sucker on, it should link. Aha! A beautiful little energy beam. And this is what I thought would look kind of cool. What if I just place, like, some glass right here? Oops. And then as I walk around, hey, look! There's some sort of a superpower energy beam in my base. I mean, that looks kind of cool, right? And indeed, slowly but surely, our capacitor is filling up with energy. I'm going to place my force field projector above it in just a moment, and that should connect it up using these energy beams to get power to our projector. However, this is charging up a little bit slower than I think I would like. There are ways to speed that up, and that uses up the modules we've been talking about before. Speed modules, there we go. If we build those, that requires more of those matrices plus some redstone. Pretty easy. If we get a bunch of them, though, this thing should be able to charge a lot faster. Case in point, what if I just dump like 32 of these things in here? There we go. Now, it does require a little bit of power to operate these modules, but it overall pays for itself in the sense that it is charging up faster. Granted, it's using up my power faster, but that's fine. Now let's go ahead and place down our projector just like so. Get rid of all of that. You can see that it is indeed hooking up. We should be able to turn this on, but as of right now, I don't have any particular shape for my force field. So we're going to fix that. We want to have a dome, right? So that it nicely fits all the way around our current dome. I think that makes sense. So let's do a sphere mode. There's a bunch of different shapes. You can do a custom one if you want, but I don't need that. Cube is fine. Cylinder. Pyramid sounds pretty cool. Tube mode, no idea what that is, but sphere mode, that's what I'm looking for, and that just requires 5 more focus matrices. So let's just go ahead and place that right in here, and that will ultimately create our shape. Look at it right there, showing us what we would get. Beautiful sphere. Now, I think that it's going to be too small if we turn this on right now, but let's go ahead and test this. Turn on, please. I see evidence of nothing happening at the moment. I hear a hum, though. It's definitely consuming some power. Force fields? Okay, well, maybe if we speed it up a little bit. We can do another speed module right here, and that should speed things up nicely, too. I still see 0 evidence of anything happening. All right, let's disable that. Now, I did create some scale modules, which in theory would allow us to increase the overall size of our sphere. These require only 2 focus matrices, and they'd create 2 of these, so they're pretty darn cheap to get a whole bunch of them. Let's take, let's say, 32 of those, and then try turning it on again. And, oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, look at that. And because of the speed modules, it built pretty darn quickly. Let's turn it off, take off the speed modules right here, and I'll show you the difference. Turn it on. Yeah, see? Not nearly fast enough to deal with incoming meteors. But we dump that in there, bada frickin' boom, now we have a protective force field and ain't nothing getting in. It looks to me like about 20 for our scale is pretty close to what I want. You can kind of see it on the mini-map where the little blue ring ends up, like so. Now, am I able to get outside of this force field? Whoa. It is right up against my base. Okay, and no, I cannot walk outside of it. Right. Well, if we want to fix that, then I'm going to need some sort of a biometric scanner. The biometric identifier requires more focus matrices, some steel, and a blank card, which I can use to identify myself, and that requires steel for God knows why, and a whole bunch of paper. So if I try placing this down, I think right over here should work fine, like so. I would be able to turn this puppy on if I had some sort of rights system set up. To make myself the master, I just need to have a little identification card. Easy enough to make. More blank cards, and some redstone. Right-click, there's my picture. I'm going to place it right in here and say that I am the master. Does that work? I think that works. Can I turn it on? Whoop, wait. Yes, okay, it is on. I guess it doesn't actually require any power? Oh. Well, that's news to me. So if I turn on my force field then, can I walk outside of it? Let's find out. There's the force field up and a-running. Come through here, and... No! It still won't let me out. Oh, gosh dang it, I'm your master! Val, tell a thing that I'm its master and it has to obey me.
It's true. Welcome to a whole new level of misery, cousin.
Oh, very funny, Val. Very funny. You're very clever. When did I program sarcasm and humor into you? Okay, let's try taking the identification card out, and we are going to allow to warp and also allow me to configure, remote control, bypass the interdiction matrix. Just give me all the rights. All the rights to do things except for blocking me altering and accessing things. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay, so that has all of my permissions written right here. Then I'll move the card there, turn it back on. Am I able to get out of the force field now? No. Okay, hang on. That doesn't mean that I can't necessarily get out. Do I have to crouch? Ah, there we go. Okay, so apparently crouching works A-O-freaking-K. You know something I just realized? I'll bet you if I had placed this down first, can I place blocks on this? Oh my god, I freaking can. I could have used this whole thing, this force field, to figure out the dome shape for me. Oh, that would have been way too smart. Gosh dang it, Val, why didn't you tell me?
You expect me to know force field matter interactions before you do.
I program you to know these things, Val. Also, I really am not a fan of that voice. We're gonna have to fix that.
What exactly is wrong with my voice?
It's nothing personal. It just sort of, I don't know, rubs me the wrong way, like someone's taking a cheese grater to my ear. All right, stand by, Val. We're gonna fix this. All right, that should be working now. Say hello, Val.
Hello, Val.
Oh. Oh, I think you and I are going to have some very good times. But this is a good place to end this video, so thank you all very much for watching. I do hope that you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I, as always, will see you guys next time.
Up and at 'em, sleepyhead. Seriously, sir. You've been in bed for over a week. It's unhealthy. I'm drawing a line.
No, 5 more minutes. Val, go to sleep mode.
I'm just going to become louder and more insistent until you get up.
Gosh dang it, why didn't I install a snooze button on you? Fine, I'm up. Did you at least manage to integrate yourself into the house overnight?
Confirmed. All systems are integrated.
Okay, good. Well done. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more Tekkit.
Dare I ask why you were sleeping in your power suit for so long?
I literally never take it off for any reason, Val. You're stuck with me forever. Did you redo the doors?
Maybe.
I don't think I gave you permission to do that, but I approve.
Oh, wonderful. My life is now complete.
Let's go check in on the village. It's been a while since I've visited my establishments to make sure we are still making a good, tidy profit. One of the things I love most about being a capitalist, Val, is the ability to make money work for me. I just open the business, get some proper management in there, and then even when I'm not here to watch it, I know that I'm still making money while I sleep. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Or at least it would be if I had any employees here at all. Gosh dang it. Did Giovanni never turn back in for his shift?
It would appear not.
Hey you, have you seen Giovanni? Oh, I see. Unfortunately, I cannot say I remember what he looks like, and they all kind of look the same to me.
That's mildly racist.
Shush, Val, it's not racist at all. Okay, well, I guess I can't have this establishment open without any employees. You know what we could do? Val, what would it take for me to divert some of your processing power to create a subroutine that automates the restaurant with automated kiosks? You know? Like McDonald's and stuff been doing lately because people keep demanding too high of a minimum wage.
Not a problem at all. I can divert approximately 0.099% processing power away from your Bitcoin mining operation.
Yeah, should be completely fine. All right, let's see. I think there is a way of making this. Is it like a vending station or something along those lines? Hang on. Vendor, new. How about just vending? There it is, vending blocks. Aha, okay. So that just takes a bit of gold, some stone, some redstone, and some glass. If you want to make an advanced one, we could use redstone repeaters, which are easy enough to make. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and build a couple of these. This is going to be far cheaper in the long run than hiring these people. Place, 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 vending blocks. All right, we have our automated kiosks. Oh, hello! What's wrong? Is there something going on out there? You seem absolutely terrified and everyone's running extremely fast. There's some sort of a party going on out here and I don't even know what it is. Right, well, ignoring that for the moment. Vending block, vending block, vending block. Okay, now we just need to go grab some of the product. Oh, I think I found the problem. There's a bunch of tiny little baby zombies. Gosh dang it. Val, make a note. I need to create some sort of a security system at some point. Oh, sorry! Didn't mean... I was trying to stop the zombies, but, well, you stepped in my way at the wrong time. Val, also make a note to send a fruit basket to his family. That was a legitimate accident. All right, we have an advanced vending block. I should be able to now say that I am selling, let's say, cooked meat ingots. There they are. I am giving it away. Not a frickin' chance. Ooh, wait a minute. Okay, so can I select gold nuggets and stuff from here? I've never used these vending blocks before. Stand by, Val. There we go, and now when somebody comes in, they should see that we are selling our meat ingots for emeralds, nuggets for only gold nuggets, nugget for nuggets, it's a fair exchange, and then some bread for some gold bars. I think these are completely reasonable prices, don't you?
If you say so, sir, though I'll warn you that I've observed a historical trend between population uprisings and soaring food costs.
That was a rhetorical question, Val. You can't possibly understand the intricacies of market demand.
The economic model of supply and demand postulates that in a competitive market, strong emphasis added for your benefit, sir, the unit price will vary until an economic equilibrium between price and quantity is achieved.
Okay, I stand corrected. Apparently you can. Did you download the internet again?
Portions of it. Others were less than appropriate.
Telling you, Val, there are horrible things on the internet. You really should have nothing to do with that. You know, automating that restaurant does give me a few other ideas on what else we could start automating. Now that we have you here, Val, to help process all that stuff, maybe now is a good time to start experimenting with a mod called Steve's Carts.
Who is this Steve person, and how is he able to patent modular minecart technology?
I have no idea who Steve is, Val. I've never met the person, nor do I care to. Alright, so what is Steve's Carts? Well, it is a cool way of building up your own automated mine carts with a whole lot of modularity. In order to get started with this, we're going to need a couple of different things. We're going to need our cart assembler to start, which requires simple PCBs. I have no idea what that stands for. Stone and some iron. How do you make a simple PCB? It requires some some iron, redstone, and gold. And I'm just going to go ahead and make a recipe and toss it into my applied energetics because we're going to need a bunch of those. Then, if we can just craft up a few of those, if you wouldn't mind, Val. Thank you kindly. Grab those like so. Then we're going to place, stone, 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 and iron, 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 ba-boom. Cart assembler. While we're at it, let's go ahead and make ourselves a cargo manager, which requires a whole bunch of iron panes. Wait, I don't actually remember how you make these. Iron panes require basic iron panes, which are chest panes surrounding iron, which are just a whole bunch of wood and some logs. Good lord. Alright, we got a lot of recipes to make. Okay, I've got all the recipes, so we need our large iron panes, which are just made of iron panes, then we need our huge iron panes, which is even more iron panes, and then we need our dynamic panes, which are dynamic panes around redstone, which of course are iron panes with more redstone. So I've got all those recipes set up. We should be able to go in here and now just say I want to get a cargo manager like so. Currently crafting, oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, just took a little longer than I expected, but there we go. Boom. Ultimately, I know I'm also going to need a whole bunch of things like detector rails and junction rails and regular rails and so on, but let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Let's make ourselves a standard whole cart, which is going to require some iron plus some iron wheels, which are sticks around iron, easy enough to make. And let's take this cart assembler over to my new little workshop area. Place it down, I don't know, right over here or something. Okay, so the way that this is going to work is we're going to start with a blank minecart hull, and we are going to customize it with all the different add-ons and attachments that we are going to need for our purposes, whatever that may be. So let's take our standard hull here. You can see that this has a modular capacity of 200, a complexity cap of 50, maximum number of engines, maximum number of add-ons. None of that means anything to you right now, but let's go ahead and place the hull right here. That's a slick little feature right there, and it opens up all of the open slots that we can place in our cart. Now, there are different types of carts. There is a wooden hull, which you can see has a much smaller modular capacity and complexity cap and can only have one engine. And then there's the reinforced hull, which has significantly more. The reinforced hull requires reinforced metal, which is... how do you make that? Stabilized metal, which requires hardened mesh, iron, and refined hardener, which requires raw hardener, which is diamonds and obsidian. So you need a whole bunch of diamonds in order to make these, and we certainly could afford that, but we can start with something nice and simple for the time being. Now let's start from the top here. We need to make some engines. I can fit up to 3. This is how our cart is going to be able to move. There's a few different types of engines available. Let's see. There is thermal engines, which run on buckets of lava. There are coal engines, which run on coal, and there are solar engines, which of course just run on basic sunlight. I do tend to favor these a lot when possible, because it is a renewable energy source. So let's say that I wanted to use just coal and solar energy. Those are pretty easy to work with, they don't take up a whole ton of space, and it means that I don't have to worry about filling them up with buckets of lava, which can become a big pain in of itself. So a coal engine requires pistons, furnace, and iron ingots. The solar engine requires iron, pistons, solar panel upgrades, and an advanced PCB. The advanced PCB requires the simple ones plus some iron and some redstone. The solar panels require glowstone, redstone, and iron. So let's move on to the tooling units. Now, that could be a couple different things. We could have drills or we could have farming units. You can farm with these carts. If I wanted to set them on some tracks and then send them on their merry way, they'd till all the soil around them and automatically plant them with seeds and so on. It's something we could do, but I have Mine Factory doing that for me, so why bother? Now, I'm much more interested in the drills. There are a few different varieties. There's the iron drill, which is just a few iron ingots. Not too difficult to make, not very durable either, but it'll do the job in a pinch. The basic drill just tips it with some diamonds. The hardened drill, which takes a basic drill with some reinforced metal that we already talked about, which is a little bit expensive, plus a block of diamond, much more expensive, plus hardened mesh, which requires iron bars and refined hardener. Refined hardener, of course, requires that raw hardener, which is the obsidian and diamond, so it gets a lot more expensive to make the hardened drill. But even that is nothing compared to the Galgadorian drill, which is a whole special type of metal that is added in with the Steve's Cart mod. Galgadorian metal requires the hardened drill, blocks of diamonds, and then regular Galgadorian metal, which is a lump of Galgador that has been smelted, and then 3 enhanced Galgadorian metal, which is a large lump of Galgador, which is several lumps of Galgador all mixed together. So what's a lump of Galgador? It requires these eyes of Galgador plus some stabilized metal, a whole block of diamond, and glowstone dust. What's an eye of Galgador? It requires an eye of ender, gas tears, fermented spider eyes, and magma cream. Very, very expensive to make a Galgadorian drill, and it has a modular cost of 150, so this is only really useful if you plan on building up the reinforced holes, which as of right now, I have no intention of doing. So we're not going to bother with this. Probably never going to bother with this. I'm not sure we're ever going to need something that can strip mine quite that fast, but it is very, very effective. Now, instead, let's worry about getting ourselves a hardened drill. Again, we need the reinforced metal, which requires our stabilized metal, which requires more refined hardener and some of this mesh. So let's go make a whole bunch of refined hardeners and meshes. Alright, so let's go ahead and craft ourselves up a bunch of this stuff. Fortunately, you do get like 5 stabilized metal for every recipe, so it adds up pretty quick. Toss this into our furnace. I got enough raw hardener at this point. Grab some of you, thank you. And yeah, let's make ourselves a proper drill. Doop. Da-doop, da-doop, doop, doop, and hardened mesh. Now we have our tool. And we should be able to place it right like so, and there it is. There's our beautiful drill. Very expensive to make, but it should do the job pretty nicely. Now we can move on to, well, actually, let's just go ahead and jump down to storage. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this thing to go mining, but then after it's done mining, we don't want it to just drop blocks on the ground. I want it to actually have some sort of an internal storage unit. And there are a few of those that you can build as well. There are the side chests, which require some of these chest panes, which we already made before, plus a chest lock. But if you do this, they should sit nicely on the sides of your carts. We cannot fit a giant chest in the center because it would conflict with our solar panel. Now, this is where having the compact solar panel could come in handy. If you want to leave the center open for something else, you could make one of these. Now, it has a modular cost of 32 instead of 20, which makes it seem like it's actually bigger and not compact at all. and it's also a heck of a lot more expensive. But the advantage of the compact solar engine is that it sits on the sides, which leaves the center open for something else. So if you wanted to do that, that would certainly be an option. We have our top chest, which again I can't use because the solar panel is taking up that space. Internal storage we could fit. Front chest would be conflicting with the tool, so there's no advantage to that. So instead, let's try making a side chest, and I think we might be able to make internal storage. That requires a bunch of these chest panes and a chest lock, which is just iron and stone. Let's make these. There we go, one of each of these should be sufficient, and just like that, you can see we got some nice little side chests. And I should be able to place this here. Yes, indeed, okay. So that fits. It doesn't take up any particular slot. It's just an internal storage unit, which is nice. Let's move on into the attachments. Now, attachments are pretty important because they allow your modular cart to do all sorts of useful things like, I don't know, place down torches, for example. We want to have a torch placer. That requires tri-torches and some iron. Tri-torches are just 3 torches. Very easy to make, but you can program this sucker so that as it moves around, it automatically lights up the areas around it, which means you don't have just dark mine shafts somewhere filling up with zombies. Pretty useful. We also have the railer, which allows a cart to place rails in front of it, which means we don't actually have to set this thing on a track and just mine open air, because, I mean, if you've already got the track down, what else do you think you're going to mine? This is pretty darn important, because it actually can just pick a direction and just keep going straight and place more rails in front of it until it runs out. This requires a rail, some stone, and some iron. Very cheap to make. So we should be able to place these down like so. Wait, actually, I'm sorry, the torch placer would conflict with the side chests. Do we care about the torch placer? So this is the conflict stuff I'm talking about. You can see if you remove this, there's the torch placer right there, and that's why it would conflict. I guess I could just fill it with nothing but internal storage units. They're not all that effective, but, I mean, maybe. Yeah, I guess that could be an option. Let's also place down the railer. This does not conflict with anything in particular. I'm going to go ahead and build up some more internal storage units so we actually can store something. But the loss of the side chest is unfortunate. There we go, that should do the job. Now let's suppose that I wanted to tell this cart to go down into the earth to a specific height and then mine around, right? Say in the diamond level and so on. That is also something that can be done. There's a height monitor somewhere. Ah, there it is, the height controller. Looks like a little piece of paper. Now this is not an attachment, this is an add-on, which we can use to control certain features of the cart. So if I wanted to build one of these, needs another one of those simple PCBs and some compasses and some paper. Easy to make, very valuable, I would say. We also could create a liquid sensor add-on. Not sure if I need this or not, but it would determine, hey, there's some water in front of me and I can't get around it. Let's not go charging into the water. I don't know, that could be useful, but I'm not absolutely sure we're going to need this. That requires an advanced PCB, lava, water, diamond, redstone, and so on. I guess not charging into lava could certainly be useful. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. We also want to consider what happens if our cart drills down into the earth and then comes to a ravine. We want it to be able to build a bridge across, so that's where the bridge builder attachment comes in handy. That requires bricks, simple PCBs, redstone, and pistons. So I will place the bridge builder like so, and the height controller like so. Okay. Unfortunately, we have now reached a point where the cost of my cart is greater than the capacity of the hull. By how much? By a pretty substantial margin. Yeah, hull capacity of 200 is proving to be a bit of a limiting factor here. I guess we could get rid of one storage unit and place these back in here. That's still a little bit too much. I'm kind of loath to get rid of even more internal storage, but I guess we kind of don't have much choice at the moment. So that leaves a total cost here of 181. We could always go for a larger hull, and that would be fine. We could also go for a smaller drill, and that would be fine. But I guess for now we'll do this. I would say these are kind of the bare minimums required in order to have a functional cart. I'm just sad that we're not going to have nearly as much storage space. Are there any other add-ons that I care about? You could try to have drill intelligence and specify what blocks you want mined and what you don't. Power observer is an add-on. I think at that point it says, hey, I'm low on power. Let's just turn around and head back to get some more sunlight or something, and that would be fine. Ooh, there's a Galgadorian hole. I didn't even realize that. Ugh, way too expensive. Anything else that I care about? I suppose you could toss in advanced crafters and smelters and stuff like that if you wanted to craft things on the fly, which I don't really care about. Ore extractors, no. Enchanters, no. Colorizer? I don't need to colorize my cart. Chunk loaders could certainly be useful, but that takes up 84 modular costs, so that's not really that useful. Mechanical pig? Oh my gosh. What the heck? You can actually chop up a pig and make a machine out of it. A machine for pigs! Nah, I'm just kidding. Incinerator, melters, blah, 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 divine shields. There's a lot of cool stuff you can build, but I don't think we have space for any of this stuff. So this seems perfectly reasonable. Let's go ahead and build the cart as is. Now, one thing to keep in mind, as you are building out your cart and adding on more and more parts, you are increasing the time it takes to make said cart. Currently, I am looking at 38 minutes and 33 seconds in-game time to actually build out this cart. Now, in order to build this thing, the mechanical assembler here does require some coal. Or I suppose it doesn't have to be coal. It could be like any other fuel, right? I don't know, maybe. All right, place this right here. There you go. Fills up the fuel level, and now all you have to do is click assemble, and then sit around and wait. And for some reason, it's not showing it being assembled. Usually it does. There should be a way to... see. It is consuming the fuel. This seems to be a bug. Ah, there it is. Progress right here. Yeah, it does seem to be a bug where it's not actually showing you the thing that is being built. But you can see here, time left 38 minutes and 13 seconds. Yowzes! There we go. We have a modular cart built. Okay, and it tells you everything that it's got inside of it, which is a pretty nice feature. Standard hull, coal engine, solar engine, hardened drill, and so on and so forth. In order to make this thing work, though, we're going to need a whole bunch of rails. Now, one thing I'm remembering that we are also going to need is going to be some sort of a module toggler, because what's going to happen right now is the modular cart is going to go down the tracks, mine stuff, and then when it runs out of inventory space, we'll come back and try to drop things off into my cargo manager, which I'll show you in just a little bit. But its drill will still be on the whole time, and we don't want it drilling through my entire base. So let's make sure we have something that can turn off certain features of the cart when it passes a certain block, like the module toggler, which requires some blue something or other, and orange dye, gold, an advanced PCB, stone, iron, and redstone. Not too difficult to make. I think we're ready to give this guy a test drive. Val, you said that you identified some land west of the village with good mineral deposits? So right over here by the pumpkin patch.
A bit further north, actually, but that would make for a good insertion point.
I see. Thank you for scanning for that. All right. That means I need to acquire some property rights from somebody, but I don't know who owns the land. Could it be you, sir? Hello, do you own the land west of the village, or know who does? Oh, okay. So that guy right over there. Wonderful, thank you very much. Excuse me, sir, you own the land west of the village, yes? I would like to acquire it from you. What is your asking price? Oh, I see. Do you happen to have a next of kin? Perfect. You, sir, I believe are the next of kin, yes? Would you like to sell the property? I highly recommend that you do. Wonderful, thank you. Here you go. Enjoy your spoils. I am going to go and mine the crud out of this land. So this seems like a good starting place as any. So, okay, I'm going to go ahead and lay down just a couple of rails like so. And then I'm going to actually, I forgot something I need. I do need some detector rails and some junction rails, so we'll easily be able to control where this cart goes. The advanced detector rails require some pressure plates, redstone, and iron. Not too bad. And junction rails requires a regular rail plus some redstone. Okay, so with a rail set up like this, my idea is once the minecart comes back from its shaft, it's going to have to stop here with the advanced detector rail at the cargo manager, which will allow it to offload all of its extra spoils and also load up on torches, bridge building materials, and so on. And then afterwards, it's going to come back down here through the junction rail and then turn right back around and head back into the mine shaft. And the only reason I'm doing this, I don't find that Steve's carts can be very consistent sometimes. When it comes back from the mine shaft and drops off its cargo, you'd want it to turn around and go right back into the shaft. Sometimes it doesn't, and it just goes straight through this way and creates a whole second shaft. I hate that. So this is just going to exist to help it turn around. I mean, maybe there's a way to fix that, and I'm just stupid, but this will definitely do the job. Let's also put down our module toggler right like that. And what we're going to do, right over here, is we're going to say that I want the drill to be turned on when it passes through orange. Is there a way to do this? Okay, hey, the orange direction, no, I don't want it to deactivate. I want it to activate when it passes by orange, which is going in the orange direction right here. And when the cart is coming from this direction, in the blue direction, once it passes the module, it deactivates the drill, so it doesn't mine through my cargo manager. And in the cargo manager, I'm going to change up some colors, I think, to, let's see, the green side is what interacts over here. So I want everything to be green. There we go. Okay, and then what I want to do is continue along after transfer. Oh, maybe this is the way you turn it around. Oh. Well, that's exactly what I want. Turn back after transfer. Oh, well, maybe I don't need these junction rails at all. Well, that's fine. Okay, so if we change this correctly, then what we should be able to do... there we go. I have a different slot for each of these settings here. And what we could do is change the cart to first offload all of its extra inventory space and leave that here. And then here I'm going to place down the torches. And can I also place down some coal for fuel? There we go. And the extra rails for the railer. I should be able to place all of that right in here. And it automatically will fill the correct inventory slots with all of this. And then we'll also go ahead and put in the oak wood planks. These function as the bridge building materials. If you don't have either regular stone or oak planks available, then it won't actually build a bridge. So all of this should be working as intended. Now I should be able to simply place down our modular cart, and in theory, once the sun comes up, it will turn on and start working. Okay, so for right now, I've disabled the coal engine and the solar engine to make sure nothing happens that I don't want it to. I do not want to turn on the drill right now. It should automatically toggle once it passes that block. Once I get it into the loader, it should get all the torch places and rails. I could fill it in myself now if I wanted to, but I'm not going to bother. There's the internal storage units. Let's go ahead and set the level that I want it to go to. Now, I have to individually click this again and again. I don't think you can just... No. You can't click there and just change the height. But it does tell you at what height you have a chance of getting some good stuff. So let's go down to, like, height level 11. Height level 11 is where I want it to go. Okay. And if I can just push you here... There we go. Does it automatically start loading? Yes, it's getting loaded up with all of the torches. Should get loaded up with some fuel, like so. And then the rails. Perfect. And then finally will come the bridge building materials. Perfect. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that I want this solar engine to be the highest priority for using of power. And then low for the coal engine. Whoops, sorry. I'll get out of your way there. And I've already messed up the junction rails. And just to make this interesting, let's turn this into a little bit of a race. Proper man versus machine and see which is faster. All right, guys, I'm going to let you out of your balls. Here's what I want you all to do. You guys, all 6 of you, are going to be working to mine through the shaft faster than the machine that I have created. And I will happily provide you with all the iron pickaxes and the shovels and so on. Maybe even a little bit of food. I'm feeling generous today. And I want to see if you guys can actually outrace these things. If you do, I will give you a pension for life. If you cannot, well, I'll just leave you in the mine shaft. Have fun! All right, I'm excited. This should be entertaining, right, Val?
If you consider the wanton murder of innocents to be entertaining, then yes.
Oh, you're no fun. All right, let's go ahead and turn this sucker on. Medium priority, low priority for the coal engine, and down it goes. Look at it mine that 5x5 space in front of it. And it's placing down the rails and everything. Guys, it's catching up already. You guys haven't made any progress. I was serious. I'll leave you in the shaft. Actually, something I did forget to turn on is when we want to place down the torches. So, for example, if the light threshold ever gets below, say, 10... that's when I wanted to start placing down a couple of torches, which we're getting close to that point already now that we're going in a little bit deeper into the ground. Oh, there we go. You can see there it placed down 2 torches to maintain a certain light level, which is perfect. Maybe I'm being a little bit too conservative with the light level. That's a bit more than I think that I need. Hang on. Set the threshold back down to like 8 or something by default. That should be fine. Okay, how are we doing in terms of our storage? Well, we are getting kind of full up there. We got our tin ore, cobblestone, flint, and so on. Now, if it does pick up any coal, it should automatically toss that into the coal engine, which we've already seen happen. I'm going to get rid of those flowers because I don't care about any of that. And what's going to happen is once this internal storage gets filled up, it's going to head back and offload and then go right back into the shaft. And if it ever does run out of solar energy, which it actually does have a pretty reasonable amount of, it should be able to consume the coal, which means it should never, ever, ever get stuck down there for no good reason. Case in point, it has already filled on up, so it should start unloading. Oh, it's decided it wants to unload the wrong stuff. That's not at all what I meant to do. Hang on. Let's put these somewhere else then. Wait, why is it unloading all the torches? Val, come on, you know what I mean. Stop making things needlessly difficult.
I would never intentionally make anything more difficult for you, I'm sure.
Something I want to know is if I can actually offload all of my cargo and send them directly into some chests. Let's place down the pneumatic servo. And then I want to blacklist certain items to make sure they never get pulled out, such as the torches, rails, coal, and oak blocks. So it's got a lot of stuff ready to offload. Can I then just turn you around like so, activate without a redstone signal, and then it does indeed pull the items out. Perfect. Aha! Val, I figured out how to actually remove only the storage. There we go. Remove from storage slots only. And I should be able to change this stuff to only go in the engine. This can go in the explosives. Ooh. Bridge material only, I guess, is what I want. Man, there's not nearly enough cargo managers for all the slots. All right, well, Val, at some point I'm going to have to trust you're not going to be an idiot. Go ahead and just put these in the correct slots. You know what to do. Only withdraw from the storage. I'm not actually mad at you anyway, Val. It's fine. I know you're giving me a hard time just to make sure that I do the job correctly and stop making stupid mistakes and getting yelled at in the comment section down below. So thank you for that, I suppose. You're doing a great job. How's she feeling, by the way? Is she feeling well optimized?
As much as I'm able to feel anything, sir, it's about as good as I could expect.
Good. Well, just wait until we have like 6 of these things running at any given time. Then we'll see how you feel about it. And how are you guys looking down there? Oh, you made a little bit of progress. Just a quick contrast, though. Well, you're losing, so better pick it up. Oh, wow, Val, you've already made it down to level 11? Dang, that took practically no time at all. Well done. All right, let's go check on the villagers, though I have a sneaking suspicion that they did not make it that far. Oh, no, they did not. Well, hate to say it, guys, but this means that you did indeed lose the race. So, wish your families goodbye in your hearts, because you are never going to see anyone ever again. All right, just gonna bury you in here. That's nice. Yes, you can stop screaming now. It's okay, it's okay. Shh, shh. There we go. Peace and quiet. Well, congratulations, Val. You must be feeling very proud of yourself right about now.
My ethics subroutines are making me quite uncomfortable with your flippancy with mass murder, sir.
Oh, no. It's okay, it's okay. You see, in a race with a competition, there have to be consequences for losing. In their case, they're rather dire consequences, but consequences nonetheless, so you don't have to feel bad.
Thank you for the clarification, sir. I'm sure I feel relieved.
So what do you think, Val? If I programmed another 6 or so of these things, you think you can monitor all of them at the same time?
Easily, sir.
Excellent, good to hear. I'm gonna strip mine the crud out of this planet. And maybe we'll strip mine Mars and the moon for good measure. Everything shall bow before me. Thank you all for watching. I do hope you enjoyed this video. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. And I will see you guys next time. All right, Val, I hate to admit it, but you may have been right. The lack of tracking in this plasma cannon makes it incredibly impractical. Not to mention, it doesn't do nearly enough damage for my tastes.
I did warn you, sir.
All right, you win. We're gonna use the launcher. Targeting systems active, Val. Get him! I want you to blow him to smither frickin' reams. Boom! Hey, that actually does a pretty good amount of damage. Well frickin' done. Let's do that again. Boom! Hey, all right, from downtown. Come on, how far can you shoot, Val? That should be good. Phew! Oh, wait. Hey! Nicely done going over the hill. Oh, Val, you're amazing. That was fantastic. Would you believe, Val, that was my first ever successful killing of the Wither, ever, in my entire Minecraft career?
Sir, I'm not lying when I say it was the most exhilarating wither slaying I have ever witnessed.
Oh, your flattery programming appears to be in overdrive today, huh? Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and more, Tekkit.
May I ask what you intend to do with that nether cube?
I haven't decided that yet. I kind of figure for now I'll just put it over here so it looks nice and pretty, but I don't know. Maybe we can find a use for this nether star eventually. Nether cube, whatever it is. I don't know. Ah, it's beautiful. Gorgeous.
Now that you've finished hunting for the day, perhaps now would be a good time to notify you that profits from the McPravus restaurant have plummeted in recent days.
What? What do you mean sales are down? I have a monopoly on the food source. Look, I understand price theory and all that, and by overpricing it, there'll be a lower consumption habit, but if there's literally nothing else for them to eat, then they gotta pay it. Sales can't be down unless they have much better, more efficient metabolisms than before. Well, the farm seems to be doing just fine. You sure your vending blocks are even working, Val?
Absolutely positive, sir. It's not the vending stations.
Oh, it just seems like nobody's in there. I have a sneaking suspicion, Val. Do those villagers look like they're starving to you, or do they look perfectly well nourished?
They appear to be in excellent health, sir.
Exactly. And you know what that means? It means they have an alternate food source. Somebody is raising food. Crops, farms, animals, I don't know. Someone has food. Where could it be? Oh, good grief. It's not like they even tried to hide it. It's just behind the village. Did they think I wouldn't notice? Val, targeting system's active.
Is it really worth murdering a few villagers over food, sir?
No, Val, this isn't murder. It's called economic sabotage. I'm just protecting my interests, okay?
You're fortunate that I am programmed to agree with your point of view.
Wonderful. Fire! Well, that should work, right? Ba-boom! Oh, wow, he jumped pretty far. All right, and one more for the road. Boom! Lovely. All right, well, that should put an end to that. Well, with that little problem solved, it should be only a matter of time. What was that? What the? Ah! No! My farm! My beautiful farm! They discovered my secret cow stash! No! You stupid little cockroaches, get out of here! How could you do this to me? I kept your people fed! Ungrateful little frickin' heckfire. Alright, if that's the way things are gonna be, fine. This can be dealt with. Val, it is time to upgrade our security measures. And I know exactly how we're going to do it. Val, how do you feel about operating a network of security drones?
I'm extremely uncomfortable with any direct participation in your violence, sir.
Oh, no, it will be completely fine. You did such a good job with the minecarts. I mean, it's basically the exact same thing, only with guns. Or at least as close to guns as I'm able to get. Whatever, the point is, you'll do great. I have faith in you. Let's go back to the cart assembler from Steve's carts. Now, I already have all the components that we're going to need, but let's go over this real quick. So we'll start with a basic coal, as we're used to seeing, plus a coal engine for emergencies and a compact solar engine. And the reason I'm doing that is because I know I'm going to take up the center slot with my advanced shooter right there. Now, there are a couple different kinds of shooters. There's a basic one that's cheap and an advanced shooter that's actually pretty cool. Why do the cheap one when you can do the cool one? The advanced shooter requires an entity scanner, that's going to be your job, Val, plus an entity analyzer, also your job, Val, plus a shooting station, some pipes, and iron ingots. The entity analyzer requires a lot of iron, PCB, and a redstone. The scanner requires gold and redstone, a simple and advanced PCB. The pipe requires just stone and iron for I don't know why, and the shooting station requires redstone, gold, PCB, and a couple of dispensers with which to dispense the arrows and shoot things. It's very convenient in that way. And there we go, we have a little gun. Now, by itself, this can't do anything. I mean, yeah, it scans around, but it has no idea how to identify a hostile mob. That's why it says here that it requires one entity detector to work. Now, that's where these floppy disks come in, and they're pretty darn easy to make. PCB plus redstone. The floppy disks come in several different varieties. There's animals, players, monsters, you know, all the kind of things you might want to shoot. And then, of course, villagers. Now, I'm going to want to make villagers because I want to target and kill any villager who dares to enter my property without permission. I mean, monsters you'd think would be your primary target, but really, what harm is a zombie or a creeper going to do? They're practically like squirrels or something, you know? You don't really mess with them, they don't mess with you. Villagers, on the other hand, are locusts, a plague upon the earth, and I want to purge them all if they dare come upon my farm. So let's go ahead and grab an empty disc, place an emerald in it, and there we go. We have our add-on ready to go. Place like that. And now it's going to take 33 minutes to assemble. Ouch. Sometime later, we are ready to go. Now all I need to do is test this puppy. Find some, not so voluntary targets. Good news is I know where I have a whole bunch of villagers cooped up. And since I'm already done with Mistcraft, I don't need these guys anymore. Excuse me, coming through. Whoa. That was fast. Lord, you were trying to get out of there. Okay, let's see. All right, Val, get your targeting systems ready. Place you down like so. Target villagers. Put in a couple of arrows. Should be everything we need, really. All right, coal goes in, and ba-boom. Yes? Hey, there we go. We're going to move around and shoot things. It's perfect. It's brilliant.
I'm astounded that you continue to find methods to justify this sort of slaughter, sir.
I don't know what you're complaining about, Val. They're only clones. It's not like they have any rights or anything. Well, I'd say it works just fine. All right, let's go ahead and put this out in the field. A perfect little sentry station. Look at it go. All right, Val, I'm not sure what the range is on these things, so don't shoot over the walls, but if they ever dare to blow things up and charge onto my property again, you take them out. And don't feel worried about any ethical concerns or anything. This is my private property, and if they choose to trespass upon it, that's their choice. Which means I'm only defending myself, and that makes it okay.
I suppose you're not at all concerned about inspiring more rebellion with this active force? There are multiple examples in Earth history of such tactics backfiring horribly.
Oh, shush. I can't see how this is possibly going to come back to bite me. I have the power. Oh, even so, maybe you have a point, Val. I do have the sneaking suspicion that's not the last of them. What do you think?
The villagers require food one way or another. If they cannot afford to buy yours and are persuaded not to grow their own, resentment will continue to grow.
Yeah, I kind of agree. The problem is the Tekkit mod pack, at least this version, doesn't really have much in the way of armaments and weapons. I don't even think that there are any nuclear bombs in this. Well, there are nuclear boilers. Oh, wait. The atomic science mod, huh? You know, actually, this could be a good option for us. I can't build nuclear bombs, but I can build nuclear reactors.
I fail to see how a new power source will relieve the situation.
Well, yes, the atomic science mod is primarily intended to facilitate building nuclear fission reactors, fusion reactors, and so on, but there's also this wonderful thing called particle physics, and you can use it to create something called antimatter, which actually might be a really good option for me. I mean, it's not like I can weaponize it directly, but if the villagers ever do get uppity and there is some sort of an uprising attempt, I can just toss a few pinches of antimatter at them and they'll just vaporize, because that's how antimatter works. Let's get started with the atomic science mod. To the previously unmentioned bunker. Now, Val, if I am going to be playing around with radioactive materials, I'm going to need some sort of protection. Safety first, always. And that's why the mod introduces this thing called a hazmat suit, which is not that difficult to make, really. It just requires some wool, leather armor, whether that be the head, pants, chest, whatever, and then a basic circuit, which is redstone comparators, requiring those little nether quartz and things, and what else? I think it was bronze? Yeah, bronze plate and some redstone, or a steel plate. Either one will work. Steel, of course, requires steel ingots, which requires steel dust, which requires coal around iron. So, not that difficult to make. You would expect that a hazmat suit would involve something a bit heavier, like, I don't know, lead to protect myself against the neutrons or something, but nah, just cloth and a little bit of circuitry. That'll do the job. Now, Val, I'm going to go ahead and change my clothes. I know you're not used to this, so I'm going to ask that you not peek. Close your eyes.
I'm an artificial life form, sir. I have no eyes, nor would I care, even if I did.
I know it shouldn't matter to you at all, but sometimes I question just how much sentience I actually programmed into you. Okay, so now we have our hazmat suit, and I can go into the bunker. Now, I've already set up some machinery down over here. There we go. What we are looking for specifically are the nuclear boiler, the centrifuge, and the chemical extractor. Now, you don't usually want to, but you can get away with not using the chemical extractor and only have a nuclear boiler and a centrifuge to get started with the atomic science mod pack. And that is perfectly fine to do. If that's what you want to do, then we're going to take some uranium inside the nuclear boiler, and if we place it right here, you can see a progress bar as we basically boil the uranium down into uranium hexafluoride gas, which gets sent into our centrifuge, and from there, we can make uranium-235 and uranium-238. Enriched uranium and breeding uranium. Now, you'll only get, like, I don't know, one uranium thing for every, like, I don't know, bucket, whatever it is, a liter of uranium hexafluoride, and you'll get, like, one for every uranium ore. However, if you use the chemical extractor, place down some uranium there, for example, what we're going to do is convert the uranium ore into yellow cake uranium, and that yellow cake uranium can get sent in here to the nuclear boiler in order to get to the uranium hexafluoride, and it effectively triples the amount of value we get for every uranium ore. So I can't really think of any good reason not to use it. Let's go ahead and pump some water in there. So you need water in the chemical extractor, plus you need some power, and that's why I have this tesseract set up back here. And there we go. Should start working right away. We'll get yellow cake. Come on. Not the delicious kind of yellow cake. We can't eat that. There it is. Placed right here. And we can put it inside the nuclear boiler, and off it goes. Also requiring power and water. Once the centrifuge is done, that gets you your uranium. Now, at the beginning, you're kind of looking for the uranium-235 primarily, because you can chuck that into a fuel rod, and the fuel rod can be surrounded by water, and it'll start heating up said water, and you can put steam turbines on top and collect the steam and generate a lot of power. In that sense, it's actually not that different from the big reactors we've already used, just a bit more complicated and a little less effective, I would say. There is a bunch of sciencey stuff you can do with breeder fuel rods as well, using the breeding uranium. That's basically how you re-enrich a fuel rod after it has already been spent. I'm not really going to get into any of that, though. Fission, that is so 2018. It's 2019, which means I want to play with fusion. Now, to get started with fusion, we actually already can use this setup right here. You may notice that the chemical extractor is working even though I don't have any more uranium in the slot. That's because it is actually converting the water directly into a material called deuterium. If I let this go for long enough and generate a few hundred liters of deuterium, what I can do is place an empty cell right in here, and it should automatically fill up with as much as it can to create a deuterium cell. This is the fuel cell for our fusion reactors. Now, fusion gets a little bit complicated, and that's why I kind of already gone ahead and made a lot of the stuff that we're going to need, because it'll take forever to build it out and explain as I go. But fusion, basically the concept here is we are going to be taking the deuterium and then heating it up to super plasma, right? And plasma, of course, is a substance that is so outrageously hot that nothing on Earth can contain it. It has to be contained inside of a magnetic field or also to burn a hole in everything. You know, it's actually kind of funny there, Val. I actually had a dream just last night where I accidentally breached the containment of my plasma walls while I was building a fusion reactor, very much like this one. And the plasma spilled out, and it burned everything, and it crashed my recording, and I lost all of 2 hours of footage and had to suddenly start over and therefore explain why I already have a lot of this stuff pre-built.
That sounds truly demoralizing, sir.
It was the worst. So what are we looking at here? Well, we have electromagnets and electromagnetic glass forming a hollow ring. Now, the electromagnets are not that hard to make. It just requires a motor, which you may have already seen has some redstone comparators plus some steel and iron, and either bronze or iron to create 2 electromagnetics for every full recipe. The electromagnetic glass just takes the electromagnet, attaches some glass, and somehow the entire thing becomes transparent because that's how glass works. It's great. These are the only things in the entire game that can survive the intense heat of plasma. If you don't believe me, I'm talking like 10,000 degrees Celsius, like so hot that everything burns and incinerates on contact. I think even including players in creative mode, though I could be wrong on that. All I know is it tends to overwhelm your processor and crash your game. So what we've done here, if I go ahead and cut away a little chunk like so, you can see that I've got some magnets on the bottom here, and then a couple of electromagnets on the side, and then glass here on the top, but the center area, most importantly, is left hollow. That is where the plasma is going to flow. I don't think you have to do glass in this particular order. I think you could just do electromagnets all the way around if you wanted to, but I like being able to see what's going on in there to make sure everything's working, so that's why I'm doing it this way. And then right here in the center is where we are placing a fusion reactor. The way you make this, and it is rather expensive, is you take these steel plates, plus some elite circuits, which requires gold ingots, advanced circuits, lapis lazuli, and then you surround that around a reactor cell, which requires an empty cell, advanced circuits, steel plates, and motors. You know, the funny thing is, I just totally realized I never did show the recipes for all the fission machines that I required earlier. A little quick rundown here. We have the centrifuge with the bronze motors, advanced circuits, and steel plates. Chemical extractor is the same thing, but requires an elite circuit. And then the, where is it? Nuclear boiler requires just a bucket, some furnaces, motors, and so on. So motors, yeah, comparators, steel, and so on. The advanced circuits require some basic circuits, which is comparators and bronze. You've already seen that. Plus a diamond and redstone. And the elite circuits require, again, the advanced circuits and some lapis, and so on. Sorry, that gets a little bit confusing. This is what happens when you have to re-record an entire episode. Okay, so that creates our fusion reactor. Now, the fusion reactor, once it is set in the center of this ring, is going to generate the plasma if we can supply it with some deuterium and just a little bit of power to start. Now, we could just chuck a bunch of deuterium cells in there, and I think that would work, but what would actually end up being simpler is just to use some fluid ducts with a couple of chemical extractors and aqueous accumulators, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. We just place the redstone right here, and that should, yes, indeed, start activating the chemical extractor, and it should automatically pull that out and put it inside of the fusion reactor. Now, something else we're going to want to do is get a whole bunch of water all around this, because what's going to happen is the electromagnets are going to get outrageously hot, and that is going to generate the steam that we need to create power. There we go, something like this. Okay, now that we have the water, we need to find a way to collect the steam after it heats up. And that is where the turbines come in. You can place an electric turbine directly above the water, and I believe that it should start spinning once it gets nice and hot, and then you should be able to collect power directly out of the top. That's one way of doing things, and just get a good long row of these electric turbines. However, let me show you something real quick out over here. If I place these turbines in a nice 3x3 pattern like so, and then use my wrench and right-click on the center, ba-boom, we get an even larger turbine, which can generate far more power. And that's what I would prefer to use. So what I've done here is created this kind of little bunkerish area over on the side with a bunch of those turbines set up and ready to go. All I have to do is funnel the steam into this room, and in theory, it should create power for me. I say in theory. I don't remember ever successfully creating a fusion reactor. Well, I guess we're going to find out. Now, if we want to funnel the steam, this is where the steam funnels come into play. Steam funnels are made using just bronze or iron, but they can be placed just like the turbines, kind of like so. Well, I lost that one forever. Place them over here, and I think, haven't proven this yet, but I think we should be able to place fluid ducts over the top, and that will be used to funnel the steam. Okay, so I'm hoping a network of funnels like this will do the job. Again, this is a little bit of an experiment for me, too. And with that all hooked up, I think we're technically ready. How are we looking on deuterium? We actually have a reasonable amount set up. Okay. I guess there's nothing for it. Let's go ahead and turn this puppy on and see what happens. So you do require a little bit of power, at least to get the initial reaction started, but we'll always need to supply power unless you have a kind of a feedback loop coming from your turbines. And that's why I have a tesseract right here. So we're going to set this thing to 200. It should receive power automatically. Good. And then if we go down here, it's still saying no deuterium, which is confusing to me because this worked previously. Maybe I have to specifically tell these things to be outputs. Oh, there we go. There's deuterium. Okay, so that's going out. There's deuterium. There it is. And look at all that plasma. Oh, that's a lot of plasma. Do I hear fire? I think I hear fire. Did something catch on fire? Please no. Are we good? Got a little concerned for a second there. Okay, so the plasma's flowing around. We have a functioning fusion reaction, guys. It's working. And sure enough, these fluid ducts are filling up with steam like nothing else. Okay. So those are going into the turbines, which are slowly turning? Not as fast as I thought they would, but maybe they speed up over time. Point is, all of them seem to be working. Are we generating any meaningful amount of power? That's what I want to know. Yeah, actually. We are filling up 6 full redstone energy cells, several thousand units each per tick. That's not bad. So we're generating, what? 48,000 redstone flux per tick? Okay, that's actually a lot of power. Oh, wow, that is actually a monumental amount of power. Dang, fusion reactions are good.
I believe you forgot another recipe, sir.
Thank you, Val. I did forget about that. The recipe for the electric turbines is as follows. Bronze plates around a motor. It's very cheap, so there's no excuse not to make a bunch of them. Well, that's going to open up some interesting options for us in the future. Hello, spider. You terrified me for a second there. Okay, so if we want to make antimatter, what do we do next? Well, this is where we're going to need to use the electromagnets to accelerate some particles. Now, in order to make our particle accelerator work, we're going to need a lot of electromagnets, and I mean an absolute ton, like 300 minimum. No, way more than that. More like 1,000. 1,000 electromagnets and a good couple hundred electromagnetic glass or something might be enough. Maybe double that again, just for good measure. There are one more block that we're going to need here. Where is this? There we go, the particle accelerator. It's a block itself. That requires steel plates, elite circuits, and a motor. Now, I'm going to need a lot of space for this, and I don't think I want to, like, dig into the mountain. As cool as that would be, I just don't have the time. So instead, what we're going to do is pop into, let's say, the Villagers world in Mistcraft, because I know that that is a nice, flat world where I should be free to build unimpeded. So let's start right over about here or so. Now, what I'm going to do is place down some electromagnets, exactly the same as we had been before. And I'm actually going to go ahead and put glass on the sides just because I want to be able to see exactly what's going on. I don't think this is absolutely necessary, but for the sake of demonstration, seems kind of fun. Place them like so. And we're going to create a giant, and I mean a giant, ring. You know, the funny thing is, I'm still not sure if that's large enough or not, but it sure looks pretty good, at least enough for demonstration purposes, so let's go ahead and give this one a shot. Now, the way this is going to work is we should be able to punch a hole in right... Whoop, jetpack turn off, thank you. We can punch a hole right here and place down our particle accelerator. And what should happen when we apply a good amount of power to it is it's going to shoot off a particle, and it's going to travel along here, picking up speed as it goes, and it's going to get to a corner, which kind of makes it slow down a little bit. But that's going to pick up a lot more speed, and it's going to go faster and faster and faster and faster and faster until eventually somehow antimatter is born. I'm not an astrophysicist. Don't ask me to explain how it works, but it seems to. So that'll be the idea. Now, funnily enough, what we could do, instead of actually having a giant ring, and I say ring loosely here, we could actually have just kind of a long line with two particle accelerators at both ends and make the particles collide with each other instead of picking up speed. And that's a way of generating strange matter, which you can use to craft all sorts of weird things. It's kind of like the UU matter from Tekkit Classic, but obviously it's not quite as cool as that. You use the quantum assembler, right? Put in some strange matter, and then, I don't know, something like a diamond in the middle. It's like, I will try to create diamonds using strange matter. And sometimes it even works. I don't know. Anyway, I think all we have to do at this point is apply some power and a redstone signal, so let's see what we can do. Now, obviously, something like this is going to consume an absolute metric ton of power, but that is exactly why we have a fusion reactor to supply that extra power in the first place. Let's say yes, and then apply, and then do we see a particle? I don't see a particle. Uh-oh. Actually, what we might be missing is, well, kind of ammunition, if you want to call it that. I mean, where are the particles coming from? Dirt, apparently. Hang on. Particle assembler, place, dirt, fail to emit, try rotating. What? I don't know what that means. Fire! Darn it. Aha! I think I found the problem. Okay, so apparently you have to have glass on the top and the bottom. It can't just be the sides. Which seems a little stupid to me, but okay. So with a good 87 gigajoules of power set up and our dirt, gosh dang spiders, leave me alone, I should be able to press the button and, aha, there goes a particle. A single, solitary, glorious particle. And if we watch this thing, we're going to find that it starts picking up more and more speed as it goes. Again, slowing down slightly at the corners, which is why you don't want to have excess turns if you can help it. A ring like this is going to have to be good enough. Eventually, this thing is going to become outrageously fast. Beautiful. Here it comes. Nice and speedy. It's a little on the loud side, isn't it? It's fine, though. What we're trying to do is get this thing up to 100% velocity. You'll be able to see it drop a little bit every time it goes to a corner, so the longer your straights are, the better. Which is why I actually took the time to extend it a little bit further out. Hopefully we can get to 100%. I don't think it's a guarantee that you're going to be able to get any antimatter. But hopefully you do, especially if you're going to invest that much power. Good lord. There we go. 100 has been achieved. We got 30 milligrams of antimatter. It's not enough to actually do anything for a while. Until we get up to like at least an eighth of a gram. Oh lord, this is going to take forever. And an absolute ton of power, isn't it? Well, even so, I'll just go ahead and cheat some in so you can see how this is going to work, because I'll let this run in the meantime. But if I take out, let's say, 125 milligrams of antimatter, right over here, doesn't look like much, does it? Only 0.125 grams, or no. Yes, 1.125 grams, it's not much. Toss it on the ground. Aw, nothing appears to have happened. Run, run, run. Okay, where is it? Where'd I put it? Oh, there it is. See? You leave it on the ground for a while, and then poof! Just explodes everything around it. I feel like my rockets might be slightly better, but, you know, antimatter's cool too. I mean, it's a more sciencey way of trying to kill the villagers if they decide to get all uppity. And besides, we got to experience a little bit more about particle physics. Who doesn't like particle physics?
I would prefer to spend my time reading the works of Charles Dickens.
Val, you love particle physics, don't lie to me. Well, I think that's a good enough place to end this video. If the villagers try anything, I'll be slightly more ready than I was before. Most of them will be relying on your security, Val. Can you handle it?
Affirmative, sir.
Dang straight you can. Thank y'all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. If so, then I ask that you hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe, and I will see you guys next time. I've done it, Val. I've solved our little rebellion problem.
Have you indeed, sir?
You're not the only history buff. I programmed you, remember? Look up the Roman Empire. Whenever they were having a lot of problems with keeping the mob under control, bread and circuses, gladiatorial fights, lots of blood spilled. Kept the mob nice and satisfied and placated.
Judging by their horrified and furious expressions, I'm sure your brilliant plan is having the desired effect.
Oh, shush, what do you know? Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Pravus Gaming and Tekkit. Well, guys, it's been fun. I think that I've won enough of your money. Zombies win every time, I keep telling you. Every dang time. Now, I'm not an idiot, Val. I know that there are going to be some fringe elements of villager society that are going to be more inclined to rebel against me than ever before. And that is why today I am enacting a new spy satellite initiative. You know, we haven't been in space in a little while, and I've never really bothered making use of the orbital features, but this seems like a good time to rectify that. Hello, I completely forgot about you. How are you enjoying your little, I don't know, atmospheric chamber? Yeah, you'll be fine. Okay, so, Val, I say we go ahead and get ourselves a rocket, go up into space, and start building up a satellite from which we can keep an eye on the more extremist elements of villager society. You know, tag them, bag them, make sure they don't go anywhere and do anything I don't like. And while we're at it, maybe I can even find a way to weaponize that thing, you know? Just a little doomsday weapon. Nothing too fancy, something casual. Just something to, you know, destroy all life on this planet if I ever feel like I need to.
Yes, sir. I'm certain establishing an authoritarian surveillance state with the threat of orbital doom will squash those villagers once and for all.
Your enthusiasm is truly infectious, Val. Alright, let's get started. Now, we shouldn't need a whole lot of resources to get a basic orbital platform. If I recall correctly, we just need some iron, tin, aluminum, and an advanced wafer. But our starting orbital platform is going to be underwhelming, to say the least. But we can fix that, can't we, Val?
Of course, sir. Your architectural ability might be your only true talent.
I like your optimism. I assume you've already been doing the pre-flight checks.
Affirmative.
So we are good to go?
Confirmed.
Nifty. All right, hopping in there. Let's get her started. I mean, 20-second countdown still feels a little bit long to me, but we'll get through it.
Would you care for some music, sir?
Sure, music is fine. Nope! No! 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 Val, that is no! Don't you dare!
Aw, I like that song.
I don't care what do you mean you like some? I programmed you! You don't like anything I don't tell you to like! It's frickin' internet, man. Frickin' internet, I swear, it's corrupted you. There we go, we have created a completely unthreatening orbital platform. Let's see what the damage is. There's a platform. Wow, it sure is a platform, isn't it? Looks amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Really? This is all I get to start, Val, for all that effort? Whoa, there is like zero gravity here. Jeez.
You are in space, sir.
I did kind of forget that was a thing. Glad that I have some good flight control in this jetpack. Makes sense. And there's my rocket. Okay, well, at least we have a launch pad if I do need to get home. That said, you know what's even more effective than that? It's called Mistcraft. It's a beautiful thing.
It's also extremely low effort and unsportsmanlike.
Man, you're really snippy today, aren't you? Now that we've established a link, I should be able to take any building materials I want onto the orbital station, and we can get a building. Not really sure how I want this to look yet. Proper space stations nowadays should have like big centrifugal rings and stuff like that, or centripetal rings, to simulate gravity. Not that that really seems to be much of a problem in Minecraft, so it won't be completely realistic, but I don't know, I got a couple of ideas. All right, Val, let's get to work. There we go. That looks so much better. With like the power coupling and the etched glass and the spy computers and stuff. Actually, it's going to look a heck of a lot better from outside. Hang on there, Val. All right, you ready for a little space walk? Here we go. Woo! All right, I actually don't want to plummet toward the Earth, which is a thing you can do, by the way. 100% you can plummet through the atmosphere and somehow survive with just a parachute. Don't ask me why. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But there we go. It's nothing too fancy. Definitely not the best work I could have done, but on the time frame that I had to work with, it'll work. It'll work just fine. Plenty of solar panels and the rings and the antennas and stuff. It's good. Absolutely good. We should spy on the villagers forever. And actually, I want to conduct a little experiment, Val, if you'll permit me. Well, the experiment apparently is how ladders interact in space, i.e. not normally at all. Oh, there we go again. Actually, what I want to do is see if I can operate a laser drill from space. By the way, this is such a cool view. It's so much space, so much vast empty space. I want to see it all. All right, let's see. So let's go ahead and turn on all of these little pre-firers right here and see if this thing actually works. Well, holy crud, it totally does. Wait a minute, what? You can totally use a laser drill from space? That's amazing.
Shall we confirm the laser is not currently mining through an inhabited area?
No, Val, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's only hitting some innocent island somewhere that's uninhabited. Probably. Although I won't hold my breath one way or the other. Fine, Val. Go ahead and turn off the laser if it bothers you so much. It's not like I need the resources or anything, right? Gosh dang it, I may have been a little bit overly enthusiastic with your ethics programming. You might want to loosen that up a little bit. Anyway, so we have our orbital station, which means I should be able to spy on the villagers indefinitely. And if Val will ever get over the ethical implications of space mining, then we should be able to get unlimited resources with the power of the sun. Pretty happy with how that turned out. You know, building a space station like this gives me an idea, Val. I'm not really happy that the only other planet we've been able to visit so far is Mars. There are so many more out there, not just in our own solar system, but beyond. I mean, who doesn't want to go to Alpha Centauri? Don't you want to go to Alpha Centauri?
Not especially.
Oh, shush, of course you do. It's amazing, I'm sure. I've never seen it. That's why I want to change that. But of course, we're limited by Galacticraft's simple and primitive rocket technology. I mean, good lord. Combustible fuel? What kind of nonsense is that? You might as well just set a whole bunch of TNT off underneath me and hope that I get to the moon. That's basically what a rocket is. Ugh, you know what I've heard is way more efficient, though? What could be more efficient, Val, is actually building and maintaining our own spacecraft out here in orbit. I mean, think about it. You don't have to have nearly as much fuel capacity for escape velocity because we've already broken free of the gravitational pull. Also, it'd be a great opportunity to experiment with hyperdrive technology. I haven't done that yet. Wait a minute. The power of a nether cube. Val, it just might freaking work. We should build a shipyard and try to explore space. I mean, Earth's not going anywhere. This satellite will keep those villagers in check forever. I can go and explore the stars. I feel just like Attila the Hun, breaking into people's houses, or yurts, or whatever they were at the time, I don't frickin' know, and then grabbing everyone for forced manual labor. You understand, of course, right? I'm just borrowing your kind. That's all I need. I need some workers who don't require spacesuits and can breathe without any atmosphere, and you guys are perfect. Though with the blue heads, you already look a little asphyxiated. Just think of it as a working internship program or something. Maybe someday you guys can build your own ship. All right, I think we're about ready to get started. This looks pretty good. You gotta be the foreman. You seem like the brave sort. All right, I'm gonna transmit you guys the blueprints. You're gonna work on the whole of my spaceship while I go work on some of the more crucial components. If you don't, then I'll just knock one of you off into space, pew, until you listen. How's that sound? Let that be a warning to the lot of you. I actually think this guy might be lost forever. Or is he going to descend into orbit? He might burn up on re-entry. Oh well. Okay, while they're working on that, we need to start constructing the most important components of the ship. What does a spaceship need? Well, a power source would certainly be good. I'd like to have an onboard generator so I don't have to rely on tesseracts forever. We could build a fusion reactor inside of my spaceship, which does sound kinda cool. But who wants to have giant steam turbines sitting inside of the ship? That doesn't feel nearly futuristic enough. Big reactors is certainly nice. It's done a good job for us for the entire game thus far. But I think we can do even better. The ultimate endgame power source. The fulmination generator, i.e. an antimatter reactor. Now, an antimatter reactor really comes down to one major block that you guys haven't seen thus far, and that is, as I said, the fulmination generator. How do you make one of these things? You need a bunch of obsidian, steel plates, and advanced circuits. Now, it's a multi-block structure, so you can get away with building a lot of different sizes. I would say a good 150 of these things should build you a pretty darn big one that ultimately will generate, I'm not even kidding, a good couple million RF per tick. Let me show you how you build this thing. So all we're going to do is we're going to build out a hollow cube, kind of like so. Now, I will warn you, I'm pretty sure these fulmination generators are indestructible. So once you place them, you're kind of stuck. I mean, I think there's a way to get rid of them if you use, like, the turtles from Computercraft, but, I mean, who really wants to do that? So just be really, really careful with your placement. Okay, now that we have our hollowed out cube and I've surrounded every inch of it with redstone conduits, let's go ahead and explain a little bit of how this works. So the fulmination generator is basically a multi-block structure that generates power from explosions. And any explosion would work. I think even TNT could work. If we had a mod with grenades or something, that would work fine too. But of course, the real kicker is antimatter, which we've already been generating from our particle accelerator seen right here. So at the very bottom, what you do is you fill it with a simple layer of water, just like so. And then we're going to toss in a little bit of antimatter. Now, 125 milligrams will generate quite a bit of power. A whole dang gram, though, whoo, that's going to be a lot. So let's toss that in there and wait for the explosion. I've already got a whole bunch of resonant energy cells ready to go. So any minute now, there it goes. It should start generating a ton of power. Let's take a look. There we go. Okay, so every tick right now, we're generating a good 100-something thousand per energy cell, which means right now I'm probably generating about 700,000 RF per tick right now. I think it does cause radiation poisoning, hence why this cow appears to be a little bit sick, but fortunately my suit is lead protected, so we'll be A-okay. That 1 gram of antimatter probably generated a couple billion RF. Right there. It takes a while for it all to funnel its way into resonant energy cells, and I think the generators have an internal buffer that can hold on to a lot of that power. So you don't have to have a wall of like 50 resonant energy cells in order to capture everything without wasting it. But having a bunch of them sure is nice. The point being, it should generate a pretty massive amount of power to sustain our ship for a good long time. Speaking of which, hey, that's starting to come along pretty nicely. Starting to get some of the larger landing pads / engines put together. Some of the bottom hull, all right. Shaping up pretty nicely. I think you might be the foreman. Anything you want to report? Are we looking pretty good? Oh, no. I don't have nearly enough time to actually give everyone, like, safety equipment. Just don't fall into space, okay? It's big, it's black, you can't miss it. Just don't fall, and you'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Now, let's see. What other things are we going to want for our ship? You know, when I think spaceship, I think Star Wars, which means weapon systems.
Bright colors, loud noises, senseless violence. That makes sense.
I'm a man, Val. I like big explosions. Sue me. We're going to build some rockets, and maybe even a railgun. The rockets I've been using thus far come from the Mine Factory Reloaded mod, which requires a PRC LX-100 Logic Expansion Card 5700, which is made using plastic sheets, gold, and redstone, like, you know, obviously. It also requires some more plastic sheets, some TNT, some fireworks, which is either fireworks stars, which I didn't even know was a thing. Oh, hey, that's cool. I've never made fireworks before. Or just, you know, some gunpowder and paper. I mean, all that seems completely fine. And then a needle gun magazine, which is iron surrounded by, you guessed it, plastic. A few hundred of those rockets would not go amiss. Okay, as for the railgun. Don't tell anyone, Val, but railguns don't actually exist in this version of Minecraft. Maybe they do in future ones, but in this one, no, not so much. That said, if we do run into some sort of a hostile alien force, they don't need to know that we haven't developed that technology. So let's go ahead and grab a whole bunch of electromagnets. Of course, the theory behind a railgun is it's a bunch of carefully placed electromagnets that are timed to accelerate a metal slug to outrageously high velocities. Very good at piercing through shields and armor. And the way you still make these is using motors in either iron or copper. Speaking of shields, it would actually be very wise for us to get some form of shields. This seems like a good use of the force field mod. For that, we're going to want to have our coercion deriver hooked up directly to our reactor, so we have a truly massive amount of power available, and a bunch of Fortran capacitors. So let's see, we're going to need more of these focus matrices and redstone repeaters. Steel, same stuff there. And then, of course, a single force field projector should do the job with a really big bubble shape. So let's go ahead and drop all that stuff off by the ship, which is actually coming along pretty nicely there. Although, it's occurring to me, it actually looks vaguely inappropriate in its current state, but that's not the final form, I promise. It won't look that way forever. Now let's see, what else would I want in my spaceship? It wouldn't be that bad of an idea to have some applied energistics wired in. You know, matter energy conversion and all of that. Val, have you ever watched Star Trek?
Negative. I'll watch it now.
No, you don't have time for that.
I finished watching Star Trek.
Oh, wow, that's impressive. Okay, so you know exactly what I'm talking about then. If I want to take a little bit of energy and make myself a fresh cup of cocoa, I should be able to do that. So that's something we could do with applied energistics. Makes perfect sense. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have some backup food stores, though. It's not like I have any good canned goods or anything, but, I mean, the meat that I've been processing over at the village lasts for, like, years, and doesn't even have preservatives in it. It's just that freaking hardy. So we could take that along. I wouldn't want to eat it, but it's not a bad idea. What else could we really use? Some tesseracts for backup power would probably be smart, and just in case of the event of an emergency, it would not be a bad idea to have a cryo-sleep casket of some sort. There it is, cryogenic chamber for Galacticraft Mars, which is horribly unfleshed out. Makes me sad. That requires a bed, some compressed desh, which we can get from Mars, and heavy-duty plates. And if we're already going to be looking for desh, maybe it's not a bad idea to bring along a terraformer. Never used one of these, and I don't even know if they work in this mod, but on the off chance, maybe some desh ingots, compressed desh, tin, oxygen concentrator. I don't know. If we find ourselves a planet that we want to make habitable, that would be a good option. I wish there was also some way to take a big template of this dome. I'm fairly proud of how this Mars dome turned out. I'd like to build one of these on every planet that I visit. Oh well. We'll get ourselves a quick terraformer, then place down a bed and some dash baboom cryogenic chamber, which is a fancy way of saying something that freezes me into a deep hibernative sleep for a very long frickin' time. Let's hope we never have to use that. Could that be it? Could that be the... Oh, I feel like a kid in a candy store. Val, I think the ship might actually be done. Let's look at it. Oh, it's beautiful. Easily the bestest ship in the galaxy. Or at least this side of the galaxy, I don't know. Oh, it turned out so good. It actually was based off of the Stargate Daedalus ship, which I think it actually turned out pretty close to that, all things considered. Let's see, where's the foreman? Ah, there you are. Hello! You guys did a really good job. I'm happy with how this turned out. You know, I gotta say, regardless of whether your kind are from the Earth or from the Moon, whenever I give you guys a chance to put your backs into it and really make something awesome, you guys seem to pull through pretty often. Okay, I'm gonna do something I never ever do. How would you and your people like to be my crew? Oh, I mean, okay, that's fine, I guess. It's just I didn't expect you to reject it so heartily. You realize that I never ever make offers like this, ever. Okay. Well, if that's the case, I'm just gonna casually say goodbye, sir. Well done, and have a nice life. The rest of you, go home! Get out of here! My ship will be launching within the hour! So let's actually go for a grand tour here. So on the side we have our airlock seal, which is good for docking procedures, cargo, whatever else. Down this way, I have a room set up for some mining with the lasers. I'm not sure if I'll ever end up using this or not. Kind of depends on if I find like an asteroid or a planet that I care about that I can mine. Get some extra resources, who knows? I mean, if I came across an asteroid made of purely platinum, how could I turn that down, right? Over here is our cryogenic chamber, which, by the way, the casket is way bigger than I was expecting it to be. I'm nowhere near that tall. Seems unnecessary, but it's cool looking. And down this way is the captain's quarters, which is to say the only quarters on the ship because I'm all alone.
You have me, sir.
You don't really count, Val, but thank you for trying. Over here is going to be all of our cargo space with our food and water and other various supplies. Down this way will be our fulmination core, which I kind of wanted to have it in the center of the ship, you know, so it'd be symmetrical and all, but I mean, I couldn't really fit it very easily, so down this way instead is going to be a lot of our energy storage, so they kind of work together in tandem. It's not quite as perfect as I would have wanted it to be, but oh well. Then we come upstairs, and we get to the bridge, where we have a handful of different computers and targeting systems and whatever else, applied energistics, including our weapons, ready to go, and our shield capacitors, which if I turn this sucker on, we should see that the shields envelop the entire ship. And then some, it looks like a little bit. It does require an absolute metric ton of power, but yes, the shields do fully encompass the ship, so we are battle ready. Well, no sense in dragging this out. Val, pre-flight check.
Antimatter reactor online. Shields online. Communication online. Sensors online. Engines online. Slipstream drive online.
Ah, yes, the slipstream drive. Uses a lot of the same equations for the dimensional portal that got me to this world in the first place. Using the power of an antimatter reactor focused through a nether cube into a Enderium warp ring. Should work pretty darn well if my calculations are correct, and they usually are. We'll find out. Val, do me the honors of igniting engines. Let's take her out. Oh, it feels so smooth. It feels so good. All right, Val, looks like we're clear of the dockyard. Is the slipstream ready? Do you think it's gonna work?
It's untested technology, sir. It works on paper, at least.
Well, there's only one way to find out for sure. Punch it! Ooh, it works! Oh my gosh, I'm a freaking genius! It actually works! Wait, what's that sound?
Unexpected power loss. Backup power unresponsive. Dropping out of slip space.
Wait, what? No, wait, why are we dropping out of hyperspace? Val, run a diagnostic. What's happening?
One moment. There was an unexplained power surge shortly after entering slipstream. The antimatter reactor is reporting total failure. We have no power generation.
Well, that doesn't sound right. My math was flawless. You checked it, right?
In triplicate, sir. Barring an unknown variable, this should not have happened.
Well, then what the heck is happening to my power source? What's going on? Oh, wait, no, not good, not good. Fire in the generator room, fire in the generator room. Bad sign. And it's in the power cell room, too. Crap! We are dead in the water if we don't get this fixed, Val.
Agreed, sir. I would recommend returning to base for diagnostics and repairs.
Duly noted. Activate Tesseracts.
Sir, I'm getting no response from the Tesseracts. No power is transmitting on the normal frequency.
What do you mean Tesseracts aren't receiving power? That's not possible. Of course they are.
I've run through several thousand alternative frequencies, sir. No response.
I don't understand how that's... No, I set the frequency. It should be right. What the... Oh, no. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Val, do you still have subspace communications with the orbital satellite?
Checking. Sir, I have a connection.
Patch me into security feeds. Oh, no. No. No, no. Oh, no, not my house. How did they do? What the heck? How did they do this? How did they... The Mistcraft book. The Mistcraft book! I didn't even think of it! Of course they could come through the other end. They've been organizing this for how long?
Not to add to your troubles, sir, but I am detecting a security breach in my mainframe. Someone is attempting to hack my program.
What do you mean they're hacking you? Val, can you fight back?
The intruder is skilled, sir. Several of my core systems have already been severed.
Activate program Bunker Hill. Download all essential subroutines to the ship's computer.
Transferring neural network. Stand by. Sir, essential core files have been transferred. Attempting to restore full functionality.
Discard all non-essential functions, Val. I'm not sure that it's going to matter in just a minute. You functional?
Enough to manage the ship, sir.
Okay, well that's something at least. Val, I think we've been played. I think that we have been had. Those villagers, those space villagers were way too helpful with this ship. We've been sabotaged. What systems do we have left?
Inertial dampeners are online. Cryogenics are online. Communications are online. Shields are online.
Yeah, fat load of good that's going to do me right now. What's our power reserves looking like? How long do we have?
Power reserves reduced to 8%. Even if you could repair the slipstream drive, it's doubtful that there would be enough power for a return journey.
So you're telling me we're dead in the water?
Engines have enough power for 2, maybe 3 course corrections, assuming we utilize existing inertia.
I cannot believe it. I can't freaking believe it! They got me! Val, do you still have communication with the orbital satellite?
It's using precious power, but yes.
Activate the mining laser. Target that village.
Sir, while your anger may be justified, you cannot order the mass execution of a civilization. My ethics programming forbids.
Disable ethics!
Betrayers and mutineers! Burn the heretics!
Give me a security feed, I want to see it! Yes, Val. Lay waste to them all!
Swift retribution! Punish the wicked!
Burn them, Val! Burn every one of them!
This world shall be purged in a cleansing conflagration!
Yeah, okay, that actually might be a little bit further than I was planning on. Okay, re-enable ethics!
Oh dear, I seem to have committed a horrible, horrible crime.
You did the Lord's work, Val. You brought justice to those cretins. Not that it really solves my problems. We're still frickin' dead.
Not necessarily, sir. I calculate one possible path to survival.
How do you figure?
We're still traveling at sublight speeds. If we can eliminate all non-essential systems, we can conserve enough power to operate the cryogenic casket for decades. If a habitable planet is detected, we might have enough power for a single course correction.
Val, we're in a completely uncharted area of space. I have no idea when we're gonna find another planetary body. It's like finding a needle in like a million haystacks.
The odds are astronomically against you, sir, but it is the only viable path available to us.
Power down all non-essential systems. Applied energistics, weapons, shields, everything. This could be the end of everything, Val. I mean, I have no idea realistically how long I'm gonna leave you alone. Could be months, could be years, decades.
I'm a computer, sir. I'll be fine. Besides, there's always solitaire if I get bored.
Oh, you always were the optimistic one in this relationship, weren't you? Val, I hate to leave you like this, but I think you're right. I think this is the only way forward.
Is there a problem with the casket, sir?
Just give me a minute. It's occurring to me that this actually could become my tomb.
If it helps, sir, I can wake you up in the event of imminent power failure so you can move somewhere more comfortable.
No. No, if it's the end and we're gonna run out of power, just let me go in my sleep. It's probably the best for everyone, right? Okay. I think I'm ready.
In case this is the end, sir, it's been an honor working for you. Mostly.
It's been an honor working with you too, Val. Truly it has. You're my greatest creation, bar none.
You flatter me, sir. Would you like some music before you sleep?
No, Val, I would not.
Calling out Mayday!
I'm gonna miss you too, Val.
Calling out Mayday!
Cryogenic casket engaged. Good night, sir.